Volume 3. Chapter 201, Gaining a Little. Chapter 201, Gaining a Little.
Eyeing Xiao Yan, who had pounced onto the green lotus, Yao Lao helplessly shook his head.
Xiao Yan had obviously not overcome his shock. Did he really think that this green lotus could be directly cut off? Yao Lao let out a sigh. He waved his palm and a suction force stilled Xiao Yan's body just above the green lotus before pulling him back and throwing him by Yao Lao's side. Fool! Tilting his head and seeing that Xiao Yan was staring at him in a confused manner, Yao Lao laughed bitterly and took out a metal sword from the storage ring. After which, he randomly threw it at the green lotus. When the metal sword was about to reach somewhere above the green lotus, a pale green colored flame suddenly spat out from the green lotus. The metal sword was burnt into a writhing liquid in the blink of an eye. Observing this scene, cold sweat appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead. He swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly at Yao Lao. This green lotus is the pride of nature. Any ordinary metal that touches it will promptly melt. If you want to cut it open, you must use pure jade tools in order to avoid tarnishing it. Yao Lao faintly said. Immediately, he took out over 10 higher grade rouge jade bottles. A thick white flame appeared from his palm and melted these small jade bottles into a pale green liquid. The liquid writhed and finally solidified into a long jade ruler. Yao Lao carefully removed the impurities in the jade ruler, causing it to appear crystal clear and as beautiful as the green lotus leaves. Use this jade ruler to cut at the spot where the lotus is connected to its stem and roots. Due to the special ability of the bone-chilling flame, the jade ruler was totally cooled in an instant. Yao Lao gently swayed it about and handed it to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan received the jade ruler and felt his hand become warm and extremely comfortable. He could not resist smacking his lips. In his heart, he was even more envious of the heavenly flame. He tightly held the jade ruler, carefully swam toward the green lotus and gently cut the portion below the lotus seat that connected it to the receptacle. Instantly, the art-like green lotus fell down. Seeing it fall down, Yao Lao, who was by the side, quickly beckoned it, sucking it over and allowing it to float slowly in front of him. His face was filled with emotion as his gaze swept over it. After removing the green lotus, Xiao Yan eyed the roots and stem that were wildly swallowing the surrounding fire-type energy from within the magma. He licked his mouth and said with a smile, "Teacher. These roots are able to unrestrainedly absorb energy. They should also be a type of unique treasure. Why don't we take them away too?" No, against Xiao Yan's expectations, Yao Lao, who was observing the green lotus, shook his head. Why? Hearing the words, Xiao Yan was at a loss and asked in a stunned manner. For these spiritual things that require hundreds and thousands of years to form, it is best to leave something. Consider this a good deed. Although you have removed the green lotus this time, if you give it another 1,000 years, a new green lotus will be formed. However, if you also take the roots and stem away, then the green lotus core flame would disappear forever from this crypt. For it to form again would be extremely difficult. Yao Lao stared at the swaying roots inside. In the alchemist world, damaging the root and stems when obtaining a spiritual objects or ingredients is something that would infuriate others the most. After all, the requirement for a spiritual object to form were far too demanding. Hearing Yao Lao's emotional sigh, Xiao Yan nodded after being dazed for a moment. He placed the green ruler in his hand into the ring and shifted his gaze toward the long stem and roots. After which, he turned around and came to Yao Lao's front. His gaze was filled with joy as he stared at the green lotus, his face was filled with yearning. 1, 2, 3, there are a total of 11 corefire lotus seeds. Ha, you are quite lucky. After counting the small fluorescent glow in the green lotus, Yao Lao could not resist laughing. Actually, I am very curious as to why Queen Medusa left all these treasures here when she came to snatch the heavenly flame. Don't tell me that all these are nothing in her eyes? Xiao Yan suddenly said in a confused voice as he eyed the green lotus. I have already told you. It may appear very easy when you used the jade ruler to remove the green lotus earlier, but if you used other materials to forcefully cut it open, it would be something impossible. Queen Medusa isn't an alchemist, so how would she know about this kind of small trick? Moreover, when she took the heavenly flame, she must have been quite badly wounded by the heavenly flame. Adding the surrounding magma heat and pressure, she did not have any extra time to waste. Yao Lao smiled as he said. He once again took out 10 small jade bottles and the jade ruler from the storage ring before he carefully picked the 11 corefire lotus seeds from the lotus core and placed them into the jade bottles. Keep all these things properly hidden. Don't easily let others see them, especially this green lotus. Other than when you are training, avoid using it as much as possible. Otherwise, you may attract unnecessary trouble. After storing all the jade bottles into the storage ring, Yao Lao handed it back to Xiao Yan and warned. Yes. After wearing the storage ring on his finger, Xiao Yan swept his gaze to his surroundings. He realized that ever since the green lotus had left the roots and stem, the surrounding green-colored glow seemed to gradually shrink. Let's go. Eyeing the surrounding change, Yao Lao's body trembled slightly and transformed into a thick white flame that covered the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly and gently sighed. His gaze took one last glance at the green lotus roots, licked his tongue and stepped forward. Following which, his body swiftly swam out from the green glow. After leaving the green glow, Xiao Yan waved his hand at the flame spirit serpent some distance away. He then followed behind it as they hurried back using the path which they had used before. Why is he still not out? At the mouth of the tunnel, Xiao Ding stared at the magma lake which had been quiet for a long time. His mood, which had just calmed down, was gradually becoming anxious again. With his eyebrows pressed together, he began pacing up and down uneasily. Company leader, don't worry. I have received a notice. Young master is on his way back. Nothing has happened to him. By his side, Qinglin opened her eyes slightly. The glow in her dark green eyes glittered as she raised her small face watching Xiao Ding pacing up and down. If it's like this, hearing this, Xiao Ding let out a sigh of relief. He walked to the tunnel exit, glanced at the hot magma which was repeatedly bubbling and involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. It was difficult for him to imagine that Xiao Yan had actually just leaped into it a while back. Ugh, what a frightening person. Plop, before his sigh was released, the sound of water breaking sounded once again in the crypt. Shouting hurriedly threw his gaze into the magma and found Xiao Yan's figure that was covered by a thick white flame gradually appearing in his sight. Who? Breaking through the thick magma surface, Xiao Yan let out a long breath. He lifted his head and watched Xiao Ding above before waving his hand. Stepping his foot onto the magma, his body shot up. As he approached them in midair, his back trembled and the purple cloud wings shot out. The wings flapped and his body floated up toward the tunnel. As Xiao Yan's feet touched the ground, the thick white-colored flame gradually disappeared from his body. His back trembled slightly and with a suwa sound, the purple cloud wings once again turned into a dark black tattoo pasted on his back. Are you all right? Seeing Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding hurriedly walked up and inquired. I'm fine. Smiling while shaking his head, Xiao Yan turned around and watched the magma world in the enormous crypt. He could not resist sighing. Have you got the thing? Sweeping his gaze across Xiao Yan's expression, Xiao Ding asked with a smile. No, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. Someone took it before me. Hearing this, Xiao Ding stilled. He mused for a moment and said softly, it is the owner of the mysterious Qi, isn't it? Perhaps addressing her as Queen Medusa is more accurate. Xiao Yan took out a 7-colored snake scale and waved it at Xiao Ding while smiling bitterly. Oh, a 7-colored snake scale, it really is her. Seeing that piece of 7-colored snake scale, a bitter smile surfaced on Xiao Ding's face as he sighed. Xiao Yan nodded his head. He pursed his lips together and said softly, I have figured out the whereabouts of the heavenly flame. After this, I will head directly to the inner regions of the Tager Desert. If I have the opportunity. I plan to steal the heavenly flame from Queen Medusa. What? You want to steal the heavenly flame from Queen Medusa's hands? Hearing this, Xiao Ding was momentarily at a loss before his expression changed drastically and he involuntarily yelled. In the regions surrounding the Tager Desert, the fierce reputation of Queen Medusa would not lose to her coquettish reputation. Many people in the cities around the Tager Desert felt a great terror toward Queen Medusa to the point that they trembled upon hearing her name. Thus, even if Xiao Ding knew that Xiao Yan was quite strong, he still felt that it was absurd when he heard that Xiao Yan wanted to provoke Queen Medusa. After all, Queen Medusa was an extremely strong person renowned throughout the Jama Empire, unlike Luobu from the Rock Desert City. Back then, when the Empire wanted to launch its soldiers to attack the Snake People tribe, it had gotten the help of 3 Dou Wang, but even they were still seriously wounded by Queen Medusa and the expedition forced to retreat. From this, it could be seen that this fierce reputation of Queen Medusa did not come from simple boasts. Big brother, relax. I am only just going to try. Even if I fail in the end, I am confident in my ability to flee. Xiao Yan reassured as he smiled at Xiao Ding. Seeing Xiao Yan's persistent manner, Xiao Ding could only shake his head helplessly as he had a frown. Let's go. Today, I'll go back and rest for one night. Tomorrow, I will have to begin traveling into the inner regions of the Tager Desert. Waving his hand, Xiao Yan turned around and headed into the tunnel. Behind him, Xiao Ding sighed and followed. Seeing the two who simply turned around and left, Qinglin hurriedly whistled toward the magma lake. Immediately, the green light on the foreheads of the two-headed flame spirit serpent expanded. An instant later, the snake's huge body shrunk, transformed into a green light and shot into Qinglin's sleeves. Qinglin patted her sleeves curiously with her small hand. A smile surfaced on her small face as she whispered, "Don't create any trouble. Otherwise, if young master will be angry and I will abandon you." Hiss, the soft hissing sound contained some dissatisfaction. It seemed that the serpent was dissatisfied with its owner's discrimination. He. Qingling covered her small mouth and laughed softly. She lifted her small hand and bounced around in a lively manner as she caught up with Xiao Yan and Xiao Ding. The three of them gradually disappeared into the dark tunnel. As the three people's footsteps slowly faded into the distance, this enormous magma crypt once again entered into an everlasting calmness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Promotion. Setting out on a journey. Chapter 202, Promotion. Setting out on a journey. GHE. The room's door was gently opened under the flickering light as Xiao Yan stumbled in. After violently shaking his head, throwing out the dizziness in his mind, he turned his hand around to close the room's door before he walked unsteadily to the side of the bed and sat down. Xiao Yan gently released a breath of alcohol as he rubbed his somewhat painful head. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Since his two brothers knew he was leaving tomorrow, they forced him to drink with them earlier. If he did not need to worry about leaving tomorrow, he would have drank till they were asleep. Xiao Yan removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. His hands formed the training seal and his breath gradually became calm and strong. A long while later, some alcohol vapor shot out from Xiao Yan's finger. After removing the alcohol in his body, Xiao Yan finally felt that his mind was much clearer. He mused for a moment before he suddenly tapped gently on his storage ring. A green light grew in the room and quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a green-colored lotus seat suddenly appeared in midair quietly in front of him. As he watched the green lotus seat that was like a piece of art, excitement flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He waved his palm and caused the green lotus seat to descend. Next, he leapt onto it and sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. The weight of Xiao Yan's body caused the lotus platform to quickly descend by quite a bit. However, when it was hovering at around the height of a table, it gradually stopped. With his buttocks touching the lotus platform, a warm energy penetrated through Xiao Yan's skin and hovered over the surface of his body. That comfortable feeling caused Xiao Yan to take in a long and deep breath. Xiao Yan's hands once again displayed the training form as he gradually closed his eyes. A moment later, he entered into the training state. As he entered into the training state, a cluster of a faint green-colored glow suddenly soared from within the lotus platform and completely covered Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's mind gradually sunk into his body and by habit, arrived at the vortex in his lower abdomen. Sweeping his mind's eye over the purple-colored vortex, Xiao Yan was somewhat surprised to find that there were already 14 drops of purple-colored liquid existing within the vortex. It is really unexpected that a drop of liquid energy could be agglomerated with my slow training speed during this period of time, Xiao Yan sighed with shock in his heart. His mind moved and a thread of purple-colored Dou Qi was separated from the vortex. After which, it followed the Qi paths predetermined by flame mantra and began slowly circulating. As the Qi method began circulating, threads of natural fire-type energy from the room and the outside world poured violently toward Xiao Yan on the lotus platform. When these fire-type energies swarmed over and came into contact with the green-colored glow from the lotus platform, their sizes suddenly shrank as they were purified. By the time they successfully passed through the green lotus glow, their sizes were around 1/5 of what they were originally. Although their sizes were obviously much smaller than before, if one were to carefully observe, one would be able to discover that the shrunken fire-type energy was clearly much purer. Moreover, within the pale yellow-colored fire-type energy, there seemed to be a faint green-colored energy mixed within that was difficult to see with one's visible eyes. Clearly, the source of the green-colored energy was from the green lotus that mixed such energy in when the ordinary fire energy went through its glow. After successfully passing through the refinement of the green lotus glow, the threads of pale yellow fire-type energy mixed with green accompanied Xiao Yan's breath as they unceasingly entered into his body. When the first thread of energy entered into Xiao Yan's qi paths, Xiao Yan, who was controlling the Dou Qi circulation, paused for a second. With the observation of his mind's eye, it was difficult for the thread of green-colored energy mixed in with the pale yellow Dou Qi to escape his senses. Xiao Yan curiously stared at that thread of quiet and warm pure green-colored energy before separating a thread of purple flame Dou Qi and probingly wrapping around the green-colored energy. After which, he began trying to refine it. As the refinement progressed, an unrestrained joy surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart. He was surprised to notice that the degree of purity of the green-colored energy during the refinement process had reached a frightening level. At this point, the green-colored energy could actually be directly poured into the vortex and he could skip the refinement step. This green-colored energy should be from the body of the green lotus. No wonder it's so pure. After experiencing the polishment from the planet's flame for 1,000 years, it would be strange if it was not pure. Xiao Yan quickly guessed the origin of these green-colored flames. he immediately became extremely happy. It was no wonder that Yao Lao had nothing but praise for this green lotus. As the provider of a never-ending source of pure energy that could skip the cumbersome refinement step, it could save Xiao Yan at least 70% of his training time. What a good thing, once again, Xiao Yan muttered joyfully in his heart. He quickly calmed himself down. After which, he quickly separated the green-colored energy from the pale yellow energies that were pouring into his body. Being careful, Xiao Yan circulated the green-colored energy in his chi pads once, and when he did not discover anything strange, he poured it into the vortex. The pale yellow energies, on the other hand, were not uniform in their purity. He refined them a couple of times before finally pouring them into the vortex. Under this clear division of labor in his training, Xiao Yan's vortex was quickly being filled with energy. The training that led Xiao Yan to forget himself continued through the night and only came to a stop when dawn arrived. When the last thread of energy was poured into the vortex, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh. He was just about to leave his training mode when the purple vortex in his lower abdomen suddenly shook. Being shocked by the sudden tremble, Xiao Yan hurriedly focused his mind onto the vortex. His mind's eye swept over it and was immediately surprised to find that within the vortex, a small drop of purple-colored liquid energy was slowly being formed. Is the 15th drop starting to be agglomerated? Seeing that gradually forming purple-colored liquid energy, Xiao Yan was radiant with joy. He hurriedly maintained the calmness of his mind as he quietly waited for the 15th drop of liquid energy to form. At this moment, waves of ripple-like movements occurred within the calm vortex. At the middle of the ripple was a small drop of purple-colored liquid that was rolling as it rotated. The drop rotated with a rhythm. As it rotated, the rich purple flame Dou Qi within the vortex also continued to gush into it. Ding! At one moment, a soft sound that did not appear to exist was quietly emitted from the vortex. As this sound resonated, the intense movement of the vortex gradually calmed down. A small drop of purple-colored liquid energy slowly rolled within the vortex and started naughtily swimming with the other 14 drops of liquid energy within the vortex like small fish. The moment when the 15th drop of liquid energy was formed, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly. At this instant, his mind could clearly feel that the vortex, which had reached its limit, had once again expanded significantly. Xiao Yan's slightly heavy body had also become more agile than what it was before. The potential that was contained within his muscles and flesh had also significantly increased at this moment. Feeling the numerous changes in his body, Xiao Yan was certain that his current self had officially become a 2-star dosher. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. A purple glint flashed across his black eyes and immediately disappeared. He let out a gentle sigh and undid the training form his hands made. He stuck out his waist and descended slowly from the lotus platform. Standing beside the lotus platform, Xiao Yan eyed this spotless and perfect green-colored lotus. He could not resist smiling gently as he carefully stored it into the storage ring. Tilting his head to see the dawn sky, he could not help but become stunned as he exclaimed, "The sky's already bright?" Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist and the bones in his body cracked loudly. After which, Xiao Yan walked toward the side of the bed and gently placed the heavy Xian ruler onto his back. In a soft voice, he said, "It's time to go." Carrying the heavy Xian ruler on his back, Xiao Yan came to the side of the table. He mused for a while before taking out a large amount of excellent healing medicine from the storage ring. After piling the table with healing medicine, he once again took out some medicinal pills that had strange effects. After which, he took out a small jade bottle which was completely filled with 23 energy recovery pills. During the time he spent in Rock Desert City, Xiao Yan realized that although there was healing medicine being sold, the quantity was small and the quality was not very good. Xiao Yan was currently in a rush for time, so he could not refine too many healing medicines. However, this little bit that he had stored should be enough for the Desert Metal Mercenary Company to use for a period of time. After that, if everything went smoothly, he should be able to return soon, and when that time came, he would prepare a very great gift for the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. After placing everything properly, Xiao Yan patted his hands and smiled. He carried the heavy Xian ruler on his back and slowly walked toward the door, opened it and softly walked out. The sky outside was slightly dark with only a small corner of the sun having appeared on the distant horizon. Xiao Yan closed the door, but before he could take 2 steps forward, a girl's timid voice stopped him. "Young master, are you leaving already?" With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan turned his head around to look at the small figure at the end of the short hall. He slowly walked over and gently rubbed Qing Lin's small head with his palm. With a smile, he said, "Little girl, I still have something very important that I need to do, so I cannot stay here and accompany you." Qing Lin opened her green charming eyes that were almost as clean and pure as the green lotus seed and stared at the warm smile on Xiao Yan's face. She asked in a soft voice, "Will you still come back?" "Ha, I will naturally return." Qing Lin, work hard. Bending his body, Xiao Yan stared at the 2-headed flame spirit serpent that swam out of Qing Lin's sleeves and smiled gently. He raised his voice and said, "Remember my words. Live for yourself. You don't need to be too concerned about other people's gazes. If you don't like them, then choose to ignore them." "Yes." Qinglin forcefully nodded her small head. Her dark green eyes became a little foggy. "Ha, I'm leaving. Help me apologize to my two brothers." Standing up, Xiao Yan turned around and headed toward the outside of the compound. Although Xiao Yan was carrying a huge black ruler that was almost as tall as him, his back looked very free and relaxed. Standing on the small path, Qinglin watched the free and relaxed back which was gradually disappearing into the darkness. She gently touched the two-headed flame spirit serpent on her hand and said softly, "You must return." On a tall building within the mercenary company, Xiaoli pulled on his chin as he watched the young man's back walking out of the compound. He slanted his head and laughed. This guy, after so many years, he still kept his habits. Ha ha. Beside him, Xiaoding was leaning against the pillar as his gaze watched the young man carrying the huge ruler on his back. He softly muttered, "This little boy is really becoming stronger. Looks like we must work harder. Otherwise, we might end up hindering him in the future." On the tall building, the two people looked at each other and burst out laughing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, The Inner Regions of the Desert. Chapter 203, The Inner Regions of the Desert. In the bright and sunny sky, the huge sun hung high above, much like a huge fireball that was unceasingly emitting flames. The hot sunlight scattered across the golden yellow desert, grilling the tiny sand particles into red-hot small metal pieces. Due to the high temperature in the desert, threads of hot air rose from the yellow sand, heating the air till it was distorted and became illusory. In the never-ending desert, a black-colored human figure suddenly appeared. From his travel-worn expression, it was clear that he had stayed in the desert for quite some time. The human figure took somewhat heavy steps as he gradually climbed a tall sand dune. He gazed afar in all directions before taking out a goatskin map from within a storage ring and carefully studying the precise routes on it. From the route on the map, we seem to be gradually approaching the inner regions of the Tager Desert. Xiao Yan's finger traced a route as it slowly moved across the map. He then licked his dry mouth and mumbled softly to himself. "Ugh. This damn Tager Desert. Isn't it a little too big?" Arriving here from Rock Desert City took half a month's time. If the map did not precisely point out the resupply points in the desert, then this trip would have been definitely more interesting, Xiao Yan sighed. He tried to find happiness in hardship while he smiled helplessly. Since Xiao Yan left the Rock Desert City, he had been following a route on this map as he walked toward the inner regions of the Tager Desert. Because the desert's weather was extremely unpredictable, Xiao Yan only chose safe time periods for him to unfurl his purple cloud wings and fly quickly. During the majority of the time, he chose to walk. Other than the magic beasts that hid within the sand layer in the Tager Desert, the thing that people feared the most were the snake people in the desert. There were rarely people in the desert who wanted to be enemies with them. After all, the snake people's ability to control poisonous snakes to stealthily attack their enemies was something extremely difficult to defend against. However, these snake people, who were a lot of trouble to ordinary people, did not pose any trouble to Xiao Yan, who had a precise map and the help of Yao Lao's extremely strong spiritual perception. Each time danger approached, Xiao Yan would be able to take the initiative to easily avoid the snake people tribe's patrolling troops. Of course, if he could not avoid meeting the snake people, Xiao Yan did not intend to show mercy. He used lightning-fast tactics to kill them before the snake people could give any warning signals. He knew perfectly of what kind of horrible ending it would be if he was chased and surrounded by a large number of snake people in the Tager Desert. However, even with the help of the purple cloud wings and the map, Xiao Yan still used half a month's time to arrive here from the outer regions of the Tager Desert. For this reason, it was little wonder why Xiao Yan would lament about the passage of time with a bit of helpless, bitter laughter. Xiao Yan's finger pointed at the route he was on and traced it, finally stopping at a red dot that represented danger. There were a total of 8 such small red dots on the entire map that were placed on different locations on the map. Other than a few small tribes, there were a total of 8 huge tribes among the snake people race in the Tager Desert. Those 8 red dots represented the tribes' locations on the map. They were the strongest among the snake people race and held high positions in the desert. Besides Queen Medusa, they did not acknowledge any other individual as their superior. The 8 enormous groups ruled over different areas of the Tager Desert. In this portion of the inner regions of the desert, the route that was drawn on the map was blocked by the red dot that Xiao Yan was pointing at. How unlucky, frowning at the scarlet dot, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. In these huge-sized tribes, there were usually Dou Ling or even Dou Wang snake people. Thus, wanting to enter without anyone noticing was obviously impossible. Looks like I will need to make a detour. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even with Yao Lao, his hidden card, Xiao Yan could not just go on a rampage in the Tager Desert recklessly. The snake people had enough strength to be able to fight with the enormous Jama Empire for so many years without being destroyed. Therefore, finding trouble alone in the territory of the snake people was an extremely foolish action. But before entering the inner regions of the desert, it seems that I should replenish my water source. It has been over a day since my stock exhausted. Looking at the empty storage rhine that had no water, Xiao Yan sighed. His gaze swept across the map and stopped at the oasis symbol closest to him. This place seems a little close to the snake people tribe. After seeing the oasis symbol, Xiao Yan glanced at the scarlet red dot that seemed to be just across from the symbol, and he frowned involuntarily. Unfortunately, there's only this oasis in a 50-kilometer radius, Xiao Yan muttered softly. A moment later, he helplessly shook his head and stored the map into the storage ring. Although it is a little close on the map, I think that the distance should be at least a few kilometers. I will quickly leave after getting some water. The snake people should not be able to notice me. After he reassured himself in his heart, Xiao Yan opened his stride and quickly strode toward the distant oasis. A horse could die when it galloped toward a mountain it sees. A map can also cause people to run until their deaths. Although the route was only a tiny bit long on the map, Xiao Yan had to walk a total of 3 hours. Only when the sky was gradually becoming darker did a corner of that fresh green oasis appear quietly. Watching that small oasis that sat out on a plain, Xiao Yan sighed in relief. He tightened the heavy Xian ruler on his back and cautiously swept his gaze over his surroundings. When he did not find any trace of the snake people, he used the cover of the darkening sky to swiftly and stealthily head for the oasis. As he gradually closed in on the oasis, the surrounding hot air also began to become cool and refreshing. Xiao Yan once again glanced at his surroundings before leaping into the fresh green woods. His body was gradually hidden in the foliage. Xiao Yan gently took in the fragrance of the small grass beside him before he exhaled comfortably. Within the desert, any little green color was treated as a treasure by people. Xiao Yan's palm touched his chin as his body moved through the woods. His eyes swept in all directions, searching for the place where the water source was. As Xiao Yan gradually moved his gaze, he also slowly entered deeper into the oasis. He was about to become a little frustrated from having failed to find a water source when he heard the splashing sound of water a short distance ahead. Upon hearing the sound of water, Xiao Yan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The anxiousness in his heart was also extinguished by the clear sound of water. However, before he was about to charge out of the woods, his gaze, which was looking out from a gap within the forest, suddenly paused. His body immediately crouched down and his breathing was suppressed to the lowest volume. On a small path that led to the other side of the oasis, a few snake women with fit bodies and cold faces stood still. Their sharp gazes continued to sweep through the surrounding woods and they held their weapons tightly in their hands. It appeared that they were prepared to kill anyone who charged in. Perhaps it was the desert environment, but these snake people women had very dark skin. Their slightly beautiful appearance accompanied by their uniquely rhombus-shaped eyes caused people to feel a strange addiction, and their seductive waists were like that of a water snake's. In the human world, whenever a snake woman slave would perform an exotic dance, it was not uncommon to find some of the surrounding men that were watching and had weak mental strength become erect and have their faces filled with humiliation. Naturally, the current Xiao Yan was not interested in admiring the beautiful snake people women's addictive snake-like waists. When he first glanced at these few snake people women, his expression became a little ugly. The reason for this was because his outstanding spiritual perception let him realize that among these few female snake people, there were actually 4 Dou Qis. The remaining few were all very strong Dou Qis. Damn it, why are they clustered here at this time? Eyeing the snake women with their somewhat strong formation, Xiao Yan's mouth felt bitter. He softly laughed bitterly while he shifted his gaze around. After suppressing his breath to the weakest, he gradually moved his body and quietly and carefully headed toward the place where the sound of water originated from. Borrowing the gradually darkening sky, Xiao Yan luckily avoided the scanning eyes of this group of snake women. He followed the sound of water and finally neared the source of water. Xiao Yan's finger silently pulled open the cover of the tree leaves as he shot his gaze out. A clean lake appeared in his sight. The clean lake water caused Xiao Yan, who had lost his source of water for a day, to involuntarily swallow a bit of saliva that had rarely appeared since a day ago. Splash! Just as Xiao Yan was filled with joy and planned to obtain water, a sound of water parting pulled his gaze over. Instantly, his body stiffened. His mouth opened as he stared blankly at the human figure that appeared at the spot where the water was parted. Within the lake, the back of a lady with a hot figure shot out from the bottom of the lake. With her back facing Xiao Yan, she shook her long hair that was stuck to her snow-white shoulders. Drops of water were pasted on her skin, which appeared so fragile that it would break when one blew on it. The drops of water followed the contours of her shoulders and slid past her extremely seductive narrow waist and finally fell back into the lake, creating ripples. Although they were a little far apart, Xiao Yan was still able to clearly see how flexible that tight waist was. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of shocking angles that flexible narrow waist could twist to. The lady's narrow hand carelessly seized her long hair and gradually turned around. As the lady turned her body around, her naked perfect body was instantly exposed to Xiao Yan's vision. The person, who was still a virgin, immediately felt his blood surging. The perfect body that appeared to be carved from white jade was like the masterpiece of the heavens. The supple and protruding chest was proudly revealed in the somewhat wet, cool air. Under the faint moonlight, her appearance was both lovely and enchanting. The beautiful rhombus-shaped eyes contained traces of passion-filled moisture. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 204, Snake Woman You May. Chapter 204, Snake Woman You May.
Among the women that Xiao Yan knew, if one were to discuss about being enchanting and glamorous, only a fae from Wutan City would be able to compare to this woman. Cluck, staring at this enchanting woman, Xiao Yan's throat rolled a little. His palm gradually moved toward his thigh and gave it a hard pinch. The intense pain allowed him to recover some of his consciousness. Sweeping his gaze toward the lady's side, he found a green-colored snake tail under the transparent lake water. It swayed around, releasing a wild seductive feel. Snake people, Xiao Yan softly mumbled. His eyes narrowed and an instant later, shock covered his face. He realized that even with his spiritual perception, he was unable to discover what level this naked woman had reached. This is quite troublesome. This woman is at least at the Dou Ling or Dou Wang level. Swallowing his saliva, Xiao Yan, who had roughly guessed the woman's strength, was about to choose to withdraw when the naked woman in the lake suddenly shifted her bright eyes over to Xiao Yan's position. He immediately said with shock in his heart, "How could she discover me with Yao Lao helping me hide my qi?" The spring water-like eyes of the mesmerizing snake woman stared intently at the place where Xiao Yan was hiding. A moment later, her narrow hand covered her red lips as she laughed. "Human boy, you want to leave after seeing this sister's body?" As those words fell, the snake woman's delicate hand suddenly slammed onto the lake's surface. A water arrow was formed. Her red lips parted slightly and a mouthful of green-colored poisonous liquid was spat into the arrow. After which, she shot this water arrow that was mixed with a potent poison toward Xiao Yan's hiding place. Although the snake woman's voice was gentle, much like that of a lover flirting, her attack was exceedingly vicious. If Xiao Yan was hit by the poison arrow, he would definitely be hurt badly if he was not killed. Luckily, Xiao Yan had been focusing his attention on her when he discovered the snake woman's frightening strength. Seeing that she struck viciously in an instant, he immediately stomped on the ground and his body shot out horizontally. The water arrow missed and landed within the forest. In the blink of an eye, the trees located around where the arrow had landed swiftly withered into dry wood. Glancing at the large number of withering trees at the spot he had stood on before, Xiao Yan could not resist inhaling a cold breath. Wasn't this woman's poison a little too potent? I did not expect that you were actually quite a handsome little boy. Seeing Xiao Yan who had charged out of the woods, the eyes of the snake woman in the lake brightened. She did not mind that the upper half of her naked body was exposed to Xiao Yan's sight as she laughed. "Cuckoo, elder sister, you can slowly bathe. I am only passing through." Giving the snake woman a dry laugh, Xiao Yan faced the lake and quickly stepped backwards. Noticing that Xiao Yan was swiftly retreating, the snake woman lifted her lips. Her narrow and long finger was slowly lifted and suddenly moved around like it was dancing. As the delicate finger danced, a cold force suddenly shot toward Xiao Yan's back from the thick woods. Feeling the cold force from his back, Xiao Yan was slightly shocked. His body trembled slightly and a purple-colored flame Dou Qi cloak quickly covered his body. He flicked his body and a thread of purple-colored flame shot behind him and knocked against the cold force. A soft sound followed and the purple flame gradually disappeared. The cold force transformed into a colorful small snake. However, this small snake had already become a grilled snake. Sweeping his eyes over that multicolored small snake, Xiao Yan's eyes twitched involuntarily. This thing may appear small, but its poison was very potent. Even if a dosher were to be struck by it, his life would be threatened if he did not have time to expel the poison. You little boy does have some skills. However, there are thousands of poisonous snakes hiding in this forest. Are you planning to kill all of them one by one? The snake woman indifferently glanced at the small snake that had been killed. She then opened her mouth and a strange sound wave was emitted from it. Following the sound wave being emitted, the forest suddenly emitted many rustling sounds. In only a moment, the trees surrounding Xiao Yan were completely covered with different types of poisonous snakes. The cold, triangle-shaped eyes of these poisonous snakes stared thickly at Xiao Yan below them. Once the snake woman gave them the order, they would spit out lethal poison from all directions. Xiao Yan watched the poisonous snakes that completely surrounded him and felt the skin on his head grow involuntarily numb. At the same time, he also realized something. It was no wonder the woman from before could sense traces of him. He had actually forgotten that they had the ability to control poisonous snakes, that was equivalent to placing countless eyes within this dense forest. It was likely that they had locked onto him the moment he had entered the oasis. Lady Yume, shall we kill him? Human figures flashed within the forest, and the few snake women who were guarding the road earlier suddenly appeared on the surrounding 3 branches. They stared icily at Xiao Yan and inquired softly. Coco, don't rush. I haven't seen any human who dared to come into this place for a long time. That snake woman who was addressed as Yume smiled enchantingly. She swung her snake tail and swam toward the shore in an elegant and unhurried manner. After which, her naked beautiful body stood by the lakeside. 2 figures appeared in a flash behind Yume and covered her body with a black-colored robe, hiding the nakedness that could make any man's blood boil. Letting her subordinates help her put on the robe, Yume pulled aside her wet black hair from her forehead and laughed toward Xiao Yan. Little boy, can you tell elder sister why you appeared here? You should know that humans rarely come to the inner regions of the Tager Desert, much less appear in an oasis near the tribe. Don't tell me you are a spy for the Jama Empire? Are you all planning to start another war? From her last few words, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that there was an iciness in Yume's enchanting smile. Cough. I am only passing by here to get some water to drink. As for a spy, do I look like one? Xiao Yan waved his head and said innocently. As he said those words, his gaze swept around without anyone noticing, planning to find a place to escape his predicament. Haha, you don't really look like one. Yume's attractive eyes roamed around Xiao Yan's body before she suddenly smiled and said. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Hee, since I don't look like one, big sister, you can continue bathing. I bid you farewell. Saying the words with a smile, Xiao Yan's feet stomped onto the surface. An energy explosion sounded and his figure shot from the lake into the forest by his side. Go back. Xiao Yan's body had just moved when a snake woman on a tree branch at his side appeared in front of the route he was taking in a lightning-like manner. The narrow snake spear in her hand shot explosively toward Xiao Yan's head. Dou Qi, feeling the rich Dou Qi movement in the other person's body, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. His palm drew the heavy Xian ruler and violently smashed forward. The heavy Xian ruler fizzled past. The force of the pressure pressed the small plants nearby onto the ground. Ding! Following a clear sound that sounded in the forest, Xiao Yan's body was immediately forced back. His feet took over 10 steps before he gradually turned around and eliminated the frightening force. Compared to Xiao Yan, who was forced back, that snake woman Dou Qi appeared much more at ease. Her pretty body shook and strangely resolved the strength from the heavy ruler. She then raised her eyes and coldly stared at Xiao Yan, who, as expected of a Dou Qi. This gap, shaking his somewhat numb hand, Xiao Yan licked his lips and bitterly said with a smile. Ka. Little boy, since you are already here, why do you want to leave? Follow elder sister into the tribe to play. I assure you that you will like it so much you will forget you are a human. Seeing how Xiao Yan had managed to forcefully receive one of her best subordinates' blows, a glint of surprise appeared in Yume's eyes and she immediately said with a smile. Forget it. Compared to becoming a snake person, I prefer to be a human. After all, with that tail, it won't be easy to walk. Xiao Yan gradually let out his breath. The heavy ruler rotated in his hand and was stored into his storage ring. Tilting his head, he eyed the enchanting woman who was covered with a huge black luxurious robe and smiled. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, which carried a mocking tone, Yume's pretty face became cold. Her smile was gradually withdrawn and she said blandly, since it's like this, then we'll leave you here in this oasis as fertilizer. Kill him. Yume waved her hand gently. Her indifferent words were filled with a thick killing intent. Hearing Yume's order, the surrounding snake women immediately ceased suppressing their killing intent toward the human. Their bodies immediately flashed forward. The poison spears in their hands possessed a deep luster under the moonlight as they viciously shot toward Xiao Yan below. Who, feeling the killing intent from all directions, Xiao Yan lightly exhaled. His back trembled slightly and the huge purple cloud wings suddenly shot out. He stepped his feet violently off the ground and his body shot toward the clouds with an explosive sound. After his body reached midair, Xiao Yan flapped his wings and waved toward the stunned faces of the snake women below. He laughed, goodbye. Everyone, please continue bathing. I was only passing by. Dou Qi wings? Seeing the pair of wings on Xiao Yan's back, shock involuntarily surfaced on Yume's face. A moment later, however, she knit her eyebrows together and shook her head. No, it isn't Dou Qi wings. Little boy, you appear more and more interesting. Why would elder sister let you off? While Yumei covered her red lips and laughed, there was an icy killing intent on her smile-filled face. She lifted her head to look at Xiao Yan swiftly flying out of the oasis. She then waved to her subordinates around her and said blandly, "You should all return to the tribe first. I want to see if this little boy can escape from my hands." "Yes, madam." Hearing the order, the few snake women who were about to give chase immediately halted their steps. They bowed respectfully to Yumei and did not hesitate as they quickly leaped into the forest and swiftly disappeared. When all the snake people withdrew, Yumei slowly lifted her pretty face and stared at that little black spot in the sky. She smiled enchantingly. Her body trembled and a pair of huge wings gradually formed behind Yumei's back. An instant later, they agglomerated into a pale green-colored energy wings. The pair of wings flapped and Yumei's body was swiftly lifted into the air. After which, she rushed toward the direction where Xiao Yan fled. "Ha ha, little boy. If other people were to learn that a small Dou Qi managed to escape from Yumei, then wouldn't I be mocked to death?" Following the gradual disappearance of Yumei's lovable laughter, the dark and cool oasis once again returned to its usual calm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, A Terrifying Lineup. Chapter 205, A Terrifying Lineup. The huge silver moon hung high in the sky. Faint moonlight shined down upon the entire desert as if covering it in a layer of silver yarn. Xiao, in the quiet desert, the sound of breaking winds suddenly appeared in the distance. A moment later, a black figure abruptly surfaced from the northern horizon and ferociously slashed past. The intense wind pressure formed from the high speed created a huge sand tunnel that was over 100 meters long on the desert floor. In the yellow sand-filled sky, the black figure gradually disappeared over the skyline. Before the scattered yellow sand had completely descended, however, another black figure once again swept over like a storm. With an even more ferocious flying speed, it directly caused the tunnel that was formed by the black figure from before to almost double its size. Damn it! Isn't this woman too persistent? Does she need to spend so much effort on a small Dou Qi like me? Xiao Yan was hurriedly flapping his wings when he heard the sound of breaking wind a short distance behind him. He tilted his head and glanced at the swiftly chasing Yumei. Although they were still some distance apart, he was still able to see ridicule on her enchanting pretty face, like a cat playing with a mouse. At that moment, he could not help but speak bitterly. "Teacher," Xiao Yan hurriedly shouted in his heart as he lowered his head to glance at the black ring on his finger. There was not even the slightest response despite Xiao Yan's shout. Knowing what this meant, Xiao Yan's head was immediately filled with black lines. "Boss, that is a Dou Wan level person. Training should not be done in this manner." Xiao Yan bitterly smiled as he muttered. He shook his head helplessly and swiftly placed an energy recovery pill into his mouth. His wings flapped and his speed once again increased. Yumei maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close behind Xiao Yan. She watched his haggard fleeing body and smiled involuntarily. In a soft voice, she said with a smile, "Little boy, just follow elder sister back to the tribe to play. You humans like to use us snake women as slaves, don't you? Then I will also take you as my slave, alright?" The laughing voice was carried by a thread of Dou Qi and accurately conveyed into Xiao Yan's ear in front of her. "Big sister, if you want to invite someone, go and find those who have stronger bodies. I have thin arms and legs and most likely won't be able to satisfy you." Although Yumei's voice was gentle and delicate, Xiao Yan still managed to hear the icy killing intent in it. Immediately, he turned his head around and shouted rudely, "You razor-tongued boy." Hearing Xiao Yan shout, Yumei's beautiful face became colder. She clenched her silver teeth and extended her delicate hand. 5 serene green energies shot out. They intertwined with one another and finally agglomerated into 5 huge green energy snakes. The green energy snakes started forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they arrived behind Xiao Yan, widened their fang-filled huge mouths and bit at Xiao Yan's back. Damn! Xiao Yan's heart was shocked as he tilted his head to see the 5 huge green snakes that had appeared behind him. His body hurriedly twisted strangely and narrowly avoided being bitten by the 5 green energy snakes. "Get down!" With a cold pretty face, Yumei waved her delicate hand. 5 huge green energy snakes violently smashed into the purple cloud wings on Xiao Yan's back. Humph! Receiving a sudden attack, Xiao Yan's face became pale. He groaned and the purple cloud wings on his back turned into tattoos that became imprinted onto his back. After which, his body swiftly descended. Wah-ah! The intense sound of the wind passed by Xiao Yan's ears. His arm flailed around and a moment later, his body smashed into a sand dune with a muffled sound. Floating in midair, Yumei's delicate finger lazily combed her black hair that had clustered at her backside. Her eyes swept over the sand dune and slowly descended by stepping on the air. She laughed, "Little boy, the more vicious your scolding is, the greater my intention of taking you as a slave is." Pay. Xiao Yan's head popped up from within the sand dune and began spitting out the yellow sand in his mouth. He lifted his head to watch Yu Mei, who had arrived over 10 meters in front of him. His gaze swept across the water snake-like waste that was filled with seductiveness before narrowing his eyes. His body was quiet for a while before a muffled explosion sound was suddenly emitted from the sand dune. Following the sound, Xiao Yan's body was like a cannonball that had been fired, explosively charging toward Yu Mei that was a short distance away. With his body in midair, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and the huge heavy Xian ruler appeared. Accompanied with a ferocious force, he violently smashed at Yu Mei's head. Xia. You, little boy, is quite the vicious one, but this is useless against big sister. Suddenly smiling, Yu Mei gradually lifted her snow-white palm. She waved lightly and a quiet green energy shot out from her palm into all directions. After which, they transformed into countless small energy snakes that easily eliminated the force of Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler. Eyeing the heavy Xian ruler covered by the energy snakes, Xiao Yan frowned. He did not hesitate in releasing the ruler's hilt. He twisted and turned his body. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yu Mei's body. Stomping on the ground with his feet, Xiao Yan abruptly trickily approached Yu Mei's body. He tightened his fist and energy on it surged, octane blast. The fist, which contained a terrifying force, violently smashed angrily toward Yu Mei's towering chest. It was clear that Xiao Yan did not intend to hold anything back. Quite a good strength. Yu Mei lifted her eyebrow slightly at Xiao Yan's vicious attack. She evaluated it verbally and waited for the moment when the fist was about to make contact with her body before her pretty body suddenly swayed in a strange manner. The fist that contained a frightening force narrowly went above Yu Mei's towering chest and passed through. This close-range attack by Xiao Yan was actually easily dodged by her. Coo. Little boy, regardless of how exquisite your moves are, it is of no use when faced with our gap in strength. Yu Mei's pretty body leaned forward and her enchanting pretty face was only half an inch distance with Xiao Yan's. Seeing that the young man was expressionless, Yu Mei smiled. Her body once again leaned forward and her seductive red lips actually gently pressed a sexy lipstick mark on Xiao Yan's forehead. Plop, Xiao Yan's attack missed. The feeling of hitting air caused Xiao Yan's expression to pale. A muffled groan sounded and he fell into the sand dune behind Yu Mei. This is the gap between the levels, it really is not something that can be made up with just anything. The moment his body came into contact with the sandy surface, Xiao Yan palmed the ground. His vigorous body soared into the air and flipped, finally landing a few meters from Yu Mei. He lifted his head to watch the smiling Yu Mei and could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. After landing on the ground, Xiao Yan rubbed the lipstick mark on his forehead. However, he suddenly felt that his head was a little giddy and hurriedly took out an antidote that Yao Lao personally refined. He quickly swallowed it and the giddy feeling became much better. Damn it, this woman even has poison in her mouth? Xiao Yan used his sleeves to hurriedly wipe off the lipstick mark as he angrily said in his heart. Ha! Little boy actually has such an excellent antidote? Seeing that Xiao Yan was able to withstand her poison, Yu Mei said in a surprised manner. Ugh, there's not much time left. I will quickly end this. Little boy, if you do not wish to become Big Sister's slave, then you can only become a skeleton in the yellow sand. Lifting her head and revealing her increasingly bright silver eyes, Yu Mei also began to lose her patience. There was an iciness on her smiling face. Teacher. I really cannot beat her. If you don't act, then I will die here. Seeing that Yu Mei's chi was gradually becoming stronger, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. He directly sat down on the sand dune and bitterly laughed in his heart. Kid, don't be anxious. There will be people coming to rescue you. During this period of time, don't call me. There is someone with a strong spiritual perception within that group of people. If you were to contact me, he might sense my existence. Yao Lao's voice quickly warned. After he said the words, he once again descended into silence. The unexpected answer caused Xiao Yan to have a stunned face. He thought swiftly about Yao Lao's words in his heart and a moment later the expression on his face was quickly withdrawn. His nonchalantly gaze swept across the desert. Other than sand, the place was empty, without anyone who could possibly save Xiao Yan. What are you planning? Xiao Yan faced Yu Mei, who was slowly walking over with a smile. Being unable to resist, he could only bitterly smile as he whispered. Alright, little boy, come with big sister. Yu Mei floated to Xiao Yan's front. She extended her delicate hand. The quiet green energy within it gradually flickered. However, just as she planned to capture Xiao Yan, her pretty face changed drastically. She suddenly raised her head and coldly watched the eastern sky of the desert. The silence continued for a moment before two figures suddenly appeared in the eastern sky. Behind the two figures, a huge black dot appeared indistinctly. Ha ha! I told you that there's the chi of the snake people here. I wasn't wrong. Moreover, that snake person looks like someone who has some background. The human figure quickly grew larger. A crude loud laughter was carried by Dou Qi and sounded throughout the desert. Bang! The two figures in the sky quickly came to a stop. The sharp sound of breaking wind was like thunder that sounded in midair. Lifting his stunned head, Xiao Yan watched the two human figures that appeared above his head. His eyes suddenly narrowed. A moment later, his throat rolled as he swallowed his saliva. Two Dou Wangs? When these two people appeared, Yu Mei also became serious. Her gaze turned from Xiao Yan and coldly watched the two people in midair. Not long after the two people appeared, a loud and clear roar also sounded. The dot in the distance also gradually became bigger. A moment later, a huge magic beast that was completely dark green gradually appeared in the sky above the desert. Ha, there really was someone. The huge magic beast stopped in midair and clear laughter sounded from above it. Instantly, 7 figures leaped from the back of the magic beast and gently landed on a sand dune not far away from where Xiao Yan was. Xiao Yan swept his gaze over the 7 figures that had descended and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized that among the 7 people, there were 5 who were at the Dou Ling level. The middle-aged leader was actually Dou Wang. The one that shocked Xiao Yan the most was the black-robed person beside the middle-aged person. Xiao Yan could roughly guess the strength of the others, but this black-robed person gave him the mysterious feeling like seeing a flower in the fog. Yun Shibak then also gave him this feeling. Dou Huan? Shock appeared on Xiao Yan's face as his heart was in great turmoil. 5 Dou Lings, 3 Dou Wangs and an extremely strong person who appeared to be a Dou Huang. What was the purpose of this kind of terrifying lineup? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, The Fight Between the Strong. Chapter 206, The Fight Between the Strong. Watching the 6 people who leaped down from the magic beast, a trace of fear seeped into Yu Mei's astonished expression. Her anxious gaze swept over the black-robed person and instantly ignored Xiao Yan. Her figure quickly retreated back tens of meters as she coldly watched the group. With cold laughter, she asked, "What wind has blown over this desert tonight? When have the rarely seen hermits start to enjoy forming groups? Ha, it is really unexpected that we would be able to meet a strong person of the Dou Wang level after just arriving in this vast desert. You should be one of the chiefs from the 8 large tribes of the snake people, no?" Among the new people, the middle-aged man stepped forward and laughed as he stared at Yu Mei in the distance. Seated on the sand dune, the shock on Xiao Yan's face gradually disappeared. He blinked and stealthily swept his gaze over the 8 people. He realized that among these 8 people, other than that black-robed person, who was so mysterious that one could not see his strength, the others appeared to faintly view the middle-aged man as a leader. Who is he? He could actually get so many strong people to listen to him? Sensing this situation, astonishment gradually surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart. It should be known that people who could become a Dou Wang were all well-known people. People like them may have different personalities, but they all had a similar haughtiness of the strong within their bones. It should be extremely difficult for them to submit to someone of the same level. Xiao Yan shifted his gaze from these few people, finally landed on the smiling middle-aged man and roughly appraised him. Xiao Yan had to admit that this middle-aged man had a demeanor that was difficult to describe. His distinct, angled face let others know that he must have been an uncommonly handsome man when he was young. He may be slightly older now, but he had a mature demeanor honed from the years that added a calmness and a sense of experience. This double threat would possess a lethal force toward some younger girls. This person does not seem to be so simple, Xiao Yan mumbled in his heart. This was the first impression that this handsome middle-aged man gave Xiao Yan. Naturally, what person who could become a Dou Wang was simple. He shifted his gaze away from the middle-aged man and once again stopped on the human figure covered tightly in a black robe. For some unknown reason, Xiao Yan had a faint feeling that ever since the mysterious person in the black robe appeared, the gaze under it seemed to focus on him in an indistinct manner. Who are you? Why have you come to the inner regions of my race's land in the middle of the night? Don't you know that humans are forbidden from coming here? The enchanting smile on Yu Mei's face had already completely disappeared. Replacing it was a thick, serious expression. Clearly, the terrifying lineup that had suddenly appeared in front of her did not give her the leisure to joke around. "Kuku, there is something important for us to visit in the Tager Desert. Could you lead the way into the inner regions of the desert to see your tribe's queen?" The middle-aged man smiled and said. "You want to see Her Majesty?" Hearing this, a beautiful and dangerous angle was formed in Yu Mei's pretty eyes. She said with a cold smile, "Our snake people have been enemies with you humans for many years. Each of our hands are stained with the blood of the other side. What is there to discuss? If the few of you know what is good for you, I urge you to quickly leave. Otherwise, once our 8 tribe leaders gather, the number of strong people in the Jama Empire will shrink drastically. Old He, I told you that you can forget about adopting a diplomatic stance with the snake people. They don't buy this." An agile and fierce-looking large man in midair lowered his head and shouted to the middle-aged man. The voice of the large man was like thunder, reverberating through the air. It was a long while later before it gradually weakened and disappeared. "I know this woman. She's the leader of the May Snake tribe, one of the 8 large tribes of the snake people. He. Back then, when Jama Empire started a war with the snake people tribes, that old man Lena fought with her and eventually suffered some losses." The large man's eyes gazed at Yumei's enchanting body as he said with a smile. "Lena? You mean that old man who trained with a lightning-type chi method during the war back then? I wonder, has the poison in his body been cured?" A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yumei's mouth as she taunted. "Thanks to you, the poison has been cured, but one of his hands ended up being crippled," the large man said bluntly. The eyes he used to glance at Yumei held a cold glint. "Old He, let's just take action and capture her. Don't waste any more time. If we arrive late, the thing that you want may well be gone. Moreover, if she were to escape, the difficulty of our mission might end up increasing significantly." The large man lowered his head and said to the middle-aged man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man being addressed as Old He thought quietly for a while. He nodded his head slightly and helplessly said, "Since you don't wish to cooperate, then don't blame us for bullying you with our numbers. Old sure, phonely, I will have to trouble you." When he finished the last sentence, the middle-aged man lifted his head and said to the large man and a somewhat skinny old man in midair, "No problem. I have long wanted to see just how tenacious the strong people of the snake people are." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the large man immediately patted his chest and laughed without any hesitation. The other skinny old man, on the other hand, hesitated a little. It was obvious that he was arrogant of his position and did not want the two of them to attack together. However, his hesitation only lasted for a brief moment before it was thrown aside. He was clearly aware that this Dou Wan would increase the difficulty of the mission that followed. The bodies of the two men trembled and then turned into 2 black lines that appeared a short distance from Yumei. The sudden increase in the speed of their bodies caused the air to unleash an explosive sounds. Xun Er. Standing on a sand dune, the large man lifted his head and announced his name. This was a small etiquette among the strong people. Phonely, the skinny old man said indifferently. Hearing these 2 names, Xiao Yan's and Yumei's hearts pounded wildly. "Who? These 2 people are actually the Lion King Xun Er and Walking Wind Phonely, renowned throughout the Jama Empire as part of the 10 strongest in the empire?" Staring at the figures of the large man and the skinny man with a stunned expression, Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. Usually, it would be difficult to see these strong people who were far above him. However, on this night, he was actually able to see 2 of them at once. I wondered who had the courage to charge into the inner regions of my tribe. It's actually 2 people of the 10 strongest from the Jama Empire. The words were mocking as she softly and coldly laughed. Yumei's pretty face was becoming increasingly grave. Although she had not fought with these 2 before, she had heard of their names. They were not useless individuals who possessed great fame. These 2 people naturally had their extraordinary points in order to become part of the 10 strongest of the Jama Empire. With Yumei's strength, she would not be too afraid of fighting with any one of them. However, if she had to fight the 2 of them alone, that would be a little more difficult. Moreover, other than these 2, the black-robed person who had been silent was the one who Yumei was most afraid of. Dou Huan, that was an extremely strong person that only Her Majesty could match. Why have these people suddenly gathered here in the desert? Something terrible must have happened for something unusual like this to occur. Regardless of their motives, I must pass this information to Her Majesty. Otherwise, with their lineup, there is not one among our 8 large tribes who could fight them alone. This thought flashed quickly in Yumei's heart. Without any hesitation or saying any nonsense, her hand swiftly formed a strange seal. At the same time, her snake tail gently patted the sand's surface. Following a soft muffled sound, the calm sand dune suddenly exploded. An enormous sand wave formed in front of Yumei in the blink of an eye and smashed toward the others from all directions. Do it! Seeing that Yumei was first to act, Xun Er did not bother being polite. He shouted softly, lifted his head, opened his 2 hands, and a faint silver substance like a lion's roar sound wave was suddenly released from his wide-open mouth. The sound wave ruthlessly smashed into the violent sand wave. In a flash, the sand froze in midair, finally dropping without strength. After Xun Er overcame the sand wave, Phonely beside him trembled and suddenly disappeared. A moment later, ferocious energy ripples were emitted from behind the sand wave. After overcoming the sand wave attack from the other side, Xiao Er also adopted a rude and unreasonable role as he charged violently into the battle a short distance away. Instantly, enormous gullies that were over tens of meters long continued to appear as forces shot out. While the sky was filled with dancing yellow sand, Yume's pretty face was filled with a cold expression. From the middle of her palm, two quiet green energy silks agglomerated into huge green serpents. The green serpents this time around were obviously not the small snakes that Xiao Yan had seen before. These two huge green serpents were covered with thick scales and their sharp white fangs flashed each time they opened their mouths. The most frightening thing was that these green-colored serpents seemed to possess a life force. Two faint fierce qis were released from their bodies. As they strangely pranced and twisted, they managed to barely hold against Xun Er and Fengli. What a frightening thing, just these strange energy serpents that have been agglomerated have the strength of a Douling. Seeing that the two huge green energy serpents managed to block two Dou Wang's attacks by prancing and twisting, Xiao Yan could not help but twitch his mouth repeatedly. I have long heard that some of the strong people in the snake people race are able to remove the souls of a magic beast and train them into a unique ability. Upon succeeding in training this ability, one would be able to preserve the magic beast's original strength. These beasts would also be unafraid of death under the control of their owners. It is exceedingly troublesome fighting them. Seeing it for myself today, I must say that the rumors are really true. Seeing the dancing yellow sand and the energy-surging battlefield, the middle-aged man sighed. Elder, looks like the two sirs won't be able to immediately handle it. Do you need us to attack? A man got closer to the middle-aged man and respectfully said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man tilted his head and stared at that mysterious person who was entirely covered by a black robe. Seemingly having sensed his gaze, the black-robed person shook his head. The pair of eyes under the black-colored hood once again glanced at the young man on a sand dune not far away whose face was filled with shock at the intense battle. There was an unknown meaning behind his gaze. Seeing the black-robed person's action, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. He mused for a while and whispered, "Forget it, with Old Shur and Fengli's strength, she's only barely managing to hold out. After a short while, victory will be determined." "Yes, sir." After giving a respectful reply, this Douling male, who had once dominated the title of the strongest in a large city, swept his gaze with reverence across the black-robed person standing to the side. He then slowly stepped back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, The Mysterious Black-Robed Person. Chapter 207, The Mysterious Black-Robed Person. Xiao Yan watched the distant battle with an expression of shock on his face. The occasional remnant waves that were emitted from the battle caused Xiao Yan's heart to tremble. According to his calculations, if he was not alert and was struck by these remnant waves that were emitted from the battle, he would instantly become seriously injured. Is this what a battle between Dou Wangs is like? Xiao Yan could not help but swallow his saliva as he blankly watched huge cracks spread out from where the battle between the three was taking place. Bang! An intense energy explosion suddenly sounded as the yellow sand splashed and filled the sky. A moment later, the yellow sand gradually sprinkled down. Three shadows also shot backwards from the battleground. Three pairs of eyes looked at each other in midair. All of them contained a killing intent that they did not hide. Sweeping his gaze over the battle that had suddenly calmed down, Xiao Yan realized that among the three, the Yume who had gone a little pale was obviously at a disadvantage. Xun Er and Fengli, on the other hand, only had their clothes torn slightly because of their combined efforts. Their qi remained calm and strong. Evidently, they were not badly injured. What shameless humans, on my own, I am indeed no match for the two of you. However, if I want to leave this desert, both of you aren't qualified to stop me. Yume's supple chest gently rose and fell. After briefly measuring the other party's strength, she had totally given up any thoughts of fighting recklessly. She ridiculed with a cold smile and her hands swiftly formed a few seals in front of her. Stop her. Seeing the Dou Qi that suddenly surged out from Yume's body, Xun Er frowned and shouted. When he said the words, Fengli beside him transformed into a breeze and rushed toward Yume in a lightning-like manner. Snake's technique, split. Coldly watching the thread of wind that was headed for her in a lightning-like manner, Yume's body trembled. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, she suddenly exploded. During the explosion, there was no blood or flesh spattering. Instead, countless large dark green-colored energy snakes wormed out of the spot where the explosion occurred. When these huge snakes appeared, they began to swiftly fly in all directions. What a strange snake technique! Xun Er randomly waved his hand, unleashing dozens of Dou Qi blasts and smashing over 100 huge energy snakes into nothingness. As he watched the seemingly never-ending number of huge energy snakes, his expression became serious as he commented. As the huge energy snakes covered the entire place, the few people standing by the side watching, with the exception of the black-robed person, also immediately took action. In an extremely short time, they destroyed over half of the huge energy snakes. Even with this, however, there were still quite a number which escaped and burrowed into the layers of sand. Ugh, attempting to kill a strong snake person in the desert is indeed quite difficult. This kind of fleeing skill is something that's hard to counter. Watching the huge energy snakes around which were randomly fleeing, the middle-aged man could only helplessly give a bitter smile. Hearing this, the few people beside him who were doing the utmost to kill the huge energy snakes nodded their heads in agreement. Unless one was completely prepared for it, it would be impossible to block this kind of strange snake technique. Seated on the sand dune, Xiao Yan watched the huge energy snakes burrowing into the sand from all over the place with a stunned expression. He suckled his mouth involuntarily. Was this person not too incredible? She actually possessed this kind of life-preserving ability. No wonder she did not choose to immediately flee when she saw the frightening lineup of the other side. It was because she had this hidden card. Ugh, but luckily, I am finally free of that woman. Regardless of how one put it, that woman, who was after Xiao Yan life, was finally sent fleeing. Xiao Yan let out a long breath. He extended his hand toward the heavy Xian ruler beside him and pulled it over. When he had just stood up, his expression abruptly changed. From the sand dune that was only a few meters from Xiao Yan, a green huge energy snake suddenly shot out. It opened its large savage mouth, passed through the yellow sand and violently targeted Xiao Yan's throat, planning to bite it. Damn it! The sudden ambush caused Xiao Yan to fail to react in time. At that moment, he could only watch the huge energy snake come increasingly closer with a frightened face. At the moment when the huge energy snake suddenly rushed out of the sand dune, the surrounding middle-aged man and the others had sensed it before Xiao Yan. However, when they noticed the huge energy snake's target, they hesitated in their attempt to rescue him. These strong people did not know Xiao Yan. Adding this to their indifferent character with none of them being nice people, when they saw that the person attacked was someone who had nothing to do with them, their tensed heart became much more relaxed. Although they still released a symbolic Dou Qi attack toward the huge energy snake, it was obvious that the speed of the attack would not be able to defeat the huge energy snake before it hit Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan may have been facing imminent danger, but he still kept an open mind about his surroundings. When he saw the slight change in these people, his heart sank and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was just preparing to forcefully resist the attack by the huge energy snake when someone that no one expected to act, took action. Ever since that huge energy snake shot toward Xiao Yan, the seemingly weightless footsteps of the mysterious person in the distance quietly imprinted a few somewhat deep footprints on the sand surface. This was especially the case when the mysterious person noticed the actions of the surrounding people. A snort that only he could hear softly reverberated in the black robe. When the huge energy snake was around half a meter from Xiao Yan, the mysterious black-robed person finally could bear it no longer. The tip of his foot tapped gently, his body turned into a thin light thread and seemingly teleported in front of Xiao Yan. A ferocious shapeless force shot out as he waved his sleeve and instantly scattered that hideous huge energy snake into nothingness. After defeating this huge energy snake, the black-robed person appeared to have an anger that was difficult to calm down. He snorted again and slammed his feet onto the ground. Instantly, an incomparably ferocious force was intruded into the sand layer and suddenly surged toward a certain direction. A moment later, a painful muffled cry sounded over 100 meters away. Following the dancing of the yellow sand, the owner of the muffled cry hurriedly fled with some injuries. The black-robed person that had suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan had helped Xiao Yan avoid the danger of being seriously injured. His erratic heartbeat immediately relaxed. As he wiped his forehead, he was stunned to realize that his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. With some remaining fear, Xiao Yan panted a few times. He then watched the mysterious black-robed person with a respectful gaze and said, "Elder, thank you for rescuing me." The black robe moved a little, but the person in it did not speak. It appeared that he was nodding. On the vast desert, that middle-aged man and the few others wore stunned faces as they eyed the mysterious black-robed person who had suddenly acted. They were extremely familiar with this person. He had the most indifferent character among everyone here. Forget about a mere stranger dying in front of him, even if there were more deaths, he would keep his eyes open and watch indifferently. Other than those who had a relationship with him, he would very rarely rescue someone. Thus, when everyone saw that he actually rescued a young man whom he did not know, they were somewhat astonished. "Cuckoo, this little brother. Are you all right? You are really courageous to come alone into the inner regions of the desert. If we had not felt an intense energy ripple here tonight, you might really have been captured and brought back by that woman." The astonished expression on the face of the middle-aged man disappeared in a flash and he walked over smiling as he spoke to Xiao Yan. "I'm fine. Thank you, seniors." Xiao Yan eyed the middle-aged man and said with a smile.
Don't remain here any longer. This place will soon cease being peaceful. Leave the desert as soon as possible. The mysterious black-robed person had his back facing Xiao Yan as he gently arranged his robe. A somewhat hoarse and soft voice sounded from within it. Ha! Hearing this voice that was so hoarse that it was like the grinding of teeth, the middle-aged man and Xiao Yan were at a loss. Your voice? The middle-aged man blinked in surprise as those doubtful words escaped his mouth without thought. I'm fine. Let's go. Don't waste time. The black-robed person suddenly waved behind him. A wave of yellow sand flew up and immediately forced back the words from the middle-aged man's mouth. His hoarse voice was faintly impatiently. The middle-aged man was confused when faced with this black-robed person who had suddenly become odd. His perturbed heart was wondering if he had accidentally provoked this person. After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man seemed unable to sense where he was wrong. He could only shake his head helplessly and he blew a whistle toward the sky. Instantly, the huge dark green magic beast in the sky flapped its massive wings and slowly descended. The black-robed person turned around and was about to soar up when the roaming gaze under the black robe suddenly glanced at the heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. After a brief moment of hesitation, the fist in the robe curled up and strangely snatched Xiao Yan's heavy ruler from Xiao Yan's hand without actually touching the ruler. Sensing the other person's action, Xiao Yan was at a loss. His eyes widened, thinking that the other party was robbing him of his heavy Xian ruler. Your ruler has been covered with snake poison by the woman earlier. If you were to use your Dou Qi while wielding it, it would take the opportunity to enter your body. A breeze suspended the heavy Xian ruler in front of the black-robed person and a green-colored Dou Qi surged from the black-robed person and covered the heavy Xian ruler. Finally, it stripped the little bit of snake poison contained on the heavy ruler away. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was stunned and his face immediately became embarrassed. After the snake poison was stripped away, the heavy ruler fell down and was inserted deeply into the sand dune. After all this was done, the black-robed person did not stay any longer and instantly flashed onto the back of the huge magic beast. He seated cross-legged and remained silent. The surrounding strong people eyed the black-robed person who was first to go up. They then used a strange gaze to sweep over Xiao Yan. Their hearts were filled with suspicion as they mumbled, "It really is strange. When has she become so helpful? Not only did she rescue him, she even helped him remove the poison. It really is an unbelievable night. What a lucky guy." When their thoughts did not reach a conclusion, everyone could only mutter helplessly. After which, they leaped onto the back of the magic beast under Xiao Yan's totally confused gaze and accompanied by a ferocious dancing wind, swiftly disappeared over the horizon of the desert. In the endless desert, the night wind blew past and the faint yellow sand pounced over. A long while later, Xiao Yan drew his lips and muttered with a bitter smile, "What a baffling night." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Rushing into the Tribe at Night. Chapter 208, Rushing into the Tribe at Night. Watching the vast desert, Xiao Yan gradually recovered. He lowered his head, glanced at the ring on his finger and helplessly said, "Teacher, you should be able to come out now." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the dark black ancient-looking ring trembled slightly and Yao Lao slowly floated out. His gaze first swept over to the horizon where the people from before disappeared and then turned toward Xiao Yan. He smiled and said with some deeper meaning, "Looks like something big is going to happen in this desert." Xiao Yan nodded his head. With such a group of very strong people arriving, it would be strange if this desert did not become a mess. It was likely that after Yume returned, the snake people tribes in the desert would become heavily armed and guarded. Why have they come to the Tager Desert? Is the Jiama Empire thinking of starting a war with the snake people again? Xiao Yan frowned and said uncertainly. Hearing their discussion from before, it seemed that they intended to look for Queen Medusa. Yao Lao said blandly. Look for Queen Medusa, huh? Although their lineup is very strong, Queen Medusa is far from weak. Moreover, there are many other strong people among the 8 large tribes of the snake people. Once they get the chance to gather together, I don't think that the group from before will be able to leave the desert safe and sound. Xiao Yan waved his head. His smile had a gloating meaning to it. That group of people, with the exception of the mysterious black-robed person who gave him a good impression, were mere unknown passers-by. Naturally, Xiao Yan did not bother worrying about them. That black-robed person is also a Dou Huang. Yao Lao said with a smile. So what if he's a Dou Huang? Wasn't Hai Bo Dong a Dou Huang in the past? But Queen Medusa still managed to turn him into that miserable state. Xiao Yan laughed before he immediately mused out loud, but coming back to the topic, why are they looking for Queen Medusa? Humans are the least liked beings among the snake people race. Yao Lao gently stroked his beard and said with a smile, that middle-aged man from before is the one whom I mentioned before, the one that has an extremely strong spiritual perception.
He should also be an alchemist. An alchemist?
Hearing this, Xiao Yan momentarily stilled.
After which, he quickly cried out involuntarily, a Dou level alchemist? How can it be possible?
Seeing the unconvinced expression on Xiao Yan's face, Yao Lao shook his head and smiled faintly.
My senses won't be wrong. He is indeed an alchemist.
Watching Yao Lao's bland smile, Xiao Yan also gradually became calm. He knit his eyebrows tightly together and softly said, if he really is an alchemist, then with his Dou Wang strength, won't he be at least a tier 6 alchemist? But in the Jiama Empire now, there is only one tier 6 alchemist. Xiao Yan's eyes grew increasingly smaller as he said those words. He let out a long breath, as if to vomit out all the shock in his heart. A long while later, he finally whispered, don't tell me that middle-aged man from before is piquing Gui. But if that person is really Gui, then it is not surprising that he is able to gather so many strong people. Yao Lao said with a smile. He knew very well what kind of appealing abilities a tier 6 alchemist possessed. Hey! It really is unexpected. Xiao Yan shook his head and laughed softly. There was a strange and unknown expression on his face. He recalled that the qi-gathering powder that Nalan Yenran had taken out back when he was cancelling the marriage was refined by him. An alchemist suddenly gathering so many strong people to come to the desert and look for Queen Medusa.
I think his intention might be the heavenly flame.
I have no idea how he got the information though. Yao Lao lifted his head, looking at the horizon of the desert as he spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression changed. His fists suddenly tightened. He had put in a great effort for the green lotus core flame. Anyone who intended to prevent him from obtaining it would be regarded by him as an enemy, even if this person was Pilking Guhi who had a strong ability to gather people in the Jiama Empire. Teacher, let's move. Xiao Yan's palm abruptly grabbed the heavy ruler inserted into the top layer of sand. He then let out a soft sigh and said gravely, regardless of whether their motives are the green lotus core flame or not, we must hurry to the inner regions of the desert. If that Guhi really is looking at the flame, then I will allow them to fight among themselves like fish and mussels before getting the flame. TL, let them do fighting and pick up the spoils while they are incapacitated.
Kuko, it's just as well. Let us become fishermen for once.
After musing for a while, Yao Lao smiled and nodded his head. His body then trembled and transformed into light before entering into the ring. Xiao Yan stored the heavy Xian ruler into the ring and pursed his lips.
His back trembled and the purple cloud wings were extended out.
They flapped slightly and his body gradually floated into the air. He lifted his head, eyed the silver moon and said softly, now the Mei tribe should have turned into chaos because of Guhi and the others passing through.
We can also take this opportunity to quietly walk through. I think that Mei will not have stayed within the tribe.
She will probably have headed to the inner regions of the desert to pass the information to Queen Medusa.
Yes, let's go. When we are passing through the tribe, I will help you hide your qi.
This, along with the dark sky, should allow us to successfully pass through. Yao Lao's voice was emitted from within the ring.
Nodding his head, Xiao Yan placed an energy recovery pill into his mouth.
He flapped the pair of wings hard and his body turned into a black shadow which once again flew toward the huge tribe that stood on the main road under the faint moonlight. After Xiao Yan ferociously flew through the sky for around half an hour, an enormous fortress gradually appeared on the distant flat plain. The fortress was well lit but the repeatedly flickering firelight revealed something that was troubling. As Xiao Yan flew increasing near, he was able to hear the sound of disturbances coming from within. At that moment, he rejoiced in his heart and quietly said, looks like the group from before really charged in from here. As this thought flashed in Xiao Yan's mind, he finally arrived in the sky above the fortress. His eyes roughly glanced at the extremely large, almost boundaryless tribe and felt somewhat shocked. The city wall that was dozens of meters tall was filled with a countless number of closely placed watchtowers. Pale purple arrow tips protruded out from the watchtowers, giving off a thick and icy luster under the moonlight. Seeing that extremely tight and strict defense, Xiao Yan involuntarily wiped off his cold sweat. With the strength of their defense, even a Dou Qi or a Dou Ling would be shot into becoming a beehive should they be careless. The defense of the fortress was extremely tight, but Xiao Yan rejoiced when he noticed that this very tight defense had already been forcefully broken through, leaving a huge passageway. The watchtowers that were near the passageway were all smashed into powder by an enormous force. Clearly, these vestiges were the work of Gu He and that group from earlier. Perhaps it was because of this sudden destruction, but the entire huge fortress had descended into a state of panic. Using this panic situation to his advantage, Xiao Yan was able to luckily pass through the heavily defended wall. He flew into the fortress through the sky and then flew toward the other end of the fortress.
As he flew high into the sky, Xiao Yan once again felt the enormous size of the fortress. If one were to compare sizes, even the largest city that Xiao Yan had been to, Black Rock City, would have difficulty comparing with it. The 8 large tribes are indeed the strongest strengths of the snake people. Xiao Yan could not help but sigh emotionally as he flew at a high speed through the night sky. We are leaving the fortress. Be careful. There are fewer watchtowers damaged here and not much of the defensive strength was lost. While Xiao Yan was sighing, Yao Lao's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression straightened. His gaze swept across the tall city wall a short distance away and realized that the city wall there was not destroyed. There were merely a few huge crack lines that climbed along the walls. Moreover, there were a few hundred fully armed snake people who, while carrying sharp spears in their hands, were patrolling around. Ayo. Just as Xiao Yan was planning to charge through the last layer of defense in one go, a strange roar that sounded like a mix of a wolf howl and a fox cry suddenly sounded. Hearing this roar, Xiao Yan's expression swiftly changed. He lifted his head and found that above his head, there was a dark black, eccentric large bird flying around. Clearly, it was a sort of warning system that the snake people had placed in the air. Warning! Warning! There's someone in the air. Spear throwers, get ready, place poison on the spears and prepare to shoot. Hearing the warning that hummed in the night sky, a cold loud voice immediately sounded from the city wall. Upon hearing this order, the somewhat flustered snake people unit who were standing guard suddenly quieted down. They swiftly applied a poison liquid, which they carried around their waist, to their flying spears. With fierce expressions on their faces, they watched Xiao Yan who was flying wildly toward them. We have been discovered. Xiao Yan's head felt a little numb as he was fiercely stared at by a few hundred gazes. Instantly, he had no time to bother about the huge dark black bird that was circling above his head. The purple cloud wings flapped quickly and his body turned into a dark black beam of light that flew toward the city wall. Aim at where the wolf owl is. Shoot him down. On the city wall, an icy snake woman with a graceful body stared at Xiao Yan, who was in the air, with furious but beautiful eyes. A moment later, she coldly and softly gave the order. After the snake woman gave the order, the few hundred fully armed snake people on the city wall immediately gave a loud cry. Their right sides went back and they twisted their bodies to the side. After which, they abruptly leaned forward. Instantly, the long spears in their hands that were covered with poison were thrown forward. Their sharp whistling sound reverberated throughout the night sky. These damn humans, do they think that our Mei tribe is so easy to bully? They actually dared to repeatedly break into our city again. The icy snake woman clenched her teeth and angrily said as she used thick cold eyes to watch Xiao Yan who was surrounded by the long spears attack. Guhi's group, which was the vanguard, had forcefully broke into the city when there were no strong guards within the tribe. How could this snake woman, who obviously held quite a high position, not be furious now that Xiao Yan had come alone as if to mock them? Staring at the sky with an icy gaze, the icy snake woman appeared to have seen the frightened face of someone facing imminent death. Her red lips were lifted into a bloodthirsty curl as she waited for the blood feast in the air. She could clearly sense that the human in the sky only had the strength of a Dou Qi. Although she did not understand why this Dou Qi could fly, it did not hinder the killing intent in her heart. A Dou Qi had only one end under this poison spear attack from all directions, which was to be pierced into many small pieces of meat. However, under the few hundred gazes on the city wall, a thick white flame suddenly surged from the flying human in the sky just as the poison spears were about to hit his body. After which, he charged directly at the poison spears that were shooting at him from all directions. A moment later, the snake people watched with stunned faces as the flame human figure recklessly charged through the cluster of poison spears that represented death. His body did not make the slightest pause as he flew out of the city wall like lightning and finally quickly disappeared into the night. Damn him! As she blankly watched the back which disappeared in an instant, the icy snake woman on the city wall suddenly punched at the wall in front of her. Instantly, numerous crack lines began spreading, startling the snake people soldiers nearby until they didn't dare to speak. Clear up the city, remain on the city wall. Immediately send information to all the snake people tribes nearby. At the same time, inform the leaders of the other 7 large tribes. Ask them to quickly send out their strongest forces and surround this group of despicable humans. Let us make sure they die in this desert. The icy snake woman stared at the pitch-black night sky. Her cold voice was filled with killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, The City at the Heart of the Desert. Chapter 209, The City at the Heart of the Desert. In the vast desert, dozens of fully armed snake people carrying poison spears in their hands carefully inspected this small plot of land with sharp eyes. Any living creature that was not of the snake people race would be killed without mercy. The snake people in the unit crisscrossed with each other as they patrolled. Scars caused by the swaying of their snake tails were left behind wherever the squad passed through. These damn humans. They actually dared to be arrogant enough to break into the inner regions of the desert. If I capture them, I must let them taste the pain of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. Under the hot sun, a snake person who appeared to be the leader wiped off his sweat and swore. Squad leader, what exactly happened? Why has our tribe suddenly entered into a state of martial law? A snake person impatiently swung his tail, sweeping his gaze across the vast desert, and asked in a confused voice. He was dragged out early in the morning and forced to start searching throughout the entire desert. Hearing this snake person's question, the other 10+ snake people nearby also shifted their confused gaze at the leader. Clearly, these snake people who were lowly ranked were not clear of what exactly happened. What happened? There was a group of strong humans who suddenly broke through the defense of the Maze tribe last night and arrived at the inner regions of the desert. According to the information released by the Mei tribe, that group appeared to have a Dou Huang, 3 Dou Wangs and a few Dou Lings. The snake person who was the leader coldly snorted with a somewhat dark expression. When the surrounding snake people heard this, their faces changed quickly. A Dou Huang, 3 Dou Wangs? God! Is the human empire planning on starting another war? This kind of frightening lineup was something that none of the huge tribes among the snake people race could resist alone. Currently, all the tribes of the snake people race, regardless of big or small, have entered into a period of martial law. And according to the information I received, the leaders of the 8 huge tribes have already received Her Majesty's order and have begun to rush toward the shrine at the center of the desert. The fastest one should be able to arrive by tomorrow night, while the slowest would need another day. When he mentioned Her Majesty, there was the sincerity of a frantic believer on the leader's face. As long as there are 3 leaders who can hurry to the shrine, then Her Majesty would give the order to conduct a carpet search. So what if they have a Dou Huang? A group of humans who don't know their limits. As long as the strong people in our snake people race are all gathered, we would definitely be able to beat them until they are like homeless dogs. The snake person who was the leader coldly laughed. He lifted his head, watched this piece of uninhabited desert and shook his head. Waving his hand, he cried, let's go somewhere else. There doesn't seem to be any traces of humans here. Following the snake person leader's cry, the small squad gradually moved further away to conduct their search, leaving behind a huge piece of empty desert. After the squad disappeared over the horizon, a sand dune in a corner suddenly shook. A moment later, a human figure accompanied by a sand-filled sky suddenly leaped out from the sand dune. His feet gently landed on the surface of the sand. Raising his eyes to stare at the spot where the snake people squad disappeared, he helplessly whispered, "Now it is getting more and more troublesome. Ice part of the desert has snake people patrol squads appearing every short period of time. But from what they have said, it appears that the strong ones among the snake people race are hurrying over. Although Gui's lineup cannot be looked down upon, I think they can only retreat if all the strong people of the snake people race were to come together." The human figure lifted his head slightly and revealed a delicate and handsome face under a black cloak. He was one of the humans who forcefully charged past the Mei tribe last night, Xiao Yan. If nothing unexpected were to happen, I think that at the very least, Gui's group will take action by tomorrow afternoon. They should also be clear of the strength of the snake people race. The longer they drag on, the more danger they face. Yao Lao's voice was emitted from the ring. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head and took out a detailed map from his storage ring. His gaze stared at the middle of the desert where there was a vicious snake head symbol. He said softly, "This should be the shrine of Queen Medusa. There are many small-sized tribes located around it. The shrine's defenses are extremely tight, and there is also the personal bodyguards of Queen Medusa there, the Queen Medusa Snake Guard. This elite unit gained numerous outstanding battle achievements during the war between the Jiama Empire and the Snake People race. Even the commanders of some of the elite troops of the Empire were afraid of them. Looks like wanting to successfully obtain the Green Lotus core flame will be an extremely troublesome task." Xiao Yan let out a gentle sigh and rubbed his vexed forehead. In this kind of dangerous place, he did not dare to act recklessly even with Yao Lao's protection. After all, Yao Lao was currently only in a spirit state and could not completely display the strength he had in the past. Queen Medusa, on the other hand, was an extremely strong person with a fierce and renowned name. If the current Xiao Yan was to be eyed by her, his ending might not be very nice. Moreover, the total strength of the Snake People race was also much stronger than the Jiama Empire. Was it not for these Snake People having to always handle attacks from all directions, Jiama Empire would have suffered a significant defeat in the previous war. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan softly asked, "Teacher, what should we do now?" "Speed up. We're traveling too slow. Let's get close to the shrine of Queen Medusa as soon as possible." If Gui's group and Queen Medusa were to start fighting, we will use the opportunity to enter the shrine and search for the heavenly flame. Although my strength has diminished significantly in my current spirit state, Queen Medusa should still have a difficult time sensing you if I hide your qi. Yao Lao voiced his thoughts. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head. He removed the heavy Xian ruler from his back and placed it into the storage ring. After which, he released his breath gently and a purple-colored Dou Qi cloak began to gradually cover his body. His feet stepped hard onto the ground and his figure turned into a purple-colored shadow, sticking close to the ground and quickly moving along the path shown on the map. Xiao Yan did not dare to open his purple cloud wings and fly in the sky due to the weather being bright and sunny. Otherwise, if he were to be discovered by the Snake People squad patrolling all over the desert, he would have exposed himself too early. This was not such a good thing for Xiao Yan, who wanted to be a fisherman. TL, take advantage of the fight between the two sides. Running over the ground may have been a little slow, but with the help of Yao Lao's extremely strong spiritual perception, the Snake People patrol squads that were scattered all over the inner regions of the desert were all avoided by Xiao Yan beforehand. After running wildly with all his might for nearly an hour and narrowly avoiding dozens of patrol squads, a hot sun in the sky began to gradually set in the west. An enormous city finally appeared vaguely on the horizon. As he grew closer to the city, Xiao Yan realized that surrounding this majestic city, there were many huge rocks on the stereotypically yellow desert. Behind these rocks was the Shine City where Queen Medusa stayed. Xiao Yan hid his body behind a huge rock. His mouth swiftly exhaled the coarse air. If he did not have the support from the energy recovery pill, he would have had to stop during the few hours of continuous running with all his effort because of exhausting his Dou Qi. However, even with its help, Xiao Yan's legs were already beginning to feel numb. The waves of piercing pain caused the corner of his mouth to twitch. After extending his hand to wipe away his perspiration that was mixed with some sand, Xiao Yan lifted his head and watched the darkening sky. He let out a long breath and bitterly laughed. Looks like I will really have to stake my life to obtain the green lotus core flame. Xiao Yan laid on the huge rock and rested for over 10 minutes before he forced his aching and numb body to take out an energy recovery pill from the storage ring and swallowed it. A long while later, he felt the gradually flow of Dou Qi in his body. He sighed in relief and carefully flipped his body over. His gaze passed through the cover of the huge rock and watched the massive city that stood far away in the desert. Perhaps it was because they were in a state of a martial law, but the huge city's gates had already been tightly shut. On top of the city's wall, there were fully armed Snake People guards who were pacing up and down, patrolling the place. In the sky above the city wall, there were over 10 huge dark blackbirds that were also circling the city. Their sharp eyes continued to sweep around the city's surroundings. Any little movement would cause these beasts to issue a warning cry. Carefully sweeping his gaze over the city's wall, Xiao Yan's face became a little ugly. Although he was still far away, he could sense that the Snake People guards of the city had an overall strength that was stronger than the Mei tribe from yesterday night. There were also a few Snake People, whose clothing appeared a little strange and were mixed among these Snake People guards. These Snake People had cold expressions and stood on the city's wall like a pillar. However, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense that not one snake person dared to step within a radius 10 of feet by these people. Clearly, they were fearful of these strangely dressed Snake People. These people should be the personal guards of Queen Medusa. They are indeed very strong. Xiao Yan stealthily withdrew his gaze, shrunk his body into the gap of the rock and softly said with a bitter smile. Now, we should just quietly wait here. I think that Gui's group will be here soon. When that time comes, take advantage with the upheaval that occurs to sneak into the city. I am able to roughly sense the presence of the green lotus core flame in this city. Yao Lao's voice sounded from the dark black ancient ring. It really is here. Hearing this, joy surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. This was one of the few good pieces of news that he had heard in his current situation of being alone in enemy territory. Xiao Yan quietly suppressed his happiness. He took out a golden yellow-colored rag from the storage ring and placed it over his body. Immediately, his body turned into the same golden yellow color of the sand. If no one came close to take a look, it would be difficult to notice that there was someone hiding there. A short while after Xiao Yan hid his body, Yao Lao's deep voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Boy, there is an enormous qi that is closing in on you here. Hearing Yao Lao's warning, Xiao Yan's heart tightened. His breathing quietly calmed down and Yao Lao's spiritual strength covered Xiao Yan. Through some gap, Xiao Yan gazed at the distant sky. A moment later, an ink-black small dot suddenly appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it carried the sharp sound of air being compressed and shot toward the huge city. Not long after the black dot appeared, the guards on the city wall also took notice. Following the sound of a warning, countless Snake People lifted their poison spears and prepared to shoot it down. When the ink-black figure arrived somewhere around 100 meters from the city, he immediately stopped in midair. A somewhat dark and cold cry sounded. Mo tribe leader, Mo Basi, greets Her Majesty. Hearing this thunder-like shout that sounded throughout the desert, Xiao Yan's eyelids jumped. A leader of one of the 8 large tribes had finally arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Queen Medusa. Chapter 210, Queen Medusa. In the spacious and luxurious large palace, a beautiful figure appeared a little tired as she gently leaned against the back of her chair. Occasionally, she would lazily sweep her gaze over an empty purple-colored crystal throne on a tall platform and could not resist shaking her head. The woman lifted her delicate hand to rub her smooth forehead when a sudden joy appeared on her pretty face. She lifted her hand toward the exterior of the palace and saw an ink-black-colored figure shoot into the place in a lightning-like manner. You have finally rushed over. Seeing the ink-black figure enter the palace, the woman involuntarily sighed in relief. You may, what exactly happened? The order for martial law was sent 3 times. Are those humans very strong? The figure which entered the large palace was obviously a male snake person. The figure of the man was somewhat sturdy with flimsy clothes randomly placed onto his body. His arms were completely covered with strange-looking black-colored tattoos. At the point where the tattoos reached his palm, they formed into 2 savage-looking black-colored snake heads. The snake heads were slightly lifted, appearing as though they would break out from his body and leave at any moment, which led to a ferocious force faintly seeped from them. Glancing at this male snake person who held the same position within their race as she did, Yume gently sighed. She straightened her waist slightly and her well-endowed body protruded into forming a seductive outline. She said lazily, very strong. I met them yesterday night and fled. I think they should be around the surroundings of the shrine. Oh? Do you know their exact strength? Hearing this, the male snake person's eyes shrunk. He walked into the palace and sat in front of a large table. There was a coldness that could not be hidden in his voice. A Do Huan, 3 Do Wangs and 4 Do Lings. Yume pursed up her sexy red lips and said softly, Mo Basi, looks like there seems to be some trouble this time. These guys, why have they suddenly gathered so many strong people? With a serious expression, the male snake person who was addressed as Mo Basi said gravely, have you informed Her Majesty? What did she say? I have informed her, but Her Majesty appears very calm. She only asked me to send out the intelligence and call all of you here. Yume nodded her head as she helplessly said. Those people should have a motive for suddenly coming into the desert, right? Mo Basi mused for a while before saying uncertainly. I crossed words with them last night. From their words, it appears that they are looking for Her Majesty. Yume's delicate fingers played with a thread of black hair and said with interest. Looking for Her Majesty? Hearing this, Mo Basi was a little stunned. Weren't those strong humans usually the ones most afraid of Her Majesty? Why have they come now? I am also not sure what exactly they want to do. They would rush to hide when hearing about Her Majesty in the past. But now, they are planning to force their way in. Have these people's heads been clipped by the door? Yume softly ridiculed. Mo Basi pressed his eyebrows tightly together and suddenly stood up. He said, I want to seek an audience with Her Majesty. I think that we should get a clear picture of the whole matter. Don't go, Her Majesty is not going to see anyone now. I did not even get to see her earlier. All the orders were delivered by the leader of the Medusa Snake Guard unit, Xun Er. Yume skimmed her lips and her weak, seemingly boneless pretty body slumped in the chair, much like a lazy beautiful female snake. Her Majesty has not appeared? How can this be? This does not appear to be the style she usually has when dealing with problems. Mo Basi knitted his eyebrows tightly together and doubtfully said, I will go and try. Seeing Mo Basi's disbelief, Yume unconcernedly gave a response. She had just closed her eyes when her pretty face suddenly changed. Her body suddenly sat up on the chair. Her long eyes icily looked at the sky outside the palace and coldly said, they are here, but... When Yume sensed the few Qis that had suddenly appeared outside the city, Mo Basi also sensed them. Immediately, his expression became serious. He exchanged glances with Yume and the 2 of them instantly left the large palace. Their bodies hurried quickly into the sky. A moment later, they arrived at the city wall which had entered into a state of high alert. At this moment, there was a huge magic beast floating in midair a few hundred meters from the city wall. A few human figures also floated a short distance in front of the magic beast. The frightening Qis they had sensed earlier were emitted from within the bodies of these few people. The human figures stepped through the air and headed for the city at a relaxed pace. A moment later, they stopped just outside the attacking range of those flying spears. Eyeing the group of humans who stopped just outside the attack range, 2 glowing figures on the city wall began to gradually ascend into the air. The cold cry of Mo Basie, which contained a chilling intent, reverberated throughout the sky. Humans, why have you trespassed into our race's territory without permission? If you do not want to cause a war between the Jiama Empire and the Snake People, I urge all of you to return to where you have come from. Ha, this must be leader Mo Basie of the Mo Snake tribe. From within the group of humans in the distant midair, a middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament slowly walked forward and said with a smile, "Who are you?" Mo Basie flapped the energy wings on his back slightly. His icy gaze swept across the middle-aged man as he said coldly, I'm Dou Qi." Ignoring Mo Basie's gaze, the middle-aged man smiled and replied softly, "Dou Qi? Che, it really is him." Hearing the clear voice in the sky, Xiao Yan, who had hid himself in the gap of the rocks, immediately let out a long breath. The corner of his eyes gazed upwards and watched the middle-aged man, who kept his faint smile even when facing the thousands of opponents in front of him. Xiao Yan shook his head. He had to admit that this guy had the style and unyielding character of the strong. Jiama Empire's Pilking Dou Qi? Hey, this name is indeed very familiar. The two words Dou Qi had caused both Yu Mei and Mo Basie to feel surprise. Although the Snake People seldomly officially recognize strong humans, they had to give sufficient importance to alchemist grandmasters like Dou Qi. This was because they knew very well what kind of gathering ability the alchemist grandmasters that were similar to Dou Qi's level had. Two leaders, we have rudely come to the territory of your race because we have something we would like to discuss with Queen Medusa. Can we request for Her Majesty to appear and talk? Dou Qi politely smiled and said, "Seeing Her Majesty? I'm sorry, we cannot relay this request for you." Mo Basie shook his head and did not hesitate in voicing his rejection. He lifted his eyelids gently and blandly said, "Dou Qi, you should quickly take your people along and leave as quickly as possible. The people from our 8 large tribes are rushing over to the shrine. You should know what kind of hatred some of them have for humans. Thus, when that time comes, it may no longer be possible to leave even if you want to. Old he, your character is always like this. Why waste your breath on them? Just directly smash the city and see if that woman will appear." When Xun Er by the side heard Mo Basie's words, he could not help but step forward and mock them with a laugh. I wondered who it was. It actually is the stupid muscle-filled brain lion, Mo Basie coldly sneered as his icy gaze glanced at Xun Er. From his eyes, it appeared that he was acquainted with Xun Er. Hey, you oily black lousy snake does not appear to be any better. Back then, if you had not fled quickly, the Mo Snake tribe leader would be someone else now. Xiao Er opened his mouth and laughed out loud. I wonder if you have improved after so many years. You can come and try. A cold glint flashed across Mo Basie's sharp eyes as he said thickly. Alright, old Shur, stop arguing with them. Seeing these two enemies who had become furious upon sight, Dou Qi helplessly shook his head. He waved his head to stop Xun Er from continuing his provocation. After which, his gaze swept across the city and let out a gentle sigh. Immediately, a loud shout was carried by Dou Qi rolled over the entire city. Queen Medusa, I am Jiama Empire's Dou Qi. My motive for coming here is not to start a war with your race. I only have something to discuss. Please reveal yourself. Seeing Dou Qi's action, Yu Mei and Mo Basie's eyebrows were pressed together. However, they did not say anything to stop it. Under this kind of situation, it would be better if Her Majesty would appear. With her strength, their opponents would suffer a terrible ending if they tried to use force. The rolling shout continued to billow through the city, and it was a long while later before it gradually ceased. Following the subsided shout, it was quiet both inside and outside the city. A long while later, there was still no response. Dou Qi frowned slightly when he saw the situation. He was planning to shout again when the space in the air above the city wall suddenly became strangely distorted. Seeing this scene, Dou Qi's group was slightly shocked. Other than the silent black-robed person, the others took a small step back and gravely watched the distorted space. On the sky, the setting sun's sunlight spilled downwards, shining on the distorted space. In the next instant, a graceful, sexy and all-around lovely body gradually appeared in front of everyone. The suddenly appearing beautiful woman was wearing a graceful purple-colored gorgeous robe. The pretty figure under the gorgeous robe was voluminous and exquisite, much like a matured juicy peach, with a faint luring scent seeping out. Her long black hair was randomly scattered from her fragrant shoulders and extended vertically to her delicate and narrow waist. Below the gorgeous robe was a purple-colored snake tail. The snake tail swung slightly and a wild enchanting allure caused people to feel that their bodies had become somewhat hot. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the nearly perfect pretty figure and finally paused at that beautiful face. His heart instantly trembled violently. Seeing the woman with his own eyes allowed Xiao Yan to finally understand why so many people around the desert would say that Queen Medusa's renowned beauty was comparable to her renowned ferociousness.
For this kind of woman, one could only use coquettish to describe her. However, under that coquettishness, there was a queen-like nobleness and gracefulness. This attractive temperament caused Xiao Yan to suddenly recall the beautiful woman who had dared to fight with the amethyst-winged lion in the magical Beast Mountain range. There was a graceful disposition of someone with a high position apparent on both of their bodies. Compared to her, Yume, who had once caused Xiao Yan to feel amazed, appeared a little faint.
Your Majesty.
After the bewitching woman appeared, the group of black and pressuring snake people on the wall under her immediately knelt. Their respectful voices broke through the clouds. Eyeing Queen Medusa, who had appeared in the sky, an intoxicated and hidden admiration appeared in that icy-faced Mo Basie's eyes.
She is that Queen Medusa whose fierce reputation has frightened the large and small empires near the desert?
Watching the bewitching and moving purple-robed beauty, Xiao Yan let out a quiet sigh and softly mumbled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 211, Piquing Gui's Generous Offer. Chapter 211, Piquing Gui's Generous Offer.
Eyeing Queen Medusa, who had appeared in the sky, Dou Qi and Yanshi, the one who spoke with a thunder-like voice, involuntarily took a quiet step closer to the silent black-robed person. In this place, she was the only one who could match Queen Medusa, whose fierce reputation was feared throughout the Jama Empire.
You are looking for me?
In the sky, Queen Medusa lowered her head and looked at Dou Qi. A delicate and narrow angle was formed as she lifted her red lips. In that instant, her exquisite appearance was complemented by a bewitching aura. Her frown and her smile caused the Dou Lings around Dou Qi to instantly become absent-minded. Under the smiling gaze of Queen Medusa, Dou Qi took in a gentle breath and suppressed the emotion in his heart. He lifted his head and smiled. Queen Medusa, Your Majesty, I am honored to meet you.
I am Dou Qi of the Jama Empire. Piquing Qi. I've heard of you. A tier 6 alchemist is really extraordinary. You actually even managed to request the help of a Dou Huang.
Queen Medusa's eyes swept across the mysterious black-robed person at one side as she said with a smile.
Tell me, why are you here to look for me?
Although your forceful entrance into the territory of my race is extremely rude, our snake people race is not a race that is unreasonable. Watching Dou Qi, who appeared to quietly sigh in relief, a cunning glint flashed across Queen Medusa's limpid eyes. She said softly, moreover, Piquing Gui's reputation as an alchemist is renowned throughout the Jama Empire. When the time comes, you can randomly pledge something to repay these little losses.
Am I right, Grandmaster Dou Qi? The smile on Dou Qi's face was a little embarrassed.
However, Dou Qi was also someone who had a wide experience.
He immediately had the magnanimity to be a sucker, proudly waved his head and smilingly said, It is indeed rude of us to forcefully enter into the territory of your race. These losses would be compensated by me. Good Ge, Grandmaster Dou Qi is really open-minded.
Queen Medusa touched her red lips and softly laughed. She blinked her long eyelashes and said with a soft laugh, Grandmaster, why don't you tell us the reason for you to invite so many friends and spend so much effort to arrive at the territory of our snake people race?
Hearing that the conversation was gradually moving into the main subject, a seriousness surfaced on Dou Qi's face.
He was quiet for a moment as he considered his words. The laughing manner of Queen Medusa in front of him may have caused her to appear to be harmless, but he was extremely clear that this bewitching beautiful woman had turned 3 Dou Ling into meat pies that filled the sky when the snake people in the Jama Empire were at war back then. Her vicious means were enough to chill those people who frequently licked the blood off their blades. Moreover, Dou Qi also knew that Queen Medusa's strength was among the top of those at the Dou Huang level. If not for the Jama Empire having 3 Dou Huangs, the war might have gone differently. Even though he had the mysterious black-robed person whom he invited by his side, Dou Qi clearly understood that he did not invite her to fight with Queen Medusa. She was the only one who could block Queen Medusa if the latter have any killing intent and able to prevent the people around him from being killed by Queen Medusa. Dou Qi let out his breath slowly and raised his head.
He had Queen Medusa in the air and said in a low voice, The purpose of my traveling here is the heavenly flame that your majesty obtained.
Dou Qi's deep voice gradually reverberated through the sky, causing the originally calm surroundings to suddenly become much quieter.
This guy has also come here because of the green lotus core flame, but...
Within the pile of rocks below, Xiao Yan gently sighed and softly said with a bitter smile.
Heavenly flame? When has her majesty obtained something like a heavenly flame?
Hearing Dou Qi's words, the faces of Mo Basie and Yume on the city wall were stunned. Clearly, they did not know about Queen Medusa obtaining the green lotus core flame from outside of Rock Desert City half a year ago.
For what purpose did Queen Medusa obtain the heavenly flame for?
Yume was at a loss as they blinked their eyes. A moment later, she appeared to have remembered something.
Her expression changed drastically as she suddenly turned around and exchanged a glance with Mo Basie. She said in a soft, shocked voice, Don't tell me it's... Should be.
Otherwise Queen Medusa would not spend so much effort to search for the heavenly flame.
Besides planning to do that thing, there should not be any other intention.
Mo-Basie softly said after taking in a gentle breath.
But, God. The chances of failure of that thing are extremely high. Once any accident happens to Her Majesty, then our snake people race. Yume's hands waved randomly in front of her as she said with a bitter smile.
Ugh. Her Majesty has been at the Dou Huang level for many years.
Perhaps she's feeling a little impatient.
Although she usually appears to be not too concerned about these things, I know very well that she wants to become stronger.
Once she becomes a Douzone, the strength of our snake people race would also swiftly increase.
In the future, we would not need to be trapped in this never-ending desert.
We may have adapted to it over so many years, but this isn't the place for us snake people.
Our blood is cold after all.
Mo-Basie gently sighed. Yume also gently sighed.
She raised her head and shifted her bitterly smiling eyes toward Queen Medusa in midair, whose smile on her pretty face was gradually transforming into one of indifference.
Heavenly flame? How did you obtain news of me obtaining a heavenly flame?
Queen Medusa's delicate fingers smoothed over the fallen black hair in front of her forehead. Her slightly purple-colored pretty eyes flashed with a little iciness. Half a year ago, I was also in the desert searching for a medicinal ingredient and coincidentally sensed the presence of the heavenly flame.
I chased after it.
Although I did not discover Your Majesty's figure, I picked up a few pieces of 7-colored snake scales with blood on them.
7-colored snake scales are strange scales that would only appear on Your Majesty's body when you use your full strength to fight.
On those snake scales, I also sensed the scent of a heavenly flame. I'm guessing that Your Majesty was hurt by the heavenly flame when you took it away.
Dou Qi said softly. Queen Medusa gently licked her moist red lips.
Her pair of strange pupils with a faint coldness lingering in it was intently focused on Dou Qi. Seemingly sensing the ill intention in Queen Medusa's eyes, Dou Qi carefully retreated behind the black-robed person. He smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, I do not have any other intention.
I think Your Majesty should be extremely clear of how important a heavenly flame is to an alchemist.
In order to obtain a heavenly flame, I have visited many different strange places in the Jiama Empire.
The blood of the snake people is cold.
The heavenly flame does not bring you much benefit. Therefore, I hope that Your Majesty would allow me to use other things to exchange for the heavenly flame in your hands.
Exchange?
Hearing this, Queen Medusa lifted the corner of her eyes in mockery. She laughed faintly. Since you are an alchemist, you should be more clear of the strength of a heavenly flame compared to me.
You tell me, what kind of things do you need to take out in order to match the value of it?
Dou Qi frowned slightly and mused for a while.
A rare painful expression appeared on his face. He then raised his head and said in a deep voice, I am willing to use 2 Tier 6 fighting spirit pills, and a Tier 7 body transformation pill to exchange for the heavenly flame.
What does Your Majesty think? When Dou Qi's words escaped his mouth, the surrounding Xun Er and the others widened their eyes and looked at Dou Qi with stunned faces. Even the black-robed person beside him also tilted her head over and a dumbfounded gaze shot out from under it. It was clear that even she did not expect that Dou Qi would be so generous because of the heavenly flame. A Tier 6 Douling pill was a medicinal pill that was sufficient to cause any Dou Wang to covet over it. The effect of this type of medicinal pill was simple but caused others to be envious. Its effect was to enable a Dou Wang level person who consumed it to raise their strength by 1 star. In other words, if a 2-star Dou Wang was to consume a fighting spirit pill, they would be able to leap to a 3-star Dou Wang in a mere few days. It should be known that when one reaches the Dou Wang level, the gaps between each star are extremely large. Many Dou Wangs remain stagnant at the same star after training hard for a few years. From this, it can be seen just how precious a fighting spirit pill was. A fighting spirit pill's effect may be something that people coveted, but for those that have taken it once, they gain an extremely high immunity to it. As long as a person had consumed 1 pill, a second fighting spirit pill had basically lost its effect. In other words, a Dou Wang can only use 1 fighting spirit pill in their lifetime. Even though this was so, the fighting spirit pill remained one of the most coveted medicine among the strong.
Many people were willing to pay an enormous price in order to obtain a fighting spirit pill.
Compared to the Tier 6 fighting spirit pill, the Tier 7 body transformation pill was something that caused people to feel shocked. This medicinal pill was sufficient to cause countless Dou Huang level magic beasts to go wild over it. This was because as long as they had this medicinal pill, they would be able to entirely break away from their beast body and from then on possess the lifespan of a magic beast and the training talent of a human. The beast that had the superposition of these 2 special abilities may well have the potential to become a Douzone or even a Dou Shang level being. The 2 things that Dou Qi took out seemed to have reached the stage where some people would go crazy over. No wonder the nearby Xun Er and the others felt a sense of disbelief.
Damn it, this guy, isn't he too generous? From the pile of rocks, Xiao Yan was stunned as he gazed at Dou Qi in the sky. A long while later, he gradually recovered and mumbled in his heart, he really lives up to being the #1 person among the Jiama Empire's alchemists. He even possessed such a rare and valuable body transformation pill. Looks like he really intends to obtain the heavenly flame. He is indeed very generous. However, with his current alchemy level, he has an extremely low chance of successfully refining the fighting spirit pill. As for that body transformation pill, it would be impossible for him to refine it. Yao Lao sighed emotionally before he said with some disdain. Back then, he had personally refined the body transformation pill and naturally knew the extent of how difficult and troublesome it was to refine this kind of medicinal pill. Back then, if he did not have the help from the heavenly flame, he might have found it extremely difficult to succeed in refining it. Xiao Yan nodded his head. He lifted it to watch Yume and Mo Basie. Clearly, these two people were also shocked at the price Dou Qi announced. Their stunned expressions were quite funny. Xiao Yan's gaze gradually shifted to Queen Medusa in the sky. Clenching his fist tightly, he whispered, "Will she agree?" The people who possessed a similar thought as Xiao Yan, which included Dou Qi, turned their anxious gaze onto the silent Queen Medusa, waiting for her to speak. In the sky, Queen Medusa was quiet for a long time while being stared at by a countless number of gazes. She finally sighed softly, pursed up her sexy red lips and looked at Dou Qi with pretty eyes that carried some regret. Using a helpless voice, she said, "I have to admit that your terms are extremely attractive, but I'm sorry, I will not exchange with you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 212, Failed Negotiation. Chapter 212, Failed Negotiation. Hearing Queen Medusa's words which implied rejection, many people were stunned. Although the strength of a heavenly flame was extremely great, it should not have much of an appeal to the snake people race. After all, this kind of wild and extremely destructive heavenly flame was like water to fire for their icy blood. Thus, when they heard Queen Medusa using a somewhat regretful tone to reject the offer, Dou Qi, as well as Yanshi, Fengli, and the others beside him had completely stunned faces. Has this woman's mind spoiled? What's the point in keeping a heavenly flame that does not have much benefit to her? Was it not better to exchange it for something that would be useful to her and create a win-win scenario? Yanshi helplessly shook his head and softly mumbled in puzzlement. Beside him, Fengli also shook his head. His face was filled with incomprehension. Compared to their shock, Yume and Mo Basie on the city wall were much calmer. From the rejection of Queen Medusa, they had clearly understood what exactly she was planning to do. Ugh, as expected. Her Majesty really looks like she wants to do that. Otherwise, it would have been unlikely for her to reject this kind of trade. Yume sighed gently and whispered. Mo Basie nodded his head gently. There was a worry and bitterness on his feminine eagle-like face. TSK, Queen Medusa lives up to her name. She could reject such good terms with such decisiveness. With his body hidden under the huge rock, Xiao Yan raised his head, eyed the bewitching beauty and involuntarily sucked his lips. It is indeed a little strange. According to logic, the heavenly flame does not have much attraction to the snake people. Why did she reject that offer? Don't tell me she is afraid that after Dou Qi obtains the heavenly flame, his increased strength would endanger the snake people race? No, this reasoning does not seem to make much sense. A strong person such as Dou Qi would seldom join the fight between both sides. Otherwise, they would have started fighting the moment Queen Medusa appeared. Yao Lao's voice was filled with doubt. He mused for a long while before he appeared to suddenly recall something. He let out a soft involuntarily cry, "Don't tell me?" What? Teacher? Xiao Yan knit his eyebrows together and inquired softly in his heart. I will tell you in detail later, Yao Lao quickly replied. After which, he became silent and did not respond regardless of how Xiao Yan shouted in his heart. After shouting one more time, Xiao Yan was speechless as he shook his head. He mumbled softly, acting so mysteriously. Queen Medusa's rejection caused Dou Qi to still for a moment. Fortunately, his tolerance was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. In a moment, he quickly withdrew the stunned expression on his face. He frowned and looked at Queen Medusa in the distance. Sighing gently, he said, "Your Majesty, your rejection is really beyond my expectation. I don't like to be secretive, so the terms just now were the most precious things that I could offer. Originally I thought that they could move your Majesty. Unfortunately, it seems that I have miscalculated. Grandmaster Dou Qi, your terms have got me very interested, but because of some reasons, the heavenly flame is extremely important to me now." The regret on Queen Medusa's pretty face was quite difficult to hide.
Evidently, she was not completely indifferent to the items that Dou Qi had mentioned.
Dou Qi sighed. The expression on his face was somewhat listless. He clearly understood that if Queen Medusa was unwilling to hand over the heavenly flame, the strength of the few of them would not be able to force her hand. Can you tell me why you want to keep the heavenly flame? Dou Qi laughed bitterly. I'm sorry. No. Queen Medusa shook her head and waved her hand lazily. She said in a bland voice, forget it. Grandmaster Dou Qi, go back to where you came from. As for that mysterious compensation, forget it. It's fine as long as you leave here quickly. The leaders of the 8 large tribes of the snake people race are already rushing here. Among them, there are some who have extreme hatred toward you humans. Thus, you should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, there may be some unnecessary trouble when they appear. Hearing Queen Medusa's words, Dou Qi smiled bitterly and sighed. He tilted his head to face his few companions with a helpless face. Old He, are we just going to leave like that? Xun Er glanced at Queen Medusa in the distance and said with a frown. What can we do if we don't leave? It's not like you don't know Queen Medusa's strength. Do you think it is possible for us to forcefully take it? Dou Qi sighed and said. To be honest, he naturally did not want to leave empty-handed. However, the opponent's strength was too great. Moreover, this was the territory of the enemy. If they were to use force, the ending might not be too pleasant. Hearing Dou Qi's words, Xun Er and Vol05 became slightly sluggish. With their strength, they naturally could not challenge Queen Medusa. Their gaze immediately shifted toward the black-robed person by the side and softly asked, what is sect leader Yun's opinion? Seeing Xun Er's and Vol05's action, Dou Qi also turned his gaze toward the black-robed person, waiting for her to speak. The black-robed person was quiet. She did not immediately answer Xun Er's question. Since she did not speak, everyone could only quietly wait. Queen Medusa and the others opposite also shifted their gazes to the black-robed person. The black-robed person was the focus of everyone's attention. A long while later, she moved slightly. Her human figure slowly took a step forward and the black robe was slightly raised, revealing a snow-white meager and graceful chin. Her faint cool voice was briskly emitted, I have once haphazardly read some information about the Queen of the Snake People from an ancient book. It said that once the Queen Medusa reaches the peak of a Dou Huang, she can undergo a strange evolution if she has sufficiently good luck. The Queen Medusa which has undergone the evolution would not only be able to transform into a human body but her strength would also be promoted into that of a Douzone. However, the chances of such evolution succeeding are extremely low. Moreover, the most essential thing needed for this evolution is a heavenly flame. I think that the reason why Queen Medusa was not willing to hand over the heavenly flame is because she is planning on undergoing this evolution that requires the help of a heavenly flame. The black-robed person tilted her head slightly and spoke blandly. It really is so, Yao Lao suddenly appeared upon hearing the voice that sounded in the sky. He said with a shocked sigh, how unexpected. Queen Medusa is planning on doing this, Hey, boy, are you listening? Xiao Yan regained his mind after being pulled back by Yao Lao's words. He said in an uncertain soft voice, this voice. Why is it different from that night? Moreover, it has a little familiar yet foreign feeling. Teacher, do you have this feeling? Do I have nothing better to do than to care about women's voices? Yao Lao said helplessly. The attention he paid to medicinal pills far exceed that of women. Regardless of how beautiful the voice was, it was difficult for him to feel any infatuation. Xiao Yan let out an awkward cough and could only put aside the question of the origin of the voice from his mind. He softly said, so Queen Medusa can really evolve into a Douzone with the help from the heavenly flame? Indeed she can. However, this evolution is extremely dangerous. If it were not to be done properly, she will be completely incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. But if she were able to withstand it, she will undergo an extremely strange evolution. I am also not really certain about what kind of transformation would occur. This kind of thing is usually only known by the person involved. Yao Lao said with a smile. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. Why was the situation becoming more and more complex? He could only helplessly shake his head. Lifting his head to watch the calm sky, he said softly, it is better if they quickly start fighting. That way, I will have the chance to go in and steal the heavenly flame. The chi of Queen Medusa seems a little strange. It seems to have an illusionary feeling. Sweeping his spiritual perception across the empty space, Yao Lao suddenly said strangely. What do you mean? He blinked his eyes, feeling baffled. A long while later, he said in a stunned voice, you mean that this Queen Medusa is a fake? We are very far away and I only roughly sensed a little because I was afraid of being discovered. There seems to be something wrong, Yao Lao helplessly said. Things really are getting more and more complex.
Xiao Yan mumbled once more and gradually became quiet. He once again threw his gaze toward the sky. Hearing the words the black-robed person said, there was an obvious change to Queen Medusa's expression.
Her captivating eyes stared intently at the black-robed person with a cold aura hovering over her.
She said in a soft voice, "I did not expect that you knew about such things. It really surprises me. Not only do I know that you need a heavenly flame to complete your revolution, but I also know that the current you is merely an energy body that possesses the thoughts of Queen Medusa.
I think that the real Queen Medusa should be at some place preparing to evolve," the black-robed person said in a faint voice.
As the black-robed person said those words, everyone from both sides were shocked.
Yume and Mo Basie's faces changed drastically.
They glanced at each other and saw a worried feeling in each other's eyes.
Sect leader Yun, you mean that the current Queen Medusa is merely an energy body? Yanshi pointed at Queen Medusa far away and said with a stunned voice. From his senses, he did not find anything inappropriate.
Yes. The black-robed person nodded her head. She lifted her feet and quietly stepped downwards.
Her body instantly disappeared.
At the moment when the black-robed person disappeared, the pretty face of Queen Medusa far away changed. She was about to move when a dark black figure appeared in an instant behind her. A jade white hand was extended out and landed on Queen Medusa back in a seemingly slow yet fast manner.
Such insolence!
Seeing that black-robed person who attacked in a flash, Yume and Mo Basie's face suddenly changed. The pairs of energy wings on their back flapped and swiftly pounced toward the black-robed person.
Hee, the both of you better not randomly interfere. Two figures flashed across.
In the middle of the journey, Xun Er and Vol05 blocked the two of them.
The originally peaceful atmosphere in the sky immediately transformed into an aggressive one.
Ignoring the actions of those around, the black-robed person leaned her body forward and eyed Queen Medusa, whose body was stiff.
In a soft voice, she said, "Am I right, Your Majesty? You really live up to being a Dou Huang by being able to discover my energy avatar so quickly." Queen Medusa's narrow and long pupils shrunk as she softly laughed. Her manner of leisure did not show any panic at being caught. "I think that Your Majesty's real body cannot be disturbed now, no?
Otherwise you would not allow us to act so presumptuously."
"Ah, quite a good opportunity." The black-robed person smiled.
Her palm suddenly shook and a ferocious force was unleashed from her body, heavily striking Queen Medusa's back. Following a muffled sound, the bewitching and moving Queen Medusa in midair immediately turned into pale purple smoke that slowly rose and disappeared.
They have finally begun fighting. Watching that black-robed person in the sky who did not hesitate in attacking, Xiao Yan let out a soft cheer. His face was filled with a brilliant smile.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 213, Rushing for Time. Chapter 213, Rushing for Time.
The moment the black-robed person destroyed the energy body of Queen Medusa, fury rose up onto the faces of Yume and Mo Basie at the same time. The latter suddenly turned his head around and roared toward the countless guards on the city wall below, "Kill these humans!"
Hearing Mo Basie's order, a deafening acknowledgement sounded angrily from the city wall.
Countless snake people tightly gripped the poison spears in their hands, hurriedly taking 2 steps backwards and abruptly charged forward. The poison spears were released from their hands and instantly, a black pressuring rain of poison spears shot toward the black-robed person nearby in Dou Qi's group. The sharp whistling sound caused the people's ears to ring. The black-robed person did not move her body as she watched the gigantic poison spear rain in the sky with an indifferent manner. She waved her sleeves gently. Immediately, an enormous green-colored tornado suddenly appeared in front of her. The green tornado rotated at high speed and the yellow sand on the ground was pulled to the point where it surged into the air. Eyeing the tornado that was growing in size, the black-robed person randomly swung her hand much like one would chase a mosquito away. Instantly, the green-colored tornado was suddenly released. The poison spear rain that was coming from all directions was destroyed to pieces by the wild suction force from the tornado. The occasional poison spear which passed through the tornado had difficulty posing any threat to Dou Qi's group behind the tornado. The pair of eyes under the black robe stared at the unceasing waves of poison spear rain that were shot over, allowing the tornado to block them. Turning her body around, she faced Dou Qi's group and said faintly, "Charge in." Queen Medusa is likely at a crucial moment. At this time, she is extremely weak. If you want to obtain the heavenly flame, this is your only chance. Hearing this, Dou Qi knit his eyebrows together. After musing for a while, he nodded with a serious face. He was not an indecisive person. When it was time to make a decision, he would not let an opportunity pass because of some stupid question of morality and justice. Xun Er, attack. The both of you help block Mo-Basi and you may. I will enter the city to search for the heavenly flame. Dou Qi's hand suddenly waved as he said in a grave voice. Since you put it this way, let's do something big. Anyway, you are the wealthy person. The more serious the injury, the greater the reward. Xun Er opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Hearing this, Dou Qi felt unable to laugh or cry as he shook his head. His body trembled slightly and an enormous pair of Dou Qi wings appeared. His feet stepped on the air and his body led the way quickly toward the interior of the city. Stop him. Seeing Dou Qi's action, Yume and Mo-Basi quickly rushed over from the top of the city wall. Their faces was filled with a dark and cold expression as they blocked him. Your opponents are us. A ferocious explosive force viciously smashed toward Yume and Mo-Basi. Yume and Mo-Basi swiftly avoided the attack from the force. Xun Er and Vol05 then swiftly appeared in front of Yume and Mo-Basi. They smiled as they blocked them. Medusa guards, stop him. Seeing that Dou Qi was directly charging into the city, Yume's face became cold. She turned her head around and with a chill in her voice she shouted orders to the guards on the city wall. Yes. Orderly icy voices responded with a cry. Immediately, over 10 glowing figures used the height of the city wall to quickly fall into place to block Dou Qi in a lightning-like manner. Kill him. The 10+ snake people who were dressed in a strange manner stared intently at Dou Qi with dark and icy gazes that were like a poisonous snake. Following their cold cry, the 10+ people quickly moved their bodies in unison. The ferocious force that they emitted flew into midair and began to merge. Following the strange merger of the forces, the energy that it contained multiplied. Dou Qi eyed the 10+ snake people's attack indifferently. With just a rough glance, he was able to clearly distinguish their strengths. 2 Dou Lings and over 10 Dou Shers. The level difference was too high and could not be ignored despite their strange ability that let them combine their attacking strength. Opening one palm while closing the other, Dou Qi summoned a pale blue flame that instantly covered his body. The pair of wings on his back flapped and his hands formed a seal in a lightning-like manner. He softly cried, "Monstrous blue flame." As his cry fell, the pale blue-colored flame suddenly appeared in front of Dou Qi's body. In the time he waved his hand, it shot violently toward the 10+ snake people from all directions. The combined force from the 10+ snake people was turned into nothingness under the pale blue flame. Dou Qi's pair of wings flapped and he passed through the defense of the 10+ snake people at a terrifying pace. He extended his hands and stealthily shot out a hidden force. Instantly, over 10 snake people vomited blood and retreated. Dou Qi used the fastest speed to defeat the people blocking the way. He was about to charge into the city when a ferocious force, that caused his expression to change slightly, suddenly shot violently from below him. He immediately flapped his wings and hurriedly pulled back, narrowly avoiding a snake spear that was shot at him. Medusa Snake Guard's commander, Xun Er. A lady with a graceful and lovely body flashed into the sky and coldly shouted. "Dou Wang, who? There are really quite a number of strong people from the snake people race." Seeing the lady that had appeared in front of him, Dou Qi roughly sensed her strength and immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. The lady in front of him did not appear to have any intention of chatting with Dou Qi. She held a sharp snake spear with one hand while swinging her snake tail in the air. After which, she carried an unparalleled ferocious force as she charged at Dou Qi, intending to kill. However, just as Dou Qi prepared to move his body and fight, the black-robed person suddenly flashed in front of him. He said faintly, "Hand her to me. Go and find the heavenly flame. We don't have much more time. Once Queen Medusa successfully evolves, I think at that point our only option will be to run as far as we can." "Yes." Dou Qi hurriedly nodded as he eyed the black-robed person who appeared in front of him. After her warning, he entered into the city in a lightning-like manner under Xun Er's furious gaze. When the city wall was in a total mess, no one noticed a figure quietly sneaking in from outside the city wall. After getting rid of a few snake people whom he occasionally met along the way, he opened his stride and rushed into this enormous city. His back trembled slightly and the purple cloud wings were extended. Xiao Yan flew quickly at a low altitude as he anxiously asked in his heart, "Teacher, how is it? Have you sensed the position of the heavenly flame? Queen Medusa is really cunning. I don't know what she did, but she split the presence of the heavenly flame into 4 portions. The locations of the 4 presences are placed at 4 corners of the city. If we were to search them one by one, we might waste a large amount of time." Yao Lao said with a smile. "Ugh, a cunning woman, what do we do now?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan knit his eyebrows together and bitterly smiled as he questioned. Relax. Although her method is very smart, regardless of how you put it, I have been interacting with a heavenly flame for such a long time. I can still differentiate the tiny little difference between them.
Yao Lao's snickering voice held a faint pride. Which way? Xiao Yan's heart heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly questioned. East. Yao Lao quickly replied. Haha, that Dou Qi is headed in the wrong direction. Hearing Yao Lao's reply, Xiao Yan immediately parted his lips and laughed. He was clearly gloating over the other's misfortune. This was because he had seen Dou Qi fly toward the north direction just now. Xiao Yan's feet swiftly stepped off a rooftop to avoid a few snake spears thrown toward him in an agile manner. He lowered his head to glance at the messy city below, flapped his purple cloud wings and flew toward the eastern part of the city. After carefully flying for over 10 minutes, an enormous shrine gradually appeared in his sight. It is inside here. Be careful, the presence of the heavenly flame is growing much richer. When the shrine appeared, Yao Lao's warning sounded in his heart. Okay. Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly and gradually slowed his flying speed. After which he entered into a dark region, narrowing his eyes slightly as he viewed the tight defense outside the shrine. Don't waste any more time. Hurry up. If Queen Medusa really successfully evolves, I won't be able to handle her. By then, you can only flee for your life. Yao Lao said gravely. All right. Xiao Yan quickly nodded and quietly moved toward the shrine. Borrowing Yao Lao's help to hide his presence, he slipped into a corridor like smoke, then ran with all his might toward the direction that Yao Lao pointed to. With Yao Lao's extremely strong spiritual perception, Xiao Yan was able to narrowly avoid the patrols each and every time he met them. After this kind of alarming and dangerous running had persisted for around 10 minutes, Xiao Yan's sight suddenly became open and clear. A small transparent lake appeared in his eyes. In the middle of the lake there was a small island. The surrounding water waves sparkled without any signs of a bridge to the island. Standing by the side of the lake, Xiao Yan glanced at the transparent lake water where one could see the bottom. He licked his lips and the pair of wings on his back flapped. However, when he entered about 1 meter across the lake surface, a strange energy suddenly forced him to fall toward the lake water. When his body was about to touch the lake water, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened. An uneasy feeling swiftly flashed in him. He took out a jade ruler from the storage ring by instinct and threw it down. Then the tip of his feet pressed lightly on top of it, borrowing this floating strength to follow the lake's surface and rush back to the side of the lake. Xiao Yan stood dangerously at the side of the lake, turned around and watched the jade ruler which had instantly corroded into nothingness. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Be careful. There is an energy prohibition in the space above the lake. Any flying object will be forcefully pushed into the lake. There is clearly a very potent poison in the lake. If you were to have the slightest contact with it, even a Dou Wine would have some trouble. Yao Lao's voice sounded in his heart. Damn it, Xiao Yan cursed softly and impatiently tightened his fist. A long while later, he let out a deep breath and asked with a bitter smile, what do we do now? We have no choice but to use the stupidest method. Just like the last time you entered the magma lake, I will use the heavenly flame to cover you. You will move as quickly as possible to hurry to the island. Otherwise, you might be corroded until you leave no remains. Yao Lao mused before saying helplessly. Hurry up, time is precious. Xiao Yan rubbed his hands excitedly and reminded. Yao Lao softly acknowledged. A thick white-colored flame gradually appeared on Xiao Yan's body and shrouded him. A moment later, it completely covered Xiao Yan's body. Damn it, let's go. Standing by the side of the lake, Xiao Yan eyed the transparent lake water, clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. With a splashing sound, he jumped into it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Seeing the Green Lotus Core Flame Again. Chapter 214, Seeing the Green Lotus Core Flame Again. Xiao Yan's body was like a fish as it broke through the water and entered into the transparent lake. His eyes glanced at the thick white flame on his body's surface and could not help but swallow his saliva. At that moment, under the strange temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the surrounding water was beginning to tumble as though it was boiling. As it continued to emit white-colored water bubbles, threads of dark purple liquid that was difficult to see with one's eyes gradually appeared. However, when these tendrils of dark purple liquid came into contact with the thick white flame, they were frozen by the bone-chilling flame into extremely tiny ice threads that gradually sunk to the bottom of the lake. Eyeing the small purple-colored ice threads that continued to form around his body, Xiao Yan felt the skin on his head grow numb. He did not expect that this lake, which appeared extremely calm, would actually have so much hidden fatal poison liquid. Stop wasting time. These poison liquids are extremely potent. Although having the protection of the heavenly flame can prevent them from entering your body, it depletes far too much of my spiritual strength. Just as Xiao Yan sighed in surprise, Yao Lao's grave voice sounded in his heart. Okay. Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded his head. His flicked his legs and his head surfaced from the water. Eyeing the small island at the middle of the lake, Xiao Yan let out a gentle breath and used his hands to paddle quickly. His body left a water ripple as he gradually neared the island. The journey was calm all the way until they were about to reach the small island. Just when Xiao Yan was about to sigh in relief, water droplets suddenly splashed through the sky from the calm lake surface in front of him. The sudden occurrence caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly tighten. He lifted his head and stared intently at where the water droplets had been violently scattered and shrunk his eyes an instant later. The water droplets flew and sprinkled down. At one point in time, a huge serpent whose body was covered in dark green scales and possessed a triangular-shaped head suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the lake. After which, it widened its huge, savage mouth and violently bit at Xiao Yan. Its rhombus-shaped eyes were filled with a wild viciousness.
Damn it! Isn't this small lake far too abnormal?
The huge serpent's wild attack caused Xiao Yan to angrily scolded. His palm slammed heavily on the surface of the water. Instantly, the water splashed in all directions. Borrowing the force from it, Xiao Yan's body completely left the water, inclined a little downwards while falling and was parallel to the lake surface with his nose almost touched the water. However, the tip of Xiao Yan's feet gently but quickly pressed onto a cluster of water waves. Instantly, there was a bang sound and his body was like a cannonball, shooting forward while keeping close to the water's surface.
Bang, bang, bang.
Xiao Yan's body wildly rushed toward the small island like a whirlwind. Behind him, a few intense sounds of exploding waves sounded. These were caused by the attacks from the huge serpent that missed him. Xiao Yan was not too concerned about the irregular wind force that was present behind him. He used the strength from these attacks to repeatedly dodge a number of the huge serpent's next attacks. Finally, when he was around 10 meters from the small island, the corner of his eyes glanced behind him and realized that the huge serpent was opening its large savage mouth again as it broke through the water and chased him.
Xiao Yan coldly laughed.
His finger tapped on the storage ring and a piece of a wooden plank fell onto the surface of the water. At the moment it was about to be corroded by the poison liquid in the lake water, the tip of Xiao Yan's feet pressed gently onto it. His body sunk slightly and once again shot forward.
An instant later, he finally entered the confines of the small island.
Xiao Yan flipped his body in the air, his legs squatted down and his palm gently pressed on the ground, making a steady landing.
Stepping his feet on the small island, Xiao Yan turned around to take a look.
He realized that when the huge savage serpent had entered the area within 10 meters from the small island, it began to be afraid and did not dare advance. It simply swung its serpent tail and moved back and forth outside the small island. After extending its scarlet serpent tongue and viciously staring at Xiao Yan for a long time, it finally helplessly returned back to the bottom of the lake. Upon seeing the lake gradually becoming calm,
Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief.
He turned around and looked over the island. The island was not very large. A lush bamboo forest and some plants were growing all over it, giving it an extremely beautiful appearance of thriving with life.
The scent of a heavenly flame, Xiao Yan inhaled a breath.
Being in such close proximity, even Xiao Yan appeared to be able to sense the presence of the heavenly flame hidden on the island.
A hot flame pulsated in his dark eyes as he tightly clenched his fist.
Xiao Yan swore silently in his heart that this time around, regardless of what happens, he must get a hold of the heavenly flame. He had put in far too much effort for it. On his body, the thick white-colored flame was gradually extinguished. Yao Lao's voice once again sounded, "Be careful.
Queen Medusa is also on the island.
However, she should not be in a state of mind to notice you. I will help you perfectly hide your qi. Later, just act according to the situation."
"Yes." Xiao Yan nodded his head.
His breathing gradually became calm. After standing by the side of the lake for quite a while, he opened his light footsteps and slowly entered into the bamboo forest. The atmosphere was quiet as Xiao Yan walked along a small path in the bamboo forest. Other than the extremely soft sound of Xiao Yan's footsteps landing on the grass and leaves, there were no other sounds. At the moment, Yao Lao did not open his mouth to lead the way, but Xiao Yan was still able to use the strange, heavenly flame qi that was faintly transmitting through the air to locate the correct path. With normal-paced footsteps, Xiao Yan passed through the end of a couple of small paths. His vision was also gradually becoming more open and clear. The instant when he passed through a small path, Xiao Yan's body suddenly bent down and quickly hid within some bushes. His sight passed through the cover by the leaves and eyed the open place at the middle of the small island.
This place was a round open area.
All the bamboo and bushes around it were completely removed while extremely small smooth pebbles were scattered within it. These pebbles were depressed to form a small pond with crystal clear liquid water. The surface of the liquid water was shrouded by a white fog. Even over a significant distance, Xiao Yan was still able to feel the extremely cold temperature it possessed. Icy spirit cold fountain, Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the crystal clear liquid. A long while later, he inhaled a long breath of deep cold air. Back then, he put in great pains to exchange a small bottle of this icy spirit cold fountain from Goutte. Yet here, a small pond was filled with it. Tsk, this wealth was so large, it was a little frightening. The shock in Xiao Yan's heart slowly calmed down. Xiao Yan gradually shifted his gaze and finally stopped on a lotus seat carved out using a strange crystal located at the middle of the pond. At this moment, a cluster of green-colored flames was slowly soaring on the lotus seat. As he eyed the cluster of green-colored flame, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinhole. A frantic desire suddenly broke from Xiao Yan's heart and openly surfaced on his delicate and handsome face. This cluster of green-colored flame had a spirituality. As it writhed, it would occasionally agglomerate into the shape of a lotus or into a small narrow green-colored flame snake that floated and circled within the lotus seat. Its docile manner was extremely cute. Xiao Yan stared at the green-colored flame repeatedly changing shape with unblinking eyes. The corner of his mouth continued to twitch as Xiao Yan hid inside the forest. In his excitement, Xiao Yan's hands had pushed themselves into the ground. I have finally found you, Xiao Yan pressed his lips together as he stared intently at that cluster of green-colored flame. He had never seen the green lotus core flame, but he had trained on the green lotus. Thus he was able to faintly feel a familiar feeling from the cluster of green-colored flame that was the same as that of the green lotus. After spending a few years of hard work, this was the first time Xiao Yan saw a heavenly flame at such a close proximity. Of course, this was excluding Yao Lao's heavenly flame. However, it was impossible for the bone-chilling flame that was controlled by Yao Lao's spirit to allow Xiao Yan to sense the terror and wildness of a heavenly flame. The crystal lotus platform was evidently not an ordinary thing. Each time the green-colored flame was about to swim out of the boundary of the lotus seat, a round pale white-colored glow would suddenly appear. After which, it would catapult the heavenly flame back. Xiao Yan's gaze scanned the pond in detail and realized that each time after the heavenly flame and the glow came into contact, the icy spirit-cold fountain in the pond would diminish by a tiny amount that could not be detected. Clearly, the crystal lotus seat borrowed the strength of the icy spirit-cold fountain in order to trap the green-colored flame within it. After sweeping his gaze across the small pond, Xiao Yan looked to the left. A face which was beautiful to the point of bewitching was imprinted into his eyes. Xiao Yan's originally weak breath was once again suppressed without him realizing it. Facing this extremely strong Dou Huang-level person, Xiao Yan felt like a huge rock was pressed onto his heart and was oppressing him. There was not the slightest difference between the current Queen Medusa and the energy body that had previously appeared outside the city. A luxurious and expensive purple-colored gorgeous gown was wrapped around her graceful and lovely body. Her voluminous and hot exquisite figure released an enchanting temptation. She had a pair of long and narrow pale purple pupils. When her bewitching gaze roamed, it spread an addiction that seemingly sucked almost every man's eyes to her. Below the purple-colored gorgeous gown, a purple-colored snaketail was revealed. It lazily swayed around, releasing a wild and peculiar loveliness. The current Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes were staring intently at the green-colored flame in the middle of the pond. Under the reflection of the light, a flame was also flashing in the pale purple eyes. After quietly staring at this green-colored flame for a long time, Queen Medusa suddenly let out a gentle sigh. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Immediately, she swung her snake's tail and her hot lovely body slowly stood up. It is time, after mumbling softly, a rare hesitation flashed across Queen Medusa's bewitching face. An instant later, the hesitation turned into determination. Two snow-white wrists were revealed from under the purple-colored gown and her delicate hands slowly formed a few seals in front of her body. Following the change in the seal formed by Queen Medusa's hand, the crystal lotus seat suddenly trembled intensely. The light curtains above it gradually disappeared. After the light curtains disappeared, the green-colored flame which had lost its restraints abruptly charged out and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a torrent of intense flames. Under this cluster of intense flame, the icy spirit-cold fountain began evaporating at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Ignoring the bamboo around her that were grilled to the point that they were quickly withering, Queen Medusa gently bit her lip with her teeth. Her hands slowly undid the buttons of her gown. Instantly, a perfect female's body that appeared to be the masterpiece of the heavens was exposed within the bamboo forest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Beginning the Evolution. Chapter 215, Beginning the Evolution. Within the fresh green bamboo forest, a jade-white, perfect, voluptuous, all-around lovely body was releasing a temptation that could turn the mouths of others dry. The beautiful appearance inadvertently let out a bewitchment that was much like an alluring demon. Her long white neck revealed a graceful angle, and when one's gaze shifted lower, a standing, bountiful chest that was perfectly round, tender and lovely appeared.
Perhaps it was because of the high temperature, but a drop of a crystal water droplet appeared around her neck and began to roll down. It artfully drew across her full, round chest and finally formed a somewhat obscene angle as it dripped down. Her narrow waist seemed to be too small for a full embrace. However, a flexible feeling seeped out of its meager size. The flat and delicate lower abdomen did not have the slightest bit of excess flesh. With just a glance, it caused people to possess the impulse of extending their hands to roam around it. Under the narrow waist, there was a purple-color snaketail that was filled with wildness. The snaketail swayed slightly, undoubtedly exposing a peculiar loveliness. Within the small bamboo forest, this lovely body which many men had salivated over was exposed in such a naked manner, allowing someone to feast over it. Amidst the bushes, Xiao Yan stared at the naked, lovely body that many men would go crazy over. In an instant, when he was not careful, a nefarious flame suddenly soared from his lower abdomen, turning his face bright red. It was a long while later before he clenched his fist, circulated his Dou Qi and suppressed the nefarious flame within his body.
This woman, isn't she far too scary? Xiao Yan once again raised his head. However, he only dared to stare at the soaring and burning heavenly flame and did not have the courage to glance at the bewitching lovely body that was filled with temptation. He was afraid that if he were not careful, he might expose himself. Queen Medusa has an inborn bewitching ability. This kind of bewitching ability can be considered to be the most potent aphrodisiac for men. Of course, with her current strength, that bewitching ability has already reached the stage where she can fully control it. But when she is naked, that kind of bewitchment would also be released. Be more careful, boy. There's a knife above lust. Yao Lao spoke with deep meaning in his words. A knife above lust, meaning that lustful activities might lead to terrible consequences. Hearing Yao Lao's sudden words, Xiao Yan could only smile dryly and nod his head in embarrassment. Teacher, when do we take action? The surrounding temperature caused Xiao Yan to wipe off his perspiration as he asked in his heart. Wait a little longer. Although she has placed all her attention on the heavenly flame now, if she discovers your presence, she would definitely first finish off a small shrimp like you. I may be able to help you flee, but the heavenly flame. Then we'll wait a little longer. Hearing this, Xiao Yan opened his mouth and closed his mouth before he became quiet once again. His gaze was entirely focused on the empty space a short distance away. Allowing the purple-colored gown to slide to the ground, Queen Medusa slowly took a step forward. Her beautiful eyes were blurry as they stared at the cluster of green-colored flame. Biting her red lips, she muttered, "If I were to follow the normal step-by-step method to train, I don't know when I will be able to touch the door toward a Dou zone. This is the only path for me to quickly be promoted to the Dou zone realm." Her delicate and narrow hands gently nestled onto her shoulders. She bent her waist slightly toward the heavenly flame in midair. She then slowly raised her head and watched the intense ripples occurring at the city wall. A cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her delicate fingers pulled aside the black hair on her forehead and blandly said, "If I successfully evolve, all the humans here today will stay in the desert forever." After saying these icy words, Queen Medusa randomly pulled down the ribbon restricting her black hair. Instantly, her jet-black, gentle hair showered downwards and gathered at her willow waist. She gently swung her head and the hair swayed carelessly. This random action increased the enchanting loveliness of Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa folded her hands together and closed her pretty eyes. Her hands repeatedly changed between strange seals. Following the change in the seals, the energy ripples in the bamboo forest suddenly became much more intense. Hiding within the bushes, Xiao Yan recognized this change and was immediately shocked. His body arched slightly, preparing to handle different kinds of sudden situations that could occur any time. What is she trying to do? The ripples within the bamboo forest grew increasingly intense. Finally, it actually formed a huge energy vortex in the space above the sky. Seeing this change, Xiao Yan said with amazement in his heart. I am not too certain. The evolution of Queen Medusas is extremely mysterious. I have only heard about it, I've never seen it, but it seems that the path for the evolution is not very precise. In other words, even if she succeeds, what she would evolve to, no one will know. This thing appears to be random, Yao Lao bitterly laughed. But there is something that I am certain of. It will definitely be related to snakes. Hearing Yao Lao's somewhat messy explanation, the speechless Xiao Yan shook his head. After giving up his intention of inquiring in detail, he focused intently on Queen Medusa, who was covered by a rich glow. The glow continued to expand and contract. A moment later, a roar that was somewhat like a lion's and somewhat like a tiger's was loudly emitted from the glow. Not long after this roar was emitted, the eye-piercing glow suddenly swelled. Under this eye-piercing strong beam of light, Xiao Yan closed his eyes in instinct. A moment later, he once again opened them only to have his face filled with shock as he realized that there was a huge purple-colored snake over 100 feet long suspended in the air above the small island. The huge purple-colored snake's body was long and strong. It also had a faintly elegant and aesthetic feeling. The pale purple-colored pupils were different from the vicious ones of the huge serpent Xiao Yan had met in the lake. Instead, it gave a feeling of serenity and of indifference. The huge purple-colored snake slowly turned its body around in midair. Its enormous head turned slightly toward the chaotic city wall. At this moment, a cold glint flashed across its pale purple eyes. At the side of the city wall, the black-robed person was suspended in midair. She indifferently glanced at the Xun Er opposite her, who was in a terrible state. An instant later, it appeared as if she sensed something and suddenly turned her head around. Her gaze stared intently at the other corner of the city where the sky was filled with a purple light. The eyes under the black robe narrowed as she muttered softly, "Is the evolution going to begin? You damn humans. Once Her Majesty succeeds in evolving, none of you will be able to escape." Xun Er coldly said as she rubbed away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. "If the evolution were to fail, we won't need to do anything. She would naturally disappear from this world." The threat from Xun Er did not cause the black-robed person to feel any anger. It appeared that she was naturally born with such an indifferent character. There was seldom anything that could lead her to display any panic. This kind of person was like the white clouds in the sky. Although she appeared to be lazy and indifferent, she had the calmness and farsightedness that could oversee everything. And you know very well that this kind of evolution has no rules or methods. Even if she finally succeeds, no one knows just what kind of appearance she will evolve into. The black-robed person said softly. "Her Majesty will definitely succeed." Xun Er's expression changed as she angrily cried with a tough exterior, but hidden behind that wall was a worried heart. Her feet stepped on the city wall and her Dou Qi flowed wildly as she charged over to the black-robed person. "Actually, I am also interested to see the final results of Queen Medusa's evolution." The black-robed person indifferently eyed Xun Er, who was angrily charging over. She smiled gently, shook her head and waved her hands. Over 10 enormous green-colored wind blades that were over 100 feet long targeted the floating Xun Er and cut at her. "This is Queen Medusa's original body?" Xiao Yan could not help but let out an involuntary cry as he gazed at the enormous purple snake in the sky with amazement. The snake people race and humans are different. Not long after they are born, a secret technique is used to input the spirit of a snake-shaped magic beast into their body. As they grow older and their strength grows, this kind of spirit from a snake-shaped magic beast will gradually merge with them and eventually become one entity. After merging with a snake-shaped spirit, when meeting a strong enemy, they will be able to summon forth an original form like this. When that happens, their strength rises tremendously. This is also the final card of the snake people. Yao Lao explained in Xiao Yan's heart. "Oh," Xiao Yan nodded his head before raising it. His hand fondled his chin and muttered, What does she intend to do? She won't swallow the heavenly flame, would she? If it is swallowed by her, what will I do?" This. Hearing Xiao Yan's question, Yao Lao was a little sluggish. Immediately, he said helplessly, "I'm also not too sure. Actually, I don't think that she can successfully evolve. The destructive power of the heavenly flame is not something that can be joked with. Although she is a Dou Huang, it would still be very difficult for her to resist the power of the heavenly flame." Xiao Yan let out a gentle sigh. He smiled bitterly and said, "Let's just wait and see. If we were to rush out now, we might be incinerated by the wild green lotus core flame into nothingness. Okay, be more careful. If any problem occurs, prepare to flee at any moment. Both the heavenly flame and Queen Medusa are extremely dangerous beings," Yao Lao reminded. Xiao Yan nodded with a bitter smile and he increased his alertness significantly as told. His gaze stared intently at the huge purple snake in the sky without blinking. The enormous body lingered in midair. A rich purple-colored glow surged from its purple body and finally encompassed the entire shrine within it. "She is setting up an energy enchantment. I think she is afraid of being disturbed by Dou Qi and others. Looks like this kind of evolution must have a quiet environment. She's rather unlucky to coincidentally meet this group of people today." Yao Lao said with a laugh. "Yes. But without them helping to stir up trouble, we would not have had the opportunity to enter." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His gaze remained focused on what was occurring in midair. An instant later, his expression suddenly stiffened as he said seriously, "She's about to begin." But as Xiao Yan's words fell, the enormous purple snake circled a few times in the sky before it suddenly let out a clear soft cry. After which, it charged toward the cluster of soaring green-colored flame without any hesitation. This crazy woman, she actually dares to face the heavenly flame head-on. Seeing the purple snake's action, Xiao Yan inhaled a cool breath and his body hurriedly pulled back. Under Xiao Yan's focused gaze, the enormous purple snake instantly soared down and without any hesitation, charged into the green-colored flame. The moment the purple snake entered the heavenly flame, Queen Medusa unleashed loud shrills that would have numbed the skin of people's heads. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Successful Evolution? Chapter 216, Successful Evolution. Hearing the piercing shrill that Queen Medusa let out from within the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's body gave a violent cold shudder. His gaze passed through the cover of the bamboo leaves and looked at the cluster of green-colored flame in midair. Within it, the enormous purple snake was wildly thrashing its huge body about. With the places that were visible to Xiao Yan's eyes, he could clearly see that the snake scales on the purple snake's body began to quickly become distorted not long after they entered the heavenly flame. Finally, they were charred black by the heavenly flame before fell weakly from the purple snake's body. After the snake scales fell from its body, bright red fresh blood began to gush out. However, the instant after the fresh blood appeared, it was incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame's frightening temperature. Finally, the body of the purple snake had new lines of frightening blood-colored scars. Ji. Standing on the small island. Xiao Yan could even hear the squeaking sound that was emitted from the heavenly flame. Due to the fresh blood swiftly being lost, the enormous purple snake body was also shrinking at a rate that the naked eye could easily see. For a haughty and strong queen to be made to let out these wild piercing shrills, it was difficult to imagine the kind of intense pain that the current Queen Medusa was enduring. Under the incineration of the heavenly flame, the pain she was feeling was not merely the pain on the surface of the body. Even her spirit would not be able to escape being incinerated. That kind of pain was something really terrifying. Standing on top of a distant rock, Xiao Yan stared intently at the cluster of flame with a pale face. The piercing shrill of Queen Medusa, which caused one's heart to tremble, gave him an enormous shock. He had to admit that this woman was stubbornly biased and mad. The movement caused by Queen Medusa was really too big, with the piercing shrill appearing to have sounded through over half the city. Instantly, countless of snake people rushed up to the roof and watched the region where the purple light was extremely rich with aghast expressions. There were some who wanted to rush over but were blocked outside by the fierce and tough purple light. They could only stand outside and anxiously watch the huge purple snake intensely withered within the green-colored flame from a far distance. In the sky, a light figure swiftly headed toward this purple glow. A moment later, it stopped outside the purple light, revealing a serious-faced Dou Qi. Has Queen Medusa started to evolve? Dou Qi watched the distant green-colored flame shining brightly with great focus as he said softly. Without realizing it, his palms held each other as he laughed bitterly. Have we no other choice but to sit here and wait for the result? That, teacher, what do we do now? Turning his head and seeing the surrounding people that had come over after being alerted, Xiao Yan frowned. He then watched the cluster of green-colored flame that seemed to have distorted the air before posing the question in his heart. Ugh, just wait. The green lotus core flame at the moment has already been provoked by Queen Medusa and has become even more wild and violent. Anything that approaches a certain distance from it will be incinerated into nothingness. Yao Lao helplessly said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's gaze swept under the green-colored flame. He found that the small pond that was originally filled with icy spirit-cold fountain had already become a black empty hole. At a rough glance, the empty hole was at least over 10 meters deep. Moreover, the surrounding bamboo trees around the heavenly flame were instantaneously turning into ashes. As the wind blew past, the large bamboo forest was transformed into a flat plain. What a frightening destructive power! Xiao Yan wiped the perspiration from his face. He felt that the surrounding air was becoming increasingly hot. Shaking his body slightly, he summoned the purple flame cloak to the surface of his body and took a couple of steps back. Only then did he feel a little better. Within the green-colored flame, Queen Medusa's piercing shrills continued for nearly half an hour before they gradually became weaker. At this moment, the purple snake's enormous body seemed to have stopped thrashing about because its energy had been exhausted. Its body, which was originally covered by beautiful purple-colored scales, was now charred black and it shrunk to the size of 20 to 30 feet from over 100 feet long. It was difficult to imagine just how much bone, flesh and blood had been incinerated within that flame. Outside the purple-colored light curtain, an increasing number of snake people stood on the roofs blankly staring at the writhing purple snake. The dreary screams of the purple snake sounded throughout the entire city, spreading a desolate atmosphere that covered the sacred city of the snake people. Inside the green-colored flame, Queen Medusa's body lay quiet and still, allowing the green lotus core flame to continue burning her body. A faint charred smell was slowly emitted. Did she fail? Outside the purple-colored curtain, the black-robed person suddenly appeared by Dou Qi's side. Eyeing Queen Medusa, who had ceased moving within the heavenly flame, she let out an inexplicable sigh. She was quiet for a moment before she bent her body toward the place Queen Medusa was at. Although her character was haughty and indifferent, she felt that she ought to give the appropriate respect for this queen who had dared to let the heavenly flame incinerate her body in order to evolve. Ugh, eyeing the green-colored flame, Dou Qi beside her also sighed gently. This Queen Medusa, who had once been a headache to the strong within the Jiama Empire, had fallen in such a manner. It was somewhat like a drama. Following the disappearance of Queen Medusa's loud screeches, the entire city gradually fell into a death-like silence. A moment later, numerous pairs of hateful gazes shifted toward Dou Qi and the black-robed person in midair. Ignoring those hateful gazes, the black-robed person stared indifferently at the cluster of green-colored flame in the distance. A moment later, the eyebrows under the black robe slightly knit together. Raising her head, she watched the sky, which had suddenly become much darker. After being quiet for a while, her cool voice was a little more serious. "There's something wrong." "What is it?" Hearing this, Dou Qi's expression tightened and he hurriedly asked. "The natural energy here has suddenly surged." The black-robed person looked into the sky and quietly said. Seeing the situation, Dou Qi also hurriedly lifted his head and watched the sky. His expression instantly changed. The originally bright and clear sky had suddenly become much darker. A cluster of dark clouds of unknown origin had slowly covered the sky. The sudden change had also caused everyone to be stunned as they stared at the situation in the sky. Their faces were filled with confusion. Bang! A roar of thunder was suddenly emitted from the dark clouds. Silver flashes of lightning traversed jumpily throughout the sky, much like numerous long, silver-colored snakes. What is happening? Feeling the wild energy contained within the dark clouds, Dou Qi swallowed his saliva and asked dryly. The black-robed person stared intently at the dark clouds in the sky. In a grave voice, she said, "I have once read an ancient book. In it, it was recorded that when a legendary magic beast from ancient times was born or when their strength is promoted, they would cause some natural phenomenon due to the large amount of uncoordinated energy in their body. However, these legendary classes of magic beast are all extremely powerful existence. The top among them could even be compared to the human's Dou Zone or Dou Shang. In the current Dou Qi continent, such legendary classes of magic beasts that exist are very rarely seen. Looking at the situation, the greatest possibility may be that this is caused by Queen Medusa." "You mean that she has successfully evolved?" Dou Qi's eyes shrunk as he asked with a startled voice. "I'm not certain." The black-robed person shook her head and quietly said. "Do we need to withdraw?" Dou Qi pressed his eyebrows together and asked with hesitation evident in his voice. "Let's wait first." Even if she managed to successfully evolve, she would have lost quite a bit of energy after being incinerated in the heavenly flame for such a long time. In such a situation, finding a quiet place to recuperate would be the wisest choice for her. The black-robed person shook her head and voiced her opinion. All right. Let's wait and see." Hearing the opinion, Dou Qi hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. He was about to raise it when a loud roar sounded from the clouds above his head. In an instant, the sky brightened as an enormous silver-colored thunderbolt shot down from the clouds, passed through the purple-colored light curtain and smashed into the cluster of green-colored flame. The thunderbolt appeared and disappeared quickly. Before the roar of the thunderbolt disappeared from the ears of everyone, the dark clouds in the sky began to quickly disappear. An instant later, the hot sunlight once again covered the entire city. The aftershock of the roar gradually disappeared from everyone's ears. Countless people hurriedly threw their gazes toward the purple-colored light curtain. However, after the thunderbolt struck, a faint green-colored fog began to permeate from the small island, effectively blocking everyone's sight. The green-colored fog is something that was released when the thunderbolt from before struck against the heavenly flame. It can erode one's spiritual strength. Whatever is happening inside has been completely isolated. After sweeping his spiritual perception inside the light curtain, Dou Qi shook his head and said with a frown. "Wait for it to scatter." The black-robed person said calmly. Dou Qi nodded his head. However, the Dou Qi in his body gradually began to flow, preparing to retreat any time. When the thunderbolt from the sky struck, Xiao Yan chose to hide behind an enormous rock. Even though he did this, the enormous impact of the thunderbolt still shook the enormous rock into powder. If Yao Lao had not acted to protect him at a crucial moment, Xiao Yan might have been struck to death by this force on the spot. What a frightening thunderbolt! Climbing up from the ground, Xiao Yan stared at the small island which was already empty. He could not resist inhaling a mouthful of cool air. What happened inside? Xiao Yan patted off the dust on his body and watched the dense green-colored fog around him. He frowned slightly and slowly walked toward the center.
As he gradually walked toward the middle of the small island, the green-colored flame in midair once again appeared. However, the green-colored flame had already returned to its original palm size. It floated quietly in midair, repeatedly changing its shape. Lowering his gaze from the heavenly flame, he found a totally charred black huge serpent lying on the ground quietly without the slightest sound. Its icy body was no different from a dead snake. Has she failed? Eyeing the severely shrunken large snake whose exterior had been incinerated to the point of being somewhat terrifying, Xiao Yan inhaled gently.
Had a Dou Huang of his generation simply disappeared in this manner? Ugh, we should go and get that heavenly flame.
Xiao Yan shook his head gently, made a detour around the corpse of the huge snake and arrived under the heavenly flame.
He was just about to ask Yao Lao how to handle it when a soft ka-cha noise suddenly sounded behind him. Hearing this sudden noise, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled.
He slowly turned his head around and faced the source of the sound. Immediately, his eyes shrunk to the size of a needle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 217, 7-Colored Heaven Swallowing Python. Chapter 217, 7-Colored Heaven Swallowing Python.
Under Xiao Yan's observation, the charred black skin of the stiff, huge snake corpse suddenly began shedding slowly. The shedding speed gradually increased and finally, Xiao Yan could roughly see that there seemed to be something in the huge snake corpse that was about to break through the body.
Goo!
Watching this strange scene, all of Xiao Yan's pores stood open.
He swallowed his saliva and began to slowly turn around. His gaze stared intently at the enormous snake which was repeatedly shedding its charred black skin. Carefully taking a few steps back, he hurriedly asked, "Teacher, what is happening?"
Within the snake body, a chi has appeared. Yao Lao's voice at the moment was much more serious.
She succeeded in evolving? Xiao Yan's eyes shrunk as he asked dryly. Seems like it. Be careful.
Yao Lao was also uncertain of what was happening. Thus, his reply was also somewhat vague. Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt his heart sink. An instant later, he tilted his head toward the green-colored flame in midair and said decisively, "Teacher,
how do we obtain the heavenly flame? Hurry up, there's no time. Once the thing comes out, I'm afraid that we will. Be careful."
Before Xiao Yan could complete saying what he wanted to say, Yao Lao's hurried warning suddenly sounded in his heart.
When Yao Lao's cry sounded, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened. After over a year of tough training, Xiao Yan had obtained the ability to constantly remain alert.
His expression immediately changed, the tip of his legs gently tapped on the ground and his body hurriedly pulled back.
Bang!
As Xiao Yan was hurriedly pulling back, the huge snake corpse on the ground suddenly emitted an explosive sound. The black scales flew in all directions and the corpse instantly turned into powder. At that instant when the huge snake corpse turned into powder, a vast and frightening chi was suddenly released and swiftly covered the entire city at a speed that caused others to feel dismay.
Her Majesty has succeeded?
Sensing the faintly familiar feel of this chi, countless snake people in the city faced each other. Instantly, their faces were filled with unrestrained joy as an earth-shaking cheer sounded throughout the clouds. The instant when this vast chi erupted, the expression of Dou Qi, who was outside the purple-colored curtain, changed drastically. At the same time, his body involuntarily and quickly retreated over dozens of meters. As his figure was hurriedly pulling back, Dou Qi wore an ugly expression as he shouted to the black-robed person who was quietly standing in midair, "Let's leave quickly."
Queen Medusa had successfully evolved. Don't panic.
Facing the sudden surge of energy from the terrifying chi, the black-robed person still remained calm. Other people may have difficulty sensing the irregularity within the chi, but she could clearly sense it. This chi may be so strong that it was frightening, but it had a faint feeling of lacking the strength to persist. Her senses were not incorrect. After this chi had erupted, it only lasted for over 10 seconds before it shrunk back into the light curtain like a tide retreating from the beach. Following the chi being extinguished once again, the cheers in the city also suddenly stopped. All of the snake people had stunned faces and their hearts were anxiously for the result of the new development. When that chi suddenly erupted, Xiao Yan's face paled significantly. His feet stepped on the ground and in the blink of an eye, pulled back for over 10 meters. The extinguishment of the chi also caused Xiao Yan's heart to be dumbfounded. However, he did not dare to take things lightly at the moment. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he stared intently at the region a distance away that had some black-colored dust caused by the snake body exploding. His palms were covered with perspiration. The black-colored dust gradually showered downwards. In an instant, a 7-colored light abruptly shot out from the fog. The speed of the light was so quick that one could not react, much like it had penetrated the resistance of the space. In Xiao Yan's dark black eyes, the 7-colored glow flashed.
Xiao Yan's face was startled.
Before he had a clear idea of what the thing was, he did not dare to have any skin contact with it.
Damn it! Its speed is too fast. Even though Xiao Yan wanted to dodge, the speed of the seven-colored light was so fast that it was frightening. Even Yunji, the one with the fastest speed he had ever seen back in the Magic Beast mountain range, was clearly slower than the light by an entire level. The Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body had just moved when the sharp breaking wind sound that the seven-colored light carried reverberated by the side of his ear. Bang! At the moment when things grew very dangerous, a thick white flame abruptly soared from Xiao Yan's body. The high temperature grilled the surrounding air till it became distorted. Ji!
Seemingly having sensed the strength of the thick white flame, that seven-colored light which had hurriedly shot toward Xiao Yan did not advance any further. It suddenly stopped its body in front of Xiao Yan. The change from extreme speed to extreme silence was done in an almost completely natural manner without the slightest feeling of distortion. The seven-colored light stopped a few centimeters in front of Xiao Yan and finally revealed its body to Xiao Yan's sight. The shock caused by the unavoidable collision was still present on Xiao Yan's face, but when he saw the living creature that appeared in front of him, the shock was involuntarily turned into a stunned and dull expression, presenting quite an exciting scene. The living creature that had appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a narrow small snake that was only around 2 centimeters long. Its body was covered with tiny seven-colored scales and its pale purple eyes had a faint bewitching feeling. A unique fresh scent was shrouded around its body. Although it was currently only a snake, both elegance and nobility seeped out from it. The small snake did not appear to be vicious looking, but it was beautiful to a ridiculous extent. This kind of beautiful living creature may well cause many ladies to forget about their fear and disgust for snakes. The entire body of the seven-colored small snake did not have many sharp attacking spots.
However, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense a terrifying strength that even a Dou Huang would not dare underestimate within its small body. The small snake was suspended in midair in front of Xiao Yan. Its pale purple-colored pupils did not have the slightest killing aura. Instead, it appeared extremely pure and clean. Although Xiao Yan clearly knew that this small snake may have been transformed from Queen Medusa, whose vicious reputation had frightened the few empires surrounding the desert, he could not find himself raising any hard feelings against the small snake in his heart. The seven-colored small snake swayed its tiny tail, widened its purple-colored pupils and watched Xiao Yan, who was in front of it. It tried to get slightly closer to Xiao Yan but was also frightened by the thick white flame surrounding Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, it hurriedly shrank back, curling up its body. The pale purple eyes actually carried an extremely pitiful look as the snake eyed Xiao Yan. With a stiffened body, Xiao Yan stared at the seven-colored small snake in front of him that appeared totally harmless. He did not dare make the slightest move. Swallowing his saliva, he asked blankly in his heart, "Teacher, this is Queen Medusa?" "Yes," Yao Lao said stuffily as he nodded his head. He let out a soft sigh and muttered, "Its body is seven-colored, its eyes are slightly purple, its body emits a fragrance, its strength is overwhelming." How unexpected.
The so-called evolution of Queen Medusa is actually evolving her spirit, abandoning the original shell and using her spiritual strength to agglomerate into a genuine and new body.
Then what is this thing that she has currently evolved into? Xiao Yan asked apprehensively. Queen Medusa's previous accompanying spirit was the enormous purple snake that you saw just now.
That spirit was a rank 6 magic beast, the quiet purple flame serpent. According to legends, this quiet purple flame serpent can activate their faint bloodline within their bodies and transform into their ancient ancestor. Naturally, the chances of this happening are extremely meager. They are so meager that it can be simply neglected. Yao Lao said softly, that ancient exotic beast that could once contend with those at the Dou Shang level was called seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. Its differentiating point is its seven-colored body, its slight purple pupils, its body fragrance and its strength, overwhelming. It is exactly the same as the seven-colored small snake in front of me. The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched as he moaned in his heart.
Yes. If I guess correctly, the small snake in front of you should be the legendary seven-colored heaven-swallowing python.
At the same time, it is also Queen Medusa's new body.
Yao Lao sighed. Swallowing his saliva, Xiao Yan eyed this harmless-looking beautiful small snake with some disbelief. This thing was the ancient exotic beast that could contend with the legendary Dou Shang class? That's not right. If it really is Queen Medusa, why is it that I cannot feel the slightest killing intent for me? According to common sense, if it really were that vicious woman, I'm afraid that I would have already died on the spot. Staring at the baby-like curiosity within the small snake's pupils, Xiao Yan asked, feeling at a loss. I don't know. Yao Lao said with embarrassment, perhaps, when it was evolving, it became stupid after being struck by the lightning. Hearing Yao Lao's words, some dark line surfaced on Xiao Yan's forehead. He licked his lips and softly said, "Teacher, I feel that it seems to not have any killing intent. Why don't you try removing the bone-chilling flame?"
Alright. Be careful. Hearing the suggestion, Yao Lao hesitated before nodding his head. As Yao Lao's words fell, the thick white flame on Xiao Yan's body was swiftly extinguished. Once the heavenly flame completely disappeared, Xiao Yan clenched his perspiration-filled fist and stared at the seven-colored small snake in front of him. He carefully said, "Your Majesty?" The small snake did not make the slightest response to Xiao Yan's cry. It simply blinked its quartz-like pupils, swayed its snake tail and gradually swam over to Xiao Yan while suspended in the air. Seeing its action, Xiao Yan could only remain on the spot quietly while his heart felt jittery. The seven-colored snake circled around Xiao Yan twice but did not display any intentions of ill will. This let Xiao Yan heave a sigh of relief. After swaying its tail and whirled around Xiao Yan one more time, the seven-colored small snake suddenly stopped in the space above Xiao Yan's hand. Its crystal-clear eyes carried some yearning as it stared intently at the storage ring on Xiao Yan's hand. It then raised its head and emitted a few soft hiss toward Xiao Yan. The gentle sound was as though it was behaving like a spoiled child. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Reigning in the Green Lotus Core Flame. Chapter 218, Reigning in the Green Lotus Core Flame. Seeing the seven-colored small snake's action, Xiao Yan's mouth opened and smiled bitterly in his heart. I bet that this snake is definitely not Queen Medusa. With her haughty character, she would not be like this. The current her seems to be no different than a small snake that has just been born. The only difference is that its intelligence is much higher. Don't tell me that the evolution destroyed its old memories? Yao Lao was also very confused with regards to this. Xiao Yan stilled for a moment and narrowed his eyes. An unknown meaning flashed from within them as he smiled and said, "She seems to be interested with something in my ring." As he spoke, Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped on his storage ring. A couple of things appeared on his palm. The small seven-colored snake moved closer. It swept its gaze across and swayed its snake tail while repeatedly shaking its head. Clearly, the thing it wanted was not among these items. Xiao Yan stored the things back into the storage ring. He was not frustrated as he patiently took out more things, one by one, out of the storage ring. A moment later, when he once again took out a small jade bottle that was filled with a purple-colored liquid, the small snake which had curled up in midair immediately appeared at where his palm was as though it had teleported. It extended its small snake tongue into the jade bottle and took a few ferocious licks. This is Amethyst Lion Birth Essence. I did not expect that what it wanted is this thing. Eyeing the Amethyst Lion Birth Essence which had swiftly been reduced by nearly a tenth, a painful feeling surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. However, it appeared that this little creature knew about the power of the Amethyst Essence. It did not greedily absorb any more. After taking a few licks, it pulled its head out. Its crystal-clear snake pupils danced with excitement and satisfaction. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python is also an exotic beast which is of the fire affinity. Naturally, it has a great liking for the amethyst essence which is filled with pure fire-type energy. Yao Lao said with a smile as he watched the small seven-colored snake's excitement. Xiao Yan nodded his head and painfully returned the somewhat diminished amethyst essence to his storage ring. It seemed that since the snake had absorbed the amethyst lion birth essence, there was less caution within the eyes of the small seven-colored snake as they looked at Xiao Yan. Clearly sensing the change in the small snake's gaze, Xiao Yan's heart moved slightly. He carefully extended his hand and gently caressed its small body. Seeing Xiao Yan's action, the small seven-colored snake twisted its body. It then gave up avoiding Xiao Yan's hand, twisted its small head and lazily rubbed itself on Xiao Yan's hand. Eyeing the action of the small snake that did not have the slightest enmity, an unusual glint in his eyes suddenly grew. Boy, are you planning to keep this thing by your side? Seemingly clearly understanding Xiao Yan's thoughts, Yao Lao's voice immediately sounded in his heart. Xiao Yan let out two dry chuckles. He licked his lips and said with an excited voice in his heart, "This is an ancient exotic beast with limitless potential. If I keep it for myself, it won't lose to me controlling a heavenly flame in value." The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python is indeed very strong, but the current her is clearly only at a baby stage. Her body does indeed contain an extremely enormous energy, but she must undergo honing for an unknown amount of time before it can completely master it. Moreover, you should know that regardless of how docile the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python is now, I dare to bet that her original body is definitely that of Queen Medusa. Perhaps, she has now become like this because of some unknown reason, but no one can say for certain that she will not suddenly recover her memories in the future. When that time comes, Yao Lao said gravely, you should know very well the arrogance and viciousness of Queen Medusa. For you who dares to take the opportunity of becoming her owner, she might as well butcher you on the spot with her character. The palm which was rubbing the small seven-colored snake stiffened.
Xiao Yan frowned and mused for a long while. Finally, he sighed gently and whispered, "But what if she doesn't regain her memories? The current her is just like a small beast which has just been born. I am also the first person she saw. Regardless of what happens, I think that she should not have too much enmity toward me. Otherwise, she wouldn't stay by my side looking for food the moment she appeared. This is an extremely good opportunity. An ancient exotic beast that may be able to contend with the legendary Dou Qi in the future. That is a fatal attraction." "You are gambling," Yao Lao helplessly sighed. "Ha, what's wrong with gambling once in a while for an extremely strong bodyguard in the future? If that kind of situation were to occur in the future, isn't there still teacher? When that time comes, if we can't beat her, then we will flee." Xiao Yan laughed. "Ugh, I hope you will not burn yourself by playing with fire," Yao Lao said with a bitter smile. Xiao Yan smiled gently and carefully carried the small seven-colored snake with both hands. The small seven-colored snake did not resist his gentle action. It swung its tail and curled around Xiao Yan's wrist. After which, it swung its body, much like playing on a swing. "Little thing, do you want to leave with me?" Putting the small snake in front of him, Xiao Yan said softly as he smiled. That expression was the same expression that many would use for trying to dupe a little girl who was lost by the roadside. Opening its purple-colored snake eyes, the small seven-colored snake stared at the young man's face. An extremely human-like feeling of being at a loss flashed across its pupils. It straightened its body and blankly stared at Xiao Yan in this manner. Seeing the strange action of the small seven-colored snake, Xiao Yan's heart pounded. The smile on his face was somewhat embarrassing. He seemed to faintly sense that a matured and haughty spirit within the small seven-colored snake's body was coldly glaring at his inferior performance. Xiao Yan coughed lightly, rotated his eyes and tapped his finger on the storage ring. A bottle of amethyst lion birth essence appeared in his palm. After taking out a small white jade stick, he placed a few drops of amethyst essence on it and waved it gently in front of the small seven-colored snake. When the amethyst essence appeared, the snake eyes of the small seven-colored snake glowed brightly. That human-like feeling of loss swiftly disappeared. Opening its mouth, it extended its snake's tongue toward Xiao Yan much like it was begging for it. Following the small seven-colored snake's action, the matured and haughty spirit in its body seemed to once again become quiet. Immediately, a smile was lifted from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Regardless of whether Queen Medusa's spirit was present or not, the current seven-colored heaven-swallowing python at the very least, did not possess the ability to resist the attraction brought about by the amethyst essence. After Xiao Yan dropped the amethyst essence into the small snake's mouth, the latter smacked its lips with satisfaction. A moment later, the snake's tail coiled around Xiao Yan's wrist and then it entered into his sleeves before gradually entering into a deep sleep. Ha ha! Eyeing the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, Xiao Yan opened his mouth and instantly let out a loud laugh. With the help from the amethyst essence, he and the snake had swiftly become close. If this kind of situation continued, Xiao Yan believed that he could turn their relationship into an extremely firm one before she became mature and started possessing a human-like intellect. Xiao Yan gently patted his sleeve with his palm. The joy on his face was difficult to conceal. Licking up the little bit of amethyst essence on the white jade stick, Xiao Yan allowed the hot energy to surge in his body as he opened his mouth and laughed. Xiao Yan took a few steps forward as he lifted his head to eye the cluster of green-colored flame in midair and smiled. After a few twists and turns, this green lotus core flame had finally appeared in front of him. Although he was extremely anxious in his heart, Xiao Yan did not make any reckless moves. This thing known as a heavenly flame was like a bomb. If one were not careful, a destructive force would suddenly erupt from it, just like what happened a moment ago. He was not Queen Medusa, who may have been able to withstand the force of the flame by a little, but if it were him instead, he would be completely turned into nothingness in less than 10 seconds. "Teacher, now, how do we rein it in?" Eyeing the heavenly flame in midair with a yearning clearly evident on his face, Xiao Yan hurriedly inquired. "Reining in the heavenly flame is not very easy. It will incinerate anything that comes close to it into nothingness. This includes energy. Other than some special objects, you can only use a never-ending supply of energy to forcefully wrap around it and take it away. I think Queen Medusa used this method back then." Yao Lao voiced his thoughts, but that method exhausts an extremely large amount of energy. With your current self, you would not be able to move this flame off of this small island even if you let out all the Dou Qi within the vortex. Then what do we do?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression immediately collapsed as he inquired in a devastated manner. "Coco, naturally we cannot adopt Queen Medusa's method. Neither one of us can afford it." Yao Lao grinned and said, "What I have said before applies to others. But you are different, you have a tool that can easily bring the green lotus core flame away." Xiao Yan was at a loss momentarily. He blinked his eyes and a moment later, he suddenly said, "You are referring to the Green Lotus's seat?" Precisely. The Green Lotus seat and the Green Lotus core flame originate from the same source. If you use the seat to carry the flame, not only will it suppress the heavenly flame to the lowest temperature such that it will not spill out, but it will also be much safer in comparison to using energy to wrap around it. Yao Lao said with yet another smile. Xiao Yan nodded his head and quickly tapped on the storage ring with his finger. Instantly, a green-colored glow slowly rose from the storage ring and was suspended in front of Xiao Yan. Within the green-colored glow, there was a green lotus seat that was as perfect as a piece of art. It rotated slightly and released a faint energy. Pulling the green lotus seat with his hand, Xiao Yan threw it gently over the heavenly flame in midair. A faint green-colored glow was emitted from the green lotus seat when it reached the bottom of the flame. Finally, it quietly wrapped around the green lotus core flame. As the green-colored glow diminished in size, the heavenly flame gradually fell into the core of the lotus without any resistance. A strange green-colored flame immediately rose within the empty core of the lotus. Success! The process of obtaining the heavenly flame was so smooth that Xiao Yan was surprised. He eyed the green lotus core flame that had been stored into the green lotus seat with a face that was filled with joy. Xiao Yan carefully held the bottom of the green lotus seat as he stared intently at the cluster of green-colored flame in the middle. An excitement flashed involuntarily in his dark black eyes. Next, hurry and leave this city. Find a quiet place and swallow the heavenly flame. Remember, do not store the heavenly flame in the storage ring during this period of time. Otherwise, the things inside will be incinerated into nothingness. Yao Lao warned with a grave voice. Yes. Xiao Yan's body trembled as he nodded his head seriously. The purple cloud wings extended from his back while his hand grabbed an energy recovery pill and stuffed it into his mouth. After which, he gravely raised his head and watched the purple light curtain that was imminently disappearing. The purple-colored light curtain flickered and at some point in time, it finally turned into tiny lights that filled the sky after a bang. When the purple-colored light curtain exploded, Xiao Yan's feet suddenly and violently pushed off the ground. His body shot to the sky as he carried the green lotus seat, rushing with all his might to get out of the city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Chaotic Situation. Chapter 219, Chaotic Situation. What happened? Dou Qi, who had retreated some distance back, uneasily returned to the side of the black-robed person after the frightening Qi disappeared. Something must have gone wrong during the evolution. That breath Qi completely disappeared. The black-robed person shook her head and said softly. Did she fail? Hearing the black-robed person's words, Dou Qi, stilled and with both regret and secret delight, sighed immediately. His gaze stared intently at the shrine where the green-colored fog was gradually disappearing. He suddenly frowned and said, the presence of the heavenly flame, why has it disappeared? The energy ripple inside has already calmed down. As for that heavenly flame, has it been destroyed by Queen Medusa? The black-robed person replied in a somewhat hesitant manner. That should not be possible. Although Queen Medusa is very strong, she is still an entire level too weak to destroy the heavenly flame. Dou Qi shook his head. As an alchemist, he was naturally clear about the strength of a heavenly flame. Wait until the fog scatters before we conduct a thorough search. Dou Qi knit his eyebrows together and helplessly said. Old He, how is it? Two glowing lights flew in from outside the city wall and finally stopped beside Dou Qi and the black-robed person. Their gazes swept over the shrine below them before Yan Shi asked in a deep voice, what about the Qi from just now? It should be Queen Medusa's Qi. Although it appears that a slight problem occurred with the evolution. Perhaps, she has already completely vanished. Dou Qi voiced his thoughts. Who? Hearing this, Yao Shi and Feng Li both let out a long breath. The frightening Qi from before had resulted in them not having the slightest fighting spirit in their heart. Strong people of that class were already a level that they could not touch, let alone even consider fighting with. What do we do now? Feng Li's gaze swept across the city. The countless number of stares that were filled with hatred caused him to frown. He raised his head and watched the sky in the distance. Yu Mei and Mo Basi were coldly glaring at them. However, the occasional gaze they threw toward the shrine carried some anxiety. While Yu Mei and Mo Basi were filled with killing intent, they did not forcefully charge over. Under their lead, countless number of strong snake people carried snake spears and rushed to the rooftops. They coldly focused their eyes on the few people floating in midair. In this city that was regarded as sacred in the hearts of the snake people, there were quite a number of strong snake people. If one were to count the number of strong people of the Dou Wang class, there were more Dou Wang inhabitants than Dou Wangs in Dou Qi's group. However, they didn't have a Dou Huang who could contend with the black-robed person. If they weren't afraid of the enemy Dou Huang going crazy and causing a large numbers of deaths, they would have attacked Gu Hi's group and killed them a long time ago. Thus, the current Yumei and the other snake people did not forcefully attack. She merely ordered the strong people to gradually surround Gu Hi's group. It appeared that they seemed to be planning to hold them back within the city. They are waiting for the other leaders of the remaining tribes to arrive. Once all of the leaders of the 8 large tribes are gathered, we will be at a disadvantage even though we have sect leader Yan here. After all, setting aside the 3 of us, the remaining 5 Dou Huangs would be sufficient to cause a Dou Huang to feel troubled. When that time comes, our situation will not be too good. This is their territory after all. In addition, Medusa's snake guards are not just for display. Although they cannot stop us, it will not be difficult for them to create some small trouble. Yanshi said gravely as he swept his gaze toward the densely packed strong snake people on the roofs. Although his character was a little rough, he was not stupid. After thinking a little, he knew the other side's intention. Gu Hi nodded his head. He naturally knew the intention of the other side, but he had yet to obtain the most important thing. If they simply left like this, he would really feel dissatisfied in his heart. He immediately thought quietly before replying softly, "Let's wait first. The purple-colored light curtain is about to disappear. After it disappears, we will immediately enter into the vicinity of it and conduct a quick search. If we discover the heavenly flame, we will leave immediately. If we cannot find it, then let's also leave." Seeing Gu Hi's persistence and the lack of any objections from the black-robed person by his side, Yanshi and Fengli exchanged a glance before nodding their heads helplessly. When he noticed that these 2 people did not intend to object, Gu Hi sighed gently. He tilted his head and glanced at the icy-faced Yumei and Mo Basi in the distance before staring intently at the light curtain which had begun to become indistinct. The Dou Qi in his body began to quickly flow. The atmosphere in the enormous city was somewhat quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the purple-colored light curtain which was about to collapse. Their emotions were like tightly wound springs, not daring to even relax a little. The purple-colored light curtain that had covered a large space gradually became illusionary. After this kind of quiet atmosphere persisted for a few minutes, the black-robed person suddenly turned around. Her eyes stared at the western horizon and said blandly, "Another strong snake person had arrived. From his chi, it appears to be one of the tribe leaders of the 8 large tribes." Hearing her words, Gu Hi's expression changed slightly. He turned his head around and found a red-colored figure flying toward the city in a lightning-like manner. After around a minute, a male snake person whose body was entirely covered in a red-colored Dou Qi appeared in the city sky in a flash. His gaze swept through the air and finally landed on Gu Hi's group with a dark face. "Damn humans! You actually dared to enter our race's sacred city." The person who arrived appeared to have an explosive temper. When he saw Gu Hi's group, his furious roar immediately sounded in the sky above the city. At the same time, the red-colored Dou Qi on his body soared intensely by nearly a meter. Looking from over a distance, he seemed as if a ball of flame in the shape of a person. This guy is the leader of the Yan snake tribe of the 8 large tribes, Yanci. Although his temper is very bad, his strength is among the strongest of the 8 tribe leader. During the war between the snake people race and the Jiama Empire back then, many strong people of the Jiama Empire died to his hands. He is a very troublesome opponent. Fengli frowned as he watched the snake person who had suddenly appeared before he said somewhat helplessly. Hearing this, Gu Hi pressed his eyebrows together. His gaze swept to the other side and said, "Counting it out, they already have 3 Dou Wangs. But luckily, the commander of the Medusa snake guards, Xun Er, has temporarily lost her combat ability. The light covering is about to break." The black-robed person stared at the purple-colored light covering in front of her as she said softly. This light covering was the light curtain enchantment that Queen Medusa had used all her might to release after transforming into a snake body. Thus, even with her Dou Huang strength, she had difficulty breaking it from the outside. The only choice was to wait for it to disappear by itself. Hearing the black-robed person's words, Gu Hi's expression tightened. He could not be bothered about Yanci, whose whole body was emitting fire. Instead, he quickly turned around and focused on the increasingly translucent purple-colored light curtain. In the sky, Yumei and Mo Basi faces revealed their happiness at seeing Yanci suddenly arrive. They hurriedly moved their bodies and appeared by the latter's side. After which, they broke into whispers as they related all that happened in the city to him in detail. Yanci's face was filled with anger as he listened to Yumei and Mo Basi's words. The fiery red Dou Qi on his body grew increasingly intense. At the end, it was as though the flame Dou Qi was an actual real flame. He tightened his fist and numerous green veins pulsed on his thick strong arms. His eyes were blood red as he stared at Gu Hi's group. The low roar of his was suppressing an incomparable wildness and killing intent, a group of human bastards. I must use your fresh blood to wash off today's humiliation. Gui's group chose to ignore the Yanci, who was so wild with anger that he wanted to bite someone. Their gazes stared intently at the light curtain. In a clear moment, the purple-colored glow brightened slightly and instantly cracked, filling the sky with tiny energy pieces which showered down from the sky. The instant the purple-colored light curtain broke, Gui's group and midair simultaneously flew down in a lightning-like manner. They charged into shrine where the green-colored fog had yet to completely disperse. Following the action of Gui's group, countless of snake people released furious roars. Numerous figures leaped and appeared on the roofs before charging into the shrine from all directions. The cries for Her Majesty sounded throughout the city. At this moment, the sacred city of the snake people had basically turned into complete chaos. Relying on his memory from before, Gui's group swiftly entered the shrine and appeared in the sky above the small island. Perhaps it was due to Queen Medusa's disappearance, but the flying restriction that was originally present had completely disappeared. Therefore, Gui's group did not meet any resistance as they landed on the center of the small island. After their feet touched down on the ground, the gazes of everyone in Gui's group swept in all directions. However, they did not discover the slightest trace of the heavenly flame or Queen Medusa. The eyes under the black robe swept across her surroundings. The black-robed person suddenly squatted down and picked up a piece of a charred black scale. With a slight frown, she muttered, "Was she really incinerated by the heavenly flame until nothing remained? Damn it! Where's the heavenly flame?" Gui's spiritual perception covered the entire small island but was still unable to discover any presence of the heavenly flame. Fury immediately surfaced on his calm face. The black-robed person stood up and waved her sleeves. An intense violent wind suddenly surged out from the spot she was at. The surrounding green-colored fog was also completely lifted. Instantly, their sight swiftly became clear. As the green-colored fog scattered, the totally empty small island completely revealed itself to everyone's eyes. When they looked at some of the smooth deep holes, everyone could imagine just what kind of damage this place had experienced. "There's no heavenly flame," Xun Er said gravely as his gaze swept across the empty small island. Between Feng Li's palms, numerous tiny wind blades appeared and flew in all directions, sending the snake people who were crazily pouncing toward the small island flying. He turned his head around and urged, "Let's quickly leave. If we do not go now, we might not make it. According to my senses, there is another strong snake person who is rushing over." Hearing this, Gui clenched his teeth. A moment later, he sighed and said with a face filled with unwillingness, "Go." When Xun Er and Feng Li heard Gui's order, they sighed in relief. However, just as they were preparing to retreat, the snake people who were surrounding them and slowly moving in, suddenly became chaotic. Gui's gaze carelessly glanced over and his eyes suddenly shrank. In the distant sky, a human figure carrying a green lotus seed was crazily flying. On that green lotus, there was a strange green flame that soared repeatedly. Heavenly flame! Staring intently at the increasingly small human figure, Gui suddenly let out a furious cry. He and his team had risked their lives to keep the strong snake people in check, but he did not expect to have benefited another. He was instantly extremely angry as he roared, "That damn guy! How dare he make use of me! Chase!" Gui violently waved his head. Dou Qi violently surged from his entire body. The Dou Qi wings on his back flapped furiously and he madly chased after the human figure. Behind him, the black-robed person, Xun Er and Feng Li also followed closely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Fleeing with a Treasure. Chapter 220, Fleeing with a Treasure. As soon as Gui and the rest flew up from the island and into the sky, 3 rays of light appeared in a flash, obstructing their path of flight. Yume and the other 2 tribe leaders arrived in front of the Gui's group with icy cold faces, and behind them was an overwhelming number of snake people that covered the skies and ground. "You come and go as you like. What kind of place do you take my snake tribe for?" Yanci had fiery red Dou Qi covering his body. He resembled a raging inferno as he glared at Gui and the others, with his voice like a sound of rumbling thunder reverberating through the city. Scram! Seeing that his path was blocked, Gui angrily lifted his head to look at the now distant black figure and uncontrollably let out a thundering shout. Pale blue flames rapidly formed a fireball with a wave of his hand as he tossed it towards Yanci and the other snake people with a violent and explosive strength. With the appearance of the pale blue flame, the surrounding temperature rose drastically. It looked like the flame from Gui's palm was not an ordinary Dou Qi flame. However, when this blue-colored flame was compared to a heavenly flame, the difference in power was massive. The power of his flame was more comparable to the power of Xiao Yan's purple flame. When it comes to alchemy, no one can compare to you, Gui. However, when it comes to fighting, you should stand aside and watch. Although the power of Gui's blue flame was not ordinary, Yan Ci was unafraid. With a contemptuous sneer, he stuck out his palm and with the clench of his hand, fiery red Dou Qi suddenly condensed on his palm to form a flame hand about the size of 3 meters. With a push outward, Yan Ci's flame hand easily enveloped the blue fireball and squeezed. With a slight muffled sound, the huge blue fireball turned into a small flames that gradually dissipated. From the first trade, it was obvious that Yan Ci had the upper hand in strength. It looked like he was stronger than Dou Qi by at least a star. Yume coldly glared at Dou Qi and the others. Tilting her head, her beautiful eyes glanced at the distant black dot as her eyebrows furrowed. She didn't know why, but the distant figure gave her a sense of familiarity. She shook her head and after a quick thought, she decided on giving up the idea of getting her people to chase after and kill the figure. Her main enemies were still Dou Qi and the others. The snake people were at a disadvantageous position. How could they afford to send a Dou Wang to chase and kill that black dot? Without the flying speed of a Dou Wang, even if they sent a Dou Ling without Dou Qi wings would not be able to catch up to the distant figure. Yume had no choice but to give up her killing intent towards the black dot. Kill them! This group of short-tailed snakes. Seeing that Gui was beaten, Yanshi, who was standing to the side, started releasing fierce Dou Qi from his body after he coldly shouted. I'll stop them, you go for the man. If we're too late, the heavenly fire will end up in the wrong hands. The person in black moved slightly and flashed in front of Gui and the other two while shouting in a low voice. Gui hesitated when he first heard what the figure said but nodded his head firmly afterward. Regarding her strength, he had no doubts that she would not receive much damage when facing 3 Dou Wangs, so he didn't waste any time speaking nonsense. With a wave of his hand, Gui and Yanshi stormed in the other direction. Come back here. Seeing that Gui and the others retreated, Yan Ci and the other 2 snake people thundered loudly as their bodies quickly flashed toward Gui's group. The person in black's cloak was like a ghost, appearing in front of the snake people. The sleeves of her cloak waved around gently to form a surge of strong winds in the sky. Among the strong winds, large overwhelming cyan wind blades shot out, quickly pushing the trio of snake people back to their original starting points. Your opponent is me. Freely standing in the air above, the person in black boldly said. With no one at the fighting level of Queen Medusa, the person in black became the strongest person in the area. Single-handedly stop an army of 10,000, for someone of her level, was no exaggeration. Kill him. Coldly glaring at the person in black in front of him, even the quick-tempered Yan Ci knew that the opponent in front of him was far more capable than the previous Gui. With one harsh shout, 3 ferocious and imposing auras rose up in the sky and intertwined. Carrying savage strength, they fiercely attacked the person in black. Taking advantage of Yan Ci and the other 2 being obstructed by the person in black, Gui and the 2 other figures wildly shot out, breaking through the defenses of the large amount of snake people and left the city. With angry faces, they madly chased in the direction that the black shadow went. Above the city, the person in black watched the attacks of the 3 Dou Wangs. The black person dodged relaxedly and would occasionally shoot out a sharp shock which would cause one of the Dou Wangs to fall back in pain. There were countless poison spears thrown from the snake people below. However, whenever the spears get close to the person, a breeze picked up and sent them flying in a random direction, creating more trouble for the Yumi and other 2 Dou Wangs. Although the person in black could easily face the 3 Dou Wangs, to kill them off easily would be quite problematic. These 3 had quite the tactical understanding of each other. Whenever the person in black would send out a strong attack, the 3 of them would work together to stop it. Although their blocks were somewhat weak, it minimized the amount of damage taken and thus caused the battle in the sky with the Dou Huang to gradually fall into a deadlock. While still calm, the person in black coped with the fierce and desperate attacks of Yume and the other 2. After a long while, the person in black slightly shook her head, her eyes glanced in the direction that Gui and the others previously chased after and found that they were barely visible on the edge of the horizon. Sighing in relief, the sleeves of the Dou Huang fiercely waved and the pressure released by her became much more aggressive. Her toes lightly stepped on air and she shot up 10 meters as her hands quickly formed seals. With a cold low sound she shouted, "Wind back to earth." Followed by the shout, green-colored winds suddenly started gathering in the air above the Dou Huang, forming green, thick, round layers of clouds that carried enormous pressure. With a gentle wave of her hand, the green cloud above the raging winds started to compress rapidly, creating dark green wind blades. Finally, the wind blades that covered the sky started to shoot down like the drizzle of rain. Feeling the ferocious oppression and underlying strength in the sky above, Yume and the 2 others wore serious expressions with their backs to each other. Their 3 different kinds of Dou Qis rose up to the sky, as if the 3 were the pillars in holding up the skies and the slowly descending wind cloud stopped moving in midair. Gazing at the 3 people being pinned down by the green cloud, the person in black tilted her head, looking to the northeast of the desert and softly murmured, "It seems like 2 more people have come again. Looks like I have to retreat." A delicate hand as pale and white as jade withdrew into the black robes.
The person in black didn't stay any longer and gently flapped the green-colored Dou Qi wings on her back, turning into a black light and appearing outside the city after a brief moment. She then quickly disappeared in the direction Dou Qi and the others headed towards previously. Shortly after the disappearance of the person in black, two rays of light appeared from the northeast and southwest portions of the desert. After a moment, they appeared over the city and looked down with ugly expressions at the city in panic. Their hands waved rapidly as their Dou Qi bitterly hit the huge green wind cloud. Under their collaboration, it dissolved. Chase. After breaking the wind layer, Yume and the other two took off into the sky again and did not even have time to greet the two men that just came. With a shout, the three of them started madly chasing in the direction that the person in black retreated to. The two people who had just arrived paused for a moment before joining in the chase. 5 rays of light, carrying sky-shaking pressure, crossed the sky almost instantly. They quickly disappeared into the horizon. The vast desert with raging sandstorms and full of the color gold, extended as far as the eye could see. Above the blue skies, a figure suddenly crazily flew past. A huge wind pressure pressed down on the sand below, leaving shallow sand marks on the ground. After a short moment of time, the sand marks were carried away by a storm, perfectly covering the tracks. Not long after the figure flew over, 3 rays of light immediately arrived. The sand that had settled down not long ago, suddenly had 3 larger sand marks appear. After the 3 rays of light flew away, a shadow with an even more terrifying speed appeared, and after the disappearance of that shadow, 5 rays of light flashed by. After being ruined repeatedly, the wind above the sand seemed like it was letting out muffled sobs. Xiao Yan madly flapped his purple cloud wings with the green lotus in one hand. Borrowing the speed from the storm, his speed was even more terrifying than the most efficient flying beast native to the desert area. If not for the directions of Lao Yao, Xiao Yan would have been lost in this desert that did not have the slightest landmark. Xiao Yan's tongue twirled as 2 energy recovery pills were swallowed down into his stomach. The energy recovery pills that were in his mouth was more than halved in this short period of time. Through this alone, one could imagine the frightening consumption of Dou Qi by flying recklessly with regard for safety. Once again soaring a distance, Xiao Yan's tight face changed. With a slight turn of his head, he could see that the 3 black figures near the edge of his sight were getting closer to him. Damn it, these scoundrels are just too persistent. Looking at the figures of Dou Qi and his group draw closer, Xiao Yan's mind started to panic. Those 3 were all Dou Wangs. Truthfully, a single slap from them could beat Xiao Yan dead. Sir, Dou Qi of the Jiama Empire asks you to return the heavenly flame to its original owner. Please relax, with the heavenly flame perfectly untouched, Dou Qi will not allow you to suffer any losses. The shout was reinforced with Dou Qi and sounded like angry thunder as it resounding over the desert, unrelenting. I'll be a fool if I hand it over to you, Xiao Yan secretly muttered a cry in his heart before shifting his eyes back and could not help but curse loudly. The Dou Wangs spoke peacefully, but their speed increased more and more as the distance between the two sides started shrinking rapidly. Without answering Dou Qi's question, Xiao Yan was about to focus ahead when his pupils shrank when he saw that not far behind Dou Qi's group, a shadow, with a very terrifying speed, was coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, Fleeing for Thousands of Kilometers. Chapter 221, Fleeing for Thousands of Kilometers. This is bad, that Dou Huang is catching up. Isn't that person's speed too terrifying? Seeing that the Dou Huang had managed to quickly escape from the obstruction of the snake people and successfully chase after him, Xiao Yan felt the skin on his head turn numb. He hurriedly shouted in his heart, "Teacher! I know, for the remaining journey, allow me to support your escape. The other side has too many people, so we cannot be delayed by them. Otherwise, even if I can bring you to escape, that heavenly flame will be stolen away by them." At the moment, Yao Lao's voice had an additional seriousness. A lineup formed by a Dou Huang and 3 Dou Wangs was something that even he could not look down upon right now. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Regardless of what happens, we cannot lose the heavenly flame again. Xiao Yan nodded his head heavily and earnestly requested with a bitter smile. Kuko, I know. After agreeing with a smile, Yao Lao gradually descended into silence. An incomparably ferocious spiritual strength violently surged out from Xiao Yan's body. In the blink of an eye, it gained control of Xiao Yan's body. As Yao Lao's spiritual strength surged out, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly. A faint purple-colored cloud tattoo formed on the back of the purple cloud wings as light purple lines gradually surfaced. The slow swimming light within the lines made it seem like a living thing which was both mystical and mysterious. This kind of strange phenomenon would only appear when the purple cloud wings were pushed to its limits. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he did not have the ability to achieve this. However, this was something very simple for Yao Lao. After the purple cloud line surfaced on the purple cloud wings, Xiao Yan's flying speed appeared to instantly skyrocket to over double its original speed. The insane flying speed released a sonic boom as it passed through the air. From this, it could be seen just how frightening Xiao Yan's current speed was. Following the surge in Xiao Yan's speed, the gap between him and Gu He's group, which had been gradually narrowing, was immediately widened. Gu He and the two others adopted stunned expressions as they watched the human figure a great distance in front of them who appeared to be teleporting. A powerlessness rose in their hearts. This kind of speed was far too fast. It could be compared to the speed of a Dou Huang of the wind affinity.
Don't tell me that guy is also a Dou Huang?
The thought flashed quickly in Gu He's heart, prompting his face to change slightly. However, he quickly tightened his fist violently. Even if the opponent was a Dou Huang, Gu He would never allow him to successfully take the heavenly flame away. He had offered extremely generous rewards in order to invite Xun Er and Feng Li of the 10 strongest people in Jiamai Empire, to take the risk of entering the inner desert and accompany him to steal the heavenly flame. Thus, no matter what happened, he would not give up on this heavenly flame. Even if the other person was a Dou Huang, it was impossible for him to give up. When Xiao Yan's speed rose drastically, the expressions of both Xun Er and Feng Li by Gu He's side became extremely ugly. Clearly, they had thought along the same lines as Gu He. The two of them exchanged glances and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Wanting to obtain the generous reward that Gu He had mentioned was expectedly not easy. Originally they had rejoiced at Queen Medusa's disappearance, but they did not expect that another mysterious and strong person of unknown origin would once again appear. These continuous twists and turns of events had caused the two strong people renowned in the Jiamai Empire to feel helpless and bitter. That heavenly flame was indeed something that would cause many strong people to become crazy. After muttering with a bitter smile, Feng Li tilted his head around and watched the somber and furious face of Gu He. He did not expect this usually relaxed and easygoing alchemist grandmaster would have difficulty maintaining his usual demeanor in front of the heavenly flame. This allowed Feng Li to personally experience the temptation of a heavenly flame. Chase. I want to see just where this strong person comes from. As long as we know his identity, I don't believe that there is someone in the Jiamai Empire that I, Gu He, cannot offend. Gu He suppressed his anger and snorted. The pair of Dou Qi wings on his back flapped and his speed suddenly increased by quite a bit as he swiftly chased after the small black dot in the far distance. Old he seems to have really become furious. I wonder where that strong guy originates from. If it is the Jiamai Empire, I'm afraid he will be very unlucky. Offending a tier 6 alchemist. That is not something fun to do. Looking at Gu He, whose anger had already surfaced, Xun Er could not help but part his mouth and laugh.
Feng Li nodded his head.
Indeed, a tier 6 alchemist was someone that even a Dou Huang would not easily dare to offend. After all, the nepotism of an alchemist was really a little frightening. As long as he knew your identity, he could invite a large number of good friends daily and take turns to attack. Even if he couldn't beat you, he might tire you to death. However, even with the increased speed of Gu He and the two others, they continued to remain far behind Xiao Yan. The distance between them was also growing. This situation caused Gu He to be so furious that his face turned livid, but he remained helpless. After all, they had already pushed their speed to their peak. It was already impossible for them to go any faster. Just as Gu He was gritting his teeth with anger at the increasing distance, a black shadow caught up with them in a lightning-like manner from far behind them. In an instant, she appeared in front of them. Seeing the black-robed person that had appeared in a flash just a short distance away, a joy immediately surged onto Gu He's face. At the same time he let out a sigh as he hurriedly shouted, "Quick, stop that guy." "Okay." A faint voice was emitted from under the black robe. However, the black-robed person did not immediately speed up. Instead, her speed slowed slightly. She turned her body around, raised her head and exposed her snow-white elegant chin under the blazing sun before whispering, "I will chase after him. You should all separate immediately and fly out of the Tager Desert on your own. After that, we will gather at Yen City outside the Tager Desert. If I manage to catch up to that person, I will take the heavenly flame back. Why do we need to separate?" Hearing the words, Gu He was at a loss and asked in a stunned manner. "The strongest among the snake people are catching up. Their speed is extremely quick in the desert. Moreover, they have already gathered 5 Dou Wangs. If I continue to protect you, I can safely send all of you out of the desert. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to chase the person ahead," the black-robed person said blandly. "Already?" Gu He's heart was slightly shocked. He mused for an instant, and decisively called out, "All right, let's split up. I'll leave the person in front to you. You need not worry about the rest of us. Although we cannot face the strong snake people head-on, it should not be too difficult for us to leave the desert." "Okay."
The black-robed person nodded slightly. After some reminders, she flapped her green-colored pair of Dou Qi wings and chased toward the place where Xiao Yan disappeared in a lightning-like manner. I'll leave it to you. You must take the heavenly flame back. Watching the black-robed person, Dou Qi shouted. He waited for the former to disappear from sight before he frowned and turned around to glance at the horizon. He said gravely, Old Shi, Fengli, let's split up, remember, we'll meet at Yan City. Be careful. Hee, alright. It's a pity. I had originally wanted to have a big fight with the snake people. But from the looks of it, it seems we won't have the chance. Yan Shi nodded his head and smiled. There will be plenty of opportunities. Now, they are superior in numbers, let's withdraw first. Dou Qi gave a forceful smile as he said. You don't need to be too worried. You should know sect leader Yun's strength well. She should be able to catch up to the guy in front. Seeing Dou Qi's face, Fengli smiled and comforted Dou Qi. Ugh, hopefully. If she still fails, then it may be that I am not fated to have the heavenly flame, but... Dou Qi let out a soft sigh. He placed his hands together and shook it toward the other two before saying seriously, the two of you, be careful. I will take my leave. After saying this, the pair of wings on his back flapped. He then turned around and shot toward the edge of the desert. Kuko, let us leave too. Seeing Dou Qi's back disappear, Yan Shi and Fengli also smiled. The wings on their back flapped and they turned around before flying in different directions. A short while after the three of them disappeared, 5 glows flashed over like falling stars. A moment later, they stopped at the place where Dou Qi and the other two had stood. They have separated. After sensing for a moment, you may frown and face the other four. What do we do now? Let's split up and give chase. You may, the three of you will go and chase Dou Qi and the other two. Yan Ci and I will go after the Dou Huang. A snake person wearing gray robes said. This snake person was fairly old with a face full of wrinkles. It was clear that he had quite a high reputation among these people. Thus, when they heard his arrangement, even the bad-tempered Yan Ci did not say anything to oppose him. Elderine, you and Yan Ci are no match for the Dou Huang. In the sacred city, she easily managed to escape even when the three of us attacked together. Mo Basi said with a frown. Relax. We will not confront her head-on. I have been leaving some markings along the way here. If Nanshi and the others were to arrive and follow the markings to catch up to us, we will attack together. That Dou Huang would not have an easy time. On the other hand, if the few of you manage to catch up to the opponent, you must give them a memorable lesson. They had haughtily charged into our snake people race's territory. If they leave without any losses, won't that cause our snake people race to lose face? The gray-clothed old man's voice was somewhat hoarse and cold. Yes. Yume's pretty face was completely icy. She nodded and did not say any other unnecessary things. After the three of them exchanged glances, the Dou Qi wings on their back flapped and three of them flew in the direction of Dou Qi and the other two in a lightning-like manner. Let's go, Yan Ci. I had once exchanged blows with the three Dou Huangs of the Jiama Empire. If I can come into contact with the black-robed person, I should be able to identify him. Even if he escapes, our snake people race will be able to take revenge for this wrong. Seeing Yume and the two others swiftly disappear, the gray-clothed old man narrowed his muddy old eyes and said faintly. Yes. Yan Ci nodded his head. A ferocious glint danced in his eyes. With a flap from the wings on his back, he and the gray-clothed old man turned into 2 light rays and shot in the same direction as the black-robed person from before. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Yunji? Chapter 222, Yunji? Within the desert, Sharp's explosive sounds rang throughout the sky. The moment the explosive sound occurred, a figure appeared, paused for a moment, and the next time he appeared, he was a few hundred meters away. The instant when this figure disappeared, another black figure closely followed. The shape that this black figure adopted while flying through the sky was like a floating willow leaf. As the figure swayed, there was a perfect combination of both speed and elegance which appeared extremely pleasing. The speed of this black figure in the back could only be said to be better compared to the figure in front. Each time the figure shot forward like a whirlwind, a faint afterimage would remain in place. A moment later, it slowly disappeared under the hot sunlight. As the figure swept past, there was once a maximum of 8 afterimages that appeared in the sky. From this it can be imagined how terrifying the speed of the black figure was. As one person fled and the other gave chase, Xiao Yan's body had once again turned into a small black spot that had appeared in the black-robed person's sight. The black-robed person lifted her head slightly and watched the black-clothed figure ahead who was carrying the green lotus seat and flying quickly. She frowned slightly and mumbled in a slightly suspicious manner from under the robes, "This person's speed is really somewhat strange. During the flight, there hasn't been any Dou Qi spilled out. This perfect control is very rarely seen. But why have I never known that such a strong person has appeared near the Tager Desert? This kind of speed is something that even some Dou Huang cannot compare with. If I did not have wind after images, an agility Dou technique that raises my speed, I would not be able to shorten the distance between him and myself. But even if it is like this, it appears that I still have difficulty catching up to him." Under the black robe, a pair of long and narrow eyebrows that appeared like a drawing were increasingly knit together, revealing the owner's doubt in her heart. "I cannot continue to let it drag on like this. Otherwise, if a sandstorm were to occur, I would lose my target." After slowly exhaling a breath with an orchid-like fragrance, a pair of snow-white hands rolled out of the black-colored sleeves. They slowly formed a seal and softly muttered, "I will be able to attack at a range of 500 meters. Now, there's a little more left. I'll speed up." As the voice fell, the black-robed person's toes gently pressed on the air. Her body gracefully rotated in midair and an afterimage was left in the original spot. The original body had strangely disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was already over 100 meters away. "Teacher, we seem to have provoked a hornet's nest." Feeling the strange wind sound beside his ear, the corner of Xiao Yan's eyes glanced behind him. He noticed the black-robed person flashing over and could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. "The one who has come is that Dou Huang, no wonder she can catch up." Yao Lao sighed gently. Immediately, he teased, "I think that the black-robed person seems to have a good impression of you. Why don't you try and see if she will let you off? ***, let's forget it. The last time, she may have showed compassion for the little pitiful me. This time is different. The attraction of something like a heavenly flame is far too large. She and I aren't even acquainted. As long as her head was never been caught between the door, I think that she would finish me off very decisively, without the slightest hesitation." Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan laughed dryly. He was about to urge Yao Lao to speed up when he felt his heart tighten. All the hair on his body stood up at this moment. "Be careful. Rotating wind wall." The indifferent cold cry and Yao Lao's hurried voice suddenly sounded together. As these cries fell, the space tens of meters ahead of Xiao Yan began to become distorted. An essence wall that was completely agglomerated of violent wind abruptly took sharp. On the wall, countless of wind blades were wildly rotating. Looking at its appearance, anyone who knocked into it would immediately be cut into small slices of meat. With wide eyes, Xiao Yan stared at the wall of wind blades that he was closing in upon. At that moment, his eyes had shrunk to the size of a pinhole. Although he was trying desperately to break, Xiao Yan's momentum prompted him to violently fly against the wind blade wall. "Wah-ah-ha! Stop!" The aghast in Xiao Yan's heart caused his face to turn pale. His body was about a few meters from the wind blade wall when a thick white flame suddenly soared from his body. At the same time, his body froze quietly, as though it had suddenly been ruthlessly nailed in midair. Xiao Yan's lips quivered slightly as his body quietly stopped in midair. A few centimeters in front of him, the enormous wind blade walls was still grinding violently, much like a pulpier. Numerous chang-chang noises sounded, appearing extremely frightening. A few drops of cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. Xiao Yan's voice trembled a little. "This is far too vicious. Hand over the heavenly flame. I don't know who you are, but offending a tier 6 alchemist is not a wise decision." A calm, cool voice slowly sounded from behind Xiao Yan. There was a little pant in the voice. Clearly, this sudden attack was a little energy-consuming even for her. "Ugh. Teacher, prepare to go all out." Hearing the voice behind him, Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh. His plan to flee had already failed. Now, all that remained was the most tragic direct confrontation. "Ugh. I'll try my best. But I still stand by my words. I can protect your life in a battle with a Dou Huang, but I cannot guarantee the same for the heavenly flame." Yao Lao sighed and helplessly said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan laughed, smiled. "Without my life, what is the point of having the heavenly flame? It's better to protect my life." Pulling the lotus seat with his hand, Xiao Yan eyed the flame at the core of it and gently sighed. His voice was somewhat hoarse after flying for such a long time. "All right. You win. Take the thing." As he said, Xiao Yan carelessly threw the green lotus seat behind him. At the moment the green lotus seat left his hand, Xiao Yan's feet suddenly stepped in the air. The pair of wings behind him flapped and his body rushed toward the ground. Seeing that Xiao Yan had replied so decisively, the black-robed person was clearly at a momentary loss. She saw the green lotus seat that was slowly floating over and then eyed Xiao Yan, who had suddenly escaped fiercely. After a brief hesitation, she gave up blocking him. The wings on her back flapped and she pounced toward the green lotus seat to snatch it back. Just as the black-robed person was slightly over 10 meters from the green lotus seat, a ferocious suction force was emitted from the ground and the green lotus in midair immediately shot down. I'm sorry. After landing on the ground, Xiao Yan beckoned with his palm. The green lotus seat once again landed in his hand. Feeling its warmth, Xiao Yan laughed but did not turn back. His wings violently flapped and the yellow sand on the ground swam upwards. In only a moment, it was scattered throughout the sky. With her body floating in midair, the black-robed person coldly stared at the raising yellow sand that had covered her vision. She coldly snorted. Ignoring the yellow sand, her gaze swept below her amidst the yellow sand. Her delicate hands swiftly formed a seal before she softly cried, "Square wind wall." As his voice fell, 4 enormous wind walls suddenly appeared and covered the entire area within 100 meters. The instant the wind walls appeared, Xiao Yan, who was planning to use the yellow sand to cover his escape, immediately stopped. He foolishly watched the huge wind wall a few meters from him. A long while later, he bitterly smiled and said, "This time around, I must risk my life. This person is far too calm, choosing the most effective way to stop me in such a short time. My patience has a limit. You are fast approaching my limit." A somewhat icy and bland voice once again sounded above his head. The black-robed person coldly glanced at Xiao Yan's black-clothed figure and slowly descended. There was a compressed rotating tornado on her delicate left hand. It was quickly spun while emitting a ferocious force. Meanwhile, her right hand lightly waved and a strange-looking sword which was emitting a pale green glow surfaced. Xiao Yan squatted down as he let out a soft sigh. He carefully placed the green lotus on the sand dune and inhaled a gentle breath. The hopeless dejection on his handsome and delicate face swiftly disappeared. Replacing it was a ghastly ruthlessness of someone who had been forced into a corner and was ready to strike back. Xiao Yan stood up and slowly turned around. Finally, he directly faced this Dou Huang. His finger gently planned over the storage ring and an enormous dark black ruler appeared in his palm. Xiao Yan held the heavy Xian ruler tightly in his hand and inserted it heavily in the sand dune. Shrugging his shoulders at the black-robed person, he said with a smile, "You should be a little surprised looking at my face, no? The youth whom all of you randomly rescued in the desert would actually be the one who gave you the greatest headache." Surprise, indeed very surprised. The Dou Huang's surprise was fast reaching the point of extreme shock. The moment Xiao Yan turned his body around, the body of the black-robed person suddenly stiffened. The beautiful eyes under the black robe were filled with shock as they stared at the handsome and delicate face which was wearing a smile. She did not expect that the person who had almost caused her group to fail at the last moment would be this guy. This not only surprised her. It gave her a shock like being struck by lightning. Hiss, under the black-robed person chest clearly rose and fell intensely once. A long breath was released. The black-robed person's voice was of an incredulous tone as she softly muttered, "How can it be you? How can it be you?" Hearing the repeated words from the black-robed person, Xiao Yan rubbed his head. He then lowered it to glance at the heavenly flame by his side as he helplessly said, "I'm sorry. I really need it." "So? Didn't I ask you to go back? Why are you still loitering around in the desert?" A female voice that suddenly sounded a little angry came from under the black robe. The black-robed person attitude caused Xiao Yan to be at a loss. Feeling neither able to laugh nor cry, he shook his head and said, "Big sister, the reason for me coming to the desert is to search for the heavenly flame. Moreover, I have known from the beginning that Queen Medusa had the thing I needed. Why do I need to leave? The heavenly flame is now in my hands. If you want me to hand it over, I think it would be better if you came and took it instead. However, I will definitely not let it go so easily." Xiao Yan suddenly lifted the heavy ruler, pointed it at the black-robed person and laughed in a somewhat proud voice. Seeing Xiao Yan's action, the black-robed person was somewhat angry. It had only been half a year since they saw each other, but this guy actually dared to challenge her? Under the black robe, a pair of beautiful eyes were both furious and happy as they stared at Xiao Yan, who appeared serious as he challenged her. A long while later, she bitterly laughed and shook her head. The force on her delicate hand was slowly withdrawn. She really had trouble fighting Xiao Yan. "Ugh, he is really the black-robed person thought in her heart as a bright red color surfaced on her pretty face under the black robe. She helplessly shook her head and mused for a long while. After which, she waved her hand in an extremely distracted manner. The usual restrained and elegant self involuntarily scolded, "Get lost. Just get lost. Take the heavenly flame and go. Just pretend that I did not catch up with you today." The even stranger action of the black-robed person instantly caused Xiao Yan's face to completely dull. A long while later, he finally said in a disbelieving voice, You don't want the heavenly flame? I don't have too much obligation to help Gu He do so many things. I have already done my duty by taking the risk and guarding them as they entered the desert. The black-robed person said blandly. As she spoke, she suddenly tilted her head and eyed the sky behind her. After which, she turned around to leave. Xiao Yan was speechless as he eyed the black-robed person who turned around to leave. Then he suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" The black-robed person paused. She was quiet for a long while before she said softly, "There's some people catching up. You should take your leave first. I'll block them." That, big sister, are you sure your head has not been caught between the door? Don't tell me you are my relative? My aunt? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. He was unable to accept this woman's strange behavior and involuntarily shouted. Get lost. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, an embarrassed, angry cry was emitted from under the black robe. She waved her sleeves and a yellow sand arrow viciously shot toward Xiao Yan. Just as it was about to strike Xiao Yan's head, it suddenly exploded and rained yellow sand over his head. Xiao Yan hurriedly pushed aside the yellow sand. His gaze swept the quiet and elegant moving figure that was faintly revealed under the large black robe. He sighed with an utterly confused mind, lowered his body and held the green lotus seat in his palm. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his body stilled. He abruptly lifted his head and stared intently at the strange longsword that was carrying a green light in the hand of the black-robed person. Slowly, the black-robed person's figure merged with the noble and beautiful figure of the Dou Huang who dared to confront the amethyst-winged lion back then until there was no difference between them as they matched perfectly. It was as though a thunderbolt struck through the confused fog within his mind. An elegant name that Xiao Yan could not forget gradually surfaced from deep within his memories. After which, it was like a brand which ruthlessly branded itself in his mind. As this name surfaced, the black-robed person's earlier actions, which were foolish to the point of being pitiful, caused the tip of Xiao Yan's nose to redden. Yun Ji. Is it you? Ha ha, I love you so much. Ha ha, dot. From within the sandstorm-filled sky, Xiao Yan's extremely pleased and unrestrained laughter suddenly followed the dancing wild wind and was transmitted to the black-robed person's ear. At this moment, the black-robed person's lovely body suddenly stiffened. Her delicate and thin body in the fierce wind was like a beautiful peony swaying in the wind, appearing noble and thus elegant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, A Short Meeting. Chapter 223, A Short Meeting. After standing in the sandstorm for a long while, the black-robed person let out a soft sigh. She gradually turned around as her delicate hand slowly lifted her black-colored cloak. Immediately, that pretty and indifferent white face was exposed in the raging sandstorm. As her beautiful eyes watched the young man who had a brilliant smile on his face, an involuntary gentle smile surfaced on Yunji's red moist lips. She did not take those words, with an extremely lethal effect, that Xiao Yan had shouted a moment ago, to heart. It was clear to her that the words were merely a joke that the other party had said in excitement. Yet, this joke caused a gentle part in her heart to slightly stir. Ugh, I was still recognized. Yunji's delicate hand pulled aside the black hair on her forehead. She then shook the strange-looking longsword and a helplessness appeared on her pretty face. He. Eyeing that familiar pretty face, Xiao Yan could not help but part his mouth and laugh. He carried the green lotus seat in his palm, took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "It has been half a year since we last met. How are you?" Ugh, quite good, Yunji pursed up her red lips. She seemed to be trying to make herself to be as indifferent as she usually was. However, each time her gaze glanced at the brilliant smile of the young man, the forceful indifference she pretended to reveal on her face would swiftly collapse. After repeating this for a few times, Yunji could only sigh faintly, nodded and replied softly. Sweeping her gaze over Xiao Yan's body, Yunji's pretty eyes brightened somewhat. After half a years of training, Xiao Yan's body undoubtedly appeared taller and straighter. The handsome and delicate face of his also appeared darker after roaming the desert for a few months. His facial lines that originally appeared somewhat gentle currently had a faint resolute feeling seeping out from them. Clearly, the young man had grown a lot during this half a year. With Yunji's identity, she had met quite a number of young outstanding individuals. Among them, there were some who were so handsome that they could cause women to throw themselves at them. Even so, she did not pay even the slightest bit of attention to them. The only man who could cause her heart to be filled with joy at his growth seemed to be this young man in front of her whom she had an extremely messy relationship with. You have advanced to the Dou Qi realm? While she was sweeping her gaze, Yunji was a little surprised, but immediately felt relieved. Back then when they parted, Xiao Yan was at the peak level of a doja. Although with Xiao Yan's training talent, breaking through was only a matter of time,
being able to swiftly break through a dojo and stabilize his strength in a short half a year was something Yunji did not expect.
Yes, I was merely lucky. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. His gaze sized up Yunji.
The surprise from before had already calmed down. He mused for a moment and asked with hesitation, "Why are you together with piquing Gui?" Hearing Xiao Yan's question, Yunji was briefly at a loss. She moved her eyes as she said softly, "Piquing Gui has a large number of friends in the Jiama Empire. I am also acquainted with him and owe him a favor. This time he invited me along when he came to the desert to search for the heavenly flame.
Oh. Xiao Yan nodded.
In his heart, he sucked his lips at the position Gui held in the Jiama Empire. After which, he lowered his head and glanced at the green lotus seat before saying, "Then, if you don't bring the heavenly flame back, won't he blame you?" "Perhaps.
But my mission is only to ensure their safety. As for other things, I don't have too much of an obligation. Moreover, he thought of you as a mysterious Dou Huang.
Thus he ought to know how difficult it is to take a heavenly flame from a Dou Huang.
If I fail, he won't be able to say anything."
Of course, he would undoubtedly feel somewhat disappointed.
Yunji sighed gently.
Although she and Gui were old friends, she was also very clear about the stubborn character of Xiao Yan.
If she were to try to take the flame, this young boy would immediately turn hostile.
He may have appeared to have a matureness that far surpassed those of his age, but on certain things, he was even more stubborn than a 3-year-old child. He would not give up on the things he wanted even if he were to be beaten to death. As her delicate hand gently rubbed her somewhat painful head, Yunji bitterly smiled. She sighed in her heart for having such terrible luck. It would be fine for her to meet anyone else, but she had to meet this boy. If the person in front of her was someone else, even if the other party was a Dou Huang, Yunji would still think of ways to steal the heavenly flame away. Although with her strength, she would be able to take the heavenly flame in the blink of an eye, Yunji really had difficulty attacking this man who had a complicated relationship with her since he had once seen her almost naked body. Appearing to understand Yunji's frustration, Xiao Yan awkwardly smiled. He held the green lotus seat close to his chest and mumbled, "I'm sorry, I have also been chasing after this thing for half a year. Even if you didn't come to the desert, I would still have looked for Queen Medusa."
"But what do you want the heavenly flame for? With your current strength, if you come in even the slightest contact with it, you would end up without even a corpse."
Yunji gently frowned as her eyes stared on the green lotus seed in Xiao Yan's hand before she said in a puzzled voice,
That should be true, but I really need it." Xiao Yan laughed before replying vaguely.
Seeing Xiao Yan's vague manner, Yunji could only shake her head helplessly. Since he did not want to say more, she did not want to ask for more either. Immediately, she tilted her head and stared at the far distance of the desert. She said, "You should leave here first. There are 2 Dou Huangs from the snake people race who are catching up from behind.
I will help you block them for a short time. What about after that? I think that you will simply leave without saying goodbye again."
Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile,
"I'm sorry. The last time, I really had some urgent things."
Thus, hearing the little bit of resentment in Xiao Yan's words, Yunji could only softly explain. She then said, "Once I have blocked them, I will go and meet up with Gui and the other. After all, we have already arranged to meet."
"Are you in such a rush?"
Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. He smiled bitterly and said, "It was so difficult for us to meet, yet we must immediately part ways. I don't know how long we have to wait before the next time we meet."
"People like you are always so mysterious." Yunji smiled gently.
She eyed the young man's face and hesitated a little.
Suddenly, she asked, "Have you been training alone?"
Yes, I guess." Xiao Yan fondled his chin and smiling as he nodded his head. He did not expose Yao Lao. Your training talent may be quite good, but even the best jade needs to be meticulously carved. After all, training by yourself would lead to you to take many unnecessary routes.
If you don't mind, I can introduce a place for you.
There, you would obtain the best training environment. Yunji's beautiful eyes flashed gently as she said with a smile.
What place? Xiao Yan was at a little bit of a loss.
Although he did not have too much interest in going, he could not resist asking out of curiosity.
The Misty Cloud Sect.
Yunji smiled and said, "The Misty Cloud Sect is extremely strong within the Jiama Empire.
Coincidentally, I have a friend in there.
If you are willing, I can." Once her words reached this point, Yunji suddenly stopped. She realized that the smiling expression on the face of the young man in front of her had suddenly turned a little ugly.
What happened?
Yunji asked in an uncertain voice without knowing what happened.
Forget it. What is the point of a small fly like me going to a place like the Misty Cloud Sect?
If I go, I would only be seeking to be ridiculed.
Xiao Yan shook his head and said coldly.
Eyeing Xiao Yan, whose attitude had suddenly become somewhat vile, Yunji gently pressed her eyebrows together and explained, "The Misty Cloud sect is not as unbearable as you imagine.
Moreover, with your training talent, who would be able to mock you? I am saying this for your own good.
At the very least, you would be able to directly obtain suitable Qi methods and Dou techniques, and the disciples in the Misty Cloud sect are also specially picked.
Their qualities are not bad and you should be able to get along very well with them."
Ugh, forget it, forget it.
In any case, I don't have a very good impression of that place.
I'm quite happy training alone and don't have the mood to go to that whatever sect. Hearing Yunji describe the Misty Cloud sect so perfectly, a displeased emotion soared within Xiao Yan's heart. This was especially so when he heard that the quality of the disciples there was not bad.
A thread of furious flame appeared without warning in his heart. Not bad?
A place which can groom a girl like Nailin Yanran.
How good could it possibly be? With a gloomy expression, Xiao Yan let out a gentle sigh. He waved his hand impatiently and said blandly, "All right. Don't say any more. Since you need to find Gu He and the others, then we shall part ways here. I also have some urgent matters to attend to. Goodbye.
We shall meet again if we have the opportunity.
If you really don't want to meet me again, then forget it. Thank you very much for today. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will return you this favor." After saying this, Xiao Yan did not say any other unnecessary words. He carried the green lotus seed in his hand, turned around and flapped the pair of wings on his back. After which, he swiftly flew up into the air and shot toward the distance without turning back. Standing confused on the sand dune, Yunji watched Xiao Yan, who had turned into a black dot. A long while later, she bit her lips and angrily stomped her feet. A grievance that she was not resigned to surfaced on her face. She had good intentions in planning for Xiao Yan, but she did not expect him to give her such a negative response. Moreover, his hidden sarcasm in his words caused Yunji to feel as though her heart had been eaten by a wolf. Heart eaten by a wolf. In this case it means that he did not appreciate her good intentions and instead responded by hurting her, with sarcastic words. "Stubborn boy. Don't go if you don't want to. You don't need to act this way."
Yunji bit her red lips. The tip of her foot stomped on the sand dune. A ferocious force shot out and pulled out a gully of over 10 meters on the sand dune.
"Return the favor. Do you think I would cherish the favor of a small dosher like you?"
After violently venting her anger, Yunji's pretty face was covered red. Her hand suddenly gripped the longsword tightly and let out a soft sigh. The emotions that were usually rarely seen on her face slowly receded. Replacing it was in coldness and indifferentness. Tilting her head, Yunji icily watched two tiny black dots that appeared at the edge of her sight, which were quickly flying over.
"A group of sticky candy that cannot be thrown off. Do you think I won't kill you? Sticky candy refers to people who stick to someone else."
The long sword in her hand pointed forward and a sharp sword force shot out of it. She stared indifferently at the two small dots that were closing in, and an icy angle was lifted from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she, who was filled with grievances and anger caused by Xiao Yan, was planning to use these people to vent her fury. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 224, 5 Snake Death Poison Seal. Chapter 224, 5 Snake Death Poison Seal.
With a gloomy expression, Xiao Yan flew furiously for some distance in the desert before his heart began to gradually calm down. His speed slowly declined. As he recalled the attitude he showed Yunji, he could not help but smile bitterly.
It seemed that he went overboard. She kindly recommended a training place for my own good.
Ugh, I was reckless. Xiao Yan patted his forehead gently and softly sighed.
Xiao Yan rubbed his forehead gently with his palm.
He recalled how Yunji was frustrated after seeing him but still gave up her intentions of taking the heavenly flame. The apologetic feeling in his heart grew even more dense. The wings behind his back flapped slightly and Xiao Yan's figure stopped in midair. He turned his head around and stared at the end of the desert before mumbling with hesitation, "Should I go back and take a look?" Xiao Yan frowned and mused for a moment. The corner of his eyes glanced at the green lotus seed he carried on his hand and sighed lightly. He whispered, with her ability, two Do Wangs should not be able to do anything to her. I am currently carrying a unique treasure like the heavenly flame on me. If I were to return, I may end up bringing her quite a lot of trouble. Xiao Yan muttered to himself for a while. Just when he was planning to leave, the calm sky in the distant inner region of the desert suddenly raged.
5 incomparably ferocious forces shot out from the horizon.
The 5 different forces were divided into 5 different huge colored pillars. They were like 5 pillars holding the sky, fixed tightly on the enormous blue sky.
This is?
Staring seriously at the 5 huge light pillars at the edge of his sight, Xiao Yan's face changed as he cried out involuntarily.
The strong people of the snake people race, 5 Dou Wangs.
Yao Lao's somewhat stunned old voice sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Looks like the strong of the snake people race have arrived very quickly. That woman called Yunji seems to have some trouble.
5 Dou Wangs?
Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jumped.
His expression instantly sunk. With a frown, he said, their speed is really too fast, but with Yunji's strength, there shouldn't be any problem, no? She is after all a Dou Wang, but...
That's difficult to say. A Dou Wang may be very strong, but a Dou Wang isn't too lousy either. Moreover, it is the sum of 5 Dou Wangs, and the strong people of the Snake People clan know some Dou techniques to combine their strength due to their bloodline. If we add all these up, then Yunshi should have quite a bit of trouble handling them.
Yao Lao voiced his thoughts. Xiao Yan's frown deepened.
A long while later, he tightly pressed his lips together, stared intently at the 5 huge energy pillars above the desert and did not hesitate in saying, "Then we will return."
It's up to you. Yao Lao was unconcerned with regards to this.
Xiao Yan nodded his head, carried the green lotus seat and gently flapped the purple cloud wings on his back. He turned around and swiftly retraced the path he had taken. In the never-ending golden-colored desert, 6 figures were suspended in the empty space. Behind each of them were a pair of flapping Dou Qi wings. As the pairs of Dou Qi wings flapped, bursts of gentle breezes swept up waves of yellow dust. In the middle of the surrounding 5 figures, the black-robed person stood indifferently. Her beautiful eyes glanced briefly at the 5 around her and gently said, "Your speeds really shocks me."
Bah!
Yan Ci, whose face was a little pale, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with phlegm. His clothes were currently in pieces and his entire body was covered with blood.
Numerous frightening hideous wounds surfaced on his lower abdomen and his arms.
When he and the grey-clothed man had took the lead in blocking Yunji just now, the woman who was entirely covered in black acted like an vengeful woman who appeared to have been abandoned by a man. She suddenly attacked them the moment they met without even giving them the chance to speak. Under this kind of situation where they did not have time to act, Yan Ci took the first blow. In just a short few minutes, Yan Ci suffered some quite serious injuries under the black-robed person's attack. Had the other 3 strong snake people not arrived in time, he might have ended up being very seriously injured even with help from the grey-clothed old man. A Dou Wang may be considered to be someone strong, but they were of an entirely different class than a Dou Wang.
With just 2 Dou Wangs, they did not have the qualification to clash with a Dou Wang.
Additionally, Yan Ci's combat method had always been clashing head-on. By fighting in this manner with a Dou Wang, he would naturally be at a terrible disadvantage. Of course, the most important reason for his injuries was that the black-robed person was extremely vicious in her attacks.
You are quite vicious in your attacks.
Not only did you not apologize after haughtily charging into the territory of our Snake People clan, but you have instead acted this arrogantly.
Do you really think that our snake people race does not have anyone who can defeat you?
The grey-clothed old man swept his gaze coldly across the black-robed person as he said thickly.
Apologize? But even if I did apologize, I don't think that you would accept it. Since it is useless, why should I apologize?
The black-robed person laughed indifferently. The snake people race who had lost Queen Medusa seemed to be unable to pose much trouble.
Despicable and shameless humans. If you had not come and disturbed her, how could Her Majesty's evolution fail? Yan Ci angrily shouted. TSK, if you really think like that, then I'm afraid that you are completely mistaken.
Although Queen Medusa's evolution appears to have failed, she was raised by me. Thus, I can vaguely sense that she has not really died. Someday in the future, she will return to the Tager Desert and once more lead our snake people race to leave this damned place. The grey-clothed old man coldly laughed. When that time comes, we will definitely go and settle all the scores today.
Your name should be Xun Er, right? A very well-respected old man in the snake people race. Your current strength has already advanced to an 8-star Dou Wang.
What you said.
Maybe.
If there is really such a day, I really hope to be able to exchange blows with her. Hearing what the grey-clothed old man vowed, Yunshi frowned slightly. She immediately shook her hand gently and said indifferently. The current Jiama Empire has 3 Dou Huang who are known.
I have once met all of them. Thus, I can also recognize you.
Behind you is indeed an extremely large strength, but just wait. Our snake people race will definitely take revenge.
The grey-clothed old man coldly laughed. A meaningless threat.
Yunji laughed softly and shook her head. She was naturally not one of those useless people who would be frightened by a simple threat. Immediately, she laughed and gradually lifted the long sword in her hand that was carrying a green light. A cold angle was lifted on her pretty face as she chuckled. Since you have already said such vicious words, then don't blame me for not showing any mercy.
Today, I would like to see how many among the 5 of you can escape. You may be a Dou Huang, but it won't be so easy trying to handle us 5 Dou Wangs. Hearing Yunji's words, a middle-aged snake person wearing a green robe shouted with a cruel and fierce expression. Then, come and try. Yunji's delicate hand gently wiped across the sharp sword blade. The clear sound of a sword ringing reverberated through the air. At the moment when the sword ring sounded, Yunji's body suddenly disappeared. The next time she appeared, she was already behind the snake person in a green robe. At the tip of the sword, the pale green-colored sword energy was expended by over 3 feet. In a tricky and vicious manner, it pierced towards the latter vital spot. The instant Yunji's body disappeared, the battle-experienced green-robed snake person sensed something. He swung his snake tail as his body twisted strangely towards the left by half a foot. With this, he narrowly avoided that cold sword blade. Although her first attack missed, there was no change to Yunji's expression. She released the sword hilt with her palm. Instantly, the strange longsword nestled on her palm and began rotating swiftly. The sharp sword blade formed a cold glint and gently cut across the waist of the green-robed snake person. The hard snake scales covering his waist was like thin paper to the sword energy that was formed with intense chi compression and put up no resistance to the attack. The depressing sound of the sword blade slashing through flesh sounded in the air. The green-robed snake person held his hand tightly against his waist. Bright red blood seeped out from between his fingers and continued to drip down. The intense pain caused his face to be filled with perspiration. From the moment of Yunji's sudden attack to the moment when the green-robed snake person retreated with an injury, only a short fraction of a second had passed. When everyone regained their composure, the green-robed snake person, who was one of the top among the snake people race, had already been injured and pulled back in a haggardly manner. Her speed is too fast. Do not take her on alone. 5 Snake Death Poison Seal. The gray-clothed old man hurriedly called out with a dark face as he eyed the injured snake person. As he called out, the gray-clothed old man's hands began to swiftly form a series of seals that caused people's eyes to be dazzled. As these seals were being formed, a large quiet green glow was quickly being agglomerated in his palm. The instant after the gray-clothed person began to form the seals, the remaining 4 also quickly began doing the seals. They had practiced such seals countless times and therefore, they were able to swiftly complete the troublesome seals when they heard the order. The moment all 5 of them formed the seals, a circle of pale quiet light energy cover began to appear out of nowhere, firmly encompassing them within it. Clearly, this was a measure undertaken to prevent the opponent from launching a sudden sneak attack to the sealcasters. An interested glint flashed across Yunji's pretty eyes as she eyed the increasingly dense energy within the hands of the 5 of them. She had heard of the strangeness of Dou techniques of snake people race. This was especially so for some merging Dou technique, which could combine many chis into one and shoot it out at once, achieving the aim of contending with higher-class strong people. Seeing the merging Dou technique that they were currently using, it appeared around that of a high Shen level. A merging Dou technique of this level could already be considered as an extremely high level among the snake people race. Thus, only the leaders of the 8 large tribes had the ability and the qualification to use it. 5 Snake Poison Breaking Seal. Form. Following a low cry by the gray-clothed old man, the glow within the 5 Dou Wang's hand suddenly became extremely magnificent. An instant later, 5 quiet green energy pillars that were tens of feet tall suddenly shot out of the palms of the 5 of them. After the quiet green energy pillars shot out from their palms, they began to twirl with each other. A moment later, an enormous energy pillar suddenly appeared in the sky. When this energy pillar appeared in the sky, wild winds blew within the desert. A chi that was filled with bloodthirstiness and ruthlessness suddenly surfaced from within the energy pillar. The enormous energy pillar abruptly began to writhe and transformed into a green energy serpent that was over 100 feet long. Hiss! The appearance of the green energy serpent resulted in the wild winds of the desert flourishing. One by one, tornadoes that could be seen by the naked eye began to swiftly rotate by the side of the green energy serpent's body. The whizzing sound made by them echoed through the desert. Surprise and seriousness appeared in Yunji's pretty eyes as she watched the enormous green energy serpent in the sky. She did not expect that these 5 Dou Wangs would actually be able to display such a strong force. No wonder the snake people race's Dou techniques are quite famous in the Dou Qi continent. This kind of strange merging Dou technique really shocks people, Yunzi sighed gently. She held the sword hilt tightly and all the forces in her body suddenly changed until they were as sharp as a sword blade. Numerous huge green-colored violent winds began to swiftly agglomerate around her body. As she stared intently at the enormous green serpent that was charging over, Yunji's toe gently tapped on the empty air while a powerful attack was readied in her hand. She was just about to charge forward when her expression suddenly changed and she hurriedly turned her head around. In the horizon, a human figure that was entirely covered in a thick white flame flashed a couple of times and strangely appeared in front of Yunji as though he had teleported. His hands flipped and a turbulent white-colored flame violently engulfed the skyline. After which, it was like a monstrous large wave when it swallowed up the enormous green serpent. Suspended in midair, Yunji stared blankly at this sudden scene. Her pretty face was both stunned and astonished at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, Ability. Chapter 225, Ability. When the enormous green energy serpent came into contact with the sweeping thick white flame, it began to swiftly disappear, much like snow coming into contact with heat. In just the blink of an eye, the ferocious huge serpent that whizzed over the skyline suddenly disappeared from the sky. All that was left was a somewhat desolate cry from it that slowly echoed in the sky, until it disappeared. The sudden change caused everyone to adopt completely stunned faces. A long while later, numerous shocked gazes finally hurriedly turned toward the flame person in the sky. The human figure stood under the blue sky and a thick white-colored flame continued to writhe on his body, completely covering him. Due to the flame being extremely dense, those outside also had difficulty seeing the face of the person under it. The high temperature caused by the flame also caused the surrounding air to appear a little distorted. From afar, it was as though creases had formed in the air, appearing extremely strange. Even though the 5 Dou Wangs of the snake people were quite far away, they could still feel the intense heat emitted from the white flame. After swallowing dryly, they exchanged glances and could see the fear in each other's hearts. Who are you? Why have you meddled in the affairs of the snake people race? The sudden appearance of the flaming human figure and the frightening attack that he had unleashed immediately caused the gray-clothed old man's face to turn much more gloomy. However, in this kind of situation, he did not dare to randomly offend a mysterious strong person of unknown origin. He exchanged glances with his companions before taking a step forward and asking in a deep voice. No reason. I simply like it. An old voice that was neither fast nor slow was emitted from within the white-colored flame. The indifferent tone resulted in the faces of the gray-clothed old man's group to turn ugly. Standing a short distance behind the flame person, Yunji was a little stunned as she stared at the human figure in front of her. She knit her eyebrows together for a moment. However, she could not think of a strong Dou Huang who could control a white-colored flame within the Jiama Empire. Yunji's pretty eyes swept across the writhing white flame before her pupils suddenly shrunk. A moment later, shock suddenly flashed past her. From her senses, she could clearly feel that despite the hot temperature emanated from the thick white flame, the flame clearly seemed to feel like pieces of 1,000 years cold ice. However, how could ice release such a hot flame? What was this strange thing? Don't tell me this is a heavenly flame? Yunji blinked her eyes and recalled those strange natural flames. Her heart beat violently. On top of her heart being shocked, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had managed to see 2 heavenly flames today while they were usually extremely rare to see on any day. Could this be considered lucky? This old sir, thank you for helping. Ha ha. But these jumping clowns do not pose too much of a threat to me. After shaking her head to remove those thoughts from her head, Yunji said with a smile to the flaming person in front of her as a gratitude and gentleness surfaced on her pretty face. Perhaps, the flaming human figure said faintly, I am not a person who likes to meddle in matters. If it were not for someone making a request, I would not put in so much effort to hurry over it. Someone's request? Hearing this, Yunji was momentarily at a loss. Her eyebrows were pressed together as she asked, Old sir, may I know who is the one who requested for you to come and help me? Is it Dou Qi? He. Dou Qi may have quite a good reputation in the Jiama Empire, but he doesn't have the qualification to request me to do anything. The old laughter from the flaming human figure contained a little disdain. Hearing the flaming human figure readily disagree, Yunji was once again at a loss. A doubt immediately flashed across her pretty face. Among all the people she knew, there were not many who had the ability to invite a Dou Huang to take action. Moreover, her current arrival in the desert was part of a secret plan. There were only a few people that knew about it. Thus, only Dou Qi had the highest possibility. However, from the tone of the old man, it seemed that he was not too concerned about the pilking. Stop thinking. After getting rid of these long-tailed snake people, I also need to quickly go and do something. The flaming human figure waved his hand and said blandly. He immediately raised his head and watched the 5 Dou Wangs in midair. In a faint voice, he said, I have long heard that the Dou techniques of the snake people race are very unique. Today, I would like to try taking them on. The corner of the gray-clothed old man's mouth twitched as his gaze stared sinisterly at the flaming human figure. Even with his experience, he realized that he could not determine the origin of this strong person in front of him. He felt some disbelief and his mood gradually sunk. They could still rely on merging their Dou Qi to fight against a Dou Huang for a while. However, if there were 2 Dou Huang, then the 5 of them would be easily defeated by their opponents. The gray-clothed old man clearly knew how strong a Dou Huang was and naturally knew the difference between his group and their opponents. The Snake People race does not have any grudges against you. However, your action today will be remembered by the Snake People race. Even though their group lost in strength, the gray-clothed old man did not want to appear weak. Thus, even though they were at a disadvantage, the gray-clothed old man kept his cold smile as he left some resolute words. After which, he released a sharp cry and shouted, "Withdraw!" Hearing the gray-clothed old man cry, the surrounding 4 Dou Huangs hesitated for a moment before they stared unresigningly at the flaming human figure in the sky. Their hands simultaneously formed some seals. Following a cry, the 5 snake people appeared to explode. Numerous small energy snakes swarmed out in all directions the moment the explosion sounded in the air and began rushing out towards all directions in the desert. When she saw the gray-clothed old man's group intending to flee, Yunji frowned. She was just about to move her body to block them when that flaming human figure shook his hand. Yunji could only stop her action when she saw the flaming human figure's movement. After the flaming human figure coldly watched those countless of fleeing small energy snakes for an instant, he gently waved both his palms. Immediately, 5 sharp needles coagulated from the thick white flame and began to swiftly form in front of him. As the 5 flame-sharp needles slowly rotated, the flaming human figure icily watched the surrounding small energy snakes that appeared to have covered the entire place. His ferocious spiritual strength broke out of his body and scanned for the real body hidden among the countless small snake. Instantly, he let out a soft cold smile. Tapping his finger gently, the 5 thick white flame-sharp needles suddenly shot in 5 different directions. The thick white flame-sharp needles may have appeared tiny, but they left a few faint white scars in the blue sky as they passed through the air. The hot temperature that was contained within them also caused the surrounding air to be vaporized into nothing. Seeing that these humble-looking spiraling flame-sharp needles were actually able to create such power, an astonished expression appeared on Yunji's face. The curiosity she had for the identity of this mysterious person in front of her also grew. The spiraling flame-sharp needles cut through the skyline in a lightning-like manner and shot into the small energy snakes that were running in all directions. Although the small energy snake largely appeared completely the same, the spiraling sharp needles appeared to have a clear target. Along the way, they incinerated a few small snakes which were blocking their paths into nothingness before viciously piercing at 5 extremely small snakes. Appearing to have felt the imminent frightening attack, the 5 small snakes hurriedly turned their heads around. A human-like shock appeared in their triangular-shaped eyes when they saw the flame-sharp needles shooting towards them. Allowing the tiger to return to the mountain is not my style. Since we have become enemies, I will naturally not leave any seeds of trouble, the flaming human figure said softly as he stared indifferently at the 5 small snakes which were about to be struck by the spiraling flame needles. Behind him, Yunji did not say anything when she saw the flaming human figure's action. She was not a foolish kind of person. When it was time to be vicious, she would be more vicious than even some executioners. Having reached her position and strength, she had mastered the skill of deciding when to be vicious and when to be kind. Allowing the tiger to return to the mountain, Chinese idiom, meaning letting a potentially dangerous enemy escape, which may lead to serious problems in the future. In the sky, 5 flame-sharp needles, accompanied by sharp explosive sounds, shot ferociously at the 5 small snakes. However, something happened the moment the needles were about to touch their body. The moment before the 5 small snakes were about to be struck, the flaming human figure suddenly trembled intensely. A soft muffled croon sounded from within the flame. Clearly hearing this muffled croon, Yunji stilled and hurriedly asked, "Old sir, are you alright?" Her face changed just after she asked those words. This was because she felt an extremely strong qi suddenly surging from within the thick white flame. This qi appeared out of thin air and spread across the empty space like lightning. It swiftly caught up with those 5 flame-sharp needles. With a slight shake, it shook the 5 sharp needles that were formed from the heavenly flame into nothingness. During this extremely dangerous moment, the 5 small snakes swayed their snake tails and violently drilled their bodies into the sand dunes, disappearing from the sight of the 2 people in a very embarrassing manner. "Damn beast," a furious old voice sounded from within the thick white flame as he saw the 5 small snakes disappear. As the angry cursing fell, the faintly wild and terrifying qi gradually extinguished. A moment later, the qi completely disappeared as if it had never appeared. "Ugh, what a waste of effort," the flaming human figure sighed and shook his head. He violently smacked his sleeves as though he was scolding something. Then he turned around, glanced at the pretty Yunzi before flying toward the edge of the desert. When he was flying past Yunji's shoulders, the flaming human figure paused slightly. There was a brief hesitation before he said, "Oh yes, a young fellow told me to relay his apologies to you. He seemed to have gone a little overboard just a few minutes ago." Hearing this, Yunji's lovely body stilled. Her small red moist lips widened and her pretty face was totally stunned.
From this little bit of information that the mysterious person had haphazardly revealed, she learned that this Dou Huang who had hurried over to support her was actually someone that Xiao Yan had invited. This little fellow. His power isn't small. It seems I have underestimated you in the past. Yunji muttered in shock as she tilted her head and eyed the flaming human figure that had swiftly disappeared from the edge of her vision. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 226, Fruition. Chapter 226, Fruition.
The flaming human figure flew across the skyline and suddenly paused in midair a moment later. The thick white flame on his body also gradually disappeared. Once the flame completely vanished, the delicate and handsome face of a young man was revealed.
The young man's black eyes blinked gently as he tilted his head back.
The vicissitude in his eyes swiftly withdrew and a cunningness and vitality of a young man replaced it.
Teacher, just now, what happened?
Xiao Yan gently twisted his neck, pressed his eyebrows together and softly asked. His inquiry was naturally about why Yao Lao's sure attack from before was suddenly shattered. It's the doing of that thing in your sleeves, Yao Lao helplessly answered. Was it not for the bone-chilling flame isolating its qi, I'm afraid that Yunji and the snake people would have sensed that this qi was Queen Medusa's.
It's her?
Hearing this, Xiao Yan stilled for a moment. His palm extended into his sleeves and carefully pulled out the seven-colored small snake, whose entire body was warm like jade. He placed her on his palm and stared intently. Sensing Xiao Yan's focus, the seven-colored small snake also raised her small head up high. She blinked her pale purple-colored eyes which were filled with spirituality. Opening her snake mouth, she gently extended her snake tongue seemingly intending to lick Xiao Yan's face. Tilting his head slightly to avoid this small creature's naughty act, Xiao Yan smiled and immediately asked in a soft but somewhat serious voice, Teacher, do you think that she has already regained Queen Medusa's memories?
I don't think so.
If she had regained her memories, Queen Medusa would not stay by your side given her haughty and rude character. I think, perhaps it was because I intended to kill the 5 Dou Wangs of the snake people just now that caused Queen Medusa to temporarily break through the bound of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. Looking at the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python's current manner, I think that Queen Medusa's spirit was once again suppressed.
Yao Lao voiced his thoughts. Xiao Yan let out a gentle sigh.
His palm gently rubbed the heaven-swallowing python's head and he bitterly smiled as he muttered, this little thing is really a time bomb.
It is difficult to say when Queen Medusa will once again emerge from it. Back then, I have already told you this, but you still insist on keeping her by your side. Yao Lao gloatingly laughed.
Xiao Yan rubbed his head and stared at the cute heaven-swallowing python before helplessly saying, blame it on the extremely large attraction this little creature has. I hope that it will be able to continue suppressing Queen Medusa's spirit. Taking out a bottle of amethyst-winged lion birth essence from the storage ring, Xiao Yan dropped a few drops of it into the heaven-swallowing python. The little creature then extended its snake tongue in satisfaction before it lazily entered into Xiao Yan's sleeves. After appeasing the heaven-swallowing python, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the desert under him and gradually descended from some distance on a particular spot. He lowered his head and stared at the yellow sand under his feet as he said softly, this should be the place. Xiao Yan's palm slowly opened, aimed at the sand dune and was slightly quiet.
An enormous suction force suddenly surged from his palm.
Under the suction force, the yellow sand in the area under him suddenly swarmed up toward the sky. As the yellow sand was removed, a pitch-black hole that was a few meters deep suddenly appeared under him.
A green-colored lotus seat which was emitting a faint glow was suspended within the hole.
Seeing that the green lotus core flame was completely safe, Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. His hand beckoned and the green lotus immediately changed into a green light that shot toward Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan carried the green lotus seed in his hand and observed the continuously soaring tiny green-colored flame with a gaze that was somewhat intoxicated with a heated glow. Let's go to the outer part of the desert. That place should be a little safer. After which, find a quiet place and swallow the heavenly flame. Appearing to understand the desire for the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's heart, Yao Lao immediately suggested.
Okay. Xiao Yan nodded his head seriously. He took an energy recovery pill out from the storage ring and threw it into his mouth. With a chewing motion, he swallowed it into his body. He then carried the green lotus seed and began to fly crazily toward the outer regions of the desert. As Xiao Yan's body disappeared within the yellow sand-filled sky, the soul-stirring fight for the heavenly flame within the Tager Desert finally came to a close with someone obtaining a complete victory. After flying for nearly half a day and consuming 13 energy recovery pills along the way, Xiao Yan finally and gradually arrived at the outer regions of the Tager Desert. The direction that Xiao Yan was currently headed for was toward a region on the map which was the most sparsely populated since he needed a place that was extremely isolated. When the hot sun in the sky gradually set and completely fell below the horizon, there was finally some withered grass that appeared in the monotonous yellow sand. He flew for some time more and a fresh green color once again appeared in his sight. In the distant horizon, the small peak of a majestic mountain began to gradually appear. Upon seeing the appearance of the peak of the mountain, Xiao Yan, who had trekked a long distance for an entire day, finally let out a long breath as he swung his numbed arms. The purple cloud wings that were appearing and disappearing because of the exhaustion of Dou Qi once again became much more active. Xiao Yan flapped his wings, turned into a black light and shot directly to the majestic mountain in the distance. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yan descended at the foot of the mountain, blowing out clouds of dust. Currently, the black robe all over his body was covered with a layer of tiny yellow sand. He wiped off the perspiration that was mixed with sand from his head. After his sleeves randomly wiped his face, he ended up completely messing it up and ended up appearing extremely sloppy. After he landed, Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat pale and serious. He swiftly placed the green lotus seat by his side and hurriedly took out an energy recovery pill from the storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't even have time to talk to Yao Lao before he swiftly displayed the training form and began to enter the training mode to recover his Dou Qi. Xiao Yan was supported by the energy recovery pill as he hurried on with his journey, but a medicinal pill was after all an external object. Repeatedly relying on them to recover Dou Qi would easily cause his body to form a reliance to it. If he continued to repeatedly use it for a long time, his body's ability to recover Dou Qi by itself may gradually decline to the extent that in the end, any sort of Dou Qi recovery without the pills would become effectively nothing. It was difficult to imagine, but if a Dou practitioner were to lose the ability to recover Dou Qi, could he still be called a Dou practitioner? Thus, after having hurried on with the journey for such a long time, the most important thing for Xiao Yan after landing was to hurriedly activate the Qi paths in his body and begin to recover Dou Qi. The training time continued for around an hour before Xiao Yan gradually opened his eyes. He let out a deep, slightly yellow feculent breath. After twisting his somewhat numb muscles, he bitterly smiled and said, although the flame mantra has currently evolved to the middle Huang level after swallowing the purple flame, it is still a Huang class Qi method. It is insufficient to support my consumption. If I did not have such a large number of energy recovery pills to support me, I would have been unable to persist for so long. Ugh. Be rest assured. This time, once you successfully swallow the heavenly flame, the flame mantra will definitely be able to evolve into the Xian class. When that time comes, the you with the Xian class Qi method should be able to surpass most of the strong people with the same level of Qi method, Yao Lao comforted with a grin. Hopefully. I will do my best. Tilting his head, Xiao Yan eyed the beautiful green lotus seed on the ground and tightly pursed his lips. A stubbornness faintly seeped out from those firmly pressed lips. Xiao Yan did not have the slightest doubt of the energy contained within the heavenly flame. Although the evolution of the Qi method across classes required a terrifying amount of energy that was more than 10 times between levels such as Doju and Doshi, Xiao Yan believed that the green lotus core flame definitely possessed this frightening energy. Otherwise, it did not possess the qualification to cause countless number of strong people in the continent to bow down to it. After taking in a deep breath of fresh mountain air, Xiao Yan lifted the green lotus seat and placed it in front of him. His eyes stared intently at the cluster of green-colored flame seedling at the center of the lotus that was flooded with spirituality. A faint gratification and bitterness flashed over his face. 2 years ago, when he had just received that mysterious black scroll, he understood somewhere deep in his heart that seeking the heavenly flames would be his lifelong mission. Only through repeatedly swallowing the heavenly flame would he be able to gradually step toward the peak. If he wanted to stand at the top of the golden pagoda of the continent and overlook everything, he needed to put in that nearly crazy amount of effort. In 2 years, Xiao Yan seemed to have walked over half the Jiama Empire in order to obtain the heavenly flame. Back then, in the underground magma world, it was difficult to imagine just how excited Xiao Yan was in his heart when he got to know that there was a heavenly flame present. However, when he obtained only an empty green lotus after fighting to almost death with that two-headed flame spirit serpent a couple of times, he was despondent, but he still did not choose to give up. Thus, the persistent him made the following actions that would cause anyone who heard about them to feel that Xiao Yan was insane. With just the strength of a Doshi, he entered the desolate desert alone and charged into the territory of the snake people race, which the humans viewed as a forbidden place. He did all this by himself. During his journey into the desert, he had been dancing on the scythe of the death god yet managed to narrowly avoid its blade that would have taken away his soul. Due to his courage and effort, the lucky young man became the greatest victor of the heavenly flame game where even a Dou Ling could only stand aside and watch. Xiao Yan had worked hard for 3 years in order to obtain this small green-colored flame seedling. Today, he had finally got what he wanted as he hugged it in his chest. This was the reward of victory that belonged to him. Slowly lifting his head, Xiao Yan stared at the crescent moon in the sky and gradually whitened his mouth.
An instant later, the young and somewhat hoarse soft roar which carried an unrestrained happiness reverberated throughout the sky above the mountain.
The dark black ring trembled slightly and Yao Lao's body suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan.
He lowered his head to watch the tightened body of the young man, which had been constrained until it trembled slightly. A relief and gentleness flashed across those turbid old eyes of his. During the 2 years, he had accompanied Xiao Yan, observing his growth, observing his effort and observing how he time and time again broke past his limit in battles and training. His 2 years of effort had finally bore fruit.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, Swallowing the Heavenly Flame, begin. Chapter 227, Swallowing the Heavenly Flame, begin.
After he gradually recovered his body back to its peak condition, Xiao Yan finally began to calm down. He lifted his head and stared at the crescent moon in the sky for a long time. Then he let out a soft laugh, carried the green lotus seed in his hand and stood up.
Let's find a safer place first, Yao Lao said softly. All right. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He scanned the terrain around him. This was the only mountain at the edge of the desert. By being able to block the desert to the foot of the mountain, the size of the mountain would not be very small. On the mountain, there was the occasional sound from the howling wolves and the roaring of tigers. It appeared as though they were announcing to everyone that the territory here already had an owner. Carrying the green lotus seed tightly in his hands, the tip of Xiao Yan's feet stepped heavily on the ground. An energy explosion sounded and his body abruptly ascended and swiftly landed on top of a huge tree beside him. His body swayed with the tree branches as his gaze swept across the surrounding fresh green mountain forest. Following which, he gently pressed against the tree branch and his body quickly flashed across the dense forest like an eagle in the night sky as he swiftly headed toward the top of the mountain. Xiao Yan turned into a black shadow that moved around the top of the mountain, inspecting it a few times. Finally, he chose a place which he was quite pleased with, a naturally formed mountain cave. The position of the cave was near the middle of the cliff, while the cliff wall was so precipitous that it was almost vertical and it did not have any spots for one to place one's foot on. Thus, it was obviously impossible to climb to the mountain cave. However, this mountain cave, which appeared difficult for others to climb to, was undoubtedly much easier and almost effortless to Xiao Yan, who possessed the purple cloud wings. Standing on the top of the cliff, Xiao Yan glanced down at the extremely deep and almost bottomless valley below the mountain. It was covered by a faint fog.
This place, which was neither open to the sky nor at the bottom, was the most ideal training location in his heart.
Nodding his head with satisfaction, Xiao Yan did not show any hesitation as he leaped off the cliff.
An intense wind sounded past his ears.
His back trembled slightly and the purple cloud wings extended out. The wings flapped, causing Xiao Yan's quickly descending body to slow down.
A moment later, his body was already smoothly suspended outside the mountain cave. His gaze carefully swept across the cave. Only after he did not discover any trace of a magic beast staying within the cave did he carry the green lotus seed over and flew into the cave. Although the cave was not very big, it was sufficiently large for Xiao Yan to use. After putting the green lotus seed on a huge rock, Xiao Yan took out a few moonlight stones from his storage ring which he hung on the stone walls. Immediately, a somewhat dim light began to shine. With the help of the light, Xiao Yan began to sweep his gaze within the cave in an alert manner. Any little tiny corner was swept over by Xiao Yan's gaze a few times. One could not blame Xiao Yan for being so alert and careful. His intention of swallowing the heavenly flame was so difficult that even the swallowing of the purple flame could not compare with it. During such a time, any interruption from the surroundings would cause his efforts to fall short. Moreover, he would also likely receive a backlash from the heavenly flame and turn into a pile of ashes in an instant. Xiao Yan took nearly an hour before he completely scanned the not very spacious mountain cave. During his scan, he found a few small magic beasts dung hidden by a few huge rocks. These should have been left behind by some flying-type magic beast from the occasional times they came here to rest. After clearing the dung from the cave, Xiao Yan moved huge rocks from the inner part of the cave and completely blocked the entrance. He only left a few small gaps to allow air to enter.
Once he completed these troublesome tasks, Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath.
He then came to the middle of the cave where he sat cross-legged in front of a huge rock. A hot flame was dancing within his black eyes as he stared at the green-colored lotus seed in front of him.
Teacher, what should I do next?
There was some perspiration within his palm as Xiao Yan swallowed his saliva and asked softly in his heart.
First, take out all the things that you will require. Yao Lao floated out from the ring.
A seriousness that had never been there before was on his old face.
Xiao Yan nodded his head.
His finger tapped the storage ring and took out a small transparent jade bottle. Within it, there was a blood-colored medicinal pill the size of a dragon's eye which was lying without a sound.
Through the reflection of the bottle's surface, the blood-colored medicinal pill appeared somewhat shady. When the bottle shook slightly, it seemed that there was an invisible liquid shaking within it. This round blood-colored medicinal pill was one of the essential things prepared in order to swallow the heavenly flame, the blood lotus pill. After taking out the blood lotus pill, Xiao Yan took out another small jade box from within the storage ring, which he gently placed on the clean rock surface. Instantly, a faint cold air began to condensate and form a thin ice layer. When the jade box was opened, a snow-white jade bottle was found carefully placed within it. A faint white-colored cold fog shrouded the jade bottle, giving it the faint appearance of being misty and mysterious. The thing that was stored in this snow-white jade bottle was the icy spirit cold fountain that Xiao Yan had used all his effort in order to obtain it from Dou Qi's hands. Yao Lao nodded his head as his gaze glanced past these two things that were known as unique treasures. He flicked his finger and a faint gray-colored light suddenly rose slowly from the tip of his finger. The gray-colored light spiraled once in the air before gently landing on the rock's surface. The glow then disappeared, exposing the thing that was hidden in it. It was a gray-colored stone that was around the size of a thumb. The stone was as smooth as jade and did not have the slightest flaw. In the middle of the stone, there was a pale blue glow that was slowly wiggling, much like a small worm that possessed a life force. Is this the so-called acceptance soul? Xiao Yan could not help but ask in a somewhat stunned manner as he eyed this somewhat humble-looking small stone. Ah, this is indeed an acceptance soul, an extremely rare natural and strange material. Only in the high-grade storage rings would one have a tiny chance to dig it out. It may appear to be only a small little bit, but its value far exceeds that of the blood lotus pill and the icy spirit cold fountain. But if I had not luckily obtained it back then, I'm afraid that even if you already had obtained the heavenly flame, you could only stare dazedly at it, Yao Lao softly said with a smile. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan glanced at the storage ring on his hand. This was a low-grade storage ring, but it was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. If it were a middle-grade storage ring, its value would at least grow by over 10 times that amount. As for high-grade storage rings, the storage rings of this grade basically belong to the category of having no market price. Some big clans even used the high-grade storage ring as a keepsake or symbol of their wealth. In the Dou Qi continent, only the strong people or leaders of powerful groups would have the qualification to obtain a high-grade storage ring. From this explanation, the extent of the rarity of such a thing could be understood. When compared to a high-grade storage ring, this acceptance soul was undoubtedly much rarer, almost to the point of being pitiful. Describing it as the feather of a phoenix or the horn of a dragon may not be going overboard. Xiao Yan cautiously and carefully checked all the three items before he moved his gaze to the green lotus. His gaze stared intently at the green-colored flame in the middle of the lotus and gently licked his mouth. Yearning and desire covered his entire face. Release it, Yao Lao gravely said. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head and held the bottom of the green lotus seat with his palm. His spiritual perception swiftly intruded into it, separating the lotus seat and the green lotus core flame. After which, he carefully pulled away the green lotus seat. Having lost the bonds of the green lotus seat, that originally tiny green-colored flame suddenly grew by a few times. In just the blink of an eye, the green-colored flame seedling turned into a cluster of flame which was suspended in midair. As the size of the flame grew, the temperature in the mountain cave also rose extremely quickly. At the top of the mountain cave, the rock wall had already melted quietly, forming a hole the size of one's head. After extending his hand to wipe the perspiration off of his forehead, Xiao Yan took 2 small steps back and raised his head. His face was filled with seriousness as he stared at the rising green-colored flame. Although his heart had already done its best to calm down, his palms still trembled involuntarily. What do I do next? Xiao Yan forcefully pretended to be calm as his shaking voice asked. The power created from swallowing the heavenly flame will be extremely strong. Thus, I will use my spiritual strength to surround the entire cave. Otherwise, over half of this mountain may be incinerated by the heavenly flame before you can completely swallow it. Yao Lao said deeply as he patted Xiao Yan's shoulders, comforting him. Yes. Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded his head. Although saying this might sound inauspicious, but as an insurance, you better sit on top of the green lotus. If anything were to happen, the green lotus can protect your life. Otherwise, even if it's me, it would be difficult to rescue you in the instant that is required to save your life. After all, you have to swallow the heavenly flame into your body. That is an extremely dangerous act. Yao Lao hesitated for a moment before saying helplessly. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded his head. The tip of his feet tapped on the ground and his body gently floated onto the green lotus seat. After which, he tilted his head to face Yao Lao. Consume the blood lotus pill first. Without the protection of the blood film that forms, it would be impossible to come into close contact with the heavenly flame with your strength. Yao Lao said seriously. Xiao Yan nodded his head. He bent his palm slightly and sucked the small jade bottle to his hand. After tilting the jade bottle, a dragon eye-sized medicinal pill that was faintly emitting a healthy luster rolled into his hand. Holding the blood lotus pill in his hand, Xiao Yan placed it under his nose and sniffed. A strange scent shrouded the tip of his nose, while a type of icy feeling almost caused his spirit to tremble a couple of times. Xiao Yan focused his gaze on this tier 5 medicinal pill. He curled his fist abruptly, closed his eyes and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the blood lotus pill entered Xiao Yan's mouth, it transformed into a somewhat dark and cold energy that swiftly entered all of the chi paths in Xiao Yan's body. Finally, layers of a blood-like film slowly penetrated his chi paths and even his bones. Following the penetration of the blood film, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled intensely. Threads of fresh blood started to soar out from his pores. In just the blink of an eye, a layer of bright red fresh blood covered his body, giving him a terrifying appearance. Not long after this fresh blood appeared, it swiftly coagulated and finally formed a blood-colored cuticle. These cuticles covered Xiao Yan's hands and legs. Even his eyes were completely covered within it. The blood-colored cuticle appeared to have formed an extremely dense blood-colored armor that was impervious to the wind, tightly protecting Xiao Yan within it. Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand that was covered by the blood-colored cuticle and aimed at the heavenly flame in midair. A suction force suddenly surged forth. Following the appearance of the suction force, the green-colored flame in midair suddenly inflated. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying destructive strength slowly spread out from within the green-colored flame as though it had been awoken. Xiao Yan focused his gaze intently on the cluster of green-colored flame that was growing larger. He knew that the swallowing of the heavenly flame had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Detaching the Flame Seed. Chapter 228, Detaching the Flame Seed. Within the bright cave, the green-colored flame writhed intensely. Traces of prominent distortion clearly appeared in the air surrounding the flame following the writhing of the cluster of the flame seedling. It was unexpected that the green lotus core flame's temperature would be so terrifying. As the green lotus core flame gradually became wilder, Yao Lao, who was first to sense this, swiftly spread out his powerful spiritual strength and completely covered the entire cave. At the same time, he isolated the extremely high temperature that appeared in the cave. In midair, the green-colored flames, enlarged by the wind, expanded by nearly 100 times in the blink of an eye. Following the change of its size, the originally warm and soothing flame had become wild and violent. The flame whistled as it writhed, releasing a chi-chi sound. The surrounding air was also incinerated by the hot green flame into nothingness. Xiao Yan focused his gaze on the enormous green flame in midair before turning his head around to look at Yao Lao. He waited for the latter to nod his head. Then he took in a deep breath of hot air. His hand, which was covered by a blood-colored cuticle, shakingly aimed at the green flame and released a violent suction force. When sucking the heavenly flame, the suction force, which could usually easily suck a huge rock over, was only able to slowly move the heavenly flame through the air. Moreover, each time the shapeless suction force came into contact with the green lotus core flame, it could only endure for 2 to 3 seconds before it would be incinerated into nothingness by the terrifying heat. Therefore, even though Xiao Yan and the green lotus core flame may have only been a few meters apart, the amount of Dou Qi exhausted was enormous. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the green-colored flame that was slowly moving over. His breathing was somewhat rapid and his forehead was covered in perspiration. The perspiration followed the contours of his face as it flowed down. Under the reflection from the blood-colored cuticle, it appeared to be droplets of bright red, fresh blood. As the green lotus core flame gradually grew closer, the terrifying heat energy that it emitted caused even the face of Yao Lao to the side to reveal some shock. Clearly, the energy contained within this heavenly flame, that was ranked 19th on the heavenly flame ranking, seemed to have exceeded even his expectations. When the enormous green-colored flame stopped around a meter in front of Xiao Yan, the terrifying heat that it emitted still caused some of the hard green stone to gradually crack despite Yao Lao having used his spiritual strength to isolate the inside of the cave. A moment later, some of the huge stones transformed into numerous small stones which were incinerated into piles of green-colored fine powder. Yao Lao's face was filled with seriousness as he eyed the huge green-colored flame that had stopped in front of Xiao Yan. The somewhat blurry body surface of Yao Lao suddenly began to fluctuate intensely like a water wave. Seeing his body's change, Yao Lao's expression changed slightly. His pair of hands formed seals in a lightning-like manner and let out a low cry. Instantly, thick white-colored flame swiftly rose from his body and gradually stopped when it covered all of it. After summoning the bone-chilling flame, Yao Lao once again became calm. He took a few small steps back, stared intently at the writhing green-colored flame with a serious, old face, and quickly said, "Extend your hands into the green-colored flame." The middle of the cluster of the flame should form the wisp of the flame seed. Take it out. Hurry! Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly. Under the blood-colored cuticle, a pair of eyes were opened wide. Xiao Yan pulled the corner of his mouth in some disbelief. Extend his hand into the flame? Was that not seeking death? The dumbfounded thought swiftly flashed across his heart. A moment later, he calmed down his mind from its stunned state. Since Yao Lao had told him this, then he should do as told. He did not have even the slightest experience when it came to swallowing a heavenly flame. Therefore, he could only follow Yao Lao's every order. Although when swallowing the heavenly flame, any little mistake would result in the backlash from the heavenly flame turning one into a pile of ashes, Xiao Yan was able to give Yao Lao an unreserved amount of trust. Xiao Yan nodded his chin without anyone noticing before suddenly raising his head. He stared intently at the green-colored flame that was getting closer. His slightly trembling hand opened and closed slightly, preparing to charge into the heavenly flame at any moment. When the green lotus core flame arrived to a spot around 2 to 3 feet from Xiao Yan, the surrounding hard mountain rock ground had already been incinerated into a huge hole. This result was something that occurred even with Yao Lao's effort of protection in place. If Yao Lao were to withdraw the protection from the spiritual strength, the entire mountain peak would be incinerated into a pile of ashes in an extremely short time. The green lotus emitted a faint green-colored glow as Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on its lotus seat. This layer of glow helped Xiao Yan block a large portion of the heavenly flame temperature. Even with this, there was still some residual temperature that managed to seep in, causing the blood-colored cuticle to form droplets of bright red liquid. Xiao Yan's dark black eyes were reflected the green-colored demonic and exotic flame as he eyed the enormous flame that had stopped in front of him. His throat rolled slightly before he clenched his teeth violently and slowly extended his hand, which was covered with the blood-colored cuticles, into the cluster of the green lotus core flame. Following his hand's gradual extension into the green lotus core flame, the layer of blood-colored cuticles on his arm began to swiftly melt. Droplets of blood like liquid repeatedly dripped down. Each time a drop of liquid left his hand, it would swiftly be incinerated by the green-colored flame into nothingness. Although the blood-colored cuticle melted extremely quickly within the heavenly flame, the medicinal strength of the blood lotus pill within Xiao Yan's body released a never-ending amount of dark and cold energy as the cuticle melted. These energies passed through his chi paths before swiftly and completely repairing the melted blood-colored cuticle on his hand. Under this cycle of continuous melting and replacement, Xiao Yan's hand was finally completely extended into the heavenly flame. Being in such close contact with the green lotus core flame, the blood-colored cuticle all over Xiao Yan's body began to show signs of melting with varying intensity. After which, the blood-colored liquid dripped down like flowing water. At a glance, it appeared as though fresh blood was continuously being emitted from within his pores. Hi's delicate and handsome face was also currently covered by the tumbling fresh blood, like a demon that had climbed out of hell. Overall, he appeared extremely terrifying. Xiao Yan stared intently at the continuously writhing green-colored flame with unblinking eyes. His hands swiftly grasped within the heavenly flame. This was the first time he had come into such close contact with a heavenly flame that was not controlled by anyone. Although there was some bizarre novelty, there was a greater amount of uneasiness and apprehension. Under this kind of situation, if the blood-colored cuticle on his hand failed to be replaced in time, then Xiao Yan would turn into a pile of ashes within a short few seconds. From underneath the blood-colored cuticle, perspiration dripped from Xiao Yan's forehead, entering his eyes. There was a soreness and swelling pain in his eyes from the salty sweat, but he did not dare blink his eyes even once. He tightly pressed his mouth together as his palm slowly made its way within the green-colored flame inch by inch. When Xiao Yan was searching for the wisp of flame seed of the green lotus core flame, he could not help but be shocked and amazed by the high temperature of the heavenly flame. The temperature it contained had far exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Even though he had prepared many things, the terrifying high temperature carried by the green lotus core flame still slowly seeped past the blood-colored cuticle and the green lotus energy cover's defense, causing the skin of Xiao Yan, who had been hiding under them, to become red, much like a searing hot iron. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth as he bared the intense burning pain. Through the corner of his eyes, he swiftly glanced at his surroundings and was somewhat appalled to find that the small cave had expanded to 2 times its original size. At this time, the green lotus core flame seemed to have realized the intentions of Xiao Yan. Instantly, it started to turn and the natural energy contained within the surrounding space began to riot. Multicolored mottled energy slowly flowed, much like a colorful river, appearing extremely dazzling. The multicolored mottled energy spiraled around the surroundings of the green lotus core flame. Occasionally, a wisp of flame would pounce on it. Immediately, these round-shaped mottled energy rings would appear like donuts which had been bitten off by a dog, leaving it with missing and chipped edges. Following the sudden uprising of the green lotus core flame, the originally terrifying temperature within the cave immediately rose sharply.
The surroundings within the mountain cave began to swiftly crack under the sudden sharp rise in temperature.
Numerous huge crack lines quietly spread, and in only a moment, they covered the entire mountain cave. Looking at the interior, which had been damaged until it was full of holes, it probably would have collapsed long ago had it not been for Yao Lao's support. What a terrifying destructive power! If it were to be thrown into a city, it might be able to incinerate a huge city into ruins within an hour. Eyeing the inner part of the mountain cave, which had undergone a drastic change in only a mere moment, palpitations surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. He muttered the words before quickly turning his gaze towards Yao Lao. At this moment, Yao Lao had a tension-filled face as he stared at every action the green-colored flame made. Upon sensing Xiao Yan looking over, the tensed face of Yao Lao became slightly gentle and gave Xiao Yan a comforting smile. Xiao Yan faced the forceful smile of Yao Lao and nodded. Suddenly, his eyebrows lifted. An unrestrained joy surged over his face as he hurriedly turned his head around, focusing his gaze intently within the green-colored flame. The hand that was covered by a blood-colored cuticle crazily started wildly grasped around within the green-colored flame. An instant later, the swiftly dancing hand suddenly stiffened. A smile gradually climbed onto the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. On one side, Yao Lao gave a huge sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Yan's expression. Although the blood armor coagulated by the blood lotus pill was strong, it could not withstand a prolonged grilling by the heavenly flame. Once the blood armor vaporized because of the exhaustion of its energy, Xiao Yan's attempt at swallowing of the heavenly flame this time around would have to be declared as a failure. Xiao Yan's hand tightly grabbed something that substance was like that of an actual seed. He clenched his hand and withstood the burning pain from his palm as he gradually withdrew his hand from within the green-colored flame. When Xiao Yan's hand had finally withdrew from the green-colored flame, he found a wisp of green-colored lava liquid that was squirming in his palm. Is this the flame seed of the green lotus core flame? Staring at the wisp of green-colored lava that was emitting a frightening temperature, Xiao Yan blinked his eyes and softly muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Heavenly Flame Forging the Body. Chapter 229, Heavenly Flame Forging the Body. Following the withdrawal of the green lotus core flame seed, the enormous green-colored flame in front of Xiao Yan immediately began to gradually shrink. A while later, it turned into wisps of tiny green-colored flames and entered into the green-colored lava within Xiao Yan's hand. This is the origin flame seed of the green lotus core flame. Don't look down on its size. When it was initially formed, it would have been the massive size of half a mountain peak. However, after thousands of years of being honed by the earth, its size has become increasingly small. Only after its size has been compressed to the size of one's palm would it be able to form a little flame spirit. Only at that moment can it truly be called a heavenly flame. This thumb-sized strip of lava has absorbed terrifying energy for over the thousands of years it was being compressed. You can just imagine, if such a thing were to completely explode, how extreme of a destruction would released. Bluntly putting it, at such a time, even a dojon would only have one absolute end when faced with this spontaneously combusting energy. Yao Lao stared at the green-colored lava in Xiao Yan's palm that was like a worm as he softly said, "To die." Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath and quietly nodded his head. He carefully held that strip of green-colored lava in his palm. Due to the terrifying temperature contained within the strip of lava, it caused the thick blood-colored cuticle layer to melt at a swift pace that would make most people nervous. What's next? Xiao Yan blinked his eyes and muttered. Swallow it. The thick white flame on Yao Lao's body trembled uncontrollably for a couple of times. He tried his best to maintain the calmness in his old voice, but it still shook a little. The current step that Xiao Yan needed to carry out was the most dangerous step in swallowing the heavenly flame. Regardless of how strong and firm the outside of one's body was, the interior of one's body would always be the weakest part for him. Forget about the heavenly flame that possessed great destructive power. If something even a little harmful were to enter into his body, it would cause a strong person to feel neither able to live nor die. Feel neither able to live nor die, extreme pain/anguish. Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's hand, which was tightly holding the green lotus core flame seed, trembled a few times in an unobvious manner. He lowered his head slightly and stared intently at the slowly squirming flame seed with his dark black eyes. A struggle could be seen in his black and white eyes. Regardless of how calm Xiao Yan's character was, his heart would unavoidably feel some terror and apprehension when faced with making this kind of life or death decision. Who could blame him? After all, what he was about to swallow was an extremely restless bomb. This bomb had an extremely high probability to blow his body into ashes the moment he swallowed it. Following Xiao Yan's silence, the atmosphere within the cave became quiet. The stifling hot air hovered around the cave before moving along some cracks it formed. Yao Lao also sighed softly as he eyed Xiao Yan's slightly trembling hand. There was no disappointed expression on his face because of Xiao Yan's hesitation. Being in possession of the experience of swallowing a heavenly flame, he was extremely clear just how uncertain one's heart and spirit would be at this moment. Back them. When he was swallowing the bone-chilling flame, he had even held the flame seed and sat foolishly and trembling for nearly an hour before he finally adopted the thought that he was going to die as he chomped down on the flame seed and violently forced the flame seed into his stomach. Seeing that young man who was carrying the flame seed with a struggling face, Yao Lao also remained quiet. He did not open his mouth to say any words of comfort. This was because swallowing the heavenly flame had always posed an extremely great risk. Although they had prepared the blood lotus pill and other things according to his request, these things would only simply raise the success rate of swallowing the heavenly flame by a little. According to his rough estimate, if the blood lotus pill and other assisting items were not present, the chance of successfully swallowing the heavenly flame was not even at 1%. With them, the chances of success may have been raised to around 10%. Even if this was so, the risk involved was still very significant. It could even be said that swallowing a heavenly flame was an action that was gambling with one's luck. If one were lucky, one would roam through the heavens and overtake the land. If one was unlucky, one would turn into ash and be buried with the yellow ground. TL, Earth is yellow. Accept it. Therefore, when he saw Xiao Yan hesitating and struggling, Yao Lao did not say anything. He simply quietly sat in one corner and waited for the former's decision. However, he believed that the young man in front of him would not disappoint him. The 3 years of tough training had allowed Yao Lao to completely understand the viciousness and stubbornness that was hidden in the young man's heart. The young man had put in a lot of effort for the heavenly flame. Now that it was time to bear fruit, his character would definitely not allow him to give up. Since you won't give up, then seize it. Live or die, strong or weak, will be chosen from this moment. Yao Lao's eyes drooped slightly as he muttered softly in his heart. Time ticked by in silence. At one moment, the quietly seated young man's body suddenly trembled slightly. He inhaled a long breath of hot air and slightly raised his head, revealing the side of his face that was gradually escaping from immaturity. He smiled slightly at Yao Lao, who was still maintaining his silence by the side, and Xiao Yao then waved the flame seed in his hand. In a soft voice, he said, "Teacher, I'm starting." Hearing this, a gratified and gentle smile appeared on Yao Lao's old face. He slightly nodded his head and said softly, "I wish you success. Believe in yourself. You will not fail. Coco, I have always had confidence in myself." A brilliant smile appeared on the young man's delicate and handsome face. He slowly lifted the flame seed in his hand, pausing for a moment, before suddenly throwing it into his wide-open mouth. Once the green-colored strip of lava entered his mouth, Xiao Yan immediately closed his mouth tightly. At the same time, his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. It trembled intensely and his face, which originally had some blood color, suddenly turned pale. Forcefully withstanding the waves of searing pain from within his body, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes and his mind gradually descended into his body. When his mind sunk into his body, a foggy and misty sensory world immediately appeared within Xiao Yan's heart. Currently, there were many chi paths in his body that were damaged. The green-colored lava that had entered his body earlier had already been divided into threads of tiny green-colored flames. These green-colored flames contained a terrifying energy randomly passed through his chi paths. Anything that blocked the path in front of them would be instantly incinerated by them into nothingness. As these green-colored flames passed by, the terrifyingly high temperature still managed to seep into Xiao Yan's chi paths despite them being protected by the blood film coagulated from the blood lotus pill. Although the remnant heat from what seeped through was not very hot, it undoubtedly still had a destructive impact on the weakest part of the human body, the chi paths. Under the grilling from these high temperatures, the originally spacious and tough chi paths had been twisted like scarred skin, giving them an extremely strange and terrifying appearance. Naturally, the pain that was created from his chi paths being grilled, until they were completely twisted, directly resulted in Xiao Yan's body repeatedly convulsing. The muscles all over his body tightened and bulged like worms. His pale white face did not have the slightest color of blood. Within the chi paths, the green-colored flame wildly shuttled through. In just a few minutes, the inside of Xiao Yan's body was destroyed until it was a mess. The worst thing was that the medicinal effect of the blood lotus pill was mostly depleted by the heavenly flame. The dissipated blood film no longer had replacements from the medicinal strength of the blood lotus pill. Under the premise of having the protection from the blood film, the inside of Xiao Yan's body was still damaged by the terrifying heavenly flame until this nearly crippled state. Should the blood layer disappear, everything in Xiao Yan's body, including his chi path, bones, heart etc., would be incinerated by the green lotus core flame into nothingness within an extremely short time. When that happened, Xiao Yan, who had lost his essential organs to maintain his life, would only be left with the path of death. The blood film swiftly became thin under the burning of the green lotus core flame. Just as the blood film turned into an transparent state where it was about to volatilize, a warm and cool item was pressed into Xiao Yan's hand. At the same time, Yao Lao's grave voice sounded, "Consume the icy spirit cold fountain. After that, direct it to circulate within the chi paths of your body and raise the familiarity between the energy of the cold fountain and the chi paths. Once you complete the circulation, use the Dou Qi to wrap around the heavenly flame and direct it to circulate through the route of the flame mantra chi method before swallowing it." Xiao Yan nodded in his heart. He swiftly grabbed the jade bottle, squinted his eyes and nestled it close to his mouth. Immediately, an icy flow that was strong enough to cause the human body to become an ice sculpture suddenly flowed into Xiao Yan's mouth and entered his body. The bone-piercing iciness of the cold liquid flowed through Xiao Yan's throat while felt as if that section of his throat had been coagulated into an icy roll. His entire body shivered while strands of icy threads hovered over his hair. The icy flow charged into his body and followed the chi paths as it began to flow in all directions. When the icy flow passed through any chi path, it would quickly form a cream layer of ice that covered his chi path and bones. When the icy flow entered Xiao Yan's body, its bone-piercing coldness coincidentally neutralized the heat in his body that was caused by the heavenly flame. The sudden comfortable feeling caused Xiao Yan to let out a long sigh. His originally extremely pale face also regained some color. As the icy layer covered every part of his body, Xiao Yan's mind also began to attempt to come into contact with a wisp of green lotus core flame that was passing through his chi paths. However, his initial contact caused Xiao Yan to feel a great headache. This kind of heavenly flame energy was extremely wild by nature. It was like trying to pull back a stubborn bull to get it to follow orders and was clearly not an easy thing. After his attempt at controlling the flame failed, Xiao Yan did not give up because of it. He spurred on his mind and persistently attempted to control this wisp of heavenly flame. 1 failure, 2 failures, 3 failures. After failing an unknown number of times, Xiao Yan, who had tried until he had nearly become numb, suddenly felt his heart leap. He hurriedly steadied his mind and was filled with unrestrained joy as he realized that the wisp of green lotus core flame which had randomly passed through this chi paths had actually begun to go along the route that his mind had pulled it through. Sensing this situation, Xiao Yan's spirit was immediately raised. He hurriedly but carefully controlled the small wisp of green lotus core flame and began to slowly circulate it through the correct chi path route. In his chi paths, that were full of holes, a wisp of green-colored flame slowly flowed. Along the way, when it melted the nearby ice layer, a faint white-colored fog would shroud the chi paths again. A moment later, the white vapor would transform into some icy crystals that were pasted around chi path, creating a barrier to protect the chi path from the erosion of the heavenly flame. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, Success. Chapter 230, Success. Xiao Yan's mind dragged the wisp of green-colored flame and slowly circulated it. At the places where the flame passed through, the ice layer coagulated from the icy spirit cold fountain continued to melt. As he carefully dragged this tiny wisp of green-colored flame and circulated it through some of his chi paths, other green-colored flames were also gradually attracted to this companion of theirs. With the help from the attraction force between the green-colored flames, the divided wisps of green flame in his body began to slowly merge together as Xiao Yan continued to control this one wisp of green lotus core flame as he circulated it through his chi paths. When the last wisp of green-colored flame was gathered together through Xiao Yan's hard work, the green-colored flames gradually merged. A moment later, it coagulated into a tiny green-colored lava. Eyeing this green-colored lava that had once again appeared, Xiao Yan forcefully withstood the twitching pain that was emitted from within his body. He clenched his teeth and dragged it to continue circulating through his chi paths. The green lotus core flame after being merged together had undoubtedly become more violent and terrifying. When the green-colored lava trickled past, the thick ice layer was transformed to the point of not even having the thickness of a thumb. Moreover, the cold fog that it emitted was also incinerated by the green-colored flame until it turned into nothingness. The ice layer which had lost its replenishing system had a difficult time withstanding the erosion of the heavenly flame. The effect of the icy spirit cold fountain was gradually being reduced with each movement of the heavenly flame. On one occasion when the green lotus core flame erupted, a small section of the ice layer within Xiao Yan's chi path was actually completely melted. A small drop of green-colored lava penetrated through the defense of the ice layer and landed on the naked chi path. Immediately, the chi path acted like an excited worm and tensed up. An intense pain that reached deep into his soul caused Xiao Yan to violently vomit a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Yan's teeth clenched against each other. That sudden appearance of intense pain caused Xiao Yan's head to feel giddy for a while before he gradually calmed down. He did not even have time to wipe away the bloodstains as he hurriedly focused upon the heavenly flame. Once again, he controlled the green-colored lava and slowly circulated it along the chi paths. During the circulation, Xiao Yan's mind grew increasingly proficient in controlling the movements of the green lotus core flame. However, because of this, the temperature that the green-colored flame emitted grew increasingly frightening. By now, the icy spirit cold fountain in Xiao Yan's body was being repeatedly defeated by the heavenly flame attack. It was likely only going to last a little longer before it completely melted with exhausted energy. Clenching his teeth intensely, Xiao Yan used all his might to drag that tiny green-colored lava. The high temperature that was released from within it, seeping through Xiao Yan's chi paths and bones, directly causing tiny white-colored bubbles to appear on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. When the white bubbles broke, it revealed the bright red flesh under it. Numerous small crack lines spread out from within the blood and flesh, finally covering all over Xiao Yan's hands and body. They made Xiao Yan seem like a damaged porcelain doll, appearing extremely frightening. Eyeing Xiao Yan's cracked skin all over his body, the corner of Yao Lao's eyes twitched involuntarily. This phenomenon of the skin cracking meant that the hot air had spread all over the interior of Xiao Yan's body. Without any path out, all the hot air could only break through Xiao Yan's skin and create cracks to escape through. Usually, the appearance of such a scenario meant that the situation in the body was not proceeding smoothly. This was because if an energy surge were to happen, then the surface of Xiao Yan's skin had a high possibility of being directly blown apart. Yao Lao's old face swiftly changed. His hands gripped tightly into a fist and relaxed repeatedly. It took a long while before he managed to suppress the fear in his heart. He waited quietly at the side, not daring to make the slightest sound to interrupt Xiao Yan. The current Xiao Yan ignored the changes on the surface of his body. Instead, he had already placed all his attention onto the green-colored lava that was about to complete one circulation of his chi paths. When the green-colored lava flowed through a main chi path, it finally completed a perfect full cycle. At this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that relationship between his mind and the green lotus core flame had become a little more tacit. After the green-colored lava completed the final circulation, there was a sudden surge of Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body. This slight change had an extreme effect on the unstable situation. The slight tremble of the Dou Qi caused the hot air that filled Xiao Yan's entire body to violently surge outward through Xiao Yan's arm, carrying a big piece of flesh and blood with it. The sudden intense pain caused Xiao Yan's spirit to violently tremble a few times. On his forehead, cold sweat was like dripping water as it swiftly fell, drenching his clothes. Taking a few deep breaths in his heart, Xiao Yan's palm groped within the storage ring and took out a bottle of healing medicine. He randomly poured it over his wound and continued to place his mind on the green-colored flame in his body. Due to the green lotus core flame having completed one cycle, the purple flame Dou Qi within the vortex of his body suddenly started writhing. Under the direction of his mind, a wisp of purple-colored Dou Qi flowed out from the vortex and covered the green-colored lava within it. Although each time the purple flame came into contact with the heavenly flame, it would be instantly incinerated into nothing. It was fortunate there was a near never-ending supply of purple flame. Therefore, the green lotus core flame that had just finished one cycle was once again dragged through the route required by the flame mantra. As the green lotus core flame was pushed through the route dictated by the flame mantra, it appeared to have felt an uneasiness somewhere. Immediately, the flame which had become calmer after a full cycle, once again became violent. A dark green-colored flame rose from the lava and ruthlessly grilled the chi paths that had been covered by a layer of ice. Wherever the flame passed, the chi paths completely changed their shape. They looked severely injured. Having swallowed the green lotus core flame in this manner, Xiao Yan could be considered to have experienced its terror. Before this swallowing had completed, the inside of his body was already damaged until it was a complete mess. Looking at his current wounds, he would have to rest for at least a few months even with the help of various healing medicinal pills if he wanted to recover back to his original condition. After all, his injuries this time around were far too serious. If he were an ordinary person, it might have been enough to turn him into a cripple. Within his chi paths, the purple flame Dou Qi continued to be incinerated into nothingness while the vortex continued to go all out to deliver the Dou Qi. It would deliver the same amount of Dou Qi that was burnt. Although by pushing it like this, the Dou Qi stored within the vortex was diminishing at a visible speed, at the same time the green lotus core flame also began to circulate successfully through the route directed by the flame mantra chi method. Within the interior of his chi paths, the layer of ice formed by the icy spirit cold fountain had gradually become thin from its original thick state after being depleted by the heavenly flame over a long period of time. It then transformed from its thin state to one that barely existed. By now, the freezing cold layer of ice had already completely lost its ability to protect. With the disappearance of the layer of ice, the already terrible circumstances inside Xiao Yan's body became even worse. The high temperature grilled his chi paths until they were a jumbled mess. In some tiny areas, the chi paths began to gradually form clots, blocking the flow of Dou Qi. By this stage, Xiao Yan, who had already played all his cards,
could only clench his teeth and put in all his effort to drive the green lotus core flame to complete the circulation route of the flame mantra Qi method. This was because only by doing this would he receive a perfect compensation. Otherwise, once the heavenly flame flared back up, he might well be turned into powder on the spot. Qi, on Xiao Yan's face, a small blood slit suddenly cracked open. Fresh blood flowed out from it, wetting half of Xiao Yan's face with a blood-red color. Looking at him, he appeared like a white and red demon. The closed-eyed Xiao Yan naturally did not know just how terrifying his outer appearance had become. He could only vaguely sense that there was an intense pain that suddenly appeared on his face. After which, he focused all his attention on circulating the Dou Qi, pulling that green-colored lava, whose resistance was growing increasingly intense in completing the final path of the flame mantra Qi technique. After being depleted by that heavenly flame for a long time, the purple flame Dou Qi in the vortex appeared to be almost completely exhausted. There were only the base 17 drops of purple-colored liquid energy that were rolling around the vortex. Purple drops cannot be recovered, unless to train to that stage again, unlike regular Dou Qi that can be recovered over time. When the last thread of gas Dou Qi was released, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before he began to transfer the liquid energy out of the vortex and directed them to cover the green-colored lava and use all their might to drag it. The liquid energy within the vortex was worthy of being of a higher grade compared to the gas energy. A small droplet of purple-colored liquid was able to withstand the incineration of the heavenly flame for over 20 seconds before it completely evaporated. Seeing that the effect of the liquid energy was quite good, Xiao Yan's spirit rose. He did not care about anything else as he directly and continuously withdrew drops of liquid energy from within the vortex and then drove the green-colored lava strip to pass through the last stretch of the route signaled by his Qi method. The 17 drops of purple-colored liquid energy in the vortex were consumed until only 3 drops were left. By then, the green-colored lava finally exited the last route of the flame mantra Qi method. When the green-colored lava exited the last Qi path, a sudden faint cooling feeling suddenly rose within Xiao Yan's head, which had been numbed from the intense pain, causing him to recover quite a lot of calmness. After the current green lotus core flame passed through the route of the flame mantra Qi method, a high temperature that carried an extremely damaging strength suddenly began to gradually weaken. A moment later, the high temperature almost completely withdrew into the lava. The violence disappeared and a thread of soothing warmth gradually spread forth. Have I succeeded? Within the mountain cave, Yao-eyed Xiao Yan, whose entire body did not even have a piece of skin that was in good condition, and sighed heavily. A gratified smile appeared on his face as he nodded slightly. His finger flicked gently and the tiny acceptance spirit on the rock's surface turned into a gray glow that shot directly into Xiao Yan's body. As the acceptance soul entered Xiao Yan's body, a piercing green-colored flame cover instantly shot out from within Xiao Yan's body. After which, it quickly wrapped around him. The writhing hot green flame on it isolated everyone's sight from Xiao Yan. Eyeing the green-colored flame cover that suddenly appeared, Yao Lao smiled slightly and muttered softly, "What a frightening little guy." He was actually able to withstand the pain caused by the heavenly flame forging through his body. How remarkable. Within the spacious interior of the mountain cave, the green-colored flame cover wrapped Xiao Yan within it much like a chicken egg. The writhing green-colored flame seemed to declare that Xiao Yan was undergoing a metamorphosis. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, Repairing and Strengthening. Chapter 231, Repairing and Strengthening. Within the mountain cave, the green-colored light cover emitted a high temperature. On top of the light cover, a flame writhed intensely, resulting in any gaze from outside having difficulty in clearly seeing the situation that was happening within it. Floating in midair, Yao Lao eyed the green-colored flame cover inside. His tense face also gradually relaxed. Since Xiao Yan had already finished everything up to this step, then the chances of him successfully refining the heavenly flame should at least be around 70%. His final task was to store the overbearing green lotus core flame into the acceptance spirit. After this happens, the green lotus core flame will have completely become Xiao Yan's origin flame seed. Once he has completed the steps for refining the flame seed, the next step will be to use the green lotus core flame to evolve the flame mantra. With the strength of the green lotus core flame, it is likely that the flame mantra will be able to directly leap to the Xian class this time around. Yao Lao said with a smile. After he laughed softly, Yao Lao once again maintained silence. As he became quiet, the mountain cave also slowly descended into silence. A wave of cool mountain wind blew in from the gaps in the wall, clearing out the hot air from within. In the mountain cave, the round-shaped light cover flame was emitting a faint green glow. On top of the light cover, the green glow brightened and dimmed. The glow shot onto the mountain wall, as though green-colored water lines had been wrought on the latter. Within the interior of the light cover, Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on top of the green lotus. The current him was in a type of unconscious and mysterious state.
The mind in his body had become extremely exhausted after having contended with the green lotus core flame from before. It floated within his body without him being aware of it but had difficulty coagulating. While Xiao Yan belonged to this muddle-headed half-unconscious state, the green lotus core flame that was slowly flowing within the chi paths in his body suddenly began to follow the chi path routes of the flame mantra and began to circulate without anyone controlling it. Perhaps it was because the current green lotus core flame had been refined by Xiao Yan earlier but it now no longer released any type of terrifying temperature. Instead, it had become somewhat cool. As it flowed along the chi paths of Xiao Yan, wisps of tiny green-colored lava would divide from the flame and paste themselves into the chi path walls that had been damaged to the point that they nearly lost the ability to contain Dou Qi. The whips wiggled slightly and actually began to gradually merge into the walls of the chi paths. As the green-colored lava passed through his chi paths and with the withering faint flame seedlings patching his chi paths, the originally twisted chi paths of Xiao Yan that appeared like the stem of a gentian vine instantly began to stretch and open up like leaves and grass encountering water in the desert. A countless number of chi paths in Xiao Yan's body produced excited squeals at this moment. The green-colored lava liquid that the green lotus core flame had left behind would be swiftly swallowed at a terrifying pace by the repeatedly stretching and shrinking chi paths. Following the greedy consumption by the chi paths, the gray-white color in them gradually withdrew. Replacing it was a pale green color that was flooded with vitality. The green lotus core flame flowed along one chi path after another. Wherever it passed through, vitality would once again appear in the shriveled chi paths. The cracked bones and burnt flesh were also swiftly recovering at a gratifying speed. Moreover, the extent of the toughness of the completely repaired chi paths, bones etc., had far exceeded their original strength before the swallowing of the heavenly flame. Clearly, although the green lotus core flame brought about an immense destruction to them, the compensation it paid also caused these essential organs in his body to feel that it was worth it. During the time that the green lotus core flame repaired the interior of Xiao Yan's body, his skin that was covered with blood scars and blood seams in the outside world was also gradually merging together. The blood scab swiftly formed and then fell, leaving no trace of a scar behind. The flesh below the skin was also quickly being strengthened. Although Xiao Yan's muscles did not transform into something that could be compared with those muscular men, when he bent and stretched his arms by reflex, an explosive-like strength would be faintly shown. On the skin of Xiao Yan's body, layer after layer of dried skin began to swiftly fall off, much like a snake shedding its skin. The new skin turned the bronze skin that Xiao Yan had gained after undergoing tough training in the desert for a few months, back into its original pale white. Although the new skin appeared like the delicate skin of a lady, it possessed a greater defensive strength and sensitivity to the natural energy in the surrounding environment that was many times that of what it was in the past. The current Xiao Yan was in a mysterious state. The enormous and near terrifying energy that the green lotus core flame contained was swiftly strengthening and repairing his broken body. If one were to explain it, it was really a windfall. The repairing and strengthening was slowly being carried out. After the green lotus core flame exited the last damaged chi path, the seriously damaged insides of Xiao Yan's body were completely repaired until they had reached near perfection. The fighting strength that this new body could be capable was definitely much stronger than what his previous body could. As there was no one controlling it, after the green lotus core flame had completed the repairs inside and outside of Xiao Yan's body, it had nothing to do and began to turn its gaze toward the chi vortex in Xiao Yan's lower abdomen that was almost completely exhausted. The current Dou Qi vortex had already become very empty because of the crazy squandering from before. There were only 3 drops of purple-colored liquid energy remaining in it and were swimming lonesomely, giving it a desolate appearance. The green lotus core flame slowly circled around the vortex. After it stilled for a moment, it suddenly dove into the vortex. When the green lotus core flame entered, the calm vortex that was like a pond of stagnant water, the vortex suddenly surged intensely. Circle after circle of energy ripples continued to form waves within the interior of the vortex. The green-colored lava formed from the green lotus core flame flowed within the vortex. The 3 drops of pitiful purple-colored liquid energy appeared to be intending to flee from the lava. However, the instant they came into contact with the green-colored lava, they were incinerated into nothingness as though the latter was cleaning away the dregs. After the remaining 3 drops of liquid energy was incinerated by the green lotus core flame, this vortex that was meant for Xiao Yan to store Dou Qi was completely seized by the green lotus core flame. Once it had finished forcefully occupying the vortex, the green-colored lava slowly roamed around. A long while later, threads of green-colored pure gaseous energy began to emerge from within it and began to swiftly gather together within the vortex. In only just a moment, the empty interior of the vortex was filled with this pale green-colored energy. The green-colored gaseous energy swiftly expanded within the vortex. As more and more gaseous energies flowed out from within the green-colored lava, a faint moisture began to shroud over the vortex. After another moment had passed, a small droplet of green-colored liquid energy suddenly emerged. After the appearance of the first drop of green-colored liquid energy, it appeared to have started a chain effect within the vortex. Drop after drop of emerald-like green-colored liquid began to continuously appear from the energy fog and fall into the interior of the vortex, where they behaved like mischievous small fish. Drop after drop of liquid energy that Xiao Yan usually needed over 10 days of training to agglomerate and form had at the moment, descended like it was drizzling. The dripping sound continued to splash, and within a short time, the liquid energy in the vortex had actually been filled till it was nearly half full. Back then, from a 1-star dosher to a 2-star dosher, Xiao Yan had agglomerated a total of 15 droplets of liquid energy. Currently, the total amount liquid energy within the vortex would at least be over 100 droplets. If 15 droplets of liquid energy was a 2-star dosher, what about 100 droplets? How many stars was that? If Xiao Yan was currently conscious, he would likely rejoice until he could jump to the heavens. Naturally, this was all due to the blessing of his half-unconscious and muddled state. Otherwise, this green lotus core flame, which had nothing better to do, would definitely not be so kind as to use its own energy to help Xiao Yan repair his body. When the number of liquid energy in the vortex hit 100 droplets, the lazily roaming green lotus core flame suddenly ceased its action of continuing to create energy. It moved its body slightly and began to swim towards the tiny gray-colored light at the middle of the vortex. Looking at the glow, the somewhat bright lava body appeared to be like a child who had found a beloved toy. The tiny gray-colored light was suspended in the middle of the vortex. Within the light was an endless and profound darkness. The end of the darkness appeared to be hiding another space, giving it an extremely mysterious appearance. The green lotus core flame roamed around the spot where the gray-colored light was. It seemed to be very curious about this thing. On a few occasions, it wanted to touch it, but its actions held some hesitation, perhaps because of a thread of fear lingering somewhere. After undergoing thousands of years of honing underground, some spiritual intellect had appeared in the flame spirit. It vaguely knew that if it touched this gray-colored light, it would forever lose its freedom. The green-colored lava slowly circled around the spot of light. After deliberating for a few times, it finally gave up this risky action. It was unwilling to lose its freedom because of a new toy. After circling for another round, the green-colored lava did not linger as it wiggled its body, turned around and began to leave this place that made it feel uneasy. However, just as the green lotus core flame was thinking of leaving, Xiao Yan's unconscious spirit suddenly trembled and he completely woke up. After his spirit woke up, Xiao Yan's mind seemed to swiftly sweep through the inside of his body as a conditional reflex. The totally new things in his body caused him to blink his eyes and feel a little absent-minded. However, when his mind swept past the middle of the vortex and eyed the green-colored lava, which was actually only a short distance away from the gray-colored light spot, his heart was startled. An immediate unrestrained joy that was difficult to hide surged in his heart. Without any time to think, his mind suddenly charged into the vortex. After which, gathering all of its strength, Xiao Yan's mind ruthlessly knocked against the green lotus core flame that had wanted to retreat. At the moment of contact, a thunderous crashing sound suddenly blasted in Xiao Yan's mind. Instantly, there was a wave of intense pain around his head. While Xiao Yan was rubbing his head and clenching his teeth to bear the intense pain, the green lotus core flame in the vortex, which was violently knocked by Xiao Yan, immediately moved quite a distance back. Coincidentally, a section of its tail touched the gray-colored light spot. The moment it came into contact, the glow in the gray-colored light spot was swiftly dampened. A frightening suction force surged out from twinkling gray light and with a suwa sound, pulled the green lotus core flame that could not escape completely into it. After storing the green lotus core flame, the interior of Xiao Yan's body finally descended into complete silence. This small gray-colored light spot was created from the tiny acceptance spirit that Yao Lao had shot into Xiao Yan's body a while ago. The last step of refining the heavenly flame into an origin flame seed, which was also the most important step, was to forcefully coerce the green lotus core flame into the space created by the acceptance spirit. Only by completely storing the green lotus core flame into the acceptance spirit would the refining process considered to have achieved perfection, but this step was originally very difficult. After all, the flame spirit inside the heavenly flame had a little spirit intelligence. With regards to everything dangerous, it had an inherent resistance. If one was to forcefully drive it and fail, the heavenly flame which had completed the initial refining may once again bite back. Currently, however, Xiao Yan's previous muddle-headed state resulted in the green lotus core flame to not only completely repair his body out of boredom but also to go to where the acceptance spirit was and circle it because it had nothing to do. Therefore, this allowed Xiao Yan to pay the lowest price to perfectly complete the last step of the refining process. It must be said that this was an opportunity of complete luck. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, Xiao Yan's First Origin Heavenly Flame, Green Lotus Core Flame. Chapter 232, Xiao Yan's First Origin Heavenly Flame, Green Lotus Core Flame.
In the spacious mountain cave, Yao Lao was suspended in midair as he eyed the green-colored flame light cover. His finger gently tapped into space as he waited. A moment later, he pressed his eyebrows slightly together and softly asked, "Why does he need so much time?
Don't tell me a problem occurred?"
After waiting for a while longer, Yao Lao deepened his frown when he saw that the green-colored flame light cover still did not possess any intention of disappearing. He mused for a moment before deciding to forcefully break the green-colored light cover. Just as Yao Lao was about to act, wave after wave of energy ripples suddenly and swiftly surfaced from the surface of the green-colored light cover, which had been quiet. Following closely behind it, a powerful qi suddenly spread out from the interior of the flame light cover. Sensing this breath, Yao Lao was slightly startled. He was a little stunned as he reasoned, "This qi, why has it suddenly become much stronger than before?" Although refining the heavenly flame can raise one's fighting strength, it does not possess the ability to raise one's level. Yao Lao was at a loss as he shook his head. He sighed gently and whispered, "Although it is a little strange, fortunately, the refining of the heavenly flame seems to have succeeded." Smiling gently, Yao Lao shifted his gaze towards the green-colored flame cover where the waves of ripples had appeared on the surface. His hands were inserted into his sleeves as he waited quietly. On the surface of the round light cover, threads of cracks were eventually and abruptly formed following the increasing intensity of the energy ripple oscillation.
The crack lines slowly spread open. Finally, the entire light cover was covered within those lines. At a glance, it was like a green-colored chicken egg that was covered with cracks about to hatch. Ka-cha, a clear noise quietly reverberated throughout the inside of the mountain cave. A piece of energy sheet on the green-colored light cover suddenly fell, landing on a rock. The high temperature that it possessed immediately melted a small indent into the rock. Ka! Ka! After the first energy fragment fell, the green-colored energy light cover suddenly began to tremble intensely. The trembling progressed for a moment and finally, the green-colored light cover blast opened with a bang. Following this loud banging sound, countless amounts of tiny energy fragments shot out in all directions. Immediately, an uncountable number of small melted holes were formed on the surrounding mountain cave. Suspended in midair, Yao Lao narrowed his old eyes. Any energy fragment that shot in his direction would be turned into a wisp of green smoke when it arrived anywhere within half a foot radius of his body and did not cause him any harm. The bursting of the energy fragments in all directions within the cave continued for quite a while before they gradually began to completely disappear. As the energy fragments that were shot out disappeared, a pale green glow slowly rose from the spot where the fragments burst from. A perfect green-colored lotus seat gradually rose and finally stopped, suspended at a spot level to where Yao Lao was. On the green-colored lotus seat, the completely naked young man was seated cross-legged. His tight eyebrows shook slightly. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Yan's black eyes that were like ink were shrouded by a faint green-colored flame. A while later, the flame suddenly surged and actually covered his entire eyes. In a moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were of a green color, with a faint demon-like feeling to them. The green-colored flame in Xiao Yan's eyes did not last for very long before it gradually retreated. When the green flame completely disappeared, his eyes once again returned to their dark color. However, his eyes appeared much clearer compared to before. Evidently, Xiao Yan's eyes seemed to have obtained a secret benefit from being calcined by the green lotus core flame. After opening his eyes, Xiao Yan stretched his neck slightly. An extremely smooth bone-popping sound was instantly created from the rubbing of the bone. Hearing this clear sound, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath and his face was filled with comfort and intoxication. Lowering his head, a helpless expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face as he eyed the white skin on his body. The healthy-looking bronze skin that he took much effort in forming had once again returned to its original form. "Little boy, do you think it is very interesting to be naked in front of me?" Eyeing Xiao Yan, who was repeatedly weighing the changes all over his body, Yao Lao rolled his eyes and teasingly laughed. Xiao Yan hurriedly recovered his mind after being reminded by Yao Lao. He looked at his totally naked body and smiled with embarrassment before he hurriedly took out a set of clothes from within the storage ring and scrambled to put it on. "It looks like you appear to have become much stronger. It feels as if you had been born again." After circling Xiao Yan's twice, Yao Lao saw that Xiao Yan did not have any scars on his body and involuntarily said in an astonished manner, "You have recovered from all your injuries?" Yes, Xiao Yan put on his clothes properly and stood on the green lotus seat. He tightly gripped his hand and threw a few punches which were accompanied by a vigorous wind. He replied with a smile, "I have an incredibly good feeling that I have never felt before." "Use all your effort to release your qi. Let me sense how many stars you have reached now." Yao Lao voiced his thoughts. Xiao Yan nodded his head. He tensed his body and a moment later, a qi that was a few times stronger than before suddenly surged from his body. "What?" After narrowing his eyes and sensing the qi that Xiao Yan had emitted, Yao Lao twitched his eyebrows in shock. He said in a surprised voice, "Strange. Sensing this chi of yours, it seems like your body's strength should have at least reached the level of a 4-star Dou Qi. What did you do? 4-star Dou Qi? Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan was also at a loss. A joy immediately rushed up onto his face. It was really unexpected that refining the heavenly flame would have such a benefit. With his training speed, jumping from a 2-star Dou Qi to a 4-star Dou Qi should require at least 3 to 4 months. But now, this green lotus core flame had given him this additional surprise. Xiao Yan rubbed his hands together and parted his mouth to laugh. After which, he spoke in detail about his unconscious state and some of the actions of the green lotus core flame. TSK, so it was like that. What a lucky guy. After he heard what Xiao Yan had to say, Yao Lao's face was completely dumbfounded. It was a long while later before he clicked his tongue and emitted his startled voice. This kind of good fortune was something that was definitely very seldom seen. Forgetting about all the list of good things that were brought about by the green lotus core flame to the body, just the part where the foolish fellow ran to the side of the acceptance spirit and hung around had caused Yao Lao to sigh at Xiao Yan's good luck. This last step was originally the most important and difficult part of the refining process but actually completed without posing the slightest danger to Xiao Yan. All he did was merely use his mind to violently knock at the flame. Besides feeling an intense pain in his head as a result, he did not pay any other price. This kind of unequal comparison between the benefit he reaped and the price he paid was the part where Yao Lao felt unsure if he should laugh or cry. Back then, in order to chase the bone-chilling flame into the acceptance spirit, he had paid an incomprehensible large price. Was it not for a little luck at the end, he might have been turned into ashes by the heavenly flame at this last step. Doesn't my level automatically rise because of the refining of the heavenly flame? Seeing Yao Lao's startled manner, which was almost to the point of a somewhat disbelieving manner, Xiao Yan rubbed his head and asked in a stunned voice. Dream on. Yao Lao gave Xiao Yan a look of disdain. When he saw the latter's innocent expression, he could only sigh quietly, reminding himself that if people were to compare with each other, they would die of anger and jealousy. Yao Lao then curled his lips and said, the benefits brought about by refining a heavenly flame is a long-term and tacit one. In the future, as one's control over it become increasingly practiced, the benefit one would get would become greater. In other words, during the short period of time after you just refined it, your strength would not show any strange signs of suddenly rising sharply just because you swallowed the heavenly flame. Therefore, in the short term, the heavenly flame would not directly raise your strength. A situation that is similar to yours would be considered extremely lucky. It's a pity though. If your strength was now that of a Dou Ling or a Dou Wang and your strength was to fiercely increase by a few stars, you would have really hit the jackpot. This is enough. I am already very satisfied that I have soared to this extent. If it goes any higher, my body may not be able to adapt to the increase of strength. After all, if one did not gain step by step, the stairs later would not be too steady. It might be possible that one day I would suddenly fall from it. That kind of decline is something that would cause people to have difficulty accepting. Xiao Yan said with a grin. The satisfaction on his face was not something that was faked. Hey, little boy actually knows when enough is enough. Not bad. Hearing this, Yao Lao raised his eyebrows and laughed in a surprised voice. Clearly, he was a little surprised by Xiao Yan's words. After all, raising one's strength by a large degree was something that many people dreamed about. It is merely the truth. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and said with another smile. Cuckoo, alright. Try using your origin flame seed. This is your first heavenly flame. Yao Lao also smiled and nodded. He was somewhat curious. Okay. Hearing Yao Lao's suggestion, an excitement and curiosity that was difficult to hide surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. He rubbed his hands together before slowly extending his right hand. After which, he gradually closed his eyes. His mind quickly flashed through the interior of his body and sent out an order. After the order had been sent out, the interior of his body instantly had a response. From the middle of the Dou Qi vortex, the gray-colored tiny light spot shook. It was quiet for an instant before a wisp of green-colored flame suddenly surged out. The green-colored flame passed through the vortex and flowed quickly along the chi paths inside his body. In the blink of an eye, it had entered into the chi paths in his arm. Within the interior of the mountain cave, Xiao Yan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A pale green-colored flame once again flashed through his eyes. His fist was suddenly unclenched and his palm faced upwards. An excitement appeared on his face as he called softly, "Green Lotus Core Flame, appear." As Xiao Yan's cry fell, his right palm trembled slightly. Following closely, the raging green-colored flame instantly rose and swiftly wrapped around his palm. In the mountain cave, the young man stood on the green lotus suspended in the air. A demonic-like green-colored flame rose from his slightly open hand. This scene faintly had a shocking visual feel to it.
A shallow angle surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as his eyes stared intently at the green-colored flame on his palm. A moment later, the angle gradually became wider. A soft chuckle was emitted from his throat. After a while longer, the soft laughter had finally and completely transformed into an unrestrained loud bawl. Ha ha! I, Xiao Yan, finally have a heavenly flame. Ha ha! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Evolving the Qi Method. Chapter 233, Evolving the Qi Method. Within the mountain cave, Yao Lao smiled slightly when he saw Xiao Yan, who was so excited that he had forgot himself. He did not open his mouth to stop him. After searching with great pains for a few years, Xiao Yan had finally obtained what he wanted today. It would be good to let him express his feelings. The high-pitched unrestrained laughter continued for a long time in the mountain cave before it gradually died down. With the corner of his mouth still carrying a smile, Xiao Yan lowered his head to watch the green-colored flame that was slowly writhing in his repeatedly opening and closing palm. Due to him having completely refined the green lotus core flame, the current flame did not cause Xiao Yan to feel unwell or extremely hot. Moreover, as long as he were to undergo a prolonged practice with the flame, Xiao Yan believed that he would sooner or later be able to reach Yao Lao's level of perfect control over the bone-chilling flame. The green lotus core flame was like a naughty spirit that danced on the tip of Xiao Yan's finger. Occasionally, the flame seedlings that managed to escape into the air would immediately display the terrifying power that belonged to them. The air half a foot from his palm was actually directly burnt by the hot temperature until it was distorted. Waves of hot air rose in the air, causing Xiao Yan's vision to gradually turn blurry. Xiao Yan tightly held his fist that was covered by the green-colored flame and sighed gently. His body was quiet for an instant before his feet suddenly stepped off the green lotus. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, his body swiftly shot toward the mountain wall. Accompanied by a hot breeze, his fist violently smashed the wall. Bang! When his fist barely touched the tough mountain rock, the high temperature of the green-colored flame immediately melted the mountain rock until a hole appeared. His fist moved along the hole and violently smashed into the inside of the mountain rock. Instantly, a muffled noise sounded from within and strips of crack lines swiftly spread from that hole. In only a moment, it had spread all over the mountain wall. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a breath of air. He eyed this mountain wall that was about to be broken into pieces. A surprise surfaced on his face as he parted his mouth to laugh, withdrew his fist and stepped back. The instant when Xiao Yan stepped back, that mountain wall, which had already been completely covered by crack lines, immediately collapsed with a banging sound and rock pieces were scattered everywhere. Waving his hand carelessly to release a breeze, Xiao Yan blew away the dust that was headed toward him. He then eyed the mountain wall, which had already become a pile of broken rocks, bent his neck and laughed with some surprise. Not bad. My body's strength and speed is much better than what it was before. If it was before, the strike I just released is comparable to my uses of the octane blast from before. The green lotus core flame is indeed exceptional. Xiao Yan let out a few praises as he randomly waved his hand. The green-colored flame covering it slowly began to withdraw. After he kept the green-colored flame on his hand, Xiao Yan briefly checked the inside of his body. He immediately frowned slightly and said in a soft and helpless voice, as expected. This heavenly flame also consumes a lot of Dou Qi quickly. After only using it for this short period of time, I have exhausted around 10% of my Dou Qi. Had I not raised my strength by 2 stars just now, I'm afraid that the consumption might have been even greater. Haha, your current strength is too weak and you don't possess the ability to completely display the heavenly flame's strength. Moreover, the flame mantra Qi method is currently only the middle Huang class. With the upper limit of Dou Qi from this kind of Qi method, naturally you cannot allow the heavenly flame to randomly squander Dou Qi. Yao Lao said with a smile. Oh yes, the Qi method. Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's eyes immediately widened. This was the most important step, yet he had almost forgotten about it after letting himself revel in unrestrained joy from refining the heavenly flame. Don't rush. Now that you have completely refined the green lotus core flame, swallowing it to evolve your Qi method is only a matter of time. The amount of work you have done today is already large enough. Rest for a day first. Something like swallowing that heavenly flame stresses on maintaining the equilibrium in your body. If you are in too much of a hurry, it might have a backlash. Yao Lao shook his head and dissuaded him. All right. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was at a loss. When he saw Yao Lao's serious expression, he could only helplessly nod his head despite the unwillingness in his heart. We will start late at night tomorrow. That is the time of day when the temperature is the lowest. Although this will only give you a tiny bit of help with your attempt of digesting the heavenly flame, we cannot abandon it.
This tiny little increase in your chances of success may end up determining whether the evolution will succeed. Yao Lao gravely pronounced. Okay, we will start late in the night tomorrow. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Seeing that Xiao Yan had agreed, Yao Lao also let out a sigh of relief. His body shook slightly, transforming into a flowing light that entered into the ring. As he did so, he left a faint laughter that reverberated in the cave. Since it's like this, you'll be responsible for yourself until then. I will come out again tomorrow. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan gently rubbed the black-colored ring on his finger. He laughed softly and waved his hand to store the green lotus into the storage ring. After which, his toes pressed on the rock wall and his body gently floated out of the mountain cave like a free-floating dandelion. One day slowly passed by with Xiao Yan's mood being extremely eager. When the second day's night sky gradually covered the land, Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on a protruding rock on the mountain peak, began to slowly open his eyes. He extended his hand and sensed the air between the sky and the land gradually turning cold. Immediately, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Standing up, Xiao Yan raised his head to eye the dark sky. Perhaps it was because a storm was imminent, but a pressing force was covering the space between the land and the sky. After observing the weather, Xiao Yan's toes pressed on the rock surface and his body briskly leapt toward a mountain cave below. He walked into the middle of the cave and slowly sat with his legs crossed. Seeming to have sensed the weather outside, Yao Lao once again floated out from within the ring at this moment. He extended his hand and made a few imaginary grabs. He quickly nodded his head and softly said, "Not bad. Perhaps it is because of the weather, but the heat in the air has now been suppressed to its lowest level. These are the most suitable climatic conditions to digest the heavenly flame in. Shall we start now?" Xiao Yan anxiously rubbed his hands together as he raised his head to ask. "Wait a little longer. Midnight is the time within the day where the cold air is most dense. We will start then." Yao Lao shook his head, floated to the cave entrance to look at the dark night sky as he said. Xiao Yan nodded his head and did not open his mouth again. He sat cross-legged on the huge rock and his eyes gradually closed as he began to calm his excited heart, which was beating continuously. In the black sky, a gentle breeze carrying some cool air blew past, causing waves of hua-hua noises to sound in the mountain forest. Within the heavy black clouds, the muffled sound of thunder suddenly roared and reverberated throughout the mountain forest. Not long after the thunder roared, an enormous silver-colored bolt of lightning suddenly passed through the clouds. The bright silver-colored glow appeared to have split the sky and the land, instantly lighting up the dark black mountain forest. Standing by the side of the mountain cave, Yao Lao eyed the sky where the lightning suddenly flashed and the thunder rumbled. He extended his hand and raindrops the size of beans came spilling down, emitting crackling sound as they fell. In an instant, the papa sound of raindrops smashing against tree leaves resounded throughout the entire mountain forest. Begin. A wave of cold wind blew toward Yao Lao. He slowly exhaled, tilted his head and faced the young man in the mountain cave before whispering. Hearing this, the closed-eyed Xiao Yan opened his eyes and swept his gaze toward the mountain forest outside that had become lit up from the glow of a lightning bolt flashing across the sky. He took in a deep breath and nodded his head seriously. I hope you will succeed. I cannot give you any help during the process of the digesting of the heavenly flame and evolving the Qi method. Therefore, you can only rely on yourself. Yao Lao placed his hands on his back and lifted his head to watch the silver snake like lightning in the sky. He was quiet for a long while before his deep voice accompanied by waves of thunder drifted within the mountain cave. Here, I want to say something. You may have swallowed the purple flame and successfully evolved the Qi method once, but according to the scroll, only by repeatedly swallowing the heavenly flame will it be possible to evolve the Qi method to a really high class. However, whether a destructive object like the heavenly flame can really be consumed by someone. There are not many people in this Dou Qi continent who can guide you, including me. You are the only one who practices flame mantra. Thus, you must be the one who measures whether or not it possesses the potential and the qualifications to become a Tian class Qi method. While he said what he said up to this point, Yao Lao's eyebrows had been tightly pressed together. A long while later, he said blandly, if the evolution were to fail, then this flame mantra Qi method may indeed really have some problems. When that time comes, give up this Qi method. The flame mantra without its evolving ability is at most of similar worth to a scroll of a Xian class Qi method. Xiao Yan lowered his head slightly. No one could clearly see his expression, but the fists under his sleeves were tightly clenched. Bang! A thunderbolt flashed across the skyline and its rumbling thunder reverberated through the mountain forest. When the thunder roared, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly. He gradually lifted his head and eyed the old back standing by the entrance of the mountain cave. After a few years of accompanying him like a shadow, Yao Lao's figure seemed to have become increasingly hunched. Eyeing the old man whose body appeared extremely small and thin under the lightning, Xiao Yan suddenly laughed softly. The warm sound echoed within the interior of the cave. Cuckoo, teacher, we have already reached this step, so why are you saying these disheartening words? Even if the evolution of the Qi method were to fail this time around, I think that I may not give it up. You have said before that the Qi method is the essential item for me to step to the peak of the strong. Moreover, teacher, your body requires the flame created from the evolution of flame mantra to be created. If I were to give up practicing flame mantra, then it is equivalent to giving up your hope of reviving. The warm laughter behind him caused Yao Lao's body to suddenly tense up. He inhaled a few deep breaths and slowly turned his head. Under the reflection of the silver-colored lightning, his muddy old eyes were both vaguely touched and pleased. Since you are so persistent, then, my good disciple, set your mind at ease and practice. I believe that you will succeed. Yao Lao's palm wiped the corner of his eyes and smiled. After which, he lifted his hand and watched the endless dark black sky. He was quiet for a moment before he muttered softly, moreover, even if this Qi method really cannot swallow the heavenly flame, teacher will think of every possible method to let you become a strong person standing at the peak. A shriveled hand lightly hit against the side of the entrance after Yao Lao had exited the cave. A crack line spread out from it and a huge rock suddenly and immediately smashed down. In an instant, it completely blocked the entrance to the cave. After tilting his head to glance at the completely blocked cave entrance, Yao Lao's body floated onto a mountain rock nearby. He allowed the raindrops to pass through his illusionary body and quietly stood under the silver snakes that filled the sky, waiting for the young man to succeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, Tormenting Pain. Chapter 234, Tormenting Pain. In the dark stormy night, majestic heavy rain struck the mountain forest. The wild wind carried a howling sound that made hua-hua noises in the forest. Occasionally, thunder would roar in the sky. Its rumbling loud sound would ripple endlessly through the mountain where the ramen sound lingered. The silver snake flashed in the oppressive dark sky where the Qi-lan noises sounded repeatedly. Every once in a while, a piercing silver light would illuminate the dark black mountain forest as though it was daytime. On the cliff of the steep mountain, an old human figure had his hands behind him as he stood on a sharp mountain rock. His old face was expressionless as he stared at the flashing lightning and rolling thunder. His slightly hunched body was like an old pine, standing steadily on top of the cliff. He had an indifferent and imposing manner that suggested he would not move regardless of the brutal weather around him. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would be able to notice that each time the old man's gaze drifted towards the entrance of a mountain cave that was covered by a pile of broken rocks, his eagle claw-like hands would involuntarily and suddenly tighten. It was a long while later before they recovered and once again relaxed. The old man stood under the lightning without opening his mouth to speak. He merely watched the sky quietly. Occasionally, his gaze would sweep toward the mountain cave. However, he merely paused for a moment before he quietly shifted it away. That careful manner was as though he was afraid that by glancing at it for a long time, he would disturb the young man training within it. The dark black night slowly passed under the dance of the lightning and thunder. The mountain forest was mercilessly ravaged by the storm for an entire night. When the black night gradually disappeared, a thread of bright sunlight slowly shot out from the eastern skyline, dawn. The entire mountain forest immediately revealed its wretched manner with plenty of gaps now visible within the tree line. A round sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon. Its faint warm light spilled all over the land, bringing some vigor and vitality to the lightning-ravaged mountain forest. Standing on the mountain rock, Yao Lao tilted his head slightly to see the slowly raising round sun. The corner of his eye glanced at the mountain cave, which was still quiet and without the slightest reaction. The pair of hands under his sleeves immediately and abruptly tightened. The corner of his eye involuntarily twitched a couple of times gently. Yao Lao inhaled a deep breath of fresh early morning air. He tried his best to get himself to calm down. However, the lingering anxiety in his heart made it difficult for him to regain his usual indifference. His somewhat dry and thin fingers tapped on his arms. Despite the elapse of time, there was still no movement within the mountain cave. Immediately, the tapping, which had somewhat of a rhythm, became as messy as Yao Lao's current state of mind. The sun, which had just risen, slowly moved through nearly half the sky. The warm sunlight had at the moment become a little hot. Under this kind of environment, the anxiety in Yao Lao's heart also quietly became much richer. After quietly waiting once again for a while, the 10 fingers Yao Lao used to tap his arm suddenly stopped. His muddy eyes gradually released a relentless aura. Clearly, the current him did not intend to continue waiting aimlessly after having waited for an entire night. As Yao Lao's fingers paused, a forceful and powerful qi breath began to slowly rise from within his body. The pressure caused by the forceful qi caused a few flying magic beasts that were circling high in the air to let out a terrified scream and flee this place that they were now extremely terrified of.
Just as Yao Lao was prepared to forcefully enter and explore what happened, an unusual movement finally appeared within the quiet mountain cave for the first time since last night. Bang! A fierce energy ripple suddenly spread out from within the mountain cave, which was quickly blocked by the mountain wall. Instantly, numerous huge crack lines swiftly extended all over the mountain wall. Standing on the mountain rock, Yao Lao eyed the crack lines which had suddenly extended out. His cramped face relaxed slightly. Since there was still movement, the person within should at least be safe. Not long after the energy ripple was released, another few even fiercer energy ripples were scattered. Under the impact of these energy ripples, the tough and firm mountain wall clearly became somewhat shaky. Just what has happened? Seeing that mountain cave which was on the verge of collapsing, Yao Lao's eyebrows once again knit together as he muttered uncertainly. Bang! During the time that Yao Lao was at a loss, an explosion whose volume was comparable to that of the angry thunder last night suddenly sounded from within the mountain cave. Following the energy ripple attack this time around, the cave which had already entered a collapsing state began to suddenly bend inwards as waves of rumbling loud noises sounded. Piles of huge rocks violently smashed downwards. In the blink of an eye, they piled onto the mountain cave until nothing was left but a heap of rocks. Seeing the sudden scene that occurred, Yao Lao's face changed slightly. His toes pressed gently onto the mountain rock and his body hurriedly flew toward the collapsed cave entrance. Just as Yao Lao was about to land on the heap of rocks, a green-colored flame suddenly burst out from below the disorderly rocks. Immediately, the piles of enormous rocks were swiftly turned into lava. Yao Lao's toes stepped gently in the air and forcefully stopped his descending body, dodging the green-colored flame that had fallen into a wild and violent state. He quickly stared at the black interior of the mountain cave with a lost and serious face. Ah! From within the mountain cave, a shrill cry that was a little hoarse suddenly roared loudly, much like a wounded wild wolf. As this roar sounded, a portion of green-colored flame that was even more frightening than before suddenly swept from within the cave. Anything in front of this overbearing green-colored flame was incinerated into liquid. Something has indeed gone wrong. Hearing the roar that contained pain, Yao Lao's face immediately became extremely ugly. He cursed softly as the thick white-colored, bone-chilling flame covered his body. After which, he forcefully passed through the green-colored flame and in a lightning-like manner, rushed into the mountain cave which had already been destroyed until it was a complete mess. After landing, Yao Lao's gaze hurriedly swept across the inside of the mountain cave. His eyes finally shrunk as it stopped at the young man's body whose legs were kneeling on the ground and his head lowered. His fists were being repeatedly used to smash against the rock surface. Over half of the clothes on the current Xiao Yan was incinerated. Perhaps due to his skin being strengthened significantly, but Xiao Yan had only received some small injuries despite having many blood scars all over him. Seeming to have sensed Yao Lao entering, Xiao Yan lifted his head with much difficulty. His face, which was originally filled with energy, had almost completely turned pale. His twisted face appeared extremely terrifying. An eye-piercing bloodstain surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Between his clenched teeth, threads of fresh blood seeped out. The tough and hard rock under him already had spiderweb-like crack lines that were formed from the smashing of his fists. Yao Lao's gaze swiftly swept across Xiao Yan's face, which was twisted because he was bearing an intense pain. The dry skin on Yao Lao's face twitched slightly. It was difficult to imagine what kind of terrible and intense pain Xiao Yan was enduring in order to turn Xiao Yan, who had outstanding self-control and endurance, into this state. Give up this damn thing. Seeing Xiao Yan's increasingly pale face, Yao Lao's heart trembled as he quickly shouted. He did not expect that the digesting of the heavenly flame using flame mantra would cause this kind of torment that could make one crazy. No problem. I can still withstand it. Xiao Yan's eyes stared angrily while he clenched his teeth tightly. Those vague words that were emitted from the gaps between his clenched teeth. His fist once again violently smashed against the rock surface. Immediately, the enormous rock burst apart with a bang. Xiao Yan's blood-covered fist was trembling as his palm tightly fastened onto the edge of a piece of rock. The slightly sharp edge of the rock cut a hole on Xiao Yan's palm. Fresh blood flowed out from his hand and dyed the rock into an eye-piercingly bright red color. I said that it is enough. Eyeing Xiao Yan's blood-drenched palm, Yao Lao's face was slightly angry. He shouted furiously and his feet stomped heavily onto the ground. Instantly, his body shot abruptly toward Xiao Yan. Bang! Just as Yao Lao was rushing toward Xiao Yan, the latter's body, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly trembled. A green-colored flame from within his body surged out and was shot in all directions. After which, it spiraled towards Yao Lao, using its huge numbers to block Yao Lao. Ah! When the green-colored flame surged out, those wisps of flame seemed to have charged its way out from all of Xiao Yan's pores. The intense pain caused by his muscles, bone and cells being incinerated caused Xiao Yan to grab his head and violently knock it against the rock by his side. Luckily, the green-colored flame protected Xiao Yan's body despite bringing him a pain that was unmatchable. Otherwise, Xiao Yan might have fainted and died from the impact on his head. More and more green-colored flames spurted out from Xiao Yan's pores. At the end, Xiao Yan actually became something like a living flamethrower. At a glance, it would have caused others to be struck with terror. The Green Lotus Core Flame's energy is really far too strong. With just Xiao Yan's Dou Qi strength, it is impossible for him to successfully digest it. I must suppress it. Damn it. The only thing I can use now is my heavenly flame. But using it to save him is equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. Yao Lao's experienced gaze swept across Xiao Yan's situation and immediately understood the source of the problem. However, even if he knew the crux of the problem, he did not have any means to solve it. At the moment, he could only circle around anxiously. However, just as Yao Lao was somewhat helpless, a soft cry suddenly sounded from within the mountain cave. As the cry fell, a seven-colored figure suddenly shot out of Xiao Yan's sleeve. Its pale purple eyes stared at the green-colored flame on Xiao Yan's body. Instantly, an unknown glow in its eye soared. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python swiftly circled around Xiao Yan. After which, it could not wait any longer and opened its mouth. A terrifying suction force instantly surged in. With the suction force, the green-colored flame that was shrouding Xiao Yan's body was immediately and swiftly pulled into the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's stomach. As more and more green-colored flame was swallowed by the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, the green-colored flame on Xiao Yan's body also gradually decreased. After a while, the last wisp of green-colored flame had finally and completely left his body. After the last wisp of green-colored flame left his body, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook intensely. His entire body immediately collapsed weakly, lying on the ice-cold rock surface. Xiao Yan lifted his head to eye the extremely excited small seven-colored snake that was circling up and down. The corner of his mouth slowly overflowed with a shallow smile as his eyelids trembled slightly. After some time, his gaze finally became completely dark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235 Flame Mantra Evolved. Chapter 235 Flame Mantra Evolved. In the dark space of Xiao Yan's conscience, a drowsy mind slowly floated. In this dark black environment, it appeared that there was no concept of time. The mind wandered around as though it was a homeless, lonely soul, appearing extremely desolate. At a certain moment, an eye-catching green-colored flame suddenly curled upward and surfaced within the dark black space. The light emitted by the green-colored flame expelled all the pitch-black darkness around it. The flame moved slightly and a moment later, transformed into a green-colored lotus seed. After the green-colored lotus seed was formed, it suddenly shot through the dark space. In the blink of an eye, it arrived beside the drowsy mind. A warm glow extended out and wrapped the mind within it. Once the mind was completely wrapped, the green-colored lotus seed suddenly began to flash past at high speed and the darkness began to swiftly retreat and shrink. A while later, a little white light appeared at the end of the darkness. The lotus seed carried the groggy mind and charged out of this boundaryless space of one's conscience. Under a huge tree in the mountain forest, Xiao Yan leaned against the tree trunk with his eyes tightly closed. His slightly pale face appeared to be swiftly recovering its rosy color. Beside him, Yao Lao, who had been attentively taking care of him, sighed in relief when he saw Xiao Yan's change. After a moment passed in this manner, Xiao Yan's eyelids trembled slightly and he finally began the slow struggle to open his eyes. Immediately, a large amount of piercing sunlight shining down from the sky once again caused him to shrink his eyes slightly. Have you woken up? Yao Lao's faint laughter sounded by the side of his ear. Lifting his head slightly and seeing the smiling Yao Lao by his side, Xiao Yan also smiled and nodded. His palm gently rubbed against his face. With some hesitation he asked, has the evolution of the Qi method succeeded? Kuku, take a look for yourself. Yao Lao did not answer him directly as he laughed. Xiao Yan nodded his head and crossed his legs which were still sore. He calmed his mind and swiftly entered into the training posture. His mind gradually sank into his body. Instantly, the cumbersome to the point of terrifying map of Qi paths once again surfaced in his heart. Xiao Yan's mind quickly passed through a few Qi paths before he swiftly arrived at the top of the vortex in his lower abdomen. His mind swept past it vaguely. He took in a deep breath of non-existent air. At this moment, an excited feeling that left him weak filled his entire body. The Dou Qi vortex that appeared under the observation of his mind's eye was more spacious with an accommodating capacity of over 10 times the amount before. The dark green-colored Dou Qi flowing in it was obviously of a quality that was far from what the purple-colored Dou Qi could compare with. It might have been because he had completely digested the green lotus core flame, but above the dark green-colored Dou Qi, there were some green-colored flames. With the adhesion of these flames, the fighting strength of the green-colored Dou Qi was clearly more frightening. In the Dou Qi continent, the difference in the Qi method was dependent on a few factors. The first was the accommodating capacity of the vortex holding Dou Qi. Consider two people of the same level. If one of them were to practice a Huang-class Qi method while the other practiced a Xian-class Qi method, then the one practicing the Xian-class Qi method would definitely have a far greater battle endurance compared to the former. The second factor was the difference in the Dou Qi quality. Under the assumption that both parties had the same level, if the one practicing the Xian-class Qi method had to use 1 unit of Dou Qi, then the one practicing Huang-class Qi method would have to use 10 times or even more than that amount of Dou Qi in order to obtain the same result as the former. The third factor was the effectiveness in absorbing the natural energy and refining it into Dou Qi during training. This was similar to the previous point. If two people wanted to absorb the same amount of Dou Qi energy in the air, the one who practiced the Xian-class Qi method may only require 10 minutes while the Huang-class Qi method would require 100 minutes. The fourth factor was that in battle, the person practicing the Huang-class Qi method would never be able to drive the Dou Qi as quickly or smoothly as the person practicing a Xian-class Qi method. By summarizing the various reasons above, it clearly showed the reason for why countless of people on the Dou Qi continent would view a good Qi method as the most important thing over any and all other things. The higher the class of the Qi method one practices, the larger the amount of benefits that it would bring. Therefore, in order to obtain those high-class Qi methods, countless numbers of strong people would come wave after wave. Sometimes, they clearly knew that they were like moths jumping into the fire, yet they were still willing to be swallowed by the flame. Xiao Yan was at a loss as he watched the vortex that was as spacious as a small lake. A long while later, he finally gradually began to recover. His mind moved gently and a thread of green-colored Dou Qi immediately flowed out from within the vortex. It then swiftly flowed along some Qi paths. Following the start of the flow of the Dou Qi, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that a strong force in his body was rising to a peak that he had never been able to achieve in the past. As his mind focused intently on the route that the Dou Qi flowed, Xiao Yan realized that the Qi method route after the evolution had clearly become more cumbersome than before. Strangely, however, the time needed for the Qi method to complete one circulation had become increasingly shorter despite the route becoming more complex. Moreover, after a circulation had completed, the strong force in his body would be ready to go. At any moment it was available for its owner to drive it and violently unleash that gushing energy. Have I really succeeded? Feeling that his body was filled with energy, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath, because he felt that it was a little unbelievable. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, raised his head and eyed Yao Lao by the side who was full of smiles. He then parted his mouth and muttered, "Have I succeeded?" Yes, seeing Xiao Yan's somewhat comical expression, Yao Lao smiled and nodded his head. He sighed with great emotion before patting Xiao Yan's shoulder gently with his palm and said with a smile, "Congratulations. You have successfully proven that this flame mantra can really swallow the heavenly flame. In other words, its potential is limitless." Yao Lao's words lingered in Xiao Yan's ear. The latter was smashed by this sudden bliss until he felt his headache. His body weakly leaned against the tree trunk, but the unrestrained joy on his face was difficult to hide. After being immersed in an unrestrained joy for a long while, Xiao Yan began to recover his frame of mind. He gradually stood up and closed his eyes. A moment later, a green-colored Dou Qi rose from within his body and formed a perfect green-colored Dou Qi cloak on his body in the blink of an eye. On top of the Dou Qi cloak, green-colored flames would occasionally flare about. The hot temperature heated the air until it became slightly distorted. When the Dou Qi cloak was completely summoned, a ferocious qi suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's body. Following the eruption of this qi, the green-colored Dou Qi on Xiao Yan's body immediately soared skyward. It soared to a height of 10 feet in the air before it ceased continuing to rise. Raising his head slowly, Xiao Yan eyed the green-colored flame Dou Qi that tightly covered his body. He smiled slightly, tightened his fist suddenly and violently smashed the enormous tree behind him. Bang! Following a clear muffled sound, Xiao Yan's fist tore into the tree trunk without any resistance. His palm shook slightly and a veiled force was released. Immediately, a clear ka-cha sound was emitted. Numerous tiny crack lines swiftly spread over the tree trunk. An instant later, the crack lines suddenly expanded. The enormous tree trunk let out a bang as it broke into pieces and collapsed. Bang! Tilting his head to glance at the fallen huge tree not far away, Xiao Yan let out a soft laugh. He once again closed his eyes and felt the Dou Qi flow quickly through his body and its efficiency in fabricating Dou Qi. A moment later, he opened his eyes, eyed Yao Lao and inhaled a deep breath. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. Xian class middle level. The Xian class middle level that Xiao Yan said naturally referred to the level that the flame mantra advanced to after swallowing the heavenly flame and evolving the technique. If one were to calculate, it appeared that the Qi method had jumped from Huang class middle level to Xian class middle level. Between them, it had increased by an entire class.
Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Lao was momentarily stupefied. He was immediately relieved as he nodded his head. The weight in his heart slowly fell. At the same time, his tight chest was also completely relaxed. He smiled and praised, "Not bad. It really is worthy of being called the Green Lotus Core Flame. Although it requires an enormous amount of energy to increase the class of the Qi method, this appears to not be something difficult for a heavenly flame to achieve." After letting out a long breath, the Dou Qi flame in Xiao Yan's body gradually withdrew into his body. He tensed his fist slightly and said with a grin, "Teacher, it looks like your worries from before were unnecessary, but Che, if the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python had not aided you yesterday, I do not believe that you would have successfully been able to withstand the backlash from the heavenly flame." Seeing Xiao Yan's complacent manner, Yao Lao rolled his eyes and curled his lips as he said. Recalling the intense pain caused by the swallowing of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's smiling face stiffened. His rosy face once again became slightly pale. He swallowed his saliva and nodded his head with a bitter smile. He was a little scared as he sighed. That kind of pain was really terrifying. If the backlash from the heavenly flame succeeded, I'm afraid that even my spirit would have been incinerated into nothingness. This flame mantra is indeed somewhat strange. I really don't know what kind of insane person created it. Back then, those people and I put in so much effort in order to find this thing from that damn place. After speaking until this point, Yao Lao suddenly ceased saying anything more. Clearly, there seemed to be some taboo. Unconcerned that Yao Lao had stopped speaking, Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and reached his palm into his sleeves, fishing out the heaven-swallowing serpent that had curled its body. Currently, she seemed to have descended into a deep sleep, perhaps as a result of swallowing quite a bit of the green lotus core flame. A faint green-colored glow shrouded its body, giving it a strange appearance. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python possesses several different stages. Larvae, growing, matured, peak. The evolution between each stage requires an extremely large amount of energy. The previous her was only at the larvae stage. Perhaps it was because of the green lotus core flame, but she is currently using this large amount of energy to undergo a transformation. Yao Lao eyed the small seven-colored snake and said with a smile. After the transformation, how strong will she become? Hearing this, Xiao Yan asked in a somewhat curious manner. Perhaps she will be of the Dou Wine class. Yao Lao smiled and said, once she enters the peak stage, even a douzhong would not dare underestimate her. She really lives up to the name of being a natural spiritual being. How envious. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue in amazement as he sighed emotionally. Coo. This kind of living creature is very rare. This seven-colored heaven-swallowing python in your hand may well be the only one in the entire Dou Qi continent. Yao Lao said with a smile. If that is the case, it is naturally good. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and laughed. He then carefully placed the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python into his sleeve, raised his head and eyed the mountain cliff in front of him. His eyes stared at the floating clouds as he lazily stretched his neck. After being silent for a while, he said softly, Teacher, how much time remains till the 3-year agreement? 2 months. Yao Lao said faintly. 2 months, huh? Xiao Yan laughed softly. His finger gently tapped on his storage ring and the huge heavy Xian ruler once again appeared. Holding the ruler's hilt tightly, Xiao Yan violently hacked it downwards. The huge rock under his feet immediately burst apart. Nailin Yanran, it's the last 2 months. Have you prepared yourself? In the distant mountain forest, a baby eagle that was attempting to fly was trying its best to flap its wings at the peak of a tree. It gave a sharp eagle cry in its efforts. Immediately after, its struggling wings straightened as it suddenly shot up into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, Meeting the Ice Emperor Again. Chapter 236, Meeting the Ice Emperor Again. At the meeting point between the desert and the field, a few green-colored leaves were occasionally decorated across the desert. The bits and pieces of the leaves may have been extremely rare, but compared to the monotonous golden-colored yellow sand within the desert, it was undoubtedly much more soothing to the eye. As this place was close to the desert's edge, one would occasionally see people coming and going, along with small groups of mercenary that had returned after hunting for magic beasts in the desert. A black-clothed human figure walked at an even pace at the intersection between the desert and the land. The human figure was carrying a black ruler that was comparable to his height on his back. This somewhat strange combination of person and ruler caused the passerbys to throw him surprised glances. However, the black-clothed young man simply ignored the surprised gazes shot from around him. His footsteps slowly fell on the firm road. Although his pace did not appear to be very fast, if one were to observe carefully, one would realize that each step that the young man took appeared to have been meticulously measured. The distance between each step was approximately the same. The hot sun that hung high in the sky did not cause even the slightest drop of perspiration to surface on the young man's forehead. His leisurely walking manner did not appear to be someone in a hurry. Instead, he appeared to be admiring the scenery along the way. The slow traveling of the young man persisted for nearly an entire day. When the hot sun gradually descended beyond the horizon of the desert, he finally came to a slow stop. He raised his head and eyed the huge city that appeared at the edge of his sight. A faint smile surfaced on his delicate and handsome face. Xiao Yan lazily stretched his waist. When he heard the brittle sound between the bones, he laughed softly and reached his hand into his sleeves. He smiled and said, "Desert City. I've finally arrived. Teacher, are we really going to refine the medicinal pill for that guy?" Standing on a sand dune, Xiao Yan stared at the distant city entrance where people were moving in and out as he whispered with a slight frown. The guy whom he was referring to was naturally the hermit that Xiao Yan had coincidentally met back then in the desert city, one of the former 10 strong of the Jiama Empire, Ice Emperor, Haibuodong. Cool, why not? Since we are already here, we should grab a favor from a Dou Huan along the way. Yao Lao's old laughter was emitted from within the ring. Moreover, do you not wish to obtain the remaining map fragment? Although you have already obtained a heavenly flame now, the upgrading of the Qi method in the future will be even harder. Additionally, the purifying demon lotus flame is quite an incredible thing. If you are able to obtain it, there won't be many people who dare to easily look down on you in this Dou Qi continent. But I keep getting the feeling that the guy is not a simple honest person. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, so what if he is not simple and honest? Even if he recovers his strength, he is only but a Dou Huang. What can he do to us? Yao Lao laughed faintly, but we should always be cautious of others even if we are also not some soft persimmon. In order to be safe, we should take some defensive precaution. I have told you before that when refining the medicinal pill, we can add some additional ingredient in it. If he does not have any ill will, everything can be discussed. But if he has some wicked ideas, then we will naturally not show any mercy. Soft persimmon equals weak. Hearing this, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. He nodded his head and said softly, "It's just as well. Let's do as teacher has said. If we can really obtain a favor from a Dou Huang, that would be quite beneficial. This is especially true for the trip to the Misty Cloud sect 2 months from now. Although I am not worried about fighting to the death with Nalan Yenran, those old fellows from the Misty Cloud sect might want to attack me out of anger and humiliation if I were to win. This Ice Emperor might not be a bad bodyguard. The specialty of an alchemist is their network. Did you not see the snatching of the heavenly flame this time around? With just Guhi's strength alone, he would not have been able to barge into the inner regions of the desert. However, that guy managed to invite so many strong people to help him. In the end, he even created a mess in the snake people race." Yao Lao said with a smile. "Yes." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He patted his heavy Xian ruler and began to slowly walk toward the huge city located at the edge of the desert. After successfully entering the city, Xiao Yan stood on the street and looked around him. He then followed the route from his memory and walked toward the end of the street. A long while later, he stopped at the entrance of an old-fashioned map shop located at the end of the street. At the moment, the door of the shop had already been closed, perhaps due to the sky being dark. A faint light was shooting out from the gap in the door, shining onto Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood at the door of the shop and eyed the unlatched door. His heart could not help but think back to his luck. He did not expect that by randomly running around back then, he would meet a hermit Dou Huang. This kind of result had really exceeded his expectations. After tilting his head and sweeping his gaze across the street which had very few people, Xiao Yan quietly pushed open the main door. After which, he entered, turned his hand around and shut the building's door tightly. Within the shop, a moonlight stone was emitting a faint glow. The warm and not eye-piercing glow shined upon the entire room until it was quite bright. The room still had the same decorations as in the past. The damage caused by the fight from the last time had already been completely repaired. Behind the platform that was piled with maps, an old man was lowering his head and meticulously creating a map in his hand. As he was too engrossed, he did not sense Xiao Yan, who had quietly entered. Within the shop, there were another 4 people choosing maps. 3 were male and 1 was a female. Their clothes were also extremely gorgeous. Behind the 4 of them, there were a few large men with strongly built bodies standing by them respectfully. When Xiao Yan entered, the 4 tilted their heads over and took a glance. However, when they saw Xiao Yan's dusty look, they turned their heads back and lazily chose the maps in front of them. When the 4 people turned around, Xiao Yan's gaze jumped across their faces. The 3 men had quite good appearances, but their eyes carried a faint haughtiness that greatly discounted the impression people had for them. The other person, the lady, was wearing a tight red-colored long dress. Her appearance was extremely pretty. With her figure being wrapped in the red dress, it appeared exquisite and orderly. The three men beside her would occasionally sweep their gaze over the attractive back of the lady in the red dress. An adoration and yearning would flash in their eyes. However, under this adoration, there appeared to be a hidden fear toward this lady in the red dress. Xiao Yan ignored this group of people whose actions appeared a little strange. His gaze swept across the old man and slowly walked toward the counter. He randomly picked up a map scroll and lazily flipped through it. Hearing the sound of the map being flipped, the old man's ink pen, which was moving like flowing water, paused. However, like the first time he and Xiao Yan met, he did not lift his head. He simply said indifferently, "I'm sorry. This store has already closed for the day. If you need to buy a map, please come again tomorrow." Hearing the old man's usual cold and indifferent words, Xiao Yan could not help shaking his head. This old man. Just as Xiao Yan was about to speak, two large men moved agilely and blocked Xiao Yan's path. Their hands were holding their weapons on their waist as they stared at him with fierce faces. Ah! The sudden scene before him caused Xiao Yan to be at a loss. Did he offend someone without even saying a word? Immediately, he shook his head, confused. Xiao Yan then tilted his head toward the lady in a red dress who appeared to have quite a high position in the desert city. When Grandmaster Bing is making maps, he does not like to be disturbed. Therefore, I would like to trouble you to leave for now. The lady in a red dress who had a pretty appearance slowly walked forward and said faintly. Although the lady's voice was gentle, it was not difficult to hear the overbearing and unreasonable tone within it. Don't tell me that these people know of his identity? When he saw that this lady was so thoughtful for Hai Bodong, Xiao Yan was immediately at a loss as he said with surprise in his heart. Compared to Xiao Yan's surprise, the red-dressed lady in front of him was a little dispirited in her heart. Her father had always told her that the old man in this map shop was a strong person with extremely great strength. Thus, each time she had some free time, he would instruct his precious daughter to come here to greet and inquire about the old man and use all his authority to provide him with the best care. However, the old man was not appreciative of his care. Each time she came, she would receive a cold shoulder for her feverish effort. The lady of haughty character had difficulty accepting the old man's actions. Although she had always received a cold shoulder, the red-dressed lady held great trust in her father. Moreover, on one instance, she had faintly sensed the frightening qi that the old man did not easily reveal. Under that qi, she realized that she only had the right to tremble. Thus, for a long time, she had still treated the old man with great respect despite his indifferent attitude. Her submissive and docile manner frequently caused some of her companions to be in disbelief. Was this obedient girl the same person as the spoiled demon girl who had once caused the desert city great havoc? Today, she had come to the shop to support the old man as usual. Naturally, the old man's attitude towards her was as indifferent as it usually was. Other than glancing at her when she came in, his attention was poured over his map and was too lazy to bother with them. With the haughty character of the red-dressed lady, her heart naturally had some resentment that she had difficulty expressing when faced with such treatment. However, this resentment was something that she could not express to the old man. Therefore, Xiao Yan, who had barged in at this time, coincidentally became the target of her anger. Xiao Yan ignored the spoiled cry by the lady and simply glanced at her carelessly. He randomly threw the map in his hand onto the counter, leaned his body to one side and sidestepped the blockade of the two large men. Seeing that Xiao Yan not only did not obey her words and leave, but instead became overbearing and moved closer, the eyebrows of the red-dressed lady became vertical. A dangerous glint flashed across her eyes and she raised her snow-white chin slightly. The surrounding few large men carried a fierceness on their faces as they began to surround Xiao Yan. The red-dressed lady folded her hands in front of her chest as she stared at Xiao Yan with mocking eyes. However, just as she was prepared to see the latter begging for mercy, Xiao Yan performed an action that caused her to be totally stunned. Xiao Yan pulled over a map with his hand and violently threw it at the old man who held an extremely distinguished position in the lady's heart. At the same time he threw it over, his mouth grumbled, "Old man, are you still pretending to be indifferent? Do you still want me to refine that medicine? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 237, Conversation. Chapter 237, Conversation. Just as the scroll was about to hit Hai Bodong's body, it was frozen solid by a sudden surge of cold air. Immediately, it fell weakly to the old man's side. Eyeing the scroll that was suddenly frozen, the pretty eyes of the lady in the red dress glowed. This was another time that she had seen the old man's lofty strength. This guy is really reckless. He actually dares to be so rude to Grandmaster Bing. He really is someone who has the short sight of a rat. The gaze of the lady was somewhat mocking as she stared at Xiao Yan. Clearly, the red-dressed woman did not think that the old man would easily let off this foolhardy guy who had offended him. TL, short sight of a rat equals no foresight/planning. Naturally, all of these thoughts were the wishful thinking of the lady. The old man did indeed shift his focus up from the map as she had expected, but when the ice-like dry face swept across the black-dressed young man in front of him, his face revealed an extremely rare smile. This smile was something the red-dressed lady, who had respectfully been a servant here for a long time, had never seen before. "Coco, little brother, you are finally back. You really made me wait." Haibo Dong placed the ink pen in his hand down. His gaze swept around Xiao Yan's body and a bizarre glint flashed swiftly within his eyes. After having not met for a few months, the young man in front of him had actually become much stronger. Moreover, on the young man's body, Haibo Dong could faintly sense something that he feared. Don't tell me it is a heavenly flame? God! Has he really found that heavenly flame? This thought that swiftly flashed across his heart caused astonishment to surface on Haibo Dong's face. The gaze that he used to look at Xiao Yan again had an emotion that was difficult to describe. I have no choice. Old Sir has something that I need still in your possession. Naturally, I had to hurry back. And if I did not have the help from Old Sir's map during this journey, I might have had difficulty achieving my aim even if I roamed around the desert for a year. Xiao Yan laughed. Coo. It's just that we take what we require. Haibo Dong's nose twitched slightly as he smiled and waved his hand. The dry facial expression changed slightly as he stared at Xiao Yan in a somewhat startled manner. With a shocked voice, he said, You made contact with Queen Medusa? Within the shop, the face of the lady in the red dress was immediately dumbfounded when she saw that Haibo Dong not only did not attack Xiao Yan but instead began happily conversing with him. A moment later, her eyebrows were knit slightly together. The corner of her eye secretly glanced at the black-dressed young man whom appeared to be slightly younger than her. Her heart could not resist feeling somewhat jealous. She had been helping Haibo Dong here for a long time, but he had never treated her with such gentleness. This guy, the lady in the red dress thought indignantly in her heart. When she was planning to send someone to investigate Xiao Yan's background, the words that Haibo Dong had suddenly spilled from his mouth caused her to instantly still as though she had been struck by lightning. Of course, it was not only her. The three young people and those few strong large men in the shop also stilled their bodies abruptly when Haibo Dong mentioned Queen Medusa from his mouth. In the vicinity of the desert, the fierce name of Queen Medusa was sufficient to cause any human to feel fear. During the big war back then, this Queen Medusa had once turned a few cities into bloodbaths by herself. Her fierce name almost reached the point where it could cause a baby to cease crying. This guy. He actually came into contact with Queen Medusa? And he is not dead? Within the shop, numerous gazes that were filled with shock and disbelief stared at the young man carrying a huge black ruler. Their minds had difficulty recovering. There may be a few people in the cities located within the vicinity of the desert who had survived after being in contact with Queen Medusa, but those people were all strong people who were well known. However, this young man in front of them who was not even 20, how could it be possible? Coo. I was really unlucky to make slight contact with her. But fortunately, I was lucky in keeping my life. Otherwise, Old Sir would not be able to see me. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and joked. TSK. Outstanding. To actually escape alive from that woman's hand and yet not to suffer any injuries. More heroes really appear in the younger generations. I think that little brother is definitely the pinnacle person among the younger generation in the Jiama Empire. Hearing this, Haibo Dong immediately pursed up his lips and said with great astonishment. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Regarding the thing about the pinnacle person, he neither agreed nor disagreed. Oh. Coo. Oh yes, little brother, I wonder, about the thing I entrusted you with? Rubbing his dry hands together, Haibo Dong suddenly asked with a smile. Yes. This is the sans datura that you need. It was not easy to find. Luckily, I came across it in the sacred city of the snake people race. Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped on his storage ring and a pale yellow vegetation appeared in his palm. This plant's outer appearance was extremely strange. It wrapped around like a yellow-colored long snake. At its top was a snake head that was raised highly. There was a fist-sized tumor that protruded on the top of the snake head. This was where the essence of this unique vegetation was richest. Coo. I have really troubled little brother. Haibo Dong received the vegetation in surprise as he opened his mouth to thank him with a smile. It is just that we have what the other needs. Xiao Yan waved his hand and learned from Haibo Dong's speaking manner as he replied with a smile. Within the shop, the spoiled lovely face of the red-dressed lady gradually began to withdraw as she watched Xiao Yan and Haibo Dong chatting by the side as though no one was around. Although she was pampered and spoiled, she was no fool. By looking at the attitude of the mysterious old man towards Xiao Yan and the contents of their conversation, she clearly knew in her heart that this young man who appeared even younger than her definitely possessed a terrifying strength that did not match his age. God! Where has this abnormal being come from? Why have I not heard of such a young strong person appearing in the Jiama Empire? The lady in the red dress mused in her heart as a bitter smile surfaced on her face. Grandmaster Bing, the lady in the red dress who was left alone by the side, hesitated for a moment before speaking timidly. Having his conversation interrupted, Hai Bo Dong pressed his eyebrows together slightly. He glanced at the red dress lady and said blandly, "You can go back. In the future, there is no need for you to return. Tell your father that his ploy is a little lousy." Hearing Hai Bo Dong's rude words of banishment, the lady in the red dress was at a slight loss. Her eyes suddenly reddened and her teeth bit her lips. Her original intention was to have Hai Bo Dong take her as a disciple. However, when these words of Hai Bo Dong were said, it clearly severed her hope. Immediately, her heart felt much grief. Threads of mist caused her long eyelashes to become wet. The current her obviously did not possess the arrogance that she had treated Xiao Yan with just a few moments before. Seeing Hai Bo Dong's indifferent attitude, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head. This old man's heart was really too harsh. Although the arrogant attitude of this lady a moment ago resulted in Xiao Yan having a poor impression of her, she was after all working for Hai Bo Dong. It was just that despite trying very hard to get Hai Bo Dong to like her, the stubborn and indifferent old man still did not have any feelings for her. It appeared that the feelings of this old man were a little thin. In the future he needed to be a little careful when working with him. "Old sir, with your status, treating a lady like this would somewhat cheapen it, not used to seeing a lady cry in a beautiful manner." Xiao Yan shook his head slightly. He played with a piece of map on the counter as he jokingly mentioned with a smile. Hearing this, Hai Bo Dong was momentarily distracted. He eyed Xiao Yan's smiling face and a moment later, also smiled and nodded his head. His finger rubbed a yellow-colored storage ring on his finger and a scroll appeared in a flash. His finger tapped on the scroll and shot it towards the lady in the red dress. He said in a somewhat helpless manner, "This is a Lo Xin Do technique. Seeing that you have helped me for so long, I will give it to you. I know that you hope for me to take you as a disciple, but I really don't have that kind of intention. Therefore, take this as my compensation to you." The lady in the red dress was at a loss as she received the scroll. A moment later, she gratefully bowed to Xiao Yan and with a gloomy face, softly left the shop. After the red dress lady left, the other people in the shop closely followed. In a moment, the shop once again became empty. "Coco, by nature, I prefer to be free and don't really like teaching students. If she followed me, she wouldn't have much of a future." Hai Bo Dong patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and explained. Xiao Yan smiled and extended his hand towards Hai Bo Dong as he replied with a smile. "Old sir, I have already brought the thing back for you. Should you not hand me that piece of map fragment?" Hearing this, Hai Bo Dong laughed dryly. He rubbed his palms together and laughed awkwardly. "Little brother, back then we had agreed. As long as you help me refine the medicinal pill for undoing the seal, I will hand over the last map fragment to you. Additionally, I will owe you one favor in the future." "Alright." Xiao Yan's eyes stared at Hai Bo Dong for a moment until he was a little uneasy before he nodded his head in a nonchalant manner. He withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. "I hope that old sir will not use any other excuses after obtaining the medicinal pill. As a person, I may have a good temper, but I am also unable to withstand being fooled like a monkey." "Coco, little brother, what are you saying? Is there a false promise between strong people?" Hai Bo Dong smiled awkwardly as he shook his head. He patted his chest and said with certainty, "As long as little brother is able to refine the medicinal pill that I need, old me will not break my word." That is the best." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He then scratched his chin as he faced Hai Bo Dong and asked with a smile, "Since it's like this, shall we start working?" "Now." Hai Bo Dong was at a loss. He then hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, please." As he said, he quickly pushed open the counter and led Xiao Yan into the back of the building. After entering the room, Xiao Yan randomly sat on a chair. His eyes glanced at Hai Bo Dong while the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. He said softly, "Medicinal formula, medicinal ingredients, ... Sometimes, I realize that you alchemists really cause people to be envious. This medicinal formula to break the seal is something that I went through great pains to obtain. Now that you are going to take a look, its surname would change." Hai Bo Dong helplessly dug out many medicinal ingredients from his storage ring. He then held a piece of ancient goatskin parchment. The pain on his face was not an act. In order to obtain this medicinal formula, he had put in a lot of effort. TL, surname would change, meaning changing ownership. While maintaining a warm smile on his face, Xiao Yan rejoiced in his heart. Yao Lao had told him before that some medicinal formulas that can break seals have a value that was difficult to appraise. Although the map fragment was the thing he wanted the most, being able to scoop up a medicinal formula for a tier 6 medicinal pill along the way was naturally even more perfect. Xiao Yan smiled as he received the old-looking medicinal formula that Hai Bo Dong had, with an extreme unwillingness, passed to him. His gaze swept over it and the smile on his face immediately became more brilliant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Heavenly Cauldron Ranking. Chapter 238, Heavenly Cauldron Ranking. Breaking Adversity Pill. The 3 pale black-colored words were written on the quaint skin parchment that faintly gave off the scent of old age. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept across the skin parchment with a smile in his eyes. When his gaze was sweeping across the effect of the medicinal pill that was recorded on the skin parchment, the smile on his face grew even more dense. The pill is tier 6. It possesses the unique ability of being able to break most seals. After using it, it can also form a resistance toward that particular seal within the body. In the future, if one were to meet such a seal again, one would gain some chance of nullifying the seal. TSK, it is really quite a good thing. Xiao Yan's eyes swept up and down across the quaint skin parchment and could not help but click his tongue. He did not expect that this thing could not only break a seal, but also cause the human body that was struck by the seal to have an increased resistance to that seal in the future. With just this particular point, it lived up to its reputation as a tier 6 medicinal pill. It is naturally quite good. Back then, in order to obtain this medicinal formula, I paid a price that still causes my heart to ache when I recall what I did. Hai Bo Dong smiled bitterly as he eagerly watched Xiao Yan. Regardless of what the price is, it's not worth mentioning compared to allowing you to recover your Dou Huang strength. Xiao Yan comforted. Immediately, he unceremoniously stored this quaint medicinal formula into his storage ring in front of Hai Bo Dong's face. In the alchemist world, there was an unofficial rule. Anyone who wanted an alchemist to help them refine medicinal pills that used special formulas not only had to prepare the medicinal formula by oneself, but also had to prepare medicinal ingredients. Moreover, these medicinal formulas were to be handled as the alchemist pleased, including the chance where the alchemist took possession of the formula. These actions from alchemists were also common occurrences. In the alchemist world, the creation of medicinal formulas was not a simple thing. Nothing like picking up a pen and recording a recipe down as one would imagine. During the process of creating the medicinal formula, the alchemist must use his own spiritual strength as ink and then use a pen to draw with spiritual strength in order to successfully create a qualified medicinal formula. When using the medicinal formula, the alchemist needed to use his spiritual strength and intrude into the medicinal formula in order to obtain the essential refining data hidden within the medicinal formula. For example, the quantity of the medicinal ingredients needed, the flame temperature, etc. These things were things that an alchemist had to pay extreme attention to when refining a medicinal pill. Regardless of how outstanding the refining ability of an alchemist was, if he did not have all this information, he would require quite a number of tests before it was possible to successfully refine the medicinal pill recorded in the medicinal formula. However, during the experimental process, he would likely destroy many rare medicinal ingredients, which would be an enormous loss. Thus, Hai Bo Dong was unable to reproduce the medicinal formula despite having obtained it for quite some time. When he saw Xiao Yan's action, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. A long while later, he could only shake his head dispiritedly and allow Xiao Yan to seize this thing that he had obtained with great difficulty for free. After storing the breaking adversity pill formula with a smile, Xiao Yan placed his gaze on the large pile of medicinal ingredients that were sitting on the table. These medicinal ingredients could all be considered rare items. A number among them may fetch at least 500,000 gold coins if they were placed on the auction block. Even though their price was extremely high, these items still were rarely seen. After all, as long as it was someone who knew a little about his goods, he would not take these rare medicinal herbs out to be auctioned. This was because he might one day meet an alchemist who needed these kinds of rare medicinal ingredients. If that were the case, he might be able to obtain an exchange that he would be extremely satisfied with. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of failure, but most of the medicinal ingredients that Hai Bo Dong prepared had 2 to 3 portions. They were filled the table in front of the two. Xiao Yan checked all the many different medicinal ingredients once in great detail. When he did not discover anything missing, he nodded his head. He then raised it, eyed Hai Bo Dong, who was watching him intently, and said, "Old sir, I think that you should know that there is some chances of failure when refining a medicinal pill. Before I refine the medicine, I will say something that isn't nice to listen to. I have some confidence in refining a tier 6 medicinal pill, but I dare not to guarantee. Therefore, if for some reason this results in a failure, this responsibility I know, you will not take responsibility. You alchemists are all like that. Don't tell me that I can forcefully hold you here if you fail? Hearing the words, Bo Dong waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Ha, since old sir can understand, that is the best. I wonder if you can prepare a quiet room for me. During the time before I come out, you cannot let anyone disturb me, including yourself, old sir. Xiao Yan stored all the ingredients into his storage ring and said with a smile. Follow me. Bo Dong nodded his head and headed for a side door. Xiao Yan followed closely behind him. After entering the side door, a corridor which was slightly dark appeared. Xiao Yan followed behind Bo Dong for some distance before stopping outside a door along the corridor. The door was pushed open and a faint lamplight shined out. The interior of the room appeared extremely clean, perhaps as a result of frequent cleaning. It was quite a good place to temporarily stay while refining medicine. Xiao Yan entered the room, glanced in all directions and nodded his head with a smile. Little brother, is this place all right? Bo Dong asked with a smile. When he saw Xiao Yan nod, he continued, since it is all right, then please refine the medicinal pill here. I will guard the corridor outside. During this period of time, you will have the quiet atmosphere that you require. There will definitely be no one who will interrupt you. Okay. Xiao Yan, while smiling, nodded his head. He had Bo Dong as he took his leave and gently locked the room's door with both his hands. He turned around and watched the room. Instead of rushing to start immediately, he slowly crossed his steps and walked once around the entire room. Every tiny corner was thoroughly examined by him. A long while later, he completed his examination and walked to the side of a table at the middle of the room. His finger tapped the storage ring and quietly asked in his heart, Teacher, is there anything wrong here? No, I have checked. It looks like that guy did not try anything funny here. Yao Lao's voice laughed in Xiao Yan's heart. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head and replied with a grin, since it is like this, teacher, it is time to do it. As he was talking to Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's finger gently rubbed his storage ring. Immediately, the pile of medicinal ingredients from before completely filled the table before him. Ugh! I knew that you would call these old bones of mine out to perform the hard work. The ring trembled slightly and Yao Lao slowly floated out. He eyed the many ingredients on the table and helplessly shook his head. Hee, I want to do it myself, but this is a tier 6 medicinal pill. Even though I currently possess a heavenly flame, it would still be impossible for me to refine it. Xiao Yan waved his hand and smiled innocently. With regards to Xiao Yan's words, Yao Lao simply rolled his eyes and lamented. He then descended beside the table and carelessly rearranged the medicinal ingredients on top of it. After which, he waved his palm at Xiao Yan. Instantly, the black-colored ancient-looking ring on Xiao Yan's finger landed in Yao Lao's hand. After Yao Lao carefully placed the black-colored ring in his hand, he flicked his finger. A solid black-colored medicinal cauldron the size of the table surface suddenly appeared. The black-colored medicinal cauldron had a sturdy body. Its entire body was faintly shrouded in a calm atmosphere. Lifelike flame pictures were drawn on the surface of the medicinal cauldron. These flame drawings even seemed to be physically real. Xiao Yan could even faintly sense flame energy starting to circle around the medicinal cauldron. Good cauldron. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the black-colored medicinal cauldron with an extraordinarily imposing aura and could not help but let out a praise. The cauldron that he used was undoubtedly shabby compared to Yao Lao's. Moreover, this black-colored medicinal cauldron clearly did not only have a gorgeous appearance. From the fire energy that agglomerated around it automatically, it was clear that it was a great help for the refining of medicine. A medicinal cauldron is the most important thing that an alchemist possesses. A good medicinal cauldron would be able to increase the chances of successfully refining a pill by a large amount. This medicinal cauldron of mine has an extremely domineering name. Others calls it Black Demon. Coco, back then, I paid a great price in order to obtain it. Eyeing the black-colored cauldron that was suspended in midair, Yao Lao sighed with a smile somewhat emotionally. Black Demon? It really is domineering. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue as he praised and shook his head. Having not had much interaction with the alchemist world, he naturally did not know what kind of fanatic attraction this name possessed to an alchemist. Just like the Heavenly Flame ranking, in the alchemist world, there was also a similar Heavenly Cauldron ranking. As the name suggests, the Cauldron ranking records the most perfect and outstanding medicinal cauldrons. There were a total of 13 cauldrons on the Cauldron ranking. Each of the medicinal cauldrons on it had a bewitchment that caused countless alchemists to pursue them with greed. The 8th rank on the Cauldron ranking was called Black Demon. Seeing Xiao Yan's slightly shocked manner, Yao Lao simply smiled. However, he did not open his mouth to explain the origin of the Black Cauldron in front of him.
His palm trembled slightly and a thick white-colored flame swiftly shrouded his palm.
Yao Lao slowly placed his palm onto a diamond-shaped fire outlet on the black cauldron.
He gently flicked his finger and the thick white flame shrouded the interior of the cauldron. Hee, it looks like teacher has attached much importance to this medicinal refinement. Otherwise, he would not taken out his medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan said with a smile as he eyed the soaring flame within the black cauldron. When Yao Lao had refined medicinal pills in the past, he would directly refine it on his palm. The probability of failure of a tier 6 medicinal pill is quite high.
Moreover, I am currently only in a spirit state and my strength is weaker than in the past.
I naturally require the help of the medicinal cauldron in order to refine this kind of medicinal pill.
Yao Lao said blandly.
His palm swiftly waved above the table and numerous medicinal ingredients were picked up by his hand. After which, he threw all of them into the medicinal cauldron all at once. Yao Lao's face was impassive as his palm left the medicinal cauldron. His dry palm suddenly and swiftly waved as though he was penetrating flowers and picking the leaves. Following the flicking of his finger, the hot thick white flames within the black cauldron had, with extreme obedience, turned into 10 plus tiny flames, wrapping around the medicinal ingredients that had been thrown in.
Eyeing Yao Lao's extremely smooth actions, Xiao Yan's face was filled with envy.
When would he be able to reach the stage where he could do such difficult things with ease? Xiao Yan let out an emotional sigh as he quietly sat on a chair by the side.
He meticulously observed Yao Lao's refining.
When one reached the stage Yao Lao was at, almost any tiny step or movement could allow Xiao Yan to feel suddenly enlightened. In the quiet secret chamber, the thick white flame danced enchantingly.
A faint medicinal fragrance permeated the air within.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 239, Hiding One's Ability. Chapter 239, Hiding One's Ability.
TL, title, Hiding One's Ability, idiom meaning that one usually hides one's skill so that others are ignorant of their strength, only using one's strength when necessary for max impact. Perhaps, it was because it was the first time Yao Lao refined the breaking adversity pill, but Yao Lao, despite his outstanding alchemy skills, failed the first refining attempt due to an imbalance in the proportions of the prepared medicinal ingredients. However, the first failed attempt did not cause Yao Lao to show a different expression. Failing during refining was so common in the alchemy world that it could be compared with eating and drinking. Even though Yao Lao was very adept at refining, he could not guarantee that he would maintain 100% success for refining any medicinal pills. Although the first attempt resulted in a failure, it was fortunate that only a small portion of the medicinal ingredients were lost and thus would not affect the refining that was to follow. As Yao Lao, who had a warm-up experience, once again raised the flames to refine the pill. He methodically, perfectly, and successfully completed all the remaining medicinal refining process. In the neat and clean room, the black-colored medicinal cauldron slowly rotated in midair.
The thick white flame writhed intensely within it. As the black cauldron rotated, the surrounding air also repeatedly released waves of unceasing tiny energy ripples. These energy ripples were circular in shape with the medicinal cauldron at its center, and they gradually began expanding out in all directions. When they were about to make contact with the walls, they quietly vanished.
The flame writhed in the medicinal cauldron. A thumb-sized pale purple-colored medicinal pill rudiment was slowly being formed in the burning flame. Finally, the dark purple-colored pill scent was suddenly emitted from within the cauldron and filled the inside of the room. This scent was thick and stayed within the room for quite a while.
Is it going to be formed into a pill?
Sniffing the pill's scent that was accompanied by a purple color, Xiao Yan rubbed his tired eyes and raised his spirit as he asked with a smile. He had personally witnessed Yao Lao refine a tier 5 medicinal pill the last time. Thus, he also knew that the drifting of pill scent was basically the omen before the formation of a high-tier medicinal pill. Yes, although this breaking adversity pill has a strange and unique medicinal effect, the difficulty involved in order to refine it is not very great. Additionally, I have the help from the Black Demon, so the time needed for refining it was reduced by at least half.
Yao Lao smiled as he nodded his head and replied. Ha, no wonder.
The last time you took over 2 days when you refined the Blood Lotus pill. This time you actually only used a day to refine a tier 6 medicinal pill.
It looks like this medicinal cauldron of teachers is really extraordinary, Xiao Yan said with a grin.
His gaze carried some shock as he observed the black-colored medicinal cauldron in midair.
An ordinary medicinal cauldron may give a boost to an alchemist, but the effect was extremely tiny.
If a cauldron could reduce the time needed to refine a medicinal pill that would normally require a day by 2 hours, it could be considered top grade amongst medicinal cauldrons. By using the dark red medicinal cauldron that Xiao Yan had used, it could at most save an hour of refining time.
By comparing the two, Xiao Yan could increasingly see how the black-colored medicinal cauldron was extraordinary. Yao Lao smiled and nodded his head.
As his shriveled palm tensed and relaxed, the thick white flame in the medicinal cauldron also became much richer. Teacher, don't forget to add something extra. Seeing the medicinal pill gradually become round, Xiao Yan let out a dry cough and hurriedly reminded.
I know. Yao Lao gave Xiao Yan a somewhat irritated glance before nodding his head. He flipped his left hand and a thick white-colored flame suddenly surfaced. After which, he began to swiftly compress it, and the thick white flame, which was originally the size of a person's head, became the size of one's thumb in an instant. The bone-chilling flame, which was compressed to this extent, had already escaped its base flame nature. It had instead transformed into a tiny white-colored crystal. At one glance, the interior of the crystal seemed to have a demonic thick white flame that writhed faintly. Yao Lao molded the white-colored crystals with the tip of his finger before flicking his finger gently. The crystal immediately turned into a white light that was shot into the medicinal cauldron. After which, it directly went into the medicinal pill. Once the crystal entered the medicinal pill, it suddenly transformed into drops of extremely tiny white glow that were distributed into every part of the medicinal pill. Yao Lao watched the small holes formed on the medicinal pill rudiment gradually being refilled and nodded his head.
After musing for a moment, he waved his palm and the thick white flame in the medicinal cauldron suddenly surged. In an instant, it covered the entire purple-colored medicinal pill rudiment and began the final intense burning. The thick white flame only soared for a moment before it was swiftly extinguished. Following the disappearance of the flame, a thumb-sized, pale purple round medicinal pill that was emitting a faint luster rolled and rotated as it appeared in the medicinal cauldron. The moment the purple-colored medicinal pill appeared, a ferocious energy fluctuation ripple suddenly surged from within the medicinal pill. When this energy ripple passed through the black cauldron, a portion of it was blocked but the remainder still seeped out. It then violently shot in all directions. From observing its stance, if it was allowed to spread as it pleased, this room would immediately collapse.
Yao Lao glanced indifferently at the swiftly spreading energy ripple.
His shriveled hand waved randomly and a shapeless spiritual energy formed a transparent energy cover within the interior of the room in the blink of an eye. When the energy ripple came into contact with the spiritual cover, the two collided with each other. Instantly, waves of energy ripples began to appear on the shapeless energy cover, much like a rock being thrown into a lake surface. The ripples gradually transformed from intense to subtle. A moment later, they finally completely disappeared.
When the last energy ripple finally disappeared, Yao Lao removed the spiritual cover. His palm beckoned at the black cauldron. The pale purple-colored medicinal pill was thrown out by the black cauldron and immediately landed on Yao Lao's palm. Yao Lao held this pale purple-colored medicinal pill. He looked it over repeatedly and nodded his head. After giving an indifferent appraisal that it was not bad, he carelessly threw it towards Xiao Yan by the side. Xiao Yan received the medicinal pill and curiously observed this purple-colored medicinal pill in his hand. This was the first time he had seen a tier 6 medicinal pill. The surface of this medicinal pill was a pale purple color. Its body was round and had a great amount of luster. Moreover, on the surface of the medicinal pill, there appeared to be some strange lines, that were not man-made, drawn onto it. These lines went around one after another, appearing like a special drawing that had an abstract meaning. Observing this breaking adversity pill at close distance, Xiao Yan could even roughly sense the strange energy contained within it. Perhaps these lines were the main ingredient that could break a seal. I added some bone-chilling flame into the medicinal pill.
This kind of crystal body will conceal itself deep within a human body once it is consumed by someone.
Usually, it will not have even the slightest unusual action.
However, if I, who possesses the bone-chilling flame, was to activate it, these icy bodies would swiftly transform into an extremely destructive, bone-chilling flame. When that time comes, if the other party has any ill intentions, I'm afraid that he or she will suffer terribly.
Yao Lao stored the black cauldron into the ring, turned around, and laughed while facing Xiao Yan. Won't he discover it?
Xiao Yan played with the breaking adversity pill as he asked cautiously.
He shouldn't, of course. I cannot guarantee it.
After all, there is nothing absolute in this world. I can only guarantee that the chances of it being discovered are very tiny.
Yao Lao shook his head and replied with a smile.
Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly and took out a jade bottle which was of quite a good grade from his storage ring. He then put the breaking adversity pill within it. After which, he glanced at the large amount of remaining medicinal ingredients, parted his mouth slightly and unceremoniously swept all these rare medicinal plants into his storage ring.
He. This will be the extra reward for refining the pill.
Xiao Yan did not intend to return these rare herbs, which could easily fetch over 1,000,000 gold coins through an auction, to Hai Bo Dong.
I've finally finished it. Xiao Yan kept everything and patted his storage ring with satisfaction. He faced Yao Lao and said, now we should see whether the guy outside will keep his word. I hope he will not disappoint us.
Yao Lao laughed softly. His body swayed slightly and immediately turned into a flowing light which entered into the black-colored ring. Xiao Yan placed the black-colored ring that was suspended in front of him onto his finger and tossed the jade bottle in his hand. After arranging his clothes properly, he walked toward the door leading outside of the room. In a bend of the corridor that was slightly dark, Haibo Dong leaned against the wall. His old face may appear rather calm, but his finger which was knocking on the wall repeatedly revealed just how anxious and impatient he was in his heart. Feeling the time slowly flowing, Haibo Dong eyed the room that was tightly shut at the end of the corridor. His eyebrows involuntarily knit together. A moment later, he sighed. The medicinal ingredients needed to refine breaking adversity pill were not easy to find. He had spent a few years in order to gather all these medicinal ingredients. If Xiao Yan was to fail in the refinement, his hope of regaining his strength might have to be delayed. Haibo Dong rubbed his palm. The calmness on his face finally began to reveal some anxiety. He softly muttered, "Don't tell me he failed? Looks like I was a little reckless. That guy's strength may be something that I cannot see through, but he is far too young after all. Even if he started practicing his alchemy skills while he was still in his mother's womb, that would merely be over 10 years worth of time. In just 10 years, how great of an accomplishment can he attain in alchemy skills?" With his fist and palm heavily smashing into each other, Haibo Dong's expression fluctuated. A moment later, he shook his head despondently and smiled bitterly. Having reached this point, I can only hope that this guy can bring some miracle. After all, he possesses that extremely terrifying heavenly flame. Time ticked by. The atmosphere in the corridor had a layer of impatience gradually lingering over it as time flowed by. A finger impatiently tapped against the wall. At one instance, Dou Qi shrouded the finger and it pressed down violently, creating a hole within the wall. "I'll go and take a look." Haibo Dong's shriveled face twitched. He was finally unable to withstand the torment of waiting like this. Taking in a violent breath, he suddenly turned his body and had a desire to walk into the corridor. At the moment when Haibo Dong turned around, his body suddenly stilled. A stunned expression appeared on his face as he stared blankly at the corridor. A young man in black clothes was leaning on the wall and smiling at him. A moment later, he swallowed his saliva and hurriedly took a few steps forward as he anxiously asked, "Little brother, did you succeed?" Xiao Yan spread his hand and faced Haibo Dong, who was slowly walking over with an anxious face. He then waved it and threw a jade bottle towards Haibo Dong. "I was a little lucky and barely succeeded." Eyeing the jade bottle that was thrown over, Haibo Dong seemed to awkwardly use both his hands and feet to try to catch it. He carefully caught it in his palms as though it was his son. When his eyes saw the purple-colored medicinal pill in the jade bottle, an unrestrained expression of joy and shock appeared on his old face simultaneously. The unrestrained joy was naturally because he received his wish of obtaining this breaking adversity pill. The shock, on the other hand, was because he still had difficulty believing that within a short day, this little boy in front of him, who was not even over 20, had actually managed to perfectly create this tier 6 medicinal pill that even Pilkingu he couldn't refine. He really hid his ability. At this moment, an evaluating phrase for Xiao Yan surfaced in Haibo Dong's heart. TL, refer to title for, he really hid his ability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, Breaking the Seal. Chapter 240, Breaking the Seal. Eyeing Haibo Dong, who was tightly holding the jade bottle with a face that was filled with unrestrained joy, Xiao Yan laughed softly before smiling slightly as he said, "Mr. Haibo Dong, the thing has been successfully refined. What about the map fragment?" Hearing this, Haibo Dong was at a momentary loss. He immediately and quickly pulled himself back from his unrestrained joy. His eyeballs rotated and he licked his lips as an embarrassed look appeared on his face. He said, "Little brother. You can call me Xiao Yan." Seeing Haibo Dong's manner, Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he said blandly, "All right. Little brother Xiao Yan." Haibo Dong hurriedly nodded his head. He then waved the jade bottle in his hand and said with an awkward smile, "Little brother, don't blame old me for having something more to do. It is not that old me doesn't believe you, but the main reason is that I have also never seen what a breaking adversity pill looks like. I only know from the medicinal formula that it is entirely purple in color. Therefore, I wonder if little brother Xiao Yan would allow me to consume the medicinal pill and test if it can really help me break the seal. If the seal can really be broken, old me would definitely give the map fragment to you. I will also apologize to you. Old sir, the way to repeatedly find excuses to put the matter off does not show the demeanor of someone who was once the 10 strong of the Jiamai Empire." Xiao Yan's long finger gently flicked off a speck of dust from the tip of his sleeve. He was expressionless as he said, "The small me has used all my effort in order to help old sir.
But your actions really caused me to be disheartened. Ugh, little brother Xiao Yan, back then we indeed agreed that as long as you could help me refine the breaking adversity pill, I would hand the map fragment to you, but you should at least let me test if this medicinal pill is real or not. I will say something annoying. If this is some other medicinal pill that you randomly gave me as a stifler, won't I suffer a great loss if I don't check it? Haibo Dong's old face was much thicker than Xiao Yan had imagined. The manner in which he smiled bitterly made it appear like he was the greatest victim. Seeing Haibo Dong's bitter face, Xiao Yan knit his eyebrows tightly together and said blandly, "Oh dear sir. I have to remind you something. This breaking adversity pill medicinal formula is something that you gave me. I have also completely followed its instruction to refine the medicinal pill. But whether this medicinal pill possesses the effect of breaking a seal is something that only a ghost would know. Therefore, if you were to consume the breaking adversity pill and still be unable to undo the seal because of the medicinal formula, won't that be blamed on me? Then won't my effort to hurry over a long distance to the desert, braving the danger of being killed by Queen Medusa in order to help you look for the Sans Datura, as well as spending a large amount of effort in order to refine the medicinal pill be totally disregarded?" Xiao Yan crossed his 10 fingers in front of him as he said softly with a cold smile, "After doing so much, all that I have obtained is only a map fragment and a favor, verbally agreed by a Dou Huang. You tell me, have I made a loss or have I profited?" Hearing this, Haibo Dong's face appeared slightly embarrassed. A moment later, he finally laughed dryly. "The old me also knows that my request is a little overboard, but little brother Xiao Yan can be reassured that I will naturally not do anything ungrateful. How about this? As long as the breaking adversity pill can show a little effect, I will definitely keep my word. Moreover, this breaking adversity pill is a medicinal pill personally refined by little brother Xiao Yan. Don't tell me that you don't have confidence in it? Ha ha. Who?" Xiao Yan let out a deep breath. He raised his eyes to look at Haibo Dong laughing dryly and knit his eyebrows tightly together. A long while later, he finally waved his hand somewhat unhappily and said faintly, "Then we'll do what you say. I will remind old sir one more time. This is the last time that I will give in." "Ha, thank you little brother Xiao Yan for being able to understand old me's difficulty." Hearing Xiao Yan's reply, a joyful smile immediately surfaced on Haibo Dong's face. He placed the jade bottle carefully into the storage ring, faced Xiao Yan and said, "Little brother, follow me to the basement. If I really break the seal later, this basement will ensure that my qi will not leak out. At the same time, it can avoid some unnecessary troubles." Xiao Yan nodded his head but was too lazy to even say anything extra to Haibo Dong. His face was icy as he raised his chin at the Haibo Dong, signaling for the latter to lead the way. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Haibo Dong also knew that Xiao Yan was currently in a bad mood. He could only laugh awkwardly and hurriedly focus on leading the way in front. As he followed behind Haibo Dong, Xiao Yan eyed the old figure in front of him whose pace was brisk. He was silent for a long time before an indifferent, faint smile was suddenly lifted on his expressionless face. The fist under his sleeves was clenched tightly and a wisp of green-colored flame was naughtily leaping on his long finger, but Xiao Yan pursed up his lips and narrowed his eyes as he muttered in his heart, "Old fellow, I hope that you really won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I won't care whether you were once called Ice Emperor. Today, I will force you to suffer a terrible regret." Although the corridor was not very big, the amounts of twists and turns would have exceeded anyone's expectations. Xiao Yan followed behind Haibo Dong and made a number of turns. The surrounding monotonous and similar environment caused people's minds to feel somewhat tired. Luckily, Xiao Yan's mental strength was quite good, so it did not reach the extent of feeling any difficulty in enduring. It was just that his heart felt a little oppressed. Within the corridor, the lights were not very strong. There would only be a lamp that emitted a faint glow every 10+ meters apart. In this kind of dark environment, the two people maintained silence. Only the soft sound of footsteps slowly reverberated in the long corridor and echoed for a long time. Hearing these sounds, anyone would be creeped out. The corridor may have seemed level, but Xiao Yan was able to feel that they seemed to be walking down an inclined route. After walking in this depressing manner for nearly 20 minutes, Haibo Dong, who was in front of him, suddenly came to a stop. He turned around and said with a smile to Xiao Yan, "We're here." Xiao Yan's gaze leapt past Haibo Dong and swept the place in front of him. He could only see a thick metal door that appeared from the edge of his vision under the faint light from the lamps. The metal door was profound in dark black, emitting a solid and thick feeling. As he eyed the metal door, Haibo Dong's footsteps clearly became faster. A moment later, he arrived in front of the door. His palm pulled at a black metal lion head in front of him. Following a ka-cha sound, the metal door instantly began to slowly open by itself. A bright glow was also transmitted from within. "Welcome." Haibo Dong waved exhaustedly at Xiao Yan as he walked in first with a smile still on his face. Xiao Yan stood at the door and hesitated for a moment. His gaze swept the surroundings around the large door before stepping into the basement room. Entering the room in the basement, Xiao Yan found the surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped a lot. A faint cold feeling shrouded his entire body as he looked around him. He was somewhat stunned to realize that this room underground was an ice cellar. On the ice cellar's ceiling and surrounding thick walls, there was a layer of snow-white ice stuck from them. Above his head, numerous sharp icicles appeared like sharp longswords that hung inversely from the ceiling. A faint cold fog was emitted, shrouding the interior of the underground room and possibly lingering for years. It was not known just how much time and effort Hai Bo Dong spent on this somewhat huge underground room. The Dou Qi method that I practice is more attuned with the dark and cold. Thus, training in this kind of place would have a better effect. This place is also a distance from the surface. The ice and the soil above will be able to cover my qi here, causing other strong people to be unable to sense it. Appearing to be clear of the doubt in Xiao Yan's mind, Hai Bo Dong, who was in front, explained. Ah. Xiao Yan nodded his head and unceremoniously sat down on a chair in the middle of the underground room. He raised his head to face Hai Bo Dong and calmly said, "Hurry up. I don't really like the environment here." "Cuckoo, all right." Hai Bo Dong smiled and nodded. He then took out the breaking adversity pill from within the storage ring and placed it carefully on his palm to look at it. The careful manner once again caused Xiao Yan's eyebrow to press together. After inspecting it for a long while and failing to find anything unusual, Hai Bo Dong finally let out a soft sigh. The current him had also learned to be smarter. He knew that his action just now would definitely cause Xiao Yan to be greatly discontented. Therefore, he simply did not tilt his head to look at Xiao Yan's ugly expression. His toes pressed lightly on the ground and his body leaped onto a sitting platform that was completely formed from the agglomeration of cold ice. He sat cross-legged and stuffed the breaking adversity pill from his hand into his mouth. He throat-rolled slightly and swallowed the pill into his stomach. Seated on the chair, Xiao Yan lowered his head and picked at his finger. The moment that Hai Bo Dong swallowed the breaking adversity pill, a sudden faint gloating smile was lifted on his face that was lowered. In the icy cold underground room, the atmosphere gradually became quiet following Hai Bo Dong entering into the training mode. Xiao Yan simply sat on the chair staring only at his palm. It appeared that he was not the slightest bit concerned as to whether Hai Bo Dong's seal breaking was proceeding successfully. The quiet atmosphere lasted for nearly half an hour or so before it was broken by a circle of ferocious energy ripples. On the ice platform, Hai Bo Dong, who had descended into a stillness, suddenly began to tremble intensely. Waves of ferocious energy ripples were swiftly emitted from within his body. Anywhere the energy ripple passed by, the surrounding table or ice pillars would pop and break into pieces with a pa-la sound. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head and eyed the swiftly arriving energy ripples. Moving as his heart intended, a faint green-colored flame Dou Qi cloak quickly surfaced on the surface of his body. The hot green-colored flame incinerated all the energy ripples that spread toward him into nothingness. On the ice platform, Hai Bo Dong appeared not to have sensed the destruction that he had created. His body trembled intensely for a moment as the old face suddenly tensed tightly. A quiet green-colored strange energy was swiftly gathered at his forehead. A moment later, it actually formed a quiet green tiny energy snake print. The snake print lingered on Hai Bo Dong's forehead and stubbornly suppressed the surge of Dou Qi in his body. The moment the snake print surfaced, a pale purple energy slowly shrouded upward from Hai Bo Dong's neck. In the blink of an eye, it began to come into contact with the quiet green small snake. As the two ferocious energies came into contact, the appearance of the waves of energy ripples like earlier ones also occurred. The purple-colored energy and the snake print were at a continuous stalemate on Hai Bo Dong's forehead with one on top and one below. The faint glow that the two types of energy emitted caused Hai Bo Dong's face to be painted strangely. Adding this to the distorted face of Hai Bo Dong, which was caused by the intense pain created from the two types of energy struggling at such an important place like his head, it gave him a faint savage look when one glanced at him. Xiao Yan's 10 fingers crossed in front of his body as he lifted his head. He stared intently at the two-colored glow emitted from Hai Bo Dong's face. His heart was also slightly curious as to whether this breaking adversity pill would have the energy to break the seal that Queen Medusa had placed. The purple-colored and green-colored energy continued to move up and down in a deadlock in this manner. However, when the deadlock had occurred for over half an hour, the quiet green snake print finally dimmed slightly. Clearly, this breaking adversity pill seemed to really possess the unique effect of restraining this kind of seal. TSK, this breaking adversity pill is really not bad. If I have the chance in the future, I will prepare some for myself. If I were to be sealed by someone one day, it would be good to have something prepared. Eyeing that green-colored glow becoming increasingly dim under the purple glow, Xiao Yan's eyes became bright as he laughed softly. Be careful. That guy is about to break the seal. Yao Lao's reminder suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart.
Xiao Yan nodded his head and the Dou Qi in his body began to slowly flow, preparing for any sudden occurrences. The purple-colored energy borrowed the effect of restraining to slowly banish the territory that the snake print occupied. It then gradually expelled the latter from Hai Bo Dong's forehead before purple-colored energy abruptly surged and a ferocious force totally removed the snake print from Hai Bo Dong's head. Just after the snake print left Hai Bo Dong's head, the print shook intensely and immediately transformed into green smoke that curled upward and disappeared. The moment that the snake print left his body, Hai Bo Dong's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. An almost solid light shot out from his eyes. A fierce force, much like that of a lion waking up, surged out from the interior of the body where it had been deeply suppressed for decades. Under this strong force, the ice crystal layer within the underground room actually began to crack.
Haha, that damn seal has finally gone to hell. I have once again become a Dou Huang.
With his feet stepping off the ice platform, Hai Bo Dong's body was quickly suspended in midair. His face was filled with an unrestrained joy as he lifted his head to laugh wildly. The intense sound wave was carried by Dou Qi, shaking the surrounding cracked ice layer until it burst open. After laughing wildly for a long while, Hai Bo Dong, who was suspended in midair, suddenly shifted his gaze, which carried a refined glow, toward Xiao Yan, who was seated on the chair below without moving. His muddy old eyes narrowed. Seeming to have sensed the aggressive gaze shot from midair, Xiao Yan lifted the corner of his mouth slightly. He slowly lifted his head. His face was as calm as an extremely deep well of water as he faintly watched the Dou Huang in midair who had recovered his strength. In midair, two gazes crossed each other, faintly projecting some chillness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 241, Obtaining the Map Fragment, Hiring a Bodyguard. Chapter 241, Obtaining the Map Fragment, Hiring a Bodyguard.
The two gazes intertwined in midair, with both of them emitting some indecipherable meaning. A faint chill was formed in midair and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat tense. A pair of dark black eyes calmly watched Hai Bo Dong in midair, who appeared to have become more fierce and overbearing following the recovery of his strength.
Xiao Yan's body bent slightly backward and leaned against the back of the chair.
His 10 fingers were placed in front of his body. His calm expression similar did not change even the slightest bit because of the fierce Dou Huang Qi he was feeling in the underground room. In midair, Hai Bo Dong's gaze carried a little aggression as he stared intently at the black-clothed young man below. A faint force of cold air hovered over his palm. Following the recovery of his strength, the emotions that had been suppressed in Hai Bo Dong for decades had finally once again began to be released in a slow and soothing manner. The Ice Emperor back then was cold and overbearing. There had never been anyone who dared to take anything from his hand. Xiao Yan, however, had broken this taboo. In the past, Hai Bo Dong did not reveal any enmity because he could not see through Xiao Yan's strength due to the seal. However, now that the seal had been broken, the extremely powerful Ice Emperor back then had finally and completely returned. The sudden skyrocketing strength had also caused Hai Bo Dong's heart to quietly start thinking of ways of taking back the map fragments that were Xiao Yan's hands. Although Hai Bo Dong did not know what use the map fragments had, he was still able to realize that the secret hidden within the map fragment would definitely not be small. After all, this map fragment was something that had attracted a strong person around Queen Medusa's level to travel a great distance to chase after him with the intention to kill. With his body floating in midair, an icy cold air shrouded Hai Bo Dong's body as his eyes stared at Xiao Yan, who had a calm-filled face. The young man's quiet and inscrutable posture finally caused Hai Bo Dong, whose confidence had inflated greatly, to become a little sober. Narrowing his eyes to tiny slits, Hai Bo Dong recalled the big fight with Xiao Yan a few months ago. His face became grave. When the image of the young man controlling the strange thick white flame back then flashed in his mind, a chill suddenly surfaced in Hai Bo Dong's heart without warning. Back then, after being in contact with the thick white flame, Hai Bo Dong had a deep understanding of its terror. As the chill in Hai Bo Dong's heart rose, his body also shivered slightly. The coldness on his face also gradually disappeared. A smile that seemed gentle was hung on that slightly stiff old face. After repeated deep thoughts, Hai Bo Dong's confidence, that had surged excessively because of his soaring strength, was finally suppressed by his rationality and gradually disappeared. He roughly calculated a little, and after a few palpitations he realized that even though he had gradually recovered his strength from before, he was still unable to see through this young man's true strength. Sensing Xiao Yan's qi, it was clearly only that of a dosher. However, after having once fought with him, Hai Bo Dong knew that if anyone really treated the young man in front of him as a dosher and tried to deal with him, he would likely receive a bloody lesson. Temporarily, it is inappropriate to be enemies with him. As this thought flashed in his heart, a gentle smile surfaced on Hai Bo Dong's old face. He faced Xiao Yan and gave a seemingly friendly smile as he nodded. The cold air shrouding him also gradually withdrew into his body. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Xiao Yan and Haibo Dong, who, after a deep thought in midair, suddenly took the initiative to withdraw his fierce and imposing manner and began to express kind intentions. Xiao Yan played with the ring on his finger as he smiled playfully and said, "Old Mr. Hai, I thought that after recovering your strength, you were planning on eating your words and attacking me. Your manner just now really could make someone afraid." "Kuko, little brother Xiao Yan, what are you saying? How could old me forget the help you have given me? That kind of ungrateful thing is not something that I, Haibo Dong, would be able to do." Haibo Dong hurriedly waved his hand and gradually descended. He faced Xiao Yan and explained, "I'm really sorry. Just now, I had temporary difficulty controlling my strength because I suddenly recovered it, startling little brother." Xiao Yan smiled as he was seated on the chair. His long hand patted his sleeves as he smiled and said in a soft and somewhat regretful manner, "It really is a pity. The little me had originally planned to experience the true strength of Ice Emperor who had once shook the entire Jama Empire. Looking at things now, it looks like I won't have this kind of chance. How regretful." Hearing this, the corner of Haibo Dong's eyebrows twitched slightly without anyone noticing. His sharp gaze stared stubbornly at the face of Xiao Yan, who did not appear to be joking. A moment later, he let out a laugh and swiftly shifted his gaze away. At the same time, he quietly rejoiced in his heart. Looking at Xiao Yan's display, it seemed that Xiao Yan did not possess much fear for the him who had recovered his strength. Luckily, he had not turned against this guy just now. Otherwise, if they were to really fight, it would be difficult to say just who would win or lose. Moreover, offending an alchemist who could refine a tier 6 medicinal pill was obviously an extremely foolish thing to do. If Haibo Dong possessed the ability to kill Xiao Yan on the spot, that choice could still have been considered, but once he allowed Xiao Yan to escape, then the troubles in his future would persist continuously. The well-informed Haibo Dong was even more aware than Xiao Yan about how terrifying a high-tier alchemist's ability to gather people was. "Coco, what is little brother Xiao Yan saying? These old bones of mine do not have the vigor of you young people." Haibo Dong laughed dryly as he waved his hand. Xiao Yan was non-committal as he smiled. He slowly stood up from the chair, extended his palm and stared intently at the old person in front of him. With a faint smile, he said, "Old sir. The seal has already been broken and my task can be considered to have been completed." The map fragment. Once the two words map fragment entered his ears, the shriveled face of Haibo Dong twitched slightly. However, this time around, he did not find any other excuses. This was because he could clearly sense that during the short time he was silent, the Dou Qi in the young man's body had already begun to flow turbulently. Within those dark black eyes, an icy cold feeling was also gradually hovering over them. Clearly, if he said anything to postpone things, the young man in front of him might well immediately turn against him and attack. Haibo Dong smiled bitterly inside. His finger rubbed on a storage ring and a small piece of yellow skin parchment, which appeared extremely old, appeared in his palm. He was extremely sad to give it up as he stroked this ancient map fragment while he sighed. "I have made maps for decades, but have never seen a map that was as complicated as this. Not long after I obtained it, I attempted to make a copy of this map fragment. However, the map that I finally made was strangely very different from the original map. After experiencing this a few times, I could only give up this idea. Perhaps this had something to do with the map being only a fragment." Xiao Yan's gaze focused intently on the piece of map fragment and then glanced at the expression of Haibo Dong. Although he vaguely knew some reason for it, he did not open his mouth to answer his doubt. Back then, after obtaining the first map fragment at the magical Beast Mountain range, Yao Lao found that there was an extremely large spiritual energy hidden within these map fragments. This kind of spiritual energy was extremely obscured. Unless one was an alchemist, a job where one's spiritual strength exceeded ordinary people, it was very difficult for other people to sense it. These spiritual energies would not directly cause any harm to people, but if anyone wanted to copy the routes and lines on the map, these spiritual energies would unknowingly erode one's sanity, causing the map that you finally reproduced to be completely different from the original one. But Haibo Dong rubbed the map fragment for a long while, unwilling to part with it. Finally, he shook his head despondently and handed it to Xiao Yan. He smiled bitterly and said, "Ugh, take it. Looking at it from my experience, these map fragments should have been divided into a few portions. It is not very useful having only this one portion in my hand. Moreover, wanting to find the other map fragments in this vast continent is undoubtedly harder than finding a needle in the sea." Xiao Yan smiled, extended his hand and received this extremely smooth map fragment. He sized it up as a faint vicissitude and ancient flavor rushed at him. It appeared that the time this map fragment had undergone was not likely to be short. As he held this small map fragment, Xiao Yan took out the other small map fragment that he obtained from Haibo Dong the last time from the storage ring. After which, he put them together. When he saw that the points where the two came into contact did not have the slightest gap, he sighed in relief.
Little brother Xiao Yan, you seem to be extremely interested in these map fragment? Seeing Xiao Yan's manner, Haibo Dong's eyes rotated as he asked with a laugh. I have quite a great interest in all these strange and unique things. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and gave a very vague reply. Little brother, the map fragments in my hand have all entered into your pocket. I wonder if you can tell me what exactly is the use of this thing. Once you put all the map fragments together, what will you be able to obtain? Haibo Dong rubbed his hands together. He was unable to contain the curiosity in his heart as he asked with an awkward smile. Old Mr. Hai, I have already told you that other than seeing this kind of map fragment once during that auction, this is the first time that I have obtained a map fragment. Therefore, I am also not too certain what kind of things it is hiding. Xiao Yan waved his hand and replied with a smile. Hearing this, the corner of Haibo Dong's mouth parted. He laughed along twice, but he mumbled in his heart, You don't know? It would be strange if you didn't know. Only a fool would risk his life to enter the desert for a piece of a map fragment which he does not know the details of. Seeing your shrewd manner, do you look like a fool? After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Haibo Dong also understood in his heart that the former did not wish to share the secret of the map fragments. At the moment, he could only shake his head helplessly. After all, the map fragments had recently fallen into Xiao Yan's hand. Attempting to snatch it forcefully was not possible. Therefore, he could only forcefully extinguish the curiosity in his heart. After carefully placing the map fragment into an exquisite box and storing them into the storage ring, Xiao Yan let out a relief sigh in his heart. This thing had finally reached his hands after a few twists and turns. Old Mr. Hai, now that you have already recovered your strength, I don't think that you will continue to stay here to be a shop owner, will you? Xiao Yan inserted his hands into his sleeves as he suddenly asked with a smile directed toward Haibo Dong. Back then the main reason for me staying here was to study the map fragments and to search for a method to break the seal. Now that the seal has been broken, there is naturally no reason for me to continue staying here. Haibo Dong nodded his head, glanced at the smiling Xiao Yan and involuntarily asked, Do you have something? I indeed have something that I would like to request old Mr. Hai's help. The 10 fingers in Xiao Yan's sleeves gently flicked as he laughed softly. You are going to use a favor from a Dou Huang so soon? Haibo Dong laughed, I have said before. You have helped me once, so I owe you a favor. However, if you want me to help you now, this favor will be gonit. I believe that old Mr. Hai might well owe me even more favors in the future. Not for any other reason, but just because I am an alchemist and an alchemist who can refine a tier 6 medicinal pill. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as he replied. Although your words are a little arrogant, they are true. An alchemist who can refine a tier 6 medicinal pill is someone whom even a Dou Huang would be willing to befriend. Of course, I am no exception. Haibo Dong sighed and nodded his head while sharing the same feeling. No matter how one put it, an alchemist, especially a high-tier alchemist, will forever be a companion or a friend that every strong person would like to have in this continent. Tell me, what do you want me to do? As long as it is within my capabilities, I will not refuse. Haibo Dong stroked the short beard on his chin as he smiled and asked. 2 months later, I will head to the Misty Cloud sect. When that time comes, I might have some conflict with them. All old Mr. Hai needs to do is to show your face when that time comes. Xiao Yan let out a gentle sigh and was silent for a while before saying. Misty Cloud sect? What did you provoke them for? That's a really big player. Hearing this, Haibo Dong was at a momentary loss before he immediately replied in surprise. I am only going to settle some scores. Xiao Yan carelessly said without explaining any details. After all, it was not something overtly glorious. The Misty Cloud sect is very strong. There are many strong people in it. It looks like this request of yours is quite difficult. Haibo Dong fondled his chin and said with some hesitation. Seeing that Haibo Dong was a little hesitant, Xiao Yan smiled and said, Old Mr. Hai, you can be rest assured that I am not asking you to be enemies with the Misty Cloud sect. If they use their large numbers to bully me or use their strength to bully the weak, old Mr. Hai just needs to show your face. Use their strength to bully the weak? You are really humorous. With your strength, other than the Misty Cloud sect leader, who else can contend with you? Due to some reason, I do not wish to reveal my strength. When that time comes, I will only use my strength on the surface. Xiao Yan waved his hand and replied with a smile. What a baffling decision. Hearing this, Haibo Dong was at a loss. He mused for a moment before nodding his head and helplessly saying, All right, I do owe you a favor. I will accompany you to the Misty Cloud sect. Although I dare not say that I can turn the Misty Cloud sect upside down now, but if it is only to ensure your safety, it should not be too difficult. Seeing that Haibo Dong nodded his head, Xiao Yan laughed softly. With a Dou Huang bodyguard, some of those antiquated and stubborn fellows at the Misty Cloud sect should know how to exercise restraint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, The Change in Rock Desert City. Chapter 242, The Change in Rock Desert City. As he did not want to continue to live in the desert city as the owner of a shop selling maps, Hai Bodong followed Xiao Yan and left the city the next day after their discussion had been completed. None of the things in the small shop where he had stayed were brought along by Hai Bodong. According to what he said, there might be a day in the future where him who was tired of disputes would return back to this place and be at complete ease as he spent the remainder of his days. Standing on a towering sand dune, Hai Bodong took one last glance at the huge city that stood connecting the edge of the desert and the edge of plainland. He sighed softly and his expression was slightly desolate. Having lived in seclusion for a few decades, some feelings toward this place grew in his heart despite his indifferent character. Slowly turning around, Hai Bodong eyed the black-clothed young man by his side and asked, "Where do we go next?" "I wish to first make a trip to Rock Desert City. My 2 elder brothers are there." Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the northwestern direction. That was where the Rock Desert City was located. He smiled and said, "The last time I left in a rush and had not settled some things properly. Now that I have 2 months of free time remaining, I wish to settle the things appropriately. What about you?" "As you wish. I don't have anywhere to go to during this period of time, so I will first wander around with you." Hai Bodong thought quietly for a while before he immediately replied and smiled. "Hee, that is naturally good." Hearing this, Xiao Yan grinned and nodded. He would naturally not reject to having a free Dou Huang level fighter by his side. "Then let's go. With our speed, I think that we should be able to rush to Rock Desert City within a day." Hai Bodong smiled as a faint cold fog was emitted from his body. Finally, the fog agglomerated into a clear crystal icy pair of wings. "Okay." Xiao Yan nodded his head. His back trembled slightly and the purple cloud wings that were pasted on his back like a blob of dark black tattoos, gradually stretched and opened. A moment later, they transformed into a pair of wings with a size that was slightly larger than Hai Bodong's icy pair of wings. With his gaze containing some strangeness, Hai Bodong swept across the purple-colored wings on Xiao Yan's back. Even though Hai Bodong had seen it once in the past, he was still unable to resist clicking his tongue and praising, "I flying Dou technique, this kind of thing is something that even I have only heard about and never seen it. You are really lucky to actually get hold of one. Coco, the speed of this is inferior compared to the icy wings of old sir. What is there to be envious of?" Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He patted the huge heavy Xian ruler on his back and suddenly flapped his pair of wings. His body instantly rose into the air. "Let's go. It's time to leave." Xiao Yan softly cried as he swiftly flapped his wings. With the help of the lift created, his feet stepped on empty air. His body turned into a flowing light and shot toward the distant horizon. Seeing Xiao Yan flying in front of him, Hai Bodong smiled. He also flapped his Dou Qi wings and swiftly chased after him. Xiao Yan and Hai Bodong's flying speed was naturally something that walking or riding could not compare with. Back then, when he was training, Xiao Yan had nearly taken 10 days to travel. With the two of them rushing to cover the distance without stopping, it only took a day before they gradually arrived at their destination. When the hot sun in the sky gradually set, the outline of a city that was smaller than the desert city by a few times finally and slowly appeared at the edge of their sight. Looking at the yellow mud city that stood within a sandstorm in the distance, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief. He gestured to Hai Bodong behind him and their speed suddenly soared. The two flowing lights were like 2 meteors that flew directly toward the sky of the Rock Desert City. On a towering building in the Rock Desert City, 2 human figures suddenly appeared as they condescendingly overlooked the city, which was full of the flavor of the desert. Standing on the top of a dam wall, Xiao Yan gently patted the yellow dust off his clothes. Although the entire journey was dusty, there was a joyful expression on his face. After this long period of rushing through their journey, Xiao Yan finally and precisely felt the benefits an evolved Qi method brought him. If this was in the past, he would not only need to make frequent stops to rest during the flight from the desert city to the Rock Desert City but would also need to occasionally consume energy recovery pills in order to successfully arrive at the Rock Desert City. However now, with his evolved flame mantra, other than panting during the flight journey, the Dou Qi in his body did not show any feeling of deficiency. This condition of having a surplus caused Xiao Yan to be extremely delighted in his heart. A Shen-class Qi method and a Huang-class Qi method are indeed two things belonging to different classes. Xiao Yan sighed emotionally on the difference between the two types of Qi method. At the same time, the desire for a high-class Qi method once again rose in his heart. A Shen-class Qi method was already so strong. What about D-class? Tian class?
When that time comes, he might well possess the ability to destroy the skies and lands.
Kuko, let's go old Mr. Hai.
After sighing emotionally in his heart, Xiao Yan smiled at Hai Bo Dong behind him, still carrying the huge heavy Shen ruler on his back. He leaped down from this towering building. He led Hai Bo Dong as they passed through a few streets before they slowly walked toward the city corner that belonged to the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Walking in the desert, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the street that should have many mercenaries gathering. He frowned slightly. Without a reason, he felt that the street had currently become more desolate. The mercenaries that were walking up and down had decreased tremendously, and most of the mercenaries wore the same kind of badge on their chest. Having stayed in the Rock Desert City for a period of time, Xiao Yan naturally knew that this badge belonged to the Sand Mercenary Company.
There is something wrong. When has the number of members of the Sand Mercenary Company increased to this many?
Xiao Yan muttered softly as he narrowed his eyes. He slowly passed through the street, raised his chin and eyed the huge compound located at the end of the street. This place was the headquarters of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. In the past, this place was noisy and crowded, bustling with activity. However, now the street was in chaos and the stores around seemed to have closed a long time ago. A gentle breeze blew over, carrying a desolate feeling.
Has something happened?
With his palm gently fondling the side of his face, Xiao Yan suddenly laughed softly. The killing intent that was contained in the laughter caused Hai Bo Dong behind him to give him a sidelong glance. Since he had known Xiao Yan, this was the first time he saw this young man, who had remained indifferent even after being fooled around by him a couple of times, reveal this kind of stance. Looks like these elder brothers of his possessed quite a high position in his heart. Xiao Yan's hand gently rubbed the heavy ruler behind him as he slowly walked to the end of the street without any expression. A long while later, he arrived just outside the door of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. He tilted his head slightly. Outside the main door, the tall fluttering banner of the mercenary troop had already weakly fallen to the ground. On top of the banner were countless obvious footprints, piercing painful into Xiao Yan's eyes.
Inhaling a deep breath, Xiao Yan suddenly tilted his head and quickly walked towards the main door.
His palm slowly pushed open the main door. A ka-cha sound gradually sounded. Following which, the door gap also widened. When the door was nearly halfway opened, a long spear that was covered with fresh blood suddenly shot out from behind the door and violently pierced at Xiao Yan's throat. The sudden attack did not cause Xiao Yan's expression to have any change. His gaze coldly eyed the swiftly enlarging tip of a spear.
His body did not even move.
When the sharp long lance had reached about half a foot from Xiao Yan's body, the tip of the lance began to strangely melt.
In an instant, that long lance had turned into a pile of hot metal slurry. With a gloomy expression, a green-colored flame instantly emerged out from Xiao Yan's right fist. He violently smashed it at the thick door. Instantly, a soft muffled noise sounded and a hole the size of a human head swiftly appeared. Xiao Yan's fist was extended into it. He opened his fist and grabbed forward in a lightning-like manner.
Immediately, a human figure was violently pulled out. His head, which was covered with fresh blood, just fit the hole that Xiao Yan had just created.
Young Master Xiao Yan?
The human figure who was caught had a face that was vicious and fierce. However, when his gaze swept across Xiao Yan's indifferent expression, he suddenly stilled momentarily and immediately let out an involuntary cry that was filled with unrestrained joy. The sharp cry by the human figure stopped Xiao Yan's action, which was about to smash the former's head into pieces. The cold glint in his eyes gradually withdrew as he lowered his head and eyed this person whose face was covered with fresh blood.
He frowned and asked, "Are you a member of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company?"
Cough, young Master Xiao Yan, I am the group leader of one of the 8 groups in the Desert Metal Mercenary Company, Fei Li. The last time, the company leader even ordered us to help check out the underground cavern in the desert. After coughing intensely for a few times, fresh blood flowed out from the man's mouth. He parted his mouth and revealed the white teeth stained by fresh blood as he laughed in a silly manner. With his gaze gradually becoming gentle, Xiao Yan carefully pulled the man out from the hole and swiftly stuffed a healing medicinal pill into his mouth. Xiao Yan's eyes swept the body that was completely covered in wounds and was about to help him apply medicine when he was stopped by the latter. Young Master Xiao Yan, you should hurry to the training ground. I'm afraid company leader and the others won't be able to withstand any longer. There are far too many Sand Mercenary Company members that have come this time around. After consuming the healing medicine, Fei Li's expression was much better. He pointed at the direction of the training ground in the troop and said with a hoarse voice,
"Sand Mercenary Company? That bastard Luobu is really bold."
Hearing this, the jade bottle containing healing medicine that he held in his hand was suddenly molded into powder in his anger. His thick voice contained a killing intention that was difficult to hide. For some reason, the Sand Mercenary Company began to suddenly clear up all the rest of the mercenary companies in the Rock Desert City some time ago. Luobu relied on his strength as a didosher and quickly recruited up some of the small mercenary companies. Originally, with our desert metal mercenary company's strength, we needed not fear them. After all, we may not have a didosher, but the number of doshers we have far exceeded the desert mercenary company. Faley appeared to worry that there was not enough time, thus his tone was fast and hurried, but during the last few days, the number of doshers within the San mercenary company suddenly increased by 7 or 8. Moreover, another didosher also appeared. With their strength surging to this point, the other middle-sized mercenary companies in the Rock Desert City seem to have been completely cleared up within a few days. And today is the day which the ultimatum they gave our desert metal mercenary company expires.
An increase in 7 or 8 doshers and a didosher?
Hearing this, Xiao Yan was stunned. He frowned and said, the San mercenary company should not possess this kind of great strength.
Where's Qing Lin? Isn't she in possession of a Douling level pet?
Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that little girl who possessed the triple jade green flower pupils and hurriedly asked. Some time ago, before the San mercenary company's roundup, Qing Lin didn't return after venturing out once. When the company leader sent someone to check it out, it seems that Qing Lin was captured by someone. Faley smiled bitterly and answered. The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly twitched as he slowly exhaled a breath. He did not expect that in the 3 months since he left, so many things would have happened here. Patting Faley's shoulders, Xiao Yan softly said, all right.
Leave everything to me next. With me around, the Desert Metal Mercenary Company will be all right.
Faley nodded his head heavily. Being influenced by the two company leaders, he also possessed a confidence of unknown origin toward this mysterious young man. Xiao Yan slowly stood up and pursed up his lips. A savageness flashed across his face. On the spacious training ground, the black mess of a human heads was divided into 2 clusters. The gazes that they shot at each other were filled with a killing intent that was difficult to hide.
In the battleground, 2 human figures were fighting a desperate battle. The attacks by the 2 people were extremely aggressive. Any slight negligence would lead one to receive a fatal attack. One of the human figures was entirely covered in lightning. Tiny silver snakes were leaping around his body. When the long lance in his hand slashed and pierced, rolling thunder would repeatedly sound out.
Despite his fierce attacks, however, it did not appear to pose much of an obstruction to his opponent. Each time his attack was about to reach the other person's body, the latter would easily be able to dodge the sweeps and pierces of the silver-colored long lance. Looking at this person easily dodging, it was clear that the class of the 2 people were not on the same level.
However, the yellow-colored human figure did not choose to swiftly end the fight.
This playful manner of his was like a cat toying with a mouse. On the side of the empty space, a large group of Desert Metal Mercenary Company members were staring at the fight in the battleground with furious eyes. They clearly knew that the action of the yellow-colored figure meant that he was making fun of and ridiculing them. Among these people, Xiao Ding stood expressionlessly.
However, a mad fury shrouded his eyes. Company leader.
The back door has also been surrounded by them.
We have nowhere to escape.
A mercenary in a somewhat dire state squeezed in from the back and softly said.
As expected, they've really left no room for us. Xiao Ding tightened his fist and inhaled a deep breath of icy air.
He did his best to ensure that his rational would not be swallowed by his fury as he said blandly, since we cannot flee, then let us fight to the death.
If they want to remove our Desert Metal Mercenary Company, how can we not let them pay the price with their blood?
With a dark and cold laughter, Xiao Ding suddenly turned around and said, oh yes, the thing that I asked you to hide.
Is it done?
Yes, it's done.
That's good. Even if our Desert Metal Mercenary Company was to be destroyed today. As long as Xiao Yanzi comes here in the future, he will definitely find those things.
After which, he would help us begin a wild revenge.
Cuckoo, Xiao Ding laughed softly.
In his smile, there was a dark viciousness that had frequently appeared on Xiao Ding's face.
Second brother is about to lose.
Although his lightning-type Dou Qi attacks are very strong, it's just that the opponent is after all a didosher. Lifting his head to watch the fight in the battleground that was fast approaching the end, Xiao Ding's body trembled slightly. The fury in his heart was gradually eroding into his reasoning.
Triple lightning arc dance.
On the battleground, the silver-colored human figure suddenly let out a soft cry. Heavy electric arcs leaped strangely from the long lance in his hands. After which, they madly shot toward the yellow-colored human figure.
Haha, trash is just trash. What nonsense triple lightning arc dance.
In front of absolute strength, it doesn't matter if it is the lightning-type Dou Qi that is renowned for having the strongest offensive strength. All of you just go and die. Facing the lightning arc that shot forward, the yellow-colored human figure laughed unrestrainedly with disdain. His huge fist abruptly tightened and yellow-colored Dou Qi wildly agglomerated on it.
An instant later, it actually formed a fist glove that was created from the agglomeration of energy. The tightened fist abruptly shot out. An intense wind that was accompanied by a ferocious force smashed together with the electric arc. As the two clashed against each other, the fist of the yellow-colored human figure destroyed the three electric arc with great ease. After destroying it, its strength was not reduced as it heavily smashed into Xiao Li's chest. Grug! Receiving the heavy blow, Xiao Li's face became white as a mouthful of blood was thrown up. His body was dragged across the ground and was thrown back for over 10 meters before he heavily knocked into a huge rock at the edge of the training ground. Ha ha! With such little strength, you dare to be arrogant to me? The middle-aged man whose entire body was shrouded with a yellow-colored Dou Qi coldly laughed. His feet stepped on the ground and his body, like a tank on a rampage, shot toward Xiao Li, who had lost his fighting strength. On his fist, there was an unmatched ferocious force that was swiftly gathering. Looking at his stance, it was clear that he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Ha ha, die! Eyeing Xiao Li, who was in his immediate vicinity, a cruelty surfaced on the middle-aged man. His fist violently smashed forward. Clang! Just as the pair of huge fists was not even a meter from Xiao Li, a black shadow appeared in front of Xiao Li in a lightning-like manner. The huge black ruler in his hand was inserted into the ground, and those pair of fists delivering a critical strike were heavily knocked into the black ruler. Immediately, a clear noise rang throughout the battleground. With his feet fixed onto the ground, the middle-aged man was quickly forced back by a few steps due to the enormous force. With a dark face, he eyed the huge black ruler and coldly called, "Who is it?" The black ruler shook slightly and was immediately lifted up. The black-clothed young man's skinny body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Carrying the black ruler on his shoulders, Xiao Yan lifted his head slightly and watched the middle-aged man in front of him indifferently. The black ruler was suddenly pointed towards the ladder as an icy bone-piercing thick voice resounded continuously within the open ground. "I will take your life today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 243, Killing a Didosher. Chapter 243, Killing a Didosher. On the spacious battleground, the young man's icy calm voice slowly resounded, causing countless of people to glance over. Xiao Yan Z? Eyeing the black-clothed young man who had suddenly appeared, Xiao Ding, who was on the other side of the open space, was at a momentary loss. Immediately, a wild joy surfaced on his somewhat dark and vicious face. His palms heavily clapped together. This guy has really come at a perfect moment. Coco, looks like our desert metal mercenary company has not reached its end. The fist that he held tightly slowly stretched and opened. Xiao Ding inhaled a deep breath and slowly suppressed the unrestrained joy in his heart. He tilted his head and said those words with a smile to the company members. Although Xiao Yan was young, Xiao Ding had an extremely great confidence in this somewhat mysterious younger brother of his. The previous incident when Xiao Yan managed to frighten the San mercenary company by himself until not one of them dared to leave the city also caused this confidence of Xiao Ding's to become even richer. Seeing that Xiao Ding was full of smiles, everyone also sighed in relief, but many of them did not know why this young man could let the two company leaders possess such confidence all of a sudden. They had all witnessed the practice match between Xiao Yan and Xiao Li. However, now even Xiao Li was no match for this Didosher. Xiao Yan Mei. The hearts of the members of the desert metal mercenary companies were quite perturbed. However, after following Xiao Ding for so many years, they at least understood that this company leader who was cool-headed when doing things, would definitely not randomly boast in this kind of situation. Everyone exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes immediately revealed a smile and the expectation of being able to survive from a near-death situation. They hoped that this young master Xiao Yan would really be able to help the Desert Metal Mercenary Company find a solution for today's annihilation crisis. Second brother, are you alright? Holding the heavy ruler in his hand, Xiao Yan turned his head around and eyed the blood-covered Xiao Li. His dark black eyes surfaced a killing intent that was difficult to hide. He took out a bottle of healing pills and threw it toward Xiao Li's chest as he inquired softly. Cough. After intensely coughing out some mouthfuls of blood, Xiao Li carelessly rubbed the blood traces from the corner of his mouth. After which, he consumed the medicinal pills, lifted his head and watched the young man, whose body was tall and straight, standing in front of him. A glow surfaced on his pale white face. He parted his mouth and his tensed-up body also quietly relaxed. Leaning on the huge rock behind him, Xiao Li's voice was somewhat hoarse as he laughed. "Little fellow, you have finally returned. If you had arrived a little later, you might well have had to go to the grave in order to chat with second brother." "I'm sorry, I'm late," Xiao Yan said softly. He suddenly smiled. In the smile, there was a savageness and viciousness similar to that of a hungry wolf. He exchanged glances with Xiao Li and the gentle slight smile was filled with awe. Be rest assured, second brother. I will help you take that guy's life. Asterisk cough star. That guy's name is Mo Ran, a 1-star Didosher. His chi method is of the ground affinity. This kind of affinity specializes in having a large amount of Dou Qi, which makes it most suitable for long fights. Moreover, the numbing effect that my lightning Dou Qi possesses does not have much of an impact on him. Otherwise, I would be able to endure for some time. However, it is a pity that there is too big a gap between our classes. Therefore, during this period of time, he did not display any Dou techniques, so I am also not sure what class the Dou techniques he possesses belong to. When fighting with him, you should be careful. Xiao Li smiled and nodded his head. He once again coughed out a mouthful of blood and panted for breath as he slowly said, A 1-star Didosher? With a dense smile, Xiao Yan nodded towards Xiao Li. He immediately turned around slowly. The delicate and handsome face that carried some smiles had suddenly become as savage as a demon's. His gaze, which was as cold as the deepest underground ice, caused the skin on the head of the opposite yellow-clothed middle-aged man to numb. Who are you? The yellow-clothed middle-aged man swung his slightly numb arm that was the result of his rebounded force. His face darkened at Xiao Yan as he demanded. Ignoring his demand, Xiao Yan closed his eyes and threads of green-colored Dou Qi flowed out from within the vortex and swiftly flowed around his body. Immediately, a faint green-colored Dou Qi cloak slowly rose from the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Eyeing the slightly strange Dou Qi cloak on Xiao Yan's body, the middle-aged man's face changed slightly. This was the first time he saw an real solid flame Dou Qi appearing. His face appeared grave as he harshly cried out, Little fellow, I advise you to not meddle in the affair of other or get yourself burned in the process. You should be well aware that with just this desert metal mercenary company, it is insufficient to match us as enemies. Mo Ran's finger pointed at the large cluster of people on the other side of the empty space as he coldly laughed, Thus, you should not do such fruitless things. You are really full of nonsense. Xiao Yan opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. His hand that held the heavy Xian ruler tightly and his feet violently stepped on the ground. Following an energy explosion sound, a pothole appeared on the hard rock surface where his feet had previously been. The explosion had just sounded when Xiao Yan's body seemed to have transformed into a black violent line that shot toward this middle-aged man called Mo Ran. His speed caused the surrounding people to emit shocked gasps. Seeing Xiao Yan's swift and violent speed, Mo Ran's expression grew darker. He let out a cold laugh and rubbed the storage ring on his hand. A pair of dark black gloves that were completely covered with sharp spikes appeared. After swiftly putting on the pair of gloves, a ferocious wind fiercely emerged in front of him. As Mo Ran tightened his fist, yellow-colored Dou Qi began to swiftly agglomerate over the gloves. The forceful energy released a faint energy ripple in the air. The middle-aged man did not cower when faced with Xiao Yan's heavy ruler attack. He appeared to specialize in this kind of head-on battle. Therefore, he did not dodge. Taking a step forward, his sharp black metal gloves carried a powerful force as they violently met the black-colored heavy ruler being smashed forward by the dark black shadow. Clang! A clear sound of metal on metal came rippling out from the point where the two weapons met. Following the sound waves being emitted, a circle of ferocious energy force also surged out from between the black ruler and the gloves. Instantly, the ground under Xiao Yan's and the middle-aged man's feet quietly cracked open and formed crevices. In this fierce exchange, Xiao Yan held his heavy ruler and hurriedly drew back by a few steps. On the other hand, the Mo Ran merely took half a step back before he managed to stabilize his body. Oh, you are but only slightly stronger than the guy just now by a little. You actually dare to act unruly in front of me. As he took a step back, Mo Ran eyed Xiao Yan, who was forced back a few steps. Having come into contact earlier, he had roughly gauged Xiao Yan's strength. He immediately skimmed his lips together and laughed with disdain. Ignoring those words, Xiao Yan's retreating steps suddenly stopped. His body once again shot out explosively like a sharp arrow. The dark black huge ruler in his hand whirled around, releasing waves of pressurizing wind sound. When his body was about to enter the range of Mo Ran's attack, Xiao Yan abruptly stepped off the ground and his body strangely shifted horizontally to Mo Ran's left. His hand tightened and the black ruler swung and smashed down toward Mo Ran's head. After their earlier exchange, Xiao Yan had also roughly understood the opponent's foundation. Although the ground-type Dou Qi was suitable for long battles, the thick Dou Qi caused Mo Ran's speed to be extremely slow. Therefore, Xiao Yan could use his swift speed to start a wild and vicious attack on Mo Ran. Mo Ran was also very clear about his own weakness. Thus, he did not do any of those useless dodging actions. The black metal gloves in his hand danced around as nothing was able to penetrate through them. Any attack that was in front of his body's surface would be violently repelled by his even stronger attack. Clang, clang, dot. As these two people's dazzling attack and defense continued, the clear sound of metal being exchanged sounded throughout the wide open space. The ringing of metal lingered in the air above the open space and did not disappear for a long time. Following the increasingly fiery fight that went on in the battleground, Mo Ran, who had felt some disdain at Xiao Yan having only the strength of a Dou Qi level, became somewhat startled. He was most proud of his endurance in a fight. However, the young man in front of him had chosen to fight him in a head-on battle from the very start. A Dou Qi and a Dou Qi fighting head-on? Moreover, Xiao Yan was able to endure this prolonged confrontation without the slightest injury. This guy, it appears that the Qi method he practices is not of a low class. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to squander Dou Qi when fighting with me. Mo Ran said gravely in his heart as his gaze stared intently at the black-clothed young man swiftly attacking him. I should end the fight quickly. If the other people in the clan knew that I was dragged into such a long fight by a Dou Qi, I would likely become the target of their ridicule. With this thought swiftly flashing in his heart, the middle-aged man's expression gradually became vicious. Clang! The fist once again smashed the heavy ruler aside, however the sharp spikes on the gloves had already become much more blunt. Brat, it's over. After blocking Xiao Yan's attack, the middle-aged man suddenly took a step toward his side and coincidentally blocked Xiao Yan's dodging route. In a thick deep voice he cried, "Big Dipper exploding ground." Following the middle-aged man's deep cry, a ferocious yellow-colored Dou Qi began to wildly agglomerate on his fist. A moment later, a yellow sand vortex seemed to have been formed on top of his fist. In the middle of it was a swarthy black hole. A ferocious force was swiftly gathering within it. Die! Brat! The middle-aged man parted his mouth with a grin. A savage expression appeared on his face as his hand abruptly struck out heavily. As his hand was thrown forward, a circle of deep yellow-colored ferocious energy ripples moved along his hand and surged out. The yellow sand vortex on his fist suddenly paused at that moment. In the dark black hole, a substance that looked like yellow-colored energy clusters, carrying a ferocious wind, violently smashed onto Xiao Yan's black ruler. At the point of contact, the yellow-colored energy cluster surged, immediately and violently exploding like a bomb. Bang, clang. This sudden and unexpected sound of metal in contact with another metal violently exploded in the open field like a thunderclap. The intense sound waves caused the surrounding audience to involuntarily cover their ears as they eyed the battleground with stunned faces. When the black ruler was struck by the cluster of ferocious energy, Xiao Yan's face changed slightly. His footsteps quickly retreated back. Each step that fell down would leave a footprint embedded on the tough rock surface. After taking over 10 steps back, the heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand suddenly trembled and forcefully left his palm. It flew and landed sideways in an empty space nearby. Boo! The moment the heavy ruler left Xiao Yan's hand, the members of the San Mercenary Company immediately let out a disdainful booing sound. The mocking laughter reverberated throughout the empty space. On the other side, the members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company sighed in dejection upon seeing this scene. Disappointment flashed across their faces. Coco, what is there to sigh in despair? Do you remember what happened in the fight between Xiao Yanzi and the second company leader? Xiao Ding inserted into his sleeves. His gaze stared at Xiao Yan in the battleground as he muttered with a smile, Xiao Yanzi without that strange black ruler is at his strongest condition. Leaning on the huge rock, Xiao Li's breath had already become much more steady. He lifted his head to watch Xiao Yan in the battleground who had his weapon thrown off his hand and helplessly shook his head. He said with a smile, this guy. He should be starting to fight seriously now. The swiftly retreating footsteps of Xiao Yan slowly came to a stop. As he stood firmly, the corner of his eyes glanced at the heavy Xian ruler a short distance away. He gently flicked his almost numb hand and exhaled a long turbid breath, expelling the oppressive feeling in his chest that was caused by the opponent's attack. Cough. Xiao Yan let out a soft cough and gently rubbed his somewhat swollen chest. His heart slowly calculated the difference in both parties' strength. Although Yao Lao had said that Xiao Yan's actual strength was that of a 4-star Dou Qi, during this period of time, perhaps due to them green lotus core flame, Xiao Yan could sense that his actual level was around a 5-star Dou Qi. As for his Qi method, it had already evolved to the Xian class middle level after swallowing the heavenly flame. However, with its unique special effect, its actual strength would not be weaker when compared to a Xian class high-level Qi method. Therefore, if one converted it, Xiao Yan, who had the fighting strength of someone who had practiced a Xian class high-level Qi method, should be able to have the strength of an ordinary 7-star Dou Qi. Adding this to the octane blast that Xiao Yan had practiced and the tough body he possessed after being calcined and strengthened by the green lotus core flame, Xiao Yan believed that he would be able to contend with a 9-star Dou Qi if he were to meet one. Of course, from the view of a 1-star Dou Qi, a 9-star Dou Qi naturally had an extremely big gap with him. However, for Xiao Yan, who had the Green Lotus Core Flame and a D-Class Dou technique, Flame-Splitting Tsunami, these two killing moves, this level of difference was not something that could not be overcome. Therefore, even though this was the first time that he relied on his strength to face a Didosher, Xiao Yan did not show the slightest sign of being afraid. Instead, he was filled with a heated desire to fight. Brat, now do you know what the result of meddling in someone else's business is? Hee, but you have already lost your opportunity to leave. Therefore, you should obediently leave your little life here. Mo Ran stretched his neck. The turbulent yellow-colored Dou Qi on his body had become much richer. He lifted his head to watch Xiao Yan, who had lost his weapon, and laughed sinisterly. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes but continued to ignore this noisy fellow. His body trembled slightly and was quiet for a moment before the Dou Qi cloak on his body soared by nearly half a meter. The green-colored Dou Qi was like a cluster of green-colored flame, wrapping all of Xiao Yan's body completely within it. Threads of hot air shrouded his body. From where his feet stood, numerous tiny crack lines began to slowly spread. The turbulent Dou Qi flame from Xiao Yan's cloak rose steadily. A powerful qi also surged from within Xiao Yan's body at this moment in time. Under this qi, the ridicule that the surrounding Sand Mercenary Company members gradually softened. A moment later, it finally completely disappeared. Seeing that the qi on Xiao Yan's body continued to climb, Mo Ran pressed his eyebrows together. Shock flashed across his eyes. He eyed this qi that could be compared with a 7 or 8 star dosher and thought, had this guy been hiding his strength just now? Brat, I don't care how you struggle today. You will only buy. A fury suddenly rose in Mo Ran's heart as he said thickly. In the battleground, Xiao Yan's climbing qi slowly came to a stop after reaching a certain level. Under the green-colored Dou Qi, the dark black eyes of his were also shrouded by a faint green-colored flame. Bang! Xiao Yan lifted his leg slowly and abruptly stomped down. An intense energy explosion sounded, following which, Xiao Yan's body suddenly turned into a tiny light thread. In the time taken to inhale and exhale, he was already close to the middle-aged man. Eyeing Xiao Yan, whose speed had risen by a few multiples in an instant, the middle-aged man's expression changed. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the black-colored light thread that was gradually expanding in his eyes. Seeming to have sensed the ferocious force that was approaching from the front, the light figure, which was like lightning, suddenly shook. The body instantly shifted horizontally and a human figure strangely appeared behind the middle-aged person. The figure's body rotated slightly and a force shrouded the tightly clenched fist. The fist was heavily swung forward and at that instant, an exploding sound was emitted from the air. Bang! Following a soft deep muffled noise, Xiao Yan's fist violently smashed on the back vest of middle-aged man. The deep muffled sound caused the minds of the surrounding people to tremble. Ka-cha! Where Xiao Yan's feet landed, a few crack lines swiftly spread out. From this clash, it could be known just how strong the strength of this attack was. What a fast speed! However, Brat, do you really think that the defense of a Didosher is so easy to break? After being struck by Xiao Yan, Mo Ran's body intensely shook. He was quiet for a moment before his left foot abruptly kicked viciously behind him. At the same time, a chilling laugh was emitted from his mouth. At the moment when Xiao Yan's fist struck the target, he frowned slightly. From his senses, the thing that he struck did not feel like a human body. Instead, it was like a layer of hard armor. Xiao Yan's body was like a loach as it moved weirdly. Mo Ran's foot, which was carrying a ferocious force, narrowly passed his waist as it flew past. The sharp wind still caused Xiao Yan's skin to swell slightly despite being covered by his Dou Qi cloak. After dodging Mo Ran's attack, Xiao Yan suddenly moved into close proximity. He used his loach-like dodging ability and fast speed to repeatedly flash around the former's body like a flea. Each time he appeared, the fist that contained a ferocious force would violently stamp on the opponent's body. Under Xiao Yan's nearly unceasing attacks, numerous bang-bang deep muffled sounds came continuously one after another in the battleground. Brat, I have already said that with your strength, it is impossible to break the defense of a Didosher. Mo Ran laughed wildly. His body stood without moving, allowing Xiao Yan to wildly attack him. He only acted to block occasionally when the attack targeted vital spots. As for the rest, he simply allowed them to land on his body. Bang! Another deep muffled noise sounded. The clothes of Mo Ran, that had received more than 10 attacks by Xiao Yan, finally burst apart. When the clothes burst apart, Xiao Yan's eyes abruptly narrowed. He saw that under Mo Ran's clothes, a layer of ground yellow-colored chestplate emitting a faint glow had wrapped the latter's upper body within it. On the chestplate, one could see some faint punch marks. Clearly, they were traces left behind by Xiao Yan just a while ago. Hey, Brat, this is the Dou Qi armor that only a Didosher can agglomerate. It is the evolution of the Dosher's Dou Qi cloak. Unfortunately, I have only entered the class of Dou Qi not long ago. Otherwise, I would be able to cover my entire body. However, even with just this, your attacks will not be able to break it. Lowering his head to glance as the yellow-colored chestplate that was emitting a dense glow, Mo Ran first let out a regretful sigh. After which, he immediately gave Xiao Yan a slanted glance and laughed. Dou Qi armor? No wonder. Seeing the dense yellow glow of the substantive-like chestplate, Xiao Yan knit his eyebrows together and laughed coldly. I don't believe that this tortoise shell of yours cannot be broken. Once again, Xiao Yan pushed his feet off the ground and charged directly at Mo Ran. His body rotated strangely and he dodged Mo Ran's pair of sharp gloves. He twisted his feet and took advantage of his motion to charge toward Mo Ran's chest with his back. Xiao Yan then twisted his body into a strange angle and his elbow abruptly smashed heavily onto the latter's chest. Octane blast. A low cry fell in Xiao Yan's heart and the force of Xiao Yan's body suddenly became as sharp as a precious sword that was unsheathed. At his elbow, an incomparable ferocious force suddenly created numerous sharp explosive sounds. Sensing the extremely terrifying force that had suddenly appeared at Xiao Yan's elbow, the wild smiling face of Mo Ran changed slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be able to unleash a strong attack of this level. His Dou Qi immediately flowed quickly in his body and the glow above the armor on his chest instantly became brighter. Bang! The elbow was imprinted firmly onto the chest plate. A circle of shapeless force surged from the point of contact. Instantly, crack lines covered the surrounding rock surfaces as a kacha of sounds were emitted. Very good, brat. I did not expect that you would actually know such an advanced Dou technique. Looks like I have really underestimated you. With a cold face, Mo Ran eyed the Dou Qi armor which was covered in crack lines caused by this attack of Xiao Yan. Fury filled his eyes as he tightened his fist. He was just about to send a violent blow towards Xiao Yan when two muffled explosions suddenly sounded in his body. When the muffled noise sounded, Mo Ran's body suddenly trembled intensely. His face changed between green and white as a thread of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Hidden force? Wiping off the trickle of blood, Mo Ran's furious face was like a tiger ready to bite someone, appearing extremely frightening. He did not expect that his slight negligence had allowed Xiao Yan in front of him to turn him into such a terrible state. Tightening his fist that was repeatedly trembling in anger, Mo Ran lifted his head and released a roar. The roar was carried by Dou Qi, suppressing all the voices within the yard. Little bastard, today, you must die. Mo Ran had a sinister face as he let out an angry howl. His left hand suddenly extended and stubbornly grabbed Xiao Yan's wrist before the latter could pull back. On Mo Ran's right hand, yellow-colored Dou Qi was swiftly being gathered. An instant later, it brewed into a terrifying force that caused Xiao Yan's expression to change drastically as the fist viciously smashed toward Xiao Yan's chest. Looking at its momentum, if one were to be struck, one would likely suffer a serious injury and lose their strength to fight, if not, death. The intense pressurizing wind caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing. He clenched his teeth tightly and used all his strength to pull at his hand. However, his opponent seemed to have made up his mind to get rid of Xiao Yan in one blow. Therefore, regardless of how Xiao Yan pulled, the large hand stayed like a claw that held him firmly. After another futile struggle, a stormy anger finally surged in Xiao Yan's heart. A dark viciousness flashed across his face. His right hand shook slightly and green-colored Dou Qi hovered over it. After which, it targeted the crack line in the armor created by the octane blast from before and smashed at it. The two arms, which were of different sizes, rubbed past each other's shoulders. The force that they carried caused the other party to feel somewhat awed in their hearts. I think by shoulders, the author is meaning the left shoulder. Xiao Yan did not block his opponent's attack. Clearly, he adopted a vicious attitude of risking his life to take his opponent's life. As he coldly watched Xiao Yan's vicious attitude, a hideous and cruel smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Competing with a Dou Qi on their resistance to being struck, had this guy's head been beaten until he was stupid? Surrounding the open ground, everyone could not resist letting out some hissing sounds as they eyed the fight that had already turned into a mess without any tactics. Xiao Yan's stance of going head-on against a Dou Qi made many people think that perhaps he had entered a stage where he had lost his reasoning. Under the full view of everyone, Xiao Yan's and Mo Ran's fists finally carried sharp ear-piercing breaking wind sound as they made contact with each other's body. At this moment, everyone involuntarily held their breath. Their eyes were wide open as they stared intently at the two people in the battleground. Everyone had a premonition that during this exchange of blows, there would definitely be one person who would be defeated and fall out. Perhaps this would be the strong Dou Qi, but of course, the greater possibility was the black-clothed skinny youth. This was because everyone had difficulty believing that the skinny body would be able to conceal a strength that could contend with a Dou Qi. Just before Xiao Yan's fist was about to make contact with Mo Ran's body, it suddenly and strangely shook a few times. Following the trembling of the fist, a wisp of green-colored flame suddenly curled upward and surfaced, finally wrapping Xiao Yan's fist within it. When the humble-looking wisp of green-colored flame appeared, the space surrounding Xiao Yan immediately began to become distorted. It appeared that the air had become extremely hot at this very moment. The sudden change in air was also sensed by Moran. He immediately lowered his head and saw that writhing flame. A perplexity flashed in his eyes. Instantly, his eyes shrunk to the size of a pinhole. A frightened expression covered his entire face, causing it to appear extremely ugly and terrifying. Bang! Two fists that carried their own terrifying energy finally and violently smashed on the other person's body in the next instance. Immediately, the expressions of the two people became pale white. At this instance, the two people who were originally like rioting thunder appeared to have become still at the same time. Where their feet stood, a strong energy wave turned the surrounding hard rock surface into something like tip soil which had been plowed by a bull. Around the battleground, everyone became quiet at this moment. One by one, everyone's gaze stared intently at the two unmoving people. A faint pressurizing atmosphere shrouded the training ground, oppressing the surrounding group of people until their breathing became hurried. However, they did not dare to exhale with a wide mouth. Many people were choked with their faces slightly red. After the silence persisted for a few minutes, Moran's body was the first to shake slightly. Following his trembling body, a flushing red suddenly surged on the face of Xiao Yan opposite him and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out with a grug sound. Eyeing Xiao Yan who had suddenly spat out blood, the feelings of everyone in the Desert Metal Mercenary Company sunk. Instantly, a bone-chilling iciness that did not disappear for a long time shrouded their bodies despite the hot sun hanging in the air. Has he failed? A member of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company sighed softly. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. Everyone around had a dejected expression as they maintained their silence. A dusky, depressing atmosphere wrapped around everyone after having their hope crushed. The oppressive atmosphere was like a huge rock that hung in everyone's heart. The hands in Xiao Ding's sleeves were tightly clenched. With unblinking eyes, he stared at the face of the young man in the battleground. His body also shivered slightly as he muttered with his heart feeling lost, has he really failed? However, just then, Xiao Ding's entire body shivered intensely. A smile immediately swarmed onto his face. Just a moment ago, he had definitely saw the young man in the battleground part his lips and grin at him. Under the clear view of everyone, that Xiao Yan who seemed like he ought to have been defeated in everyone's heart suddenly let out a few violent coughs. He actually slowly turned his body around, walked to the side and slowly picked up the heavy Xian ruler. After which, he supported it on his back as he slowly walked toward Xiao Ding and the others. When Xiao Yan turned around, Moran's body, that had remained in an immobile state, leaned slightly back and fell heavily. Hi's face, which was still covered with a frightened pale white expression, appeared under everyone's observation. Numerous shocked gazes swept over Moran's body and finally stopped at his chest. There, his chest, which was originally been covered by a thick Dou Qi armor had, at the moment, completely turned into a cluster of charred black. At his chest, there was a dark black large hole. As one's gaze drifted over, one would notice that everything within that hole had been turned into nothingness. SSSS, eyeing Moran's whose death was extremely miserable, the skin on the heads of the surrounding people became numb. Their faces were covered with shock. They took in a deep breath of cold air before their terrified gazes shifted towards Xiao Yan's body at the side. None of them had expected that this young man who appeared extremely harmless would actually be so vicious when he attacked. SSS sound equals air sucked through teeth. Gulu, eyeing Xiao Yan, who was walking over, the members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Companies involuntarily took a small step back. Clearly, the manner in which Moran died caused a fear toward Xiao Yan to rise in their hearts. Gulu equals gulping sound. Xiao Ding stood at the same spot. He did not step back, but instead grinned at Xiao Yan as he took 2 quick steps forward. Patting the latter's back, he softly laughed, "Little boy, are you alright?" Xiao Yan gave a smile. His hand covered his mouth as he coughed violently for a few times. Some fresh blood was splattered onto his palm. He randomly glanced around and then unconcernedly wiped it on his sleeves. He gently pulled open his outer garment and pointed to the inner vest that Yunji had left for him back then in the magical Beast Mountain range. He smiled and said, "Luckily I have this. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would really suffer a serious injury." TSK, what a really outstanding fellow. You have actually slaughtered a Didosher. Glancing at Moran's corpse in the distance, Xiao Ding involuntarily sighed in amazement. This was the first time he had seen Xiao Yan reveal his true strength. Xiao Yan took out an energy recovery pill from within the storage ring and swallowed it. He then smoothed out a long breath. Honestly speaking, his victory in this fight was undoubtedly because he was lucky.
He may have left some hidden cards untouched, but that Mo Ran had merely used one Dou technique. If that guy had not been careless and underestimated his opponent because of his class, the difficulty of this fight would have rose by at least 2 or 3 times. Moreover, he was far too confident about his own Dou Qi armor. This resulted in him losing his resistance when Xiao Yan summoned out the heavenly flame. It can be imagined just how weak the Dou Qi armor with a tough appearance was when faced with the green lotus core flame, a naturally wondrous object that even Queen Medusa was extremely afraid of. Therefore, the fist that was covered by the heavenly flame managed to easily pass through Mo Ran's defensive layer. Since Xiao Yan was extremely unfamiliar with controlling the heavenly flame when it entered Mo Ran's body, the abruptly soaring flame incinerated all of Mo Ran's internal organs into ashes in an instant. This caused Mo Ran's mournful death appearance. Speaking of it, it was done unintentionally by Xiao Yan. Slaughter all these people too. Xiao Yan smiled gently at Xiao Ding before turning around and smiling brilliantly at the large group of San Mercenary Company mercenaries on the other side of the training ground.
The current Xiao Yan had exceeded everyone's expectation by killing the Dou Mo Ran.
By borrowing the shock created from this action, his imposing manner was extremely aggressive. Thus, when those members of the San Mercenary Company saw him glance over, they hurriedly took a few steps back. As they pushed and shouted, their momentum was totally lost. Suddenly drawing the heavy ruler from his back, Xiao Yan pretended to rush at the members of the San Mercenary Company. Seeing his action, the mercenaries who had already lost all morale after losing their leader, immediately emitted waves of terrified shouts. After which, they began fleeing from the headquarters of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company in an extremely terrible manner. Che, seeing that the members of the San Mercenary Company were so flustered that they did not even choose their routes, Xiao Yan skimmed his lips. He shook his somewhat giddy head before lowering it to eye the fresh blood on his hand only to laugh softly. In all these years, this was the first time that he had faced an opponent which he had defeated after great difficulty. In addition, he had persisted in using his own strength and the result was his success.
Coco, little fellow, you have done well. I had originally thought that this time around you would have asked me to take action. Yet you managed to rely on your own strength. Perhaps you might not have sensed it, but relying on yourself and believing in your own strength is a faith that only a strong person can possess. In Xiao Yan's heart, Yao Lao's warm laughter, which had been silent, suddenly and slowly sounded while carrying some gratification. The current you is progressively becoming a truly strong person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Charging In. Chapter 244, Charging In.
Xiao Yan and a few others were seated in a spacious hall. The rest of the members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company began to busily clear up their headquarters, which had become a mess. Occasionally, when some mercenaries passed by the parlor, they would throw a respectful gaze at the young man seated beside the table who was smiling warmly as he gently sipped his tea. The terrified feeling that they had because of Xiao Yan's vicious action had been sustained for a while before it slowly disappeared from these mercenaries' hearts. They were all people who frequently licked the blood from their blades. The extent of toughness of their minds was naturally far greater than that of ordinary people's.
Moreover, since Mo Ran was the enemy of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company, it was not worthwhile for anyone to show the slightest pity for him. This was because they clearly understood that if Xiao Yan had not arrived in time today, then Mo Ran would not have shown any mercy when killing their brothers.
The brothers here does not refer to blood brothers. Rather, it refers to people extremely close to one another. Carrying the warm teacup, Xiao Yan glanced at the mercenaries who were busy outside. On the chair beside him was Hai Bo Dong, whose face had remained indifferent. This person who was once the Ice Emperor did not show any friendly smile because of the relationship Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had with Xiao Yan.
Old Mr. Hai is my friend.
His temper may be somewhat temperamental, but he is a truly strong person. Eyeing Hai Bo Dong, who had remained quiet ever since he entered the room, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head and tell Xiao Ding and Xiao Li on the opposite side with a smile.
Xiao Ding smiled and nodded his head.
The corner of his gaze swept across Hai Bo Dong. His senses vaguely told him that under the skinny and hunched body of this indifferent old man, there was a terrifying energy.
The strong naturally have the temperament of the strong. Otherwise, how can he demonstrate his individuality? Xiao Ding laughed softly and joked. Xiao Yan also laughed. He then inquired after Xiao Li's injuries before he frowned slightly and asked, "Can you tell me what exactly has happened? Why did the San Mercenary Company suddenly have so many more strong people? Also, what has happened to that little girl Lin?" Hearing Xiao Yan's questions, the smile on Xiao Ding's face slowly disappeared. He laughed bitterly and sighed before musing for a while, seeming to be arranging his words. A long while later, he finally said slowly, "Half a month ago, Lin never returned after going out once. After our investigation, she seems to have been captured by someone. At the place where she disappeared, we found traces of an intense battle. That place also had many snake scales that were covered with fresh blood, which I think have been peeled off from the two-headed flame spirit serpent of Qinglin. Being able to defeat the two-headed flame spirit serpent and capturing Qinglin, the other party must at least be a Dou Ling. Xiao Yan's finger gently knocked against the table's surface as he knit his eyebrows tightly together. He asked uncertainly, but who would act against Qinglin? She is but a little girl. Which Dou Ling would actually lower himself and target her? We are also not too certain. Xiao Ding smiled bitterly and shook his head. He continued, it is also the second day after Qinglin disappeared when the Sand Mercenary Company suddenly began to swallow or clean up the other strengths in the city. With the strength of the Sand Mercenary Company in the Rock Desert City, other than us and 2 or 3 other mercenary companies, it was impossible for the remaining strengths to contend with them. Therefore, in less than 5 days, the other weak strengths within the city were completely cleared up by them in a lightning-like manner. At this point in time, the mercenary companies with stronger strengths finally realized their intentions. We immediately formed an alliance to fight with the Sand Mercenary Company. According to our calculation, even if the Sand Mercenary Company had Luobu, who is a Didosher, it was impossible for the company to easily defeat our alliance. However, in the next few days that followed, a Didosher and quite a number of Doshers suddenly appeared within the Sand Mercenary Company. Under such a large increase in the opponent's strength, we began to panic internally. After all, it was a loose alliance formed at the last moment. Therefore, it did not have much binding strength. As a result, under the situation of fighting among themselves, the other 3 mercenary companies ended up with one being destroyed, one surrendered, and one which chose to leave this city after giving the Sand Mercenary Company a huge payment to beg for peace. As for us, since the Desert Metal Mercenary Company was the most difficult bone to swallow for them, we were left for the last. Explaining what happened today. If you had come a little later, I'm afraid that the Desert Metal Mercenary Company would have been annihilated. Xiao Ding sighed. Do you know about the background of those people who suddenly joined the Sand Mercenary Company? Xiao Yan slowly stroked the warm teacup as he softly asked. We are not sure. Xiao Ding shook his head. An expression of deep thought appeared on his face and a moment later, hesitatingly said, I seem to feel that Qinglin's disappearance had some relation to the strong people who suddenly joined the Sand Mercenary Company. After all, the timing of these 2 events seemed to be a little too coincidental. That flame spirit serpent that Qinglin owns should only be known by very few people. Then why would they choose to attack her? Xiao Yan frowned and the finger that was knocking the table suddenly paused. He muttered in his heart, don't tell it is because of the triple jade green snakeflower pupils. We also don't know what's happening. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances. Their faces were filled with bitter smiles. You may not know, but I think that Luobu that guy should know. Xiao Yan sat up and smiled. He said, I will go and find him and see exactly where his courage came from at the same time. We will go and gather some people. Let's go together. They have many people. Xiao Ding voiced his thoughts. Do what you want. Regarding this, Xiao Yan was non-committal as he nodded his head. He stood up and headed out of the door. When he passed by Hai Bo Dong, he smiled and said, Old Mr. Hai, do you intend to follow along? I'm also bored of staying here, so I'll follow you to watch the fun. But don't think of asking me to act. The price for me doing anything is very expensive. Hai Bo Dong laughed faintly. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded before opening his stride and exiting the hall. Behind him, Hai Bo Dong lazily followed. Further behind, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li swiftly gathered over 50 highly capable members and the entire group of people aggressively charged out of the headquarters. Their faces were filled with killing intent as they headed directly towards the territory of the Sand Mercenary Company, preparing to kill. On the main road, when the surrounding passers-by saw this group of fierce-faced mercenaries who had suddenly leaped out, they hurriedly made way. Immediately, their bizarre gazes eyed this group of men. Soft whispers rang out among themselves. What, aren't they the members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company? Why do they dare to come out during this time? Aren't they afraid of the Sand Mercenary Company? Gee, I had just heard from a member of the Sand Mercenary Company that their mission this time around had failed. Their Didosher also died in the hands of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Right now, it's likely that these guys intend to go and find trouble. What? That Didosher of the Sand Mercenary Company is dead? When did a strong person who could contend with a Didosher appear in the Desert Metal Mercenary Company? Yeah, it's that young man in black clothes leading the group. Are you very shocked? But that Didosher called Mo Ran was really killed by him under the clear view of everyone. A passerby who seemed to know some insider information eyed the skinny-looking young man in front of the group of large mercenaries with a respectful gaze as he said with a laugh. "Damn. How can it be? I'm afraid that young man isn't even 20 years old. How can he defeat a Dou Qi?" The people surrounding the passerby were all stunned and had faces filled with disbelief. "Che, wait and see. This time around, I think that the Sand Mercenary Company is going to have extremely bad luck. Who asked them to be so arrogant during this period of time? He. The passerby laughed in a gloating manner. Under the watch of numerous gazes in the city, Xiao Yan's group passed through a few streets, and after 10 minutes, the tightly guarded Sand Mercenary Company headquarters that was like a metal pail appeared in everyone's sight. Currently, the Sand Mercenary Company had obviously received the information about Imoren being killed. Therefore, the entrance had a large number of mercenaries carrying shiny weapons patrolling. Their tensed faces were extremely grave. When they noticed the large group of Desert Metal Mercenary Company appear at the end of the street, a panic immediate swarmed onto their faces. A few mercenaries used both their hands and legs to claw into the huge door and rushed to report the matter. Watching those Sand Mercenary Company mercenaries whose bodies were trembling slightly as they carried their weapons and gathered at the large door, Xiao Yan's group slowly came to a stop just outside the entrance. "This is the territory of the Sand Mercenary Company. What are all of you here for?" Seeing the group of large men with ferocious faces and fierce eyes blocking the front door, a bony mercenary company roared with a brave exterior while feeling weak inside. "Call Luobu to get his A*S out." Xiao Yan picked away at his fingernail before raising his head and told the guy with a smile. "Silence." Eyeing the young man in black clothes standing right at the front, all of the mercenaries at the door maintained silence. From the mouths of those people who had returned from the Desert Metal Mercenary Company just now, they already knew that the Dou Qi had died in an extremely miserable condition in this warmly smiling young man's hands. "Forget it, I will just go in and look for him myself." Seeing the silent mercenaries, Xiao Yan helplessly smiled and slowly took a step forward. Hua. As Xiao Yan took a step forward, the mercenaries at the door immediately hurriedly took a step back with panicked faces. Their orderly footsteps were quite funny to hear. The company leader issued an order. "Kill them at all cost. Whoever kills this black-clothed person will be rewarded with 50,000 gold coins." In the midst of the silence, a loud shout suddenly sounded from behind the large door. As the shout fell, the eyes of the mercenaries at the door immediately brightened. The gazes that they eyed Xiao Yan had less terror and more greed. Clearly sensing the change in these people, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. He was too lazy to say any nonsense. After waving his hand to block those Desert Metal Mercenary Company members behind him who were preparing to draw their blades, he once again took a step forward. "Kill him." Under that enormous reward, there was finally a mercenary who could not resist the temptation. He tightly held his sharp weapon and charged at Xiao Yan with a ferocious face, intending to kill him. His action undoubtedly created a chain effect. Immediately, the mercenaries behind him wore fierce faces as they held their weapons tightly and charged at Xiao Yan. Eyeing the tens of mercenaries charging over, Xiao Yan gently exhaled a breath. His hands rotated slightly and was abruptly pushed forward. Fire palm. As Xiao Yan's palm was pushed forward, an incomparable ferocious force suddenly surfaced. After which, it carried a wind that had the power to overturn a huge rock and smashed the chests of the tens of mercenaries. Grug. When the wind smashed on their bodies, it was like they had been struck by 1,000 catty, 500 kilograms, huge rock. The faces of the tens of mercenaries which were filled with killing intent immediately turned white. Instantly, they began vomiting mouthful after mouthful of blood, as though it had started to rain blood. Clapping his palms gently, Xiao Yan glanced at the large door which had become empty in an instant. He turned around and said with a smile to the Desert Metal mercenaries who had completely stunned faces, "Let's go." Having said that, he took the lead and stepped through the doorway. His blatant manner made it appear as if he was entering his own home. Eyeing the back of the young man in front of them, everyone exchanged glances as they felt speechless. Knocking aside tens of ordinary mercenaries with one palm. Wasn't this person a little too abnormal? Ugh, what an abnormal guy. Xiao Li sighed. He exchanged glances with Xiao Ding and the both of them shook their heads helplessly before opening their strides and followed. The Sand Mercenary Company was indeed the most powerful strength in the Rock Desert City. They had just entered the courtyard when over 100 mercenaries carrying shining weapons immediately surrounded them. Although they had a weaker killing atmosphere compared to the Desert Metal mercenaries, they did have some momentum after having so many people gathered together. Eyeing the large group of mercenaries blocking his front, Xiao Yan's footsteps did not pause even the slightest bit. As his palm pushed forward, ferocious forces came from all directions and were extremely overbearing as they surged out. Under the attack of this force, any mercenary below the strength of a 5-star dojo would throw up blood and fall back. Only some who had a slightly greater strength were able to block this wide-range attacking by Xiao Yan. However, before they had time to rejoice at overcoming Xiao Yan's driving air attack, the ghost-like figure would flash in front of them. A fist that did not appear to be using much power would cause a mercenary to faint from serious injury each time it was weightlessly thrown forward. All the way in, as he eyed those San Mercenary Company mercenaries collapsing on the two sides of the small path repeatedly rolling and groaning, Xiao Yan finally once again experienced the strength of a Xin Class Qi method. If this happened in the past, he would only be able to use the Flame Palm Do technique 5 times before the Dou Qi in his body announced that it was exhausted. However, the Xin Class Qi method he currently had was able to support his random squandering. The difference between them was like that of the earth and sky. Going on a rampage throughout the walk, Xiao Yan seemed to have attacked until he formed an addiction. His body turned into a black shadow and shuttled through the mercenary group whose strength was only that of an ordinary doja. The places where he flashed by had blood dancing all over the sky and human figures being shot backward. Following behind Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding and the rest were speechless as they eyed the mercenaries in front who were repeatedly throwing up blood or thrown backward. Since they had entered the door until now, they did not even have a single chance to attack. The black-clothed young man in front of them seemed to have an inexhaustible vigor and Dou Qi. This squandering without any pity caused the people at the side to feel a little heartache. Stepping over some fainted mercenaries' bodies with agile footsteps, their gazes looked around the extremely messy courtyard and sighed gently. This guy could well terminate the entire San Mercenary Company on his own. In the large hall which had its door tightly shut, tens of people were walking about uneasily. As they heard the blood-curdling screams that sounded not far outside the door, their faces were completely filled with alarm. A panicked atmosphere covered the interior of the entire hall. On the leader's seat in the hall, Luobu's face was a little pale as he sat on it. The teacup which he held in his hand trembled slightly. He lifted his head to eye the hall before turning it toward the few people not far from him. These people did not wear the uniform of the San Mercenary Company, their chests also did not have the badge for the San Mercenary Company. I have already told the few of you that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li of the Desert Mercenary Company have a younger brother with a terrifying strength. Yet you all still insisted on destroying them. Look at things now. That guy has returned. Now they have even attacked. How can we resist them? Luobu's voice appeared somewhat sharp because of his anger. Company leader Luobu, you need not worry too much. That person's strength is indeed a little strong, but from the situation of his fight with Elder Mo Ran, it is far from the possibility of being a Dou Wang as you have said. Although he finally defeated Elder Mo Ran, he was also slightly injured. Therefore, I guess that his strength is at most a 2-star or a 3-star Didosher. However, company leader Luobu, you are a 4-star Didosher. Why do you need to fear him? Moreover, as long as you endure for this period of time, we will transmit the news and our clan's first elder will hurry over. When that time comes, with the elder's Douling strength, would he be afraid of this lightweight? The man in his prime who was probably the leader of the group laughed. I don't know whether or not he conserved his strength in his fight with Mo Ran, but back then, he had come to my room in a bizarre manner. I dare say that the kind of speed is something that even a normal Douling would not be able to possess. Luobu's face was gloomy as he replied. Back then did company leader Luobu exchange blows with him? The man asked with a smile. No. Coco, that's right. Perhaps his speed may be very fast, but in a fight between the strong, speed is not the most important thing. Perhaps that guy only has fast speed. Hearing this, hesitation flashed across Luobu's face. His heart gradually began to think it over. He nodded his head slightly. Back then, because of Xiao Yan's bizarre appearance, he was shaken until he had somewhat panicked and jumpy. Now that he thought about it, how could a young man that was not even 20 be a Dou Wang? Even if he ate all sorts of natural treasures every day and high-tier medicinal pills, that was definitely impossible. Thinking in this manner, the gloominess on Luobu's face gradually disappeared. He clenched his fist tightly and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a pay sound. He viciously said, just as well. This time, let me take a look at just how strong this guy actually is. I really don't believe that he alone can knock aside the 10+ doshers in here, but... Seeing the imposing manner of Luobu gradually returning, everyone in the hall who had a tensed expression quietly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, if even the leader did not possess any intention to fight, it would really be hopeless. Bang! As everyone's heart gradually became heated up, a bang sounded. The tightly closed door was convulsed into countless broken pieces which shot in all directions. In the doorway, the sawdust gradually scattered and a black garment slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone, is it very fun to hide in here? A faint joking laughter floated into the hall.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 245, Frighten. Chapter 245, Frighten.
As that faint laughter floated in, the heart of everyone in the hall tensed slightly. They lifted their eyes and looked over. In the doorway, a young man in black clothes was carelessly standing there with a smile. A thread of inclined sunlight had just happened to shine into the hall. At one glance, it was as warm as the smile on the young man's face. Their gazes swept across the smiling, delicate and handsome face before stopping on the pair of dark black eyes. There, his eyes did not hold the slightest smile in there.
Instead, they were indifferent and icy.
Seeing Xiao Yan's figure, everyone in the big hall hurriedly took a few steps back and swarmed to Luobu's side. Even the few people of unknown origin by the side also acted in this manner. Xiao Yan's gaze swept once around the interior of the hall before slowly walking in. Behind him, Xiao Ding and the rest also filed into the room and stared at the group of people opposite with ill intentions.
Company leader Luobu, your means are quite vicious.
After sweeping his sight over the few people whose clothes were quite different from the members of the San Mercenary Company, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and immediately shifted them toward Luobu, who was seated on a chair. He smiled and said, "It seems that letting you live the last time was a mistake." Being stared at by Xiao Yan's cold pair of eyes, Luobu's body felt somewhat cold. He twisted his body uneasily, tilted his head and eyed his subordinates that had swarmed behind him. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly while the teacup in his hand was molded into powder with a bang.
Are you the one who is called Xiao Yan?
The tea mixed with the powder as it followed his hand and dripped down. However, Luobu did his best to make his expression a little more indifferent as he asked. I don't know what exactly your background is and I don't wish to know.
However, shouldn't you give me an explanation for swaggering and breaking into my San Mercenary Company today? Luobu said with a cold smile.
Coco, I'm sorry.
There isn't an explanation.
Xiao Yan scratched his head and said with a brilliant smile, if you insist on having one, then it is that I want to smash this mercenary company of yours.
Luobu's face twitched a couple of times.
Xiao Yan's impertinent expression always caused Luobu to be filled with anger. Moreover, under this anger, there was an internal struggle from Luobu of not being able to clearly see the actual power of the opponent. Luobu clenched his teeth and violently smashed his hand on the table in front of him. Immediately, the tough table surface was turned into broken pieces all over the floor with a ka-cha sound.
Alright, today, I really want to see on what basis are you going to break the San Mercenary Company with.
With an angry cry, powerful Dou Qi swiftly agglomerated on the surface of Luobu's body. An instant later, that thick Dou Qi armor covered the top of his body. Since all of you have delivered yourself to my door, it saves me some trouble.
Today, all of you can remain here.
The powerful Dou Qi that had begun surging within his body also caused Luobu's confidence to gradually strengthen. When he waved his large hand, a Dou Qi level pressure immediately filled the interior of the hall. Sensing this strong pressuring qi, the expressions of Xiao Ding and the others changed.
Their footsteps involuntarily took a step back. Xiao Yan calmly watched the gradually thickening force on Luobu's body.
He then closed his eyes slowly. The qi all over his body was completely kept into his body. If one did not sense carefully, one would really have treated the young man in front of them as an ordinary person who did not know Dou Qi. Seeing Xiao Yan's strange action, Xiao Ding and the others beside him were at a loss. However, they did not open their mouths to interrupt as they quietly stood behind Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan closed his eyes for a moment, a surprise suddenly flashed across the indifferent old face of Hai Bo Dong at the side. He tilted his head over and watched Xiao Yan intently. Under his senses, the qi of the young man in front had suddenly become extremely foreign and terrifying. He frowned and muttered uncertainly in his heart, "It's this qi.
What strength! Even the current me still cannot compare to it. This guy, what exactly is happening?
1 minute he has only the strength of a Dou Qi, the next he has become this terrifying monster. What a mysterious freak, Hai Bo Dong's strength far exceeded everyone present, thus he could sense the qi in Xiao Yan was gradually becoming more and more terrifying.
However, the rest of the people did not have this kind of feeling. They could only see that the current Xiao Yan appeared to be closing his eyes and resting.
Luobu knitted his eyebrows as he eyed this strange action of Xiao Yan.
An uneasiness gradually rose in his ear. Waving his hand, he said deeply, "Kill all of them."
Hearing Luobu's order, the 10+ San Mercenary Company elite members behind him exchanged looks with one another. Immediately, they clenched their teeth and drew the sharp weapons from their waist. The few Dou Qis swiftly summoned their Dou Qi cloaks and in quite an imposing manner, charged toward Xiao Yan.
Seeing the other side's action, Xiao Ding's expression became cold. He waved his hand and was about to lead the people to rush forward when Haibo Dong at the side suddenly told them in a bland voice, "There is no need to act, all you need to do is observe." Hearing this, Xiao Ding stilled slightly. He turned his head around and exchanged glances with Xiao Li. Immediately he nodded his head. Although they were unfamiliar with Haibo Dong, someone who was able to be referred to as a strong person by Xiao Yan would definitely not be too weak. He could naturally see further and deeper compared to Xiao Ding and the rest. After stopping the people behind him, Xiao Ding's gaze stared intently at the members of the San Mercenary Company who were charging over. Some perspiration surfaced on his tightly clenched palm. When the members of the San Mercenary Company were about to reach attacking range, the tightly closed-eyed Xiao Yan finally opened once again. The black eyes had less of the vitality of a young man and instead had a vicissitude from having experienced the world. Xiao Yan's gaze indifferently eyed these mercenaries whose ferocious face could almost be clearly seen. He slowly lifted his palm and a thick white-colored flame flashed and disappeared at the tip of his long finger. The moment the thick white flame flashed and disappeared, the bodies of the 10+ mercenaries charging over suddenly paused. After which, a clean white icy layer suddenly spread from their feet in front of numerous shocked gazes. In only a short 2 to 3 seconds, the 10+ human figures had completely turned into pure white smooth ice rod sculptures. Hiss! Eyeing the mercenaries that had been solidified into ice rods, the skin on Haibo Dong's face suddenly and quickly twitched a couple of times. He violently inhaled a mouthful of cold air in his heart. Others might think that the ice layers were agglomerated from cold air, but to a person who had played with ice for most of his life, the rods were not formed from a kind of cold icy energy. In Haibo Dong's senses, the moment that the 10+ mercenaries were covered by the ice layer, they were instantly turned into nothingness. That was a true kind of nothingness. Even the ashes were not left over. Although this kind of white-colored crystal-forming body was extremely similar to cold ice, Haibo Dong was very certain that this was not cold ice. This was because within the crystal body, there was a high temperature that was close to being terrifyingly withering. This action of this fellow was really far too horrifying. Is this his true strength? Haibo Dong's throat rolled slightly. Once again, he rejoiced at not choosing to turn against Xiao Yan on the spot when he had once again recovered his strength back then. The sudden appearance of the 10+ human ice rods in the hall caused the place to descend into a lifeless silence. Everyone's faces were filled with fright as they stared at the human-shaped ice sculptures that appeared without any warning. All over their bodies, they suddenly had an ice-cold feeling that was suddenly emitted from their hearts. Beside Luobu, the few douchers who did not belong to the San Mercenary Company also eyed the 10+ ice sculptures with dull faces. An uneasiness gradually rose within their hearts. They currently had a slight feeling that Luobu's perception back then seemed to be right. This time, it's going to be troublesome. The man who was the leader muttered in his heart. Titling his head slightly, Xiao Yan indifferently eyed the stunned Luobu seated on a chair. His footsteps slowly passed between the 10+ ice sculptures. As he rubbed past them, those human-shaped ice sculptures emitted a ka-cha sound and burst apart. When the ice sculptures burst apart, there was not even the slightest trace of blood or flesh inside. This supernatural scene caused the skin on the heads of everyone to become numb. Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly walked into the hall. A moment later, under the clear view of numerous gazes, he stood in front of Luobu. He lowered his head slightly and pulled at the corner of his mouth, seemingly revealing a smile. In a soft voice, he said, "The last time I already gave you a warning. Why are you still so stupid?" Goo! Luobu's throat rolled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. From his forehead, cold sweat moved along his face and dripped down. He raised his head and eyed the delicate and handsome face of the young man, which carried a faint smile. A bone-cutting chilliness that was difficult to control began permeate from his feet, causing him to feel as though he was in an ice house. At this moment, Luobu sensed the breath of death as well as the terror that swarmed over him just before facing death. Luobu's teeth clenched his teeth tightly together, seemingly unwilling to lose without a fight. He used all his might to push the Dou Qi in his body. Immediately, the layer of Dou Qi armor on the surface of his body became even tougher. Carrying some ridicule in his gaze, Xiao Yan stared at Luobu, who was defiant even when he was about to die. He smiled gently and his long white hand was slowly lifted. After which it floated gently towards where Luobu's neck was. Luobu stared intently at the increasingly large hand. He wanted to dodge only to suddenly realize that at the moment, his own body completely did not listen to his orders. It was as though the owner of the body had changed. The fair and long hand that was like a female's gently landed on the thick layer of Dou Qi armor on Luobu's neck. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. Then that layer of Dou Qi armor began to automatically melt. With his eyes shrinking to the size of a pinhole at the moment, Luobu could sense that the Dou Qi armor was swiftly melting. After which, he did not even have the time to say a word when an icy cold palm was gently placed on his throat.
At this moment, all the pores on Luobu had instantly and abruptly become vertical. A faint shadow of death was stubbornly entangled in his heart.
Sir. Have mercy.
During the exchange this time around, Luobu finally and precisely sensed the other party's terrifying strength. His body sat stiffly on the seat, afraid that with any slight movement of his, that death god's hand would suddenly nip away his little life. His face was as pale as a zombie's and cold sweat was seeping out all over his body. In only just a moment, it was as though his clothes had been soaked in water.
Do you know of any news of Qinglin? Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly, smiled suddenly, and asked in a gentle voice.
Hearing this, Luobu was slightly startled. During the instant when he was quiet, the palm on his neck suddenly became much icier. A bone-piercing coldness caused him to instantly shiver from the cold. He raised his head and eyed that pair of eyes which were as black as ink and as indifferent as ice. He did not have the slightest doubt that if he hesitated for another moment, the other party would immediately freeze him into an ice rod. Immediately, his head hurriedly nodded. His voice was somewhat rushed and sharp because of his fear. Sir, I know. Congratulations, your life has temporarily returned to your hands. Xiao Yan laughed softly and slowly withdrew his hand. Although his smile-filled face was as warm as the hot sun, it still caused Luobu and the others to feel a chill in their bodies. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 246, MO Plan. Chapter 246, MO Plan.
Under the numerous dull gazes in the hall, Xiao Yan randomly drew a chair and sat down with a big action. He glanced at the pale-faced Luobu, gently picked at his fingernail and said indifferently, "Tell me.
What happened to you recently?
With your character, you don't appear to have the boldness to sweep away all the strengths in Rock Desert City."
Hearing Xiao Yan's slightly belittling words, Luobu could only smile awkwardly.
He was quiet for a moment before laughing bitterly. "Indeed, I have never thought of dominating the territory of Rock Desert City. Moreover, the Sand Mercenary Company does not possess the strength to remove all the other groups within the Rock Desert City. All of this may have started because of the little girl called Qinglin from the Desert Metal Mercenary Company.
Luobu's expression was somewhat regretful. Luobu, you better be careful about what you are saying.
Our clan can help you dominate the Rock Desert City, but it can also destroy all of you instantly." Just as Luobu was preparing to reveal everything, the man who was the leader of the few people at the side suddenly warned.
Hearing this warning, Luobu's expression changed. A moment later, he viciously turned around and angrily said to the man, "Damn it, were it not for all of you, I would not have today's ending." "Who are they?"
Xiao Yan tilted his head, stared at the few men who were not from the Sand Mercenary Company, and asked softly. Seeing Xiao Yan glancing over, the few men hurriedly took a few steps back. The Dou Qi in their bodies swiftly circulated and their faces were filled with fear. Their eyes could not help but glance at their feet, worried that the weird ice layer would suddenly appear and rise from beneath their feet. Clearly, the actions of Xiao Yan just now had already caused terror to rise within these people's hearts.
They are members of the MO Plan.
The little girl called Qinglin was captured personally by their first elder. Not long after they captured her, the MO Clan contacted us, the Sand Mercenary Company, telling us that they can lend us some people and help us dominate the Rock Desert City. However, their condition was that we must kill off all the people in the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Luobu's gaze swept over Xiao Ding and the others behind Xiao Yan as he talked.
MO Clan?
Hearing this, Xiao Ding's expression changed as he cried out involuntarily.
What is their background? Xiao Yan tilted his head over, eyeing Xiao Ding's somewhat ugly expression and asked. The MO Clan is one of the 4 large clans in the northeastern province of the Jiama Empire. Although their strength cannot be compared with the huge fellows like the Nalan clan, they cannot be underestimated.
Having been entrenched in the northeast for a long time, they can be said to be deeply ingrained there. They act just like a lord of the land and there are very few people who dare to offend them.
How unexpected. This time they actually want to act against us. Xiao Ding frowned tightly and said. MO Clan.
What is their strength like?
Xiao Yan gently knocked against the table and asked softly. The strongest in the MO Clan is that first elder that they had mentioned earlier. I have heard of his name. He should be called MO Chang?
His name is quite renowned in the eastern region of the empire. Back then, he alone killed off everyone in the most rampant and vicious Black Rotary Bandit Troop. It should be known that the strength of the Black Rotary Bandit Troop cannot be underestimated. Within it, there were 3 Dou Qi and over 10 Dou Qi. Adding this on top of their naturally vicious characters, there was little progress made during the few times that the Empire sent troops to siege them. Instead, the Empire ended up losing quite a number of people. That Mo Chang massacre can be said to have formed rivers of blood.
Therefore, it created his nickname, Executioner Mo. Xiao Ding said in a deep voice. He seems like another vicious person. Xiao Yan laughed softly. Of course, although he is only a Dou Ling, his strength is indeed very great. However, the main reason which helped the Mo Chang to possess today's reputation and position is his other identity. When he said till this point, Xiao Ding's expression became slightly strange. What identity? When that guy was young, he had once joined the Misty Cloud sect. After that, he left the Misty Cloud sect in order to manage the matters in the clan. However, that guy can be considered to be intelligent. Although he had left the Misty Cloud sect, each year, he would pay an extremely large tribute to the Misty Cloud sect. Additionally, each time the Misty Cloud sect's upper echelons had some joyous occasions etc., he would personally go and congratulate them. His personality is extremely sleek. According to rumors, when the Misty Cloud sect leader accepted a disciple over 10 plus years ago, that guy was also invited. After returning from the Misty Cloud sect, that guy had continued to talk about it, flaunting it everywhere. Of course, being able to participate in the Misty Cloud sect leader accepting disciple ceremony is indeed something that others would be envious about. Although he tried to be as neutral as possible, Xiao Ding still shook his head gently. His heart was in contempt of the character of Mo Chang. Oh, that's right. The leader of the Misty Cloud sect has only accepted a female disciple after so many years. You should know who she is. Xiao Ding waved his hand and said. Yes. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and nodded. Other than Nalan Yenran, who else could the female disciple be? Therefore, although this guy had left the Misty Cloud sect, not only was he not chased after by the enforcement team of the Misty Cloud sect, but also managed to obtain an external deacon title. In all these years, the reason why no one had come into conflict with him while many strong people come to this northeastern region, was because they feared the Misty Cloud sect behind them. Haha, after all, that is really a truly enormous monster. Xiao Ding sighed as he said with a smile. Brat, since you know the Misty Cloud sect is the one supporting our Mo clan, you better be sensible and immediately follow us back to the Mo clan. If that, hearing Xiao Ding's explanation, the face of a man who was slightly younger amongst the group could not help but become a little proud. Looking at the degree of proficiency he had for the expression, it was clear that it was not the first time he had swaggered around. However, before he could complete his prideful words, Xiao Yan, who was seated on the chair, randomly waved his hand. An ice layer instantly spread out from the man's feet and wrapped him within it. At the same time, it also stifled the words that had yet to be completely said. Today, even if the leader of the Misty Cloud sect were to come, she would not be able to bring all of you away. Therefore, don't say these moronic words. If anyone says another word, there will be another ice sculpture. Xiao Yan did not even look at the ice sculpture as he said indifferently. Hearing these arrogant words of Xiao Yan, a fury swarmed onto the remaining 4 people's faces. However, with the ice sculpture beside them standing guard, they could only violently clench their teeth. None of them dared to open their mouths. But these guys are really strange. After capturing one of our people, they still want to turn around and kill all of us? Are they ill? Or are they afraid that we know something? Xiao Ding knit his eyebrows together and muttered doubtfully. Do you know the reason for them capturing Qinglin? Xiao Yan eyed Luobu and inquired. This, I don't know. The corner of Luobu I glanced at the additional ice sculpture that appeared and swallowed his saliva. He shook his head awkwardly. Seeming to be afraid that Xiao Yan did not believe him, he quickly and hurriedly added, I barely have any contact with them. The highest ranking person that I have seen from the Mo clan is that Mo Ran. Xiao Yan stared intently at Luobu in front of him. After a long while, he then nodded his head. His finger pointed at the few men of unknown origin and said, these people should be members of the Mo clan, right? Yes. Luobu hurriedly nodded his head. With a smile, Xiao Yan shifted his gaze towards the few men whose expressions had become ugly and said with a smile, why don't the few of you tell me what is the intention behind capturing Qinglin? The man who was standing at the leader's position shivered slightly as his gaze swept across the ice sculpture that was standing by his side. His throat rolled a little and spoke with a quivering voice, we are only following orders and are ignorant of the details. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He flicked his finger and the monstrous and strange ice layer once again spread upwards from the bottom of the man's leg. In an instant, it transformed that man into a human-shaped ice rod. I want to hear the truth. Xiao Yan's smiling manner was as terrifying as a devil in the eyes of the few members of the Mo clan. We really don't know. The bottom of a man's feet trembled slightly as his face became somewhat green from the fear. His voice had also become slightly hoarse as a result. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face remained indifferent. He was about to wave his hand again when Hai Bo Dong by the side suddenly said, stop asking them. They really don't know anything. The MO clan is extremely strict when keeping their secrets. They would never tell them some of the important information. With his palm paused, Xiao Yan turned his head around and eyed Hai Bo Dong. He smiled and said, "You do know something, don't you?" Hai Bo Dong's gaze looked directly at the dark black ink-like eyes. A long while later, he took the initiative to shift it away and voiced his thoughts. Back then, I had been in contact with the MO clan, so I do know some secrets. Among the MO clan ancestors, there was once an alchemist. However, he did not have much interest in orthodox refining of medicine. Instead, he focused on studying some strange and mysterious things. For example, taking strong claws or bones etc. from some magic beast and transplanting them onto the human body. That's quite perverted. Xiao Yan said softly. Indeed it is very perverted. However, that guy did indeed have some ability. Later on, he actually began to fiddle some products. Back then, many people in the MO clan had these things transplanted. Although their strength had become much greater, they had made themselves into neither humans nor ghosts. After researching on the magic beast, the alchemist shifted his attention onto some humans which possess strange organs. You should also know that there are some people who possess things that are unique. This MO clan ancestor thought of all ways to capture these people and extract these unique organs from their bodies before finally transplanting them onto his people, allowing their strength to rise greatly. Disgust flashed over Hai Bo Dong's face after saying everything up to this point. Clearly, he was not interested in these perverted things. I think that little girl called Qing Lin should have something that is unique, no? Otherwise, I cannot think of any reason for them to spend so much effort to capture a little girl. Hearing Hai Bo Dong's words, Xiao Yan's expression became extremely ugly. Naturally, he knew what kind of unique things Qing Lin had on her. Those triple jade green snakeflower pupils were something that even Yao Lao gave a high evaluation of. If those people of the MO clan discovered Qing Lin's secret, they would naturally think of every way to capture her given their perverted characters. Damn it! These bastards were actually targeting Qing Lin's eyes. Xiao Yan's expression was dark and deep like water. He clenched his fist tensely and abruptly waved his sleeves. A thick white flame surged out, and other than the person who replied just now, the remainder of the MO clan males by the side were incinerated into nothingness before they even had time to let out cries. Beside him, Hai Bo Dong stilled slightly when he saw Xiao Yan suddenly become furious. Immediately, he made sense of the situation in his heart and muttered, "Looks like that little girl called Qing Lin has really been targeted by the MO clan because of this reason. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 247, Annex. Chapter 247, Annex. As the few MO clan members in the hall were incinerated into nothingness, the atmosphere in the hall was suddenly one in which silence reigned. With cold sweat slowly dripping down from his forehead, Luobu sat on the chair, not daring to make even the slightest movement. He stealthily glanced at the gloomy face of the young man in black clothes, and his body was once again shrouded by that thick coldness. The body of the only man from the MO clan stood on the spot with a stiffened body. At this moment, his face had abruptly become pale white. His mouth trembled and his eyes was filled with fear. Just now, if that white-colored flame had shifted over a little more, the current him might not even leave behind ashes. You are provoking our MO clan." With a trembling voice, the man cried with a brave front despite feeling weak inside. "Not only will I provoke it, I will also smash the worthless MO clan." Xiao Yan coldly laughed. "Don't be so arrogant, behind our MO clan is the Misty Cloud sect," the man angrily said. His voice grew louder as though he was trying to cheer himself. "Bring me to the MO clan, or you can be like your companions from before. Two choices. Choose for yourself." Xiao Yan crossed his 10 fingers and placed them in front of him. He then glanced at the trembling man and said blandly, "The MO clan doesn't have any tray." The man suppressed the fear in his heart, and his mouth remained tough. However, this time around, Xiao Yan seemed to have lost his patience. He gently waved his hand, and a wisp of thin white flame seedling sprang out from the tip of his finger in a lightning-like manner, incinerating the man into nothingness while the latter was wearing a completely startled expression. The MO clan headquarters is located at Yan City in the eastern part of the empire. That is also the largest city in the eastern region of the empire. Xiao Ding said softly behind Xiao Yan, "If one were to walk from the Rock Desert City to Yan City, one would need around 8 days. If one were to fly, one should be able to reach it in a day." Xiao Yan nodded slightly and turned his head around. His gaze was focused on Luobu as he said with a smile, "Company leader Luobu, next we should have a discussion about the problem between us. Regardless of whether you were ordered by someone, the very significant damage that you have done to our Desert Metal Mercenary Company is a fact." Hearing this, cold sweat began flowing down Luobu's face.
Without realizing it, his face was like the color of the ground as he said in a trembling voice, "The Sand Mercenary Company is willing to compensate your company with 100,000 gold coins."
Will this do?
Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head.
What about 200,000? 300,000?
Seeing that Xiao Yan still shook his head and that the smile on his face was growing icier, Luobu finally wailed, "Sir, Xiao Yan, what exactly do you want?
Why don't you tell me?
With your strength, our Sand Mercenary Company does not even have the slightest chance of resisting." At this moment, Luobu had completely given up. With Xiao Yan's terrifying strength, the Sand Mercenary Company did not have the right to speak of conditions with him. Let the Sand Mercenary Company merge into the Desert Metal Mercenary Company.
Give the low-grade members some money and remove them.
Members who are 7-star dojas and above can remain. If he is a dosher, he can retain his current position. Xiao Yan's finger gently knocked the back of his hand as he slowly spoke.
Hearing Xiao Yan's words, everyone in the hall was at a loss. Immediately, their expressions became interesting to watch.
Xiao Ding and Xiao Lu exchanged glances with one another and felt their hearts slightly move. If the Desert Metal Mercenary Company really swallowed up the Sand Mercenary Company, then not just in the Rock Desert City, even the strengths in the cities nearby would have difficulty contending with them. When that time came, the development of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company would definitely rise swiftly. Although this measure had quite a great benefit, its drawbacks were also extremely obvious. The Sand Mercenary Company was stronger than the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. If they were to merge over, there was a hidden danger of them taking over the leadership. When that time came, the Desert Metal Mercenary Company might end up becoming a great mess internally. If that were to be the case, then the losses would be greater than the gains. While Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were considering the advantages and disadvantages, Luobu's face became bitter. Although he did not have any great ambition to dominate, he also did not want to obey orders under someone else. Moreover, his strength far surpassed Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's. His heart naturally felt uncomfortable if he had to listen to the orders of the two of them. The Desert Metal Mercenary Company was created by us 3 brothers. I can also be considered a company leader of the Desert Metal.
I don't think you would cheapen yourself by working under me, do you?
Appearing to be clear of the discomfort in Luobu's heart, Xiao Yan said with a smile. By putting it this way, Xiao Yan caused Luobu and the few dosher nearby to have a nicer expression. Working under someone who was perhaps a Dou Wang level would not cheapen themselves.
Instead, they would feel extremely honored. Company leader Luobu, do you want to merge, or do you want me to clean up? How do you wish to choose? You can decide for yourself.
Talking until this point, Xiao Yan paused and while smiling added, "I hope you will not disappoint me." Being stared at by that pair of dark black eyes, the corner of Luobu's mouth twitched a few times involuntarily. He took in a deep breath as his expression repeatedly and swiftly changed.
Following Luobu's silence, the interior of the hall once again fell into silence. The quiet atmosphere only had the slight sound of Xiao Yan gently knocking on the table's surface. The silence persisted for a long while. Just as the smile on Xiao Yan's face was gradually being withdrawn, Luobu finally smiled bitterly inside. He raised his head and said to Xiao Yan, "Today, if I did not agree, I'm afraid that the Sand Mercenary Company would immediately be disbanded." Xiao Yan simply smiled and was non-committal. "Then do you think I even have a choice?"
Luobu's face was filled with bitterness as he asked.
"It seems like you don't,"
Xiao Yan said with a smile. After looking at the bitter smile on Luobu's face and knowing his choice, Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders. He flipped his palm and a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. His gaze swept at Luobu and the 3 dosher behind him. The jade bottle slanted slightly and 4 red-colored medicinal pills were poured out. He flicked his finger and the 4 medicinal pills shot into the hands of the 4 stunned people.
"Don't say that I don't trust you."
"Of course, even if I tell you all now that I trust you, I'm afraid that you would also not believe me."
After saying a mouthful words, Xiao Yan smiled and said, "These things cannot be considered a potent poison.
However, if the poison were to erupt, I believe that other than company leader Luobu who should be able to endure for a while, I'm afraid that the remaining 3 would die on the spot." Tilting his head to Luobu, Xiao Yan added, "Remember, I said endure a little longer and not that you can withstand the poison." Seeing Luobu and the 3 others stiffened expressions, Xiao Yan said with a smile, "This is only some precautions that I have taken. After all, it is impossible for me to completely trust all of you. I will hand the antidote in stages to my eldest brother.
As long as you don't try anything funny, you will naturally be all right.
When you have obtained true trust in the future, I will help you all remove the poison."
It seems that we have no choice but to eat?
Holding the red-colored pill in his hand, Luobu was quiet for a moment before sighing. He was clear in his heart that if he did not consume the medicinal pellet, Xiao Yan would definitely not believe that they would willingly merge.
Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly and softly said, "Company leader Luobu is an intelligent person. You naturally understand that I am doing this as an insurance." After bitterly laughing, Luobu lifted his head and stared at Xiao Yan. Although that face still carried a smile, within the pair of dark black eyes there was the usual iciness and indifferentness. Being looked at by the icy gaze, Luobu shuddered coldly in his heart. He believed that if he and the others refused to consume these pills, their ending would not be much different from the few people from the Mo clan earlier. Sighing again, Luobu turned to the three subordinates and exchanged glances. They smiled bitterly and shook their heads before helplessly swallowing the red-colored medicinal pellet. Regardless of the situation, their lives today had at least been preserved. Eyeing the four people who consumed the pills, Xiao Yan nodded his head. He slowly stood up and said, "You should first prepare the matter about the merger. Some of the worms in the company should be cleaned up. Remember, the Desert Metal Mercenary Company doesn't want any garbage who only know how to bully others by exploiting the company's power." After saying this, Xiao Yan turned around and walked out of the hall. Xiao Ding glanced at the despondent-looking Luobu before following closely behind Xiao Yan. Following behind Xiao Yan, the group of members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company eyed the skinny figure in front of them. Their minds felt somewhat giddy. In only half a day, the largest strength in the Rock Desert City had actually been forcefully merged into the Desert Metal Mercenary Company? This comedic scene really caused everyone to feel as though they were dreaming. Seated dispiritedly on the chair, Luobu eyed the group of people who left in a single file inside. He weakly waved his hand and said, "Prepare to clear up all the useless people." "Company leader, are we just going to be included into the Desert Metal Mercenary Company like that?" Behind him, a Dou Qi smiled bitterly and said, "If we don't do this, then what else can we do? Xiao Yan's strength is something that you have clearly seen. If he really wanted to annihilate our San Mercenary Company, it is something that can be done with just a flip of his hand. Moreover, following a mercenary company who had a Dou Wang as an umbrella would be somewhat safer than in the past." Luobu rubbed his forehead and said. Hearing this, the three Dou Qi could only smile bitterly at each other, feeling dejected and speechless. Walking out of the hall, Xiao Yan's group slowly headed toward the outside. They turned at a corner on the street before Xiao Yan's footsteps slowed. Turning his head toward Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, he said with a smile, "Although forcefully merging the San Mercenary Company into the Desert Metal Mercenary Company has some dangers with Big Brother and Second Brother's abilities, I think that you two should be able to settle them perfectly. It is indeed slightly troublesome. However, with your actions just now, I believe that Luobu has been suppressed so much that he will dare not do anything reckless. As for the mercenaries that have been transferred from the San Mercenary Company, there is no need to be overly worried. I have a plan to handle them," Xiao Ding said with a grin. "That's good." Seeing that Xiao Ding did not hesitate, Xiao Yan sighed in relief. He then said, "Next, I will go to the city where the Mo clan is at. The matters here will have to be dealt with by you all." "Going to the Mo clan?" Hearing this, Xiao Ding by the side frowned. A long while later, he finally nodded and reminded, "Be careful. The Mo clan is after all the overlord of the Yan city. Moreover, their relationship with the Misty Cloud sect is quite good." "Okay." Xiao Yan smiled slightly and nodded his head. He waved toward Hai Bo Dong by the side. After which, his back trembled slightly and the purple cloud wings were extended. He rose slowly into the air, waved his hand with a smile at the stunned Xiao Ding's group below before rising into midair with Hai Bo Dong. As they flapped their wings, their bodies transformed into two rays of light and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, Yan City. Chapter 248, Yan City. The two faint rays of light flew past the skyline like falling stars. In an instant, they disappeared over the horizon. Flying by Xiao Yan's side, Hai Bo Dong tilted his head and used the moonlight to eye the young man. At the moment, the foreign terrifying qi in his body had already completely disappeared. Replacing it was still that Dou Qi level qi. Sizing Xiao Yan's two drastic changes up with turbid old eyes, Hai Bo Dong mused for a long time with his eyebrows pressed together. A moment later, he suddenly said, "Little brother Xiao Yan, that foreign qi that can be compared to a Dou Huang is not really emitted by you, no?" Hai Bo Dong's sudden words caused Xiao Yan's flying speed to be slightly reduced. The latter turned around, eyed Hai Bo Dong and said with a faint smile, "Old Mr. Hai, why would you say this, that?" Although I do not deny little brother Xiao Yan's outstanding training talent, honestly speaking, after roaming around for so many years, I have seen people with similar training talent as you, but they at most possess a Dou Qi or a Dou Qi strength at your age. As for Dou Huang, that's definitely impossible. Hai Bo Dong replied with a smile, "Therefore, after sensing the foreign qi in your body, I think that you have activated something that no one knows about. Cuckoo, in other words, that strength does not actually belong to you. Xiao Yan's eyebrows raised slightly. He glanced at Hai Bo Dong, and a moment later, he responded with a smile. Old Mr. Hai really lives up to his reputation as a Dou Huang. Your eyes are indeed sharp. Regarding this point, Xiao Yan did not directly deny anything. He clearly understood that the strong people at the Dou Huang class would already be able to sense the difference between his own qi and Yao Lao's qi. However, it was fortunate that Hai Bo Dong was not an alchemist. Otherwise, with the enormous strong spiritual perception of a Dou Huang class alchemist, Yao Lao's spirit would have nowhere to hide and would be discovered by the person. This was also the reason why Yao Lao had adopted a careful silence back in the desert when Piquing Gu He appeared. Although Gu He may not be able to completely sense Yao Lao's existence, but by relying on his enormously strong spiritual perception, he would be able to know that the strength was definitely not owned by Xiao Yan. Hearing that Xiao Yan had no intention of denying what he said, shock clearly flashed over Hai Bo Dong's face. However, he knew better than to continue inquiring. Cuckoo, that strength may indeed not belong to me, but old Mr. Hai just needs to know that I am able to control it to contend with the Dou Huang. Xiao Yan smiled and said with a deep meaning. Hai Bo Dong smiled and nodded his head. Indeed, regardless of the origin of that strength, Xiao Yan was at least able to control it. In that case, he was a strong person who could contend with the Dou Huang. As long as one's hand held strength, all doubt and provocations would collapse on themselves without a need to attack. Seeing that Hai Bo Dong did not say anything else, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. The other party was a smart person. He knew that something like strength was not divided by origin. Whoever possessed it would have the right to speak. Let's go. We shall try to hurry to Yan City before daylight. However, I am not very certain about the path to Yan City. Therefore, I will have to rely on old Mr. Hai. Xiao Yan said with a smile. Cuckoo, although I have stayed in Desert City for decades, I have been manufacturing maps every day. I am extremely familiar with these routes. Follow me. Hai Bo Dong smiled and flapped his pair of icy cold wings. His speed soared. Eyeing Hai Bo Dong, who had suddenly raised his speed, Xiao Yan nodded his head. His purple cloud wings flapped, and he hurried to catch up. In the night sky, two rays of light flashed by. The silver moon high in the sky gradually descended. Yan City was seated on the eastern region of the Jiama Empire. The spacious large roads that led to and from it caused it to become a place one must pass through in order to head to the eastern region of the empire from its central region. The position that it occupied was quite fortunate. Therefore, this city that was known as the largest one in the eastern region of the Jiama Empire was heavily guarded by the empire all year round. Within Yan City, other than the empire's strengths, the strongest one was naturally the destination of Xiao Yan's and Hai Bo Dong's journey, the Mo clan. Due to the overbearing monopoly of the Mo clan, nearly 60% of the property in Yan City belonged to the Mo clan. The profits from each year, even after deducting the large wealth needed to pay the necessary taxes and those needed to ease relationships, were enough to make the Mo clan increasingly fat. A large tree was prone to the wind, but with the backing of the enormous monster called Misty Cloud sect, even the Jiama Empire royalty would not easily find trouble with the Mo clan. Therefore, by developing on like this without any worries, the strength known as the Mo clan seemed to have become the overlord of Yan City. Were it not for the three other large clans in the eastern region keeping it in check, the strength of the Mo clan would have expanded to the other big cities. Even with the other three clans hindering its development, these few years, the Mo clan had been able to begin to steadily suppress the other three large clans, relying on its strong backing, just like an overlord being at the top. After a day of non-stop hurrying through their journey, Xiao Yan and Hai Bo Dong gradually approached the territory of Yan City. When the silver moon in the sky changed into a hot sun, the outline of a large city emitting a tread of ferociousness finally appeared at the edge of their vision. Under the sunlight from the sky, the distant huge city was like an ancient fierce beast that was creeping on the ground. Xiao Yan and Hai Bo Dong landed a few hundred meters from Yan City. They rested for a moment before they each put on a huge long black-colored cloaks. The spacious long cloaks completely covered the two people's bodies within them. A black cloth that was lowered from the top of their heads prevented people from clearly seeing their faces. Although Xiao Yan did not fear the Mo clan, being able to settle the matter perfectly while concealing his identity was naturally for the best. Moreover, Hai Bo Dong had also said that he did not want to overtly offend the Misty Cloud sect. Clearly this enormous monster that had dominated the Jiama Empire was something that even this person once known as the Ice Emperor feared. After changing their attire, the two people followed along the spacious main road and walked slowly toward the towering huge city that was not far away. As they neared the city gate, Xiao Yan was somewhat stunned to see tens of fully armed soldiers at the city's entrance. They stood at the two sides of the city wall and their sharp gazes continued to sweep across the passers-by coming and going. Seeing the seemingly tight security, Xiao Yan's eyebrows were pressed slightly together. This place could be considered to be quite far from the Jiama Empire border. Why was the defense here even tighter than that of Desert City? Shaking their heads somewhat doubtfully, Xiao Yan and Hai Bodong exchanged glances. They pulled aside the black-colored doping and quietly queued behind, following the queue as they slowly headed into the interior of the city. TL, doping, a conical straw hat with a long cloth fixed on the tip. The cloth hides the person face, it's like a cloak. Ugh, what grandeur! The Emo clan is indeed the largest clan in Yen City. While they were queuing, the few men wearing mercenary uniforms in front of Xiao Yan began to converse amongst themselves, perhaps as a result of boredom. Today appears to be the birthday of the first elder of the Emo clan, Emo Chang. I heard that not only did the many strengths in this eastern region hurry over to congratulate him, but the Misty Cloud sect had also sent someone over. Oh? The Misty Cloud sect has also sent someone over? This Emo Chang has great prestige. The Emo clan may be large, but in the eyes of the Misty Cloud sect, what are they? If it were not for the Emo clan paying that large tribute to the Misty Cloud sect every year, the Misty Cloud sect with their horizon would never lower themselves to be in contact with the Emo clan. One of the mercenaries skimmed his mouth in disdain as he talked. That's also true. Those few mercenaries did not seem to have a good liking toward Emo clan, and they all echoed with soft laughter. Standing behind that group, Xiao Yan heard the few mercenaries' conversation and narrowed his eyes. He laughed softly. We have really arrived at such a fashionable time. That old bastard is actually celebrating his birthday. Since so many strengths have arrived, it looks like it will not be easy for us to take action. Hai Bodong frowned and said with some hesitation. Kukova, old Mr. Hai, with our combined strength, forget about the Emo clan, we need not fear even the Misty Cloud sect. Moreover, do you really think that the leader of the Misty Cloud sect would personally come to congratulate him? Xiao Yan laughed blandly. If that were the case, they would be overly flattering Emo Chang. Hai Bodong smiled and shook his head. As the leader of the Misty Cloud sect, an extremely strong person for this huge being, how many people in the Jiama Empire had the qualifications to let her personally come to congratulate them? I don't think I have promised to act together with you? After laughing for a while, Hai Bodong suddenly stilled and suddenly said. Old Mr. Hai, when that time comes and I need you, just act. I know it is very expensive to get you to act, but I think I should be able to afford it. Xiao Yan smiled and replied. An alchemist who can refine a tier 6 medicinal pill. I really hope that you would owe me a favor. Hai Bodong patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and said softly. With a smile, Xiao Yan raised his head and watched the queue which was about to reach him. He was about to walk forward when waves of horse-trotting sounds were emitted not far behind him. He turned his head over and saw that a short distance away, a few men and women riding on horses were galloping over. The dust that they lifted along the way infuriated everyone in the queue. However, when their furious gazes eyed the leading human figure who was riding a horse, the anger in their hearts was immediately forcefully swallowed. The leader who was riding a horse was a young lady. The lady was wearing tight red-colored clothes which thoroughly wrapped her exquisite figure. Her face was very beautiful, and she wore a small crystal ornament on her clean and bright forehead. As she swayed slightly, that face which carried some aura of being spoiled had some extra cleverness. The red-dressed lady's sight did not pause because of the trouble her riding had brought to the people queuing up. She merely glanced back once and rode on, leading the group of people to recklessly rush into the city under the helpless gazes of the soldiers guarding the city. The trotting horse's footsteps gradually became distant. Only then did some dissatisfied scolding sound from the people queuing. Damn it! All she relies on is her identity as the second young lady of the Emo clan. Arrogant my A*S. Your Emo clan has been like a pet to the Misty Cloud sect in order to have today's position. Any moment they don't like your service, they will sooner or later kick your Emo clan out. Hearing the soft curses sounding behind him, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His narrowed gaze was shifted to the dark city gate pathway. After which, he rearranged his black robe and slowly walked in under the observation of the surrounding soldiers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Naylan. Chapter 249, Naylan. After passing through the somewhat deep and dark tunnel under the city wall, a piercing sunlight suddenly shined down, causing Xiao Yan to squint. A moment later, when his eyes adjusted to the sunlight, Xiao Yan's eyes widened. Bustling and seething sounds also began to fill his ears. Once he had widened his eyes, the enormous interior of the city suddenly appeared in his sight. Standing at the exit of the city wall, Xiao Yan lifted his head and eyed the packed and luxurious-looking shops by the two sides of the streets, as well as the flow of people coming and going. He could not help but praise the size of the city. This city was worthy of being the largest city in the eastern region of the Jiama Empire. This kind of crowd numbers and the extent of luxury could be compared to the numbers of the Black Rock city that Xiao Yan had previously visited. Standing on the street, Xiao Yan rubbed his ears, which had swollen painfully because of the sudden explosion of noise. A tiredness that was difficult to hide rose in his eyes. He rubbed his temples, turned his head around and said with a smile to Hai Bo Dong at his side, "We have continuously rushed toward here for nearly 2 days. Shall we first find a place to rest for a while and inquire about information on the MO plan?" "Okay, it's just as well." Hearing this, Hai Bo Dong nodded his head slightly. Although his ability to withstand tiredness far exceeded ordinary people after he had entered the realm of a Dou Huang, the 2 days of non-stop flying had largely exhausted his Dou Qi. He would naturally not disagree with being able to rest for a moment. Seeing Hai Bo Dong nodding his head, Xiao Yan smiled and led the way into the streets. After which, they followed the flow of people and slowly walked forward. Along the way, the complicated shops around Xiao Yan that caused people to be dazzled only caused Xiao Yan to feel a little surprised. After walking to the end of a street, Xiao Yan smacked his lips with a tsk sound. He laughed softly. "I have been observing. This street has a total of 103 shops. Among which, 74 of them had a MO word written on the plaque on top of the shop. People have been saying that the MO plan is the lord of this Yen city. Looking at this, it is indeed true. Now, this MO plan is indeed becoming better the more they muddle along. Back then, when I came here, there were quite a number of strengths in this Yen city who could contend with the MO clan." Hai Bo Dong's gaze took a look at his surroundings before nodding his head and saying, "Does the Misty Cloud sect really have such great capability? A clan that was not very strong in the past could actually burgeon in this manner by relying on them." Xiao Yan fondled his chin and asked, frowning. "The strength on the surface of the Misty Cloud sect is not very frightening. However, its hidden strength is extremely terrifying. You need to know that during these many years, there have been an unknown number of strong people who have walked out from the Misty Cloud sect. These strong people are scattered all over the Jiama Empire. Some of them even extended out of the empire. Most of the strength that they have created for themselves is tied in some way to the Misty Cloud sect. You can even use the analogy of them being a branch strength of the Misty Cloud sect. Just imagine for a moment what would happen if one day the Misty Cloud sect gathered all these strong people, or the strengths that they have created. Just how terrifying would this enormously entity be? When that time comes, I think that even with that old ancestor of the Jiama Empire royalty staying guard, the royalty might well have to stand to one side." A seriousness that was seldom seen surfaced on Hai Bo Dong's face as he said blandly, "It really is quite terrifying." Hearing this, Xiao Yan gently sighed and muttered, "I don't know what kind of feud you have with the Misty Cloud sect, but seeing that you can be considered to be an acquaintance of mine, I should give you some advice. If you can't avoid provoking them, then try your best to provoke them as little as possible. A hornet's nest cannot be randomly touched." Hai Bo Dong mused for a moment before returning to silence. Xiao Yan twisted his head gently and his palm patted his sleeves lightly. A long while later, his footsteps gradually started forward again. After some time, he turned his head around, smiled and said, "Perhaps what you have said is reasonable, but there are some things that I must do. Even if I finally end up stabbing through the hornet's nest, I will not change." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Hai Bo Dong could only helplessly shake his head. He did not know why this young man who had a limitless future would insist on stubbornly provoking the Misty Cloud sect. Did he not know that this kind of action was a little foolish? Moreover, if they really intend to act like hornets in the future and desperately come to me to find trouble, then I will let them know that I, Xiao Yan, am not some soft clay. If they dare to come, I dare to kill. I am still young, with a large amount of time to squander. With just the strength of a Dou Huang, I may not be able to knock down the Misty Cloud sect. In this case, I will work hard toward Dou Zhong. If Dou Zhong is insufficient, then Dou Shang, even Dou Di." The faint words that Xiao Yan, who had suddenly turned around and said, caused Hai Bo Dong's footsteps to pause slightly. His face was stunned as he eyed the delicate and handsome face which was tightly pursing up his lips and appearing extremely stubborn and vicious. A long while later, a thought that caused him to helplessly smile bitterly suddenly appeared in his heart. Maybe, the Misty Cloud sect has really provoked a hornet, one which is somewhat insane. Oh, right. Who is the Jiama Empire's old ancestor that old Mr. Hai spoke about? Xiao Yan suddenly asked doubtfully. An old monster. You can go and get to know this old monster yourself when you have the opportunity to go to the capital in the future. That old thing is the protector of the Jiama Empire's royalty. His strength is frighteningly strong. After having not seen him for so long, I wonder how much his strength has increased by? Hai Bo Dong stroked his beard. The expression on his face was somewhat fearful. A long while later, he laughed. Back then, he had also fought with Queen Medusa.
However, he was better than me and actually managed to come to a draw with Queen Medusa. He also managed to withdraw without any serious injuries. Hearing this, shock swarmed over Xiao Yan's face. Queen Medusa was a strong person standing at the peak of the Dou Huang. Being able to fight with her without losing, this old monster was likely at least a 6-star Dou Huang or greater. Xiao Yan exclaimed and shook his head. His footsteps came to a slow stop and his gaze swept towards a luxurious inn at the side of the street named Emosua Garden. He faced Hai Bo Dong and asked, "Shall we temporarily rest here?" "Okay." Hai Bo Dong nodded his head. The two of them walked into this luxurious inn and swept their gaze over the interior. They were slightly surprised to realize that the hall of this inn actually had quite a number of people seated. After raising their ears and hearing the conversation of these people, Xiao Yan learned that these people were actually those who had rushed over from other places preparing to celebrate the birthday of the first elder of the Mo clan. Xiao Yan shook his head slightly and walked to the counter. When he said that he wanted 2 rooms, the female servant who was slightly beautiful sized them up and sweetly said, "Sir, may I inquire if you have the Mo clan's invitation card?" Invitation card? Xiao Yan was at a loss. He frowned and shook his head. "No. Must we actually have an invitation from the Mo clan in order to come to Yan City?" "I'm sorry, sir. For these few days, all of the inns in Yan City have been booked by the Mo clan. These inns will only receive the Mo clan's guest." The female servant's smile was extremely courteous as she replied. "Gee, it seems that the Mo clan is rather overbearing?" Xiao Yan laughed softly. He then played with an ornament on the counter as he lazily said. Hearing this, the female servant's expression stiffened. This was the first time that she had heard someone who dared to say something bad about the Mo clan in Yan City. At the moment, she could neither smile nor not smile. Her face was extremely embarrassed. Seeing the female servant's embarrassed face, Xiao Yan felt bored. He turned around intending to leave. However, a black shadow suddenly swung over viciously and smashed on the huge counter with a paw sound. "Where has this country bumpkin come from? How dare you reprove my Mo clan for being overbearing in Yan City?" Behind the black shadow, the female's cold laughter quickly sounded from Xiao Yan's left side. Hearing this tone that obviously belonged to the unruly female from before, an impatientness flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He turned around and eyed the group of people a short distance away. This group of approaching people was clearly quite young. The leader was wearing a tight red dress. Her bountiful figure protruded where it ought to and sunk in where it ought to, appearing quite attractive. On her lower body, a skin-tight skirt that gathered at her thighs exposed her naked long snow-white legs to the air. In the hall, there were numerous men's gazes who would occasionally sweep across this pair of beautiful legs. A yearning flashed across their eyes. After sweeping his eyes over this red-clothed lady holding a long whip, Xiao Yan recognized her. She was the one called the second young lady of the Mo clan who had rode the bolting horse at the city entrance earlier. Xiao Yan's gaze indifferently glanced at this arrogant lady once before he completely lost interest. He shook his head, turned his body around and headed out. "Brat! You are asking to die." Seeing Xiao Yan's disregarding manner, the red-clothed lady who had always been held previously in everyone's palm like a treasure immediately lifted her eyebrows vertically. With a chi sound from the long whip in her hand, it transformed into a black shadow and violently flung toward Xiao Yan. When the long whip was about to reach Xiao Yan's body, a green-colored flame suddenly and strangely surfaced. Not only did the hot temperature incinerate the long whip into nothingness, but a faint green-colored flame also suddenly shot toward the red-clothed lady. When the green-colored flame appeared, the temperature in the hall suddenly rose. There were a number of people who were well informed in the hall. When they saw the green-colored flame, they involuntarily cried out in dismay, "Heavenly flame?" The wisp of tiny green-colored flame was shot straight at the red-clothed lady's head under everyone's dismayed voice. In the event that she was struck, even if she was lucky to escape with her life, her beautiful face would become scrap. Shock surfaced in her beautiful eyes. The red-clothed lady was startled as she eyed the green-colored flame that was unceasingly becoming bigger in her eyes. She wanted to dodge, but with her strength, how would she be able to avoid it? At that moment, she could only foolishly stand on the spot and allow that green-colored flame to shoot over as it pleased. Just as the green-colored flame was about to hit that red-clothed lady, a shadow abruptly flashed in from outside. It grabbed the lady and quickly shot aside, dodging the green-colored flame. The green-colored flame attack missed. Having lost its target, it coincidentally knocked against a green-colored rock carving behind the spot where the red-clothed lady was standing. Immediately, the tough rock carving turned into drops of liquid in an instant under everyone's eyes. Hiss! Seeing that the wisp of flame was actually terrifying to this extent, everyone in the hall inhaled a cold breath of air. Immediately they turned their shocked gazes toward the black-clothed young man by the counter who had an indifferent expression.
This little brother, please stop. From a spot in the hall, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked out. Behind him was that pale white pretty-faced lady in the red dress. Clearly, the one who saved her earlier was this middle-aged man. Watching the middle-aged man who was standing a distance away and not willing to take another step forward, Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly. His long hand was slowly extended from under the black robe. A wisp of green-colored flame once again naughtily shuttled onto the tip of his finger. Little brother, just now, Ling Lin was too impulsive. On the account of the Mo clan, can you please not lower yourself to her level? The middle-aged man eyed the green-colored flame on the tip of Xiao Yan's finger with numb skin on his head as he cupped his fist together and courteously asked. Qi, Mo clan? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth pulled slightly. He glanced at this middle-aged man whose strength was at the Dou Qi class and coldly laughed. Discipline the people in your clan properly. Don't think that the Mo clan need not worry about anything just because of the Misty Cloud sect's support. You never know if one day you end up offending someone whom you should not offend. Even the Misty Cloud sect would not be able to protect you. The cold laughter of the young man reverberated in the hall. Everyone was shaken by these somewhat presumptuous words. Their gazes glanced at the terrifying green-colored flame on Xiao Yan's fingertip. After which, they glanced at the indifferent-faced and totally silent Hai Bo Dong behind Xiao Yan. They were all extremely wise to remain quiet. Being able to possess such a terrifying green-colored flame at such a young age, definitely no one would believe that there was no extremely strong person helping behind him. If there really is a strong person of such a level behind the young man's back, then the words that he said earlier could not be considered as presumptuous words. Coco, little brother is correct. After I return today, I will definitely ask the clan leader to punish Ling Lin properly. This middle-aged man was clearly not a fool. Therefore, he did not immediately become furious because of the words. Instead, he laughed along. After glancing at the middle-aged man, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted towards the pretty red-dressed lady. Seeming to have sensed Xiao Yan's gaze sweeping over her, this lady who was acting arrogantly a moment ago immediately hid her pale white face behind the back of the middle-aged man, afraid that the wisp of frightening green-colored flame would once again launch a surprise attack. Her timid manner did not have the slightest arrogant or despotic feeling. Xiao Yan's palm slowly withdrew into the black robe. He was just about to turn around when that middle-aged man hurriedly took a step forward and courteously said, "Two sirs, during these few days, all the inns have been booked by the Mo clan. Therefore, even if the two of you were to walk through the entire Yin city, you would not be able to find a resting place. Kuko, how about this? As an apology to the two of you, I will order this place to immediately prepare two of the most luxurious rooms. May I know if you are willing to accept our Mo clan's apology?" Xiao Yan's footsteps paused. He turned his head around and eyed the middle-aged man who was extremely sleek in the way he did things. After exchanging glances with Hai Bo Dong, he did not have any courteous words. He turned around, walked toward the staircase and said faintly, "Lead the way." Eyeing Xiao Yan and Hai Bo Dong's decisive manner, the middle-aged man was at a loss. Immediately, he hurriedly recovered his senses. He pacified the lady in the red dress behind him and hurriedly caught up. Eyeing Xiao Yan that slowly disappeared at the end of the staircase, the tense atmosphere in the hall gradually eased a little. Soft private whispers began to be heard. It appeared that they were all guessing the background of this mysterious old man and mysterious young man. Some rosiness slowly surfaced on the pale white pretty face of the red-dressed lady after Xiao Yan disappeared. The back of her hand rubbed the fog in her beautiful eyes. This was the first time she had received such a treatment after all these years. Beside the young lady, the young men who had been stunned by the events hurriedly began to say comforting words. The red-dressed lady's character may be spoiled, but she was at least a child of a prominent family. After some time, she managed to stabilize her emotion. The spoiled attitude of the current her had clearly weakened. Although her smile was still somewhat forceful, a beauty was always a beauty. No matter what happened, those surrounding males would flatter her greatly. Ling Lin, that guy from before is really too abominable. You can rest assured. Tomorrow, I will definitely find some people to help you take revenge. The young men who were mere frozen statues before had at this moment hurriedly and enthusiastically displayed their courage and determination in front of this beauty. Coco, Ling Lin Mei, why are you crying so pitifully? Don't tell me that there's someone who dares to bully you in this Yin city? As the young men were displaying their courage in front of the lady in the red dress, a clear laughter that was like an ethereal old bell suddenly transmitted from outside the door. A soft laughter that was as ethereal as the deep mountains was transmitted into the hall, causing everyone's hearts to quiver. Immediately, numerous gazes hurriedly turned toward the entrance. Not long after the faint laughter of a lady sounded, an elegant moon-white-colored dress slowly appeared in front of everyone's sight. With gazes watched the lady elegantly walking into the main door. Within the hall, all the men's breathing was stagnant. Those eyes where curiosity originally surfaced were immediately filled with amazement. The lady was wearing a broad-sleeved, tight body moon-white long robe. Her extremely huggable waist was tied with a silver-colored belt which exactly and perfectly revealed her narrow waist. The lady's hands were extremely soft. Her skin was creamy and her small eyebrows revealed a faint otherworldly elegance as she smiled artfully. The smile was seemingly gentle, but it had an indifference seeping out that held everyone far away. A pair of green-colored jade earrings hung on the lady's delicate earlobes. The soft clink sound as the jade earrings swayed was like moving music created by the performance of the mountain springs and reefs. The white-dressed lady who had suddenly appeared had a temperament and a beauty that was far from what the red-dressed lady could compare with. When the two of them stood together, it caused people to feel somewhat humbled. In the hall, numerous heated gazes moved on the lady's perfect and exquisite pretty body. However, when their gazes abruptly shifted to the cloud-shaped silver-colored longsword drawn on the lady's spacious sleeves, the heat in their eyes was suddenly drenched by a pot of cold water. As their gazes scattered away, they faintly held a reverence. The red-dressed lady's pretty face was dumbfounded as she eyed the smiling noble-like woman who walked into the main door. After being shocked for a moment, she hurriedly leaped over and let loose happy laughter filled with love. "Sister Naylin, why have you come? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 250, Rest. Chapter 250, Rest. Eyeing the lady who was leaping over with a face filled with joy, the moon-robed lady laughed softly. Her smile was reserved, holding a hidden nobility. It did not cause people to feel that it was cold, but rather, it possessed an aloofness that gave people a superficial feeling. Regardless of everything, the 3 years had caused the immature young lady to become much more mature. Everyone in the hall swept their eyes over the smile that had surfaced on the moon-robed lady's beautiful face. All of them could not help but be dazzled. After the moon-robed woman entered, an old man in the same clothes also walked in, smiling. He stood behind the young lady. As his old eyes opened and closed, there would occasionally be a brilliant light flashing past. The shriveled hand that was stretched outside his sleeves wiggled without any rhythm, much like sharp eagle claws. Once Ling Lin had greeted the moon-robed lady, she smiled and said sweetly to the old man behind, "Old Mr. Dou Qi. Coco, after not seeing you for a few years, Ling Lin is really becoming more and more beautiful." The old man who was addressed as Dou Qi laughed and nodded. A crimson color surfaced on her pretty face as the red-dressed lady, called Ling Lin, affectionately pulled the moon-robed lady's warm jade-like white delicate hand. She was pleasantly surprised as she said, "Sister Naylin, I didn't expect that you would personally come down from the misty cloud mountain. If father and the others knew about it, they would definitely be very happy. I am only carrying out teacher's instruction. Moreover, it just so happens that I need to return home during this period. Therefore, I stopped by along the way," the moon-robed lady said in a gentle voice. Her bright eyes rotated and swept through the hall before jokingly said, "Seeing Sister Ling Lin's aggrieved manner a moment ago, did someone bully you?" Being reminded of this question by the moon-robed lady, an awkward smile surfaced on Ling Lin's pretty face. Although she was spoiled, she was not a fool. From the actions of the elder who had saved her just now, she knew in her heart that this young man who appeared slightly younger than her was definitely not someone she should easily provoke. Therefore, she did not say everything in detail in order to avoid creating any unnecessary trouble. "It's nothing. I have merely met an interesting person." Ling Lin waved her hand. The corner of her eyes could not help but glance at the rock carving that had turned into liquid by the side. Her pretty face involuntarily became a little paler. That young man whose appearance seemed delicate and handsome did not show the slightest tenderness toward women when he attacked. After 3 years of training, the moon-robed lady was clearly no longer the immature girl who had dared to run to other people's home to cancel the marriage agreement just because she was unwilling. Therefore, the change on Ling Lin's face did not escape her notice. Her gaze followed the side and drew over, finally stopping at the rock liquid that was still emitting some heat. She was briefly at a loss. Immediately, a seriousness surfaced on her ever-changing pretty face. Tilting her head over, she exchanged glances with Dou Qi by the side. The both of them saw shock in each other's eyes. This is a strong person who was well-versed in fire-type Dou Qi. As they exchanged glances, this thought swiftly flashed across both their hearts. After which, the shock on their faces was quickly withdrawn. The paleness on Ling Lin's face only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. She turned around and eyed the group of young people who had originally clustered around her, wanting to get into her good books. At the moment, however, they were eyeing the moon-robed lady behind her with faces filled with yearning. The face of one of them, who had a weaker mental strength, was flushed red and his eyes were filled with passion. Eyeing these people's humiliating expression, Ling Lin frowned slightly.
She quietly muttered in her heart, a group of people who overestimates their own abilities. The little strength that your clans have is merely some crushed stones under one's feet when compared to her.
Shaking her head, Ling Lin no longer bothered about these young dandies.
She smiled and said to the moon-robed lady, Sister Nalan, night is approaching soon.
Why don't you rest here for the night?
This place has a specialized room to entertain someone of Sister Nalan's status.
Okay. I will trouble Sister Ling Lin.
The moon-robed lady smiled and nodded. Her gaze once again swept over the pile of liquid rock. With a deeper meaning behind her words, she smiled slightly and said, Before I descended from the mountain, teacher had told me that this Dou Qi continent is incomparably large with uncountable number of unique people and mysterious events. I did not expect that I have broadened my horizon after only having left a short time ago.
Hearing this, Ling Lin smiled awkwardly, but did not say anything.
Instead, she focused on showing the way in front, leading the moon-robed lady and the old man up the stairs. Eyeing the few people that had disappeared at the edge of the staircase, numerous whispers appeared in the hall, sounding like houseflies.
TSK, how unexpected. Even the personal disciple of the leader of the Misty Cloud sect personally came here to celebrate Mo Chang's birthday. This Mo clan's prestige has definitely grown.
That's right. She had such peerless elegance despite being so young.
Moreover, even with our strength, we are actually unable to see through her foundation.
She really deserves to be called the personal disciple of the leader of the Misty Cloud sect. What a beautiful girl. Whoever marries her will have picked up a big bargain. The future leader of the Misty Cloud sect, the princess of the Nalan clan.
Who in this Jiama empire can compare after adding these two strengths together?
By chance, I seem to have heard some rumors the last time that the third young master of the Xiao clan in Wutan City seemed to be her fiancé.
Che, when did you obtain this news?
3 years ago, Lady Nalan aggressively charged into the Xiao clan and forcefully got the head of the Xiao clan to terminate the engagement.
Wouldn't the Xiao clan lose all of its face? So what if they lose all their face? Can that Xiao clan contend with the Nalan clan or the Misty Cloud sect?
Even after taking such a great humiliation, they could only swallow it into their stomach. Moreover, the third young master of the Xiao clan back then was a renowned cripple.
How could he be comparable with Lady Nalan with her outstanding talent? Xie. You don't know anything yet you dare to spread your lack of information around.
A man seated in the corner curled up his lips in disdain at the two people who were speaking loudly. When he saw their angry eyes glaring at him, he lazily said, Lady Nalan did indeed go to the Xiao clan to end the engagement. However, she did not get the contract to end the engagement. Instead, she received a divorce letter. That's right, that young master of the Xiao clan directly divorced this person whose identity could directly be compared to the empire's princess.
Divorce?
When this word was said, everyone in the hall became dull. They opened their mouths while feeling stunned.
Who could believe that a young master, who was a useless being back then, would actually dare to take the initiative to divorce this fiancé whose position was extremely noble? Damn it.
This guy's too awesome. Although most of the people in the hall did not really believe that these words were true, there were a few people who muttered with a shocked face. In order to be able to divorce a fiancé who not only had such a noble status but also such an outstanding appearance, one really needed some courage. At the very least, many people here realized that they did not have this boldness after reviewing themselves. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Yan's gaze saw off the middle-aged man from the Mo clan before slowly closed the room's door. He turned around and a tiredness was finally revealed on the indifferent face he had maintained. He rubbed the slightly blackened rim of his eyes and helplessly spread his hand out at Hai Bo Dong. I dare to say that after the guy returns home, the first thing he will do is to investigate our background. Hai Bo Dong lifted the teacup on the table, took a sip and told Xiao Yan.
Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly.
He said, but let him do what he wants.
His Mo clan doesn't have that great of an ability to discover our background.
Now, we should adjust our condition properly. Rushing through the desert these last few days has really caused me to almost reach my limit. After we adjust our condition, we will enter the Mo clan's home tomorrow to search for Qinglin.
Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist and walked into his room while he spoke.
Eyeing Xiao Yan's back, Hai Bo Dong nodded his head and also walked toward another room. These few days of hurried travel had also caused his spirit to feel somewhat tired.
After walking into the room, Xiao Yan opened his somewhat heavy eyelids.
He forcefully resisted the impulse to just fall asleep. As he stroked his storage ring gently with his finger, a green glow slowly rose and finally turned into the green lotus seat that floated in midair. The tip of his feet pressed on the ground gently before Xiao Yan steadily sat on the green lotus seat. Threads of warm energy were emitted from the points where his skin made contact, slowly expelling the tiredness hidden within Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan inhaled a long, fresh and cool breath.
He extended his hand and a thread of green-colored flame began to move in an unpracticed manner on the tip of his finger. A long while later, he shook his head slightly and helplessly said in a soft voice, with the terrifying strength in it, "It is not as easy to control as I had thought." After training his control over the green flame in his palm for a while, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes and entered the training mode. As Xiao Yan entered the training mode, the surrounding energy began to fluctuate. Following which, threads of energy visible to the naked eye agglomerated into strips of mottled energy. This kind of absorbing speed far surpassed what it was in the past. Clearly, after the evolution of the Qi method, the benefits that it wrought were already beginning to gradually be displayed. The slightly mottled energy swiftly passed through the green lotus light cover blockade. After going through an initial purification, it poured into Xiao Yan's body. The interior of Xiao Yan's body was shrouded by bits of green-colored glowing energy that swiftly flowed along his Qi paths. The Qi path walls were squirming like cells. As the Qi paths squirmed, the mottled energy was also swiftly becoming purer. A large amount of impure energy was absorbed by the Qi path walls, swallowed and quietly expelled from within his body with the help of the pores on his skin. When the energy flowed through the cumbersome Qi paths and completed a complete cycle, the mottled energy had already achieved a high purity. At this moment, it passed through the calcining of the green lotus core flame. Immediately, waves of large energy shrank at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. A long while later, the energy completely disappeared. Replacing it was a droplet of green-colored energy liquid that held an unusual flickering glow. This droplet was slowly dropped into the vortex. When Xiao Yan entered the training state that caused him to forget himself, Ling Lin was leading that elegant and beautiful moon-robed lady and walking the corridor outside the room. Coincidentally, she stopped just opposite this room of Xiao Yan and Hai Bo Dong, opened the door and slowly walked in. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.